Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. Happy Good Friday for those who celebrate. Everybody's up here today. All the shows are up here today. So we're working up here, not just at Sports Radio 610, but at Odyssey in general.
Is it a holiday?
Is
Good Friday a holiday?
For the schools, it is.
Obviously, I know it's a holiday. But
yeah, Amy.
Okay.
I know Amy is off today, so the schools are out. Yeah, in a lot of the school districts, I think. So yeah,
I forgot about that.
Prelude to Easter on Sunday. So yeah.
I was thinking about that this morning as I was when I say reading the paper, when I got to get off the sports section every now and then. My entire life now, from the time I was in 7th grade now, my entire life has been dominated basically by sports schedules.
Yep.
But I used to do a better job of seeing the outside world and everything. Over the course of the last decade, I have just become the worst version of an adult citizen that I just...
You haven't been paying attention to the world outside of sports enough? Is that what you're saying?
I pay attention to... medieval history, American history,
your big
and
history.
Sports.
Yeah,
and that's pretty much it.
I don't know.
I gotta get back out in the world, man. I gotta get back out in the.
It's a little overrated. No.
Yeah, every time I step out into the world, I'm like, nope. Back to my silo.
I've poked my head out the window a few times. It's not worth it, man. Just stay here in our cushy little lair.
I think I might engage in a political discussion on X.
Sounds like a good way to spend the day.
Let's have some common rational debate about various political
discourse.
topics.
You know what I want today? Rational discourse. Yes.
I'm like a nice kid that decides I want to see what all this nightlife hubbub is all about, and I step into some club.
Exactly,
at
as a
2
strip
a.m.
club.
I hear
things. Yeah. How you feeling this morning, my friend?
I feel good. Otherwise, aside from my existential angst, I feel good. I feel better about the Rockets than I have in a long time.
Okay, well, explain.
I say a long time. Again, remember my little world. It's like the last 6 weeks.
No. So, 2 weeks is a long time in sports.
Yeah, don't ask me to.
You're talking to two guys who have taken 7 days worth of baseball and turned it into basically
the greatest, the golden era. It's the new golden era.
Equivalent of 365 days of bliss. Yes.
This is the new golden era.
So there's a conversion chart for us. 2 weeks is a long time.
The Rockets, at the very least, I think, look like they might be a different version of themselves. And then we also, yesterday, by way of a Sean Pendergast poll, we may have discovered that there's actually more bubbling optimism about CJ Stroud amongst the fan base than we
or maybe I would say, or maybe a lack of pessimism. You know, like
there you go.
Yeah, like it's
in this cruel world that passes for optimism.
Yeah, well the and I'm talking about the middle ground. Oh, I know what you're talking about because I put up a poll yesterday about CJ. Let's pull that up right now, as long as you're bringing it up. I put up a poll that had 4 choices on it yesterday for the people about where they're at with CJ Stroud. And I put it up like 7 o'clock or something. There's an hour left to vote in it if you want to. So, yeah, about 7 a.m. yesterday. And the 4 choices to the question, which choice best describes how you feel about CJ Stroud and his future as the Texans franchise QB? All in. I'm in, but cautiously so. Very much wait and see. And then I'm out on CJ Stroud. So a decreasing level of optimism with each choice. Most of the world lives in that middle ground of I'm in, but I'm cautiously in. Very much wait and see. 74% of the people voted either one of those two.
Yeah.
The thing, and I think this is what you're referring to because I texted you about this yesterday. When we looked at the results early on in the 9 o'clock hour yesterday, only 12% of the people were all in on C.J. Stroud, and 9% of the people were out.
Yeah.
Since our show ended, he's all the way up over 20% of people being all in. That's a lot. That's a big jump for an afternoon of people voting on a Twitter poll.
The cable news networks told me it was in the bag.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden,
8% is a big move. Big move. So you're right. The optimism was flowing.
Pollsters.
Yeah.
I think that if you really look at it, I would say that 94% of the people that responded to this poll are somewhere on the spectrum between realism or maybe a certain skepticism, but not negativity, all the way up into diehard, we're into it.
Yeah.
The 20% of people are all in on CJ Stroud.
Yep.
And I think you could say 62% of the people are optimistic.
Yeah.
Might be more cautiously optimistic than optimistic, but 62% optimism.
That's exactly the numbers.
Versus the rest, either realism or pessimism.
Yep. And where, again, I think the people who weren't listening yesterday are wondering, where do we fall on this? If you were to vote in this Pender poll, where would you have put your chips?
I'm right at very much wait and see.
Yeah.
Which I think the optimists would classify that as pessimism,
right,
because it's further over to the left than where they are. But I feel like that's a more, for me, the fact that the Texans don't want. Well, I don't know this. I'm guessing the Texans aren't all that eager to give CJ Stroud an extension this year. That is a reflection of the way I feel. I feel like I still need one more year to really figure out exactly who CJ is as a quarterback and how does he operate with in the second year of this offense with better pieces around him.
Yeah, if we were to categorize, I would say, because I would vote I'm in but cautiously so. So I think I'm probably a tick above you maybe on this scale. I think like the I'm all in, those are optimists. I think the I'm out, those are pessimists. And then I think everything in between, that 74% or whatever, is realists. You know, it's we don't know. There's been enough evidence on both sides to take either end of it and make a decent argument that he's the guy or he's not the guy. So yeah, I am optimistic that he's the guy, but I'm not all in right now on CJ
I think the
Stroud.
two guys that I always try to remind myself with quarterbacks and to remember that, look, everybody's got a different runway for how well they advance in the NFL, and I think Eli Manning and Alex Smith might be a couple of the best example of guys where it was a long burn-in period, and they did it with the same team. There's other guys like Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield or whomever else where you can say, wow, it took however long for those guys to really emerge. Geno Smith. Yeah. But they kind of had their best football with a team that was different than who drafted them.
That's right.
Alex Smith and Eli Manning went through what was more typical back in the day, which is, all right, this is our guy. We might have to try a couple different offensive coordinators, different head coach in the case of Alex Smith. And over the course of their first few years in the NFL, they figured out a way to get it together. And I think you want CJ Stroud's ceiling to be higher than Alex Smith. But that's where I am with CJ right now. He's shown a lot of really good stuff. Yep. He's shown a lot of questionable stuff. But he's also still a young quarterback. Yeah, no question. Well, and all those guys you just named, other than Geno, are guys who were tippy-top picks in the draft, too. I mean, these are guys who had a similar pedigree to C.J. Stroud. Alex Smith, Baker Mayfield, who else? You named Eli Manning. Those are all number one picks in the draft. Sam Darnold was number 3 pick in the draft. So these are all guys who, other than Geno Smith, who are guys that were thought to be franchise quarterbacks for the teams that selected them. I think if you look at Eli Manning, for instance, and we'll just go by QBR because it's easy, and I know don't read too much into it, but the general trend with him, in his third year in the NFL, he had a 48.6 QBR, which is like a little bit below average. Mm-hmm. Fourth year, 52. Fifth year, 66. Mm-hmm. Sixth year, 71.7. And so that's over the course of
Seth. Which one is that again? Which quarterback?
That's Eli Manning.
Eli Manning. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Sorry. So it was a slow burn in for him, and we don't have the patience for that. I mean, I would say in this day and age, it's not like Giants fans had a whole bunch of patience back in 2006 either, but they did.
Or 1986 or 1966. Yeah.
They did manage to win a Super Bowl in 2007.
They did.
So that's where I am with CJ right now, and trying to remind myself that, man, it's not always so simple, and you don't want to be the team like where with the Jets. Okay, you got to look at yourself if you're the Jets right now and say the problem is with us, not Sam Darnold.
That's right.
This is an us thing.
Yep.
This isn't a Sam Darnold thing.
Yeah.
The Browns. This is an us thing, not a Baker Mayfield thing.
Yep. The Raiders.
The Jets again. This was an us thing, not a Geno Smith thing.
Yeah. I think the Raiders I would put into that category, which would terrify me if I was Fernando Mendoza. So we'll see. Maybe Clint Kubiak gets that going. Speaking of CJ, DeMeco Ryans, this is we've still got some breadcrumbs of audio left over from the owners' meeting this week that we haven't played on this show yet. But as long as we're talking about CJ, DeMeco talking about CJ's offseason and how much he loves that CJ is reaching out to his new teammates.
He's the first guy, like, can I get a guy number? Can I reach out? He wants to reach out to those guys and really welcome them, to the Texans family. And it means so much to him, and it means so much to us. And I know from a free agent perspective or a new guy going into a new situation, when you hear from the starting quarterback from that team, it carries a lot of weight. So I'm really thankful for him and his mindset of having that on his mind while he's working. I want to make sure I welcome all of our new teammates in the right way.
And this is where I it was yesterday, the day before, Seth. I mean, we've been kind of playing smattering of audio really over the last week or so, talking about CJ reaching out to guys, more so from the guys he's reaching out to, like Braden Smith, like Wyatt Teller, Wyatt Teller's had a connection with CJ that literally goes back years at this point. That's the connection I made yesterday, because we got talking about the contract, and is he going to get a contract this offseason? You and I are both of mind that he's not going to get a contract this offseason. We have no idea if there's talks going on. If there were a number that maybe is a little less than what the tippy top of the market is, who knows? I don't think there will be a contract extension for CJ Stroud. That CJ Stroud is reaching out to his new teammates is a really good sign, I think, that it's not going to be an issue that there's not a contract this offseason.
Well, and we had talked yesterday about how, I at least try not to read too much into comments when the owner like Cal McNair says something nice about C.J. Stroud. Your immediate tendency is to say, okay, well, he's giving him this compliment now. Does that mean that he wasn't doing this in the past? I think with DeMeco and some of the other various reports about C.J. reaching out to Braden Smith or Wyatt Teller or anybody else like that, the way that DeMeco has framed it there, it does feel like maybe he is more proactive now in things like that than he used to be, and maybe taking over entire ownership of the offense. And that's a good sign. And it's also, it doesn't have to be perceived as a negative necessarily. It's, I think, part of the natural growth of a quarterback over the course of his first few years in the NFL, where he really grows into that role of being the guy. With CJ, there's always been that dynamic, and CJ has talked about this, of, man, he was a late bloomer. He wasn't a top recruit coming out of high school. Had to wait and bide his time at Ohio State. And it's not necessarily that same natural fit or feel of a kid who's been the golden child his entire life and almost just steps into that role of, yep, this is my team and here we go. Mm-hmm. And there's a great part of that where the humility can serve a guy well, but growing into that role of almost just being the guy that doesn't even ever question whether he's the guy or not.
Yeah, you got
or whether guys are going to listen to him.
Yep.
It's a fine balance between how much of that confidence is a good thing versus taking it over the top when you're just a young guy. And I think CJ's undergone a gradual process of becoming that guy.
I totally agree. You got to take the reins at some point. And even if you're not getting the $60 million this year, if you are on the cusp of getting it, which if he has a good season this year, he is for sure on the cusp of getting it, then you've got to demonstrate that. You've got to show that type of leadership. So I love it. I mean, I've been saying that since Braden Smith 2 weeks ago told the anecdote of a strange number popping up on his phone, and it was CJ Stroud. I love this type of stuff. I love hearing about it, and I love that DeMeco's enthusiastic about it. More from DeMeco Ryans from the owners' meetings. This was DeMeco on Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, heading into year 2.
First time calling plays. I like how he was able to morph and transition into, kind of what we needed to work for us to win games. And that's what I knew about him going in, his flexibility of being able to go in any manner we needed to go to help us win games. He was able to do that. I think we did a better job from a protection standpoint than the previous years. Just when it came to not getting the quarterback hit as much, I thought we did a better job there. Still looking to enhance and improve that, but I thought Nick did a really good job of setting the protections, where our protection schemes were sound, and our players up front, for the most part, did a really good job of being sound and where they were going and how we were taking things in.
All right, so there you go. Nick Caley in year 2.
Yeah, there were a couple things that happened during the course of the season that I think Nick Caley did a good job of, and part of it is in diagnosing and figuring out what can this team do, what are we bad at, and all of those that are, some involve the quarterback, some don't. I think they wanted to be a smash-mouth football team, and early on you saw that they tried to be a smash-mouth football team. I just don't know if they had the players to do it.
Right.
So how do you account for that? One thing they did was they added an extra offensive lineman, more than any other team in the league. They played with that jumbo package. And it wasn't brilliant or anything, but it allowed them to function. It wasn't like it was a menacing threat. Remember back in the day when this, there have been various times when either the Raiders, over a decade ago, the Patriots, for a stretch of time, they would go with that jumbo package, and they were marauders with it. They would just steamroll people.
Yep.
And that's not what the Texans were last year, but it was an imperfect solution to a bad problem.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the pass protection, first half of the season, we saw a lot of the same old issues of not picking up blitzes, not picking up simple games, being flummoxed by unbalanced defensive lines and things like that. They studied that in the second half of the season. They figured out when they could use max protection and when they had to maybe spread things out a little bit more. So none of it turned into a really menacing threat, but they did figure out what can we do with the guys we have.
Yes.
The other part of it is, okay, there's more you want to do. What's the limiting factor here? Is it CJ not being able to adopt a lot of the things Caley wants to do, or is it that Nick Caley isn't installing it and coaching it and teaching it all? That's hopefully what we'll find out this year.
Yep. Yeah, year 2 is big for both of these guys in this system, no doubt. People texting in early here on the Base Power text line. Shout out Patrick Creighton, listening to you guys on the app as I drive back to Houston from New York City. PC driving all the way from New York City to Houston. You've made that drive
It might
before.
take less time than the TSA wait. If I think that's
It's true.
I'm making a long trip here in a few weeks,
Yeah.
and I'm kind of considering: do I fly, or do I just rent a car?
Well, you're from up that same direction, and obviously, here in Houston too. You've made that trip back and forth. How do you chop that trip up? Do you just go straight through, or do you?
I chop it up by podcast and audiobooks. So I'll go, okay, I'm going to drive for 5 chapters in this audiobook.
Oh, that's
and
an
then I'll take a break.
That's an interesting answer. That's not why I'm saying. Do you stop somewhere along the way? Because it's like a 19-hour drive.
Yeah, usually it's a 24-hour drive for me.
Okay.
Up to my wife's hometown.
Yeah.
And it's like 25 hours to my hometown.
Yeah.
I usually try to do it in 2 chunks. I make it a 2-day trip. I'll drive, 12 hours one day and then 12 the
Go to
next.
like Kentucky or something like that.
Usually Nashville it depends. I try to stay away from Indiana, as you know.
I do.
But sometimes I have to.
Mm-hmm.
But usually I think it works out. I end up going through Nashville, and Nashville's about midway.
Yeah.
So I'll stay somewhere. Another one
stop.
of my places. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun stop.
I remember we stopped.
Cousin marriage will probably be illegal soon in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
That went through, by the way. They outlawed first cousin marriage,
Good for Tennessee.
despite strong opposition in Tennessee.
Welcome to the 21st century. Yeah.
It's amazing that the people who are proponents of first cousin marriage couldn't figure out a way to block it in the legislature.
That's beautiful. Oh my God.
People showing up with their shotguns. They put their dentures in for this one.
It's a big day. Oh my God. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you.
I'm going to put a T-shirt on under the overalls on this one.
This is a special occasion. Yeah. We're off and running on a Friday, as you can tell. Seth, Execunon.
Yes.
Execunon.
It's a glorious day for everybody, for America.
It's huge.
Anonymous executives on the Houston Texans and more.
Anonymous executives talking about each other. That's the best. What are the Execunon saying about Nick Caserio and the Texans this offseason? We will get into that. The Athletic has that. This is fun. We'll do it coming up next. But first, another reason I know it's Friday, it's my men's tea clinic day.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Good to be with you on a Friday, Payne and Pendergast. So the offseason free agency has kind of settled down a little bit. In fact, if you look at a lot of the top free agency lists out there, it's largely guys who are, 28, 30, 32 years old. Here was Nick Caserio last week saying that they still may not be done yet in free agency.
There's still some players that are out there. You're still having some discussions potentially about, all right, is there an opportunity for us to add a player? So everybody's in kind of this window. If you can add a player between now and the draft, or let's get through the draft. Teams are going to pick their players, draft their players, sign players after the draft. All right, see where might there be an opportunity elsewhere, who else is available. So, this is a pretty, I would say, relaxed environment out here.
They're definitely going to be signing more guys. Every team's going to be signing more guys. Nothing's a finished product yet.
Right, and, DeMeco, when talking about the offensive line earlier this week, just flat out said, we'll add some more. And he's saying that a few weeks before the draft. I'll be shocked if they don't draft an offensive lineman in one of their first 3 picks.
I agree with you. Yep. So the anonymous executives are out in full force, Seth, here. Mike Sando, The Athletic. We love comments from anonymous people, whether it's scouts, coaches, execs, and especially when they're talking about each other. That's fun.
Yeah. I also like to remind myself that half these guys will be fired within the next 2 or 3 years.
I know. That's what makes it fun. You can tell the ones I think that are going to get fired just by the nature of the quotes sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you can tell which ones have actually paid any attention at all.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. All right, so here's so The Athletic has the AFC. They dropped the AFC ones yesterday. The NFC will drop today. Obviously, I think way more intrigue with the AFC here, including the Houston Texans. Here is what the anonymous executives are saying about the Houston Texans. Sando first lays out what they've done, signing Danielle Hunter, Sheldon Rankins, EJ Speed to extensions, helped keep the continuity on defense. As usual, the questions are on offense. The latest round of shuffling along the offensive line came as CJ Stroud became eligible for a contract extension. Here come the anonymous quotes. One exec said, quote, I think Nick Caserio is going to let it go year to year. I think he's talking about Stroud here. He very well may be inclined to draft another guy. Could be another year of Davis Mills as the backup, and then Caserio drafts another quarterback, end quote.
So immediately I read that, and I thought, wait, he's going to draft a quarterback to replace CJ Stroud? Because the way this is set up by Sando, he talks about, he leads in with saying quarterback CJ Stroud becomes eligible for a contract extension, and then this quote includes yada, 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 and then Caserio drafts another quarterback.
Yeah.
So I immediately read it as that. I was like, wait a second. Okay, it's not so simple or easy to just draft another quarterback. Right. One of my viewers on my live stream said that he interpreted it as draft another quarterback to replace Davis Mills as the backup.
Oh, okay. To draft
which I don't. Given the way that quote was kind of all over the place, it could be either of those. I don't know if this guy's talking about drafting a backup quarterback or drafting a brand new starting quarterback.
Yeah, we had the last time we had Nick on, and we'll get him on one more time, I think, before the draft. The last time we had him on and we got talking about the draft, he literally cited quarterback as an area they don't really need to look at with their day 1 and day 2 picks.
I guess drafting a quarterback to be your backup quarterback, if indeed that executive was talking about Davis Mills, they like Davis Mills for a reason, and it's because he's not Graham Mertz. They like having a veteran guy who can come in and steady the ship and, hey, have brilliant fourth quarters if that's what you need to win a football game.
They keep extending Davis Mills.
Yeah.
They keep him around. All right, let's get to the good stuff, the offensive line. Sando says, up front, signing Braden Smith while trading Titus Howard to Cleveland made the Texans less expensive at right tackle, but did it make them better? One exec said, quote, Braden Smith is one of those thin, linear guys, just kind of a get-by guy.
Right. Okay, the thin, linear guy, that was confusing to me because I feel like this is an NFC executive who may have just been going back to his scouting report that he had on Braden Smith.
Coming out of Auburn.
He looks thin. When you look at him, the first time I saw him, I thought, oh, this is a skinny twerp. He's going to get worked over. He's really strong. He's country strong.
Yeah.
And he's kind of yoked. So if anything, he's thin because he doesn't have as much body fat as a typical offensive lineman. But he doesn't play like a thin guy. He definitely, I think you could call him a get-by guy. I think he's an average NFL starter.
Yeah.
But the difference between him and Titus Howard is that Braden Smith has a calling card of physicality in the run blocking part of things. And Titus has never really been a tenacious run blocker. So the thin part annoys me. The linear part I get.
Yeah.
He's not a real fluid athlete or anything.
Right.
But the thin part annoyed me. And I hate this guy now, and I hope he's fired tomorrow.
Okay, so let's
Because he's being lazy.
We got another exec, Seth, another exec who actually takes direct aim at his counterpart, Nick Caserio. Says this about the offensive line. It seems to me that Nick can't decide on an offensive line. He's drafted them high and then moved on. He signed them and then moved on. He extended the tackle from Miami and moved on from him. It's Laramie Tunsil. The guy's an all-pro Pro Bowler. Yeah. At a certain point, you have to pick a lane, end quote.
That's a part where I feel like this is a guy that's painting with a broad stroke Nick Caserio as if he's had the same head coach the entire time. Yeah, well, for one, yes, he extended Laramie Tunsil. He
did.
But and he also extended Titus Howard. He extended Titus Howard the first year DeMeco was here, right?
He did, yep. That's
like
summer.
the first offseason.
It was during training camp, during DeMeco's first training camp.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think that's the part where you're kind of ignoring the process of Caserio trying to mold this team for what DeMeco wants. And that, you had extended Laramie Tunsil, but he was here and he was going to cost a boatload of money. He just got that contract extension this year with Washington.
Yeah.
And they wanted to pivot their course. Yeah, they did want to pivot their course with the offensive line. But I feel like talking about how you traded away a guy who'd been on the team for many years, and then also with Titus Howard, he's a guy who's getting older. I don't feel like that somehow shows that getting rid of a couple of guys who have been on the team for 6+ years each is somehow a capricious, guy that's just going from year to year, just trying different things, all like that. I think this has been a steady 2-year course correction, and it hasn't been necessarily just throwing darts at a dartboard trying to figure out what's going on.
No, but maybe he could be talking about the non-Titus and Laramie guys. There has been a lot of churn on the interior of the offensive line, so maybe he's referring to that. I don't know. Anytime these guys are like, he extended the tackle from Miami, I'm like, say his name. His name's Laramie Tunsil. What are we talking about?
Right. Well, no, the part is, though, too, it's, okay, yeah, he moved on from players who didn't work out.
Right.
The criticism, for me, if you're going to criticize Nick about the offensive line, is the actual guys that they've selected in the draft.
Right.
And they haven't had a bunch of big name free agents that they bring in and then get rid of after 1 year. I mean, Cam Robinson at the end of the day was a bad signing, but it was a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
So I don't know about the picking a lane part is the part that annoys me, because I do feel like that's actually what this offseason was about, was they've picked the lane.
They did.
And they want a more swarmy type of offensive line. They want guys who excel at run blocking. And they picked their lane. And this is the second year of a process of kind of trying to get into that lane that they picked.
All right, last one here. Anonymous executives commenting on the Texans offseason. Mike Sando, the writer for this article, points out the acquisitions of David Montgomery and Reed Blankenship, the highest-ranked players that Houston added in terms of average per year at their positions. Blankenship, this is what another executive says, Blankenship is clearly a scheme fit for DeMeco Ryans. They brought in Braden Smith and Evan Brown for the offensive line. Do I like either of those for the future? Probably not. They're both 30 or almost 30 years old. It would make a lot of sense if the Texans were putting a lot of effort into the O-line in the draft. End quote.
That quote was before Wyatt Teller was signed, obviously.
Yeah.
And I think that's you could look at that as either a criticism or just a description of what the strategy probably is, which is, we signed the two named guys, Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller. Those are guys that are not for the long-term future.
No.
Those are guys that can give you competent offensive line play. Well, hopefully over the next couple of years, you build more organically through draft picks. Ed Ingram is a guy who they hope is for the future.
Yep.
So that's the part. Ignoring the Ed Ingram re-signing, I get that if you're another executive from another team.
Yep.
You're not really thinking about that. But the sum total of it is they're trying to do both. They're trying to get some veterans in there, but they're also trying to find those younger guys that can be around here hopefully for a long time.
I'm a little disappointed there's not more in this article about Reed Blankenship and David Montgomery and just how they fill, especially Reed Blankenship.
Yeah, I thought I would have seen some criticisms of Montgomery just because he's an older running back.
Yep.
And that's a very stark dividing line between how some executives want to treat veteran running backs versus others.
Yeah.
So that would be an interesting one. Maybe there were some quotes that didn't make the article.
Yeah. There's only so much you can write about each team. I get that, but I would have liked to have seen that. I'm curious what the opinions around the league are of those two moves. We'll hit this again later. Some of the stuff for some of the teams in the AFC South and some of the teams who have had very strange off seasons. There's good stuff in this article, but that's what the execanons think of the Houston Texans off season. All right, let's get to some headlines coming up next. A little light on headlines because no Astros, no Rockets yesterday, but we'll preview what they've got going on this weekend. Some decisions being made on television in the NFL and a couple of retirements as well that we will get to. We'll do that in headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic coming up next. But we're into April now, okay? And I know
610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
We thank the Men's Tea Clinic for powering today's headlines and every day's headlines here on Payne and Pendergast. Let's start with the Astros. Off yesterday, cooling off after one of the hottest starts in team history from an offensive standpoint. 43 runs and 52 hits over the last 5 games for the Astros as they're riding a 5-game winning streak out to Sacramento to take on the woeful last-place Athletics. We'll do a 5 Reasons I Hate You at 8:25 today. I think the Athletics deserve that.
Yeah, we're going to punch down.
Yep.
A lot of people might say, hey, you guys, you shouldn't be mean to those less advantaged than you. And we say, what are you, soft?
Well,
yeah.
Here's the thing. They're about to be advantaged in a couple of years when they move to Vegas. You know, they're going to – it's going to be new territory for Athletics fans. They're going to presumably actually be able to spend now on players. They won't turn into a feeder system for everybody else.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So we did.
We'll
so
see.
Now is the time to punch them in the face, like with things like 5 Reasons I Hate You. We're going to do.
That's, I don't know if A's fans feel all that optimistic that John Fisher's ever going to spend it.
No, he's a horrible owner. I know. I get it. Yeah, that's a fair point. And we're going to do our first Astros Circle of Trust at 7:20 today. A way too early Circle of Trust, Payne and Pendergast style for the Houston Astros. So they're in Sacramento this weekend. Things that would be nice to see this weekend from the Astros, Seth. Obviously, a continuation of this offensive flurry that we've seen would be fantastic. I would love to appeal to the baseball gods to see a better version of Christian Javier tonight on the mound for the Astros.
Yeah, we've seen a great version of Lance McCullers. We've seen a great version of Hunter Brown. We've seen a more promising version of Mike Burrows. And now we've just got another couple of guys in the current starting rotation that we need to see the best or a better version of.
Better version, yeah.
Christian Javier and Imai.
Yep, exactly. So it'll be Javier, Imai, and Lance McCullers starting the 3 games in Sacramento. Meanwhile, the Jazz are in town to take on the Houston Rockets. Rockets clinched the playoff spot last night, Seth. We don't have to worry about the play-in anymore. They will be, at worst, the 6th seed. They clinched it just by sitting at home and watching the Phoenix Suns lose to the Charlotte Hornets last night. With that loss by the Phoenix Suns, the Rockets are guaranteed a 7-game first-round series in the playoffs, which gets very interesting because I got to look at the standings. They were the 5 seed they're the 5 seed right now. The Lakers got blown off the floor last night by Oklahoma City by 43 points. And Luka Doncic left the game with a pulled hamstring. The Lakers are the 3 seed right now in the Western Conference. The Rockets are the 5. If you get down to the 6, you're sitting there in a 3 versus 6 series in the first round. I'm not into trying to jimmy the seeding around. Hey, let's just not trot a team out there and lose a few games so we might catch a Luka-less Lakers team. But if it happened to fall that way and Luka's hamstring is severely pulled, his playoffs start in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for the Houston Rockets.
No, I don't. I'm far beyond wanting to see the best version of any team and proving themselves. Look, no. Give me your breadcrumbs. I'll eat anything, man.
Yes. So that was the biggest news in the NBA last night. Luka pulled a hamstring. Lakers lose by 43 in Oklahoma City last night. The Jazz coming into town this weekend is interesting because the last time they played the Jazz, Seth, they won by 20, and that might have been one of the angrier shows that you and I have ever done.
It was one of those ones where against any other team that you try to play the way you played right there, and you might lose by 20.
They turned the ball over 27 times in that
27.
game. 27 turnovers against the Jazz, and they won by 20 in that game. And we were so angry, and I think rightfully so. The Jazz are horrible. the Jazz have been fined for not trying by the league. That's how badly they're tanking right now. I'd much rather come in on Monday talking about a 20, 25-point win where they do what they've been doing lately, which is not turning the ball over all the time.
It's kind of it's one of those things where you almost look at the turnover box first on the box score
Always.
anymore.
Yep.
And just try to, and that's the sign of progress.
Yeah.
A dearth of turnovers gives you a warm and fuzzy feeling. Like, all right, these guys are playing clean basketball. All right, they know what they're doing. Not out there just hoping to win with size and rebounding and gumption or whatever the hell they're doing out there. The lack of turnovers has been a good sign.
I'm not even kidding. That's exactly what I do. I go to the box score and look at the turnover column for sure. News in the NFL on television. We know that it sounds like the league is dialing it back on the Monday doubleheaders.
They're not doing any.
Yeah.
They're not just dialing back. They've gotten rid of it completely.
Are they getting rid of just the overlap ones, or are they not doing? Because they did.
I had seen. I thought I had seen that they're not doing any more doubleheaders.
Because there's two types of them. There's the two they have the games going on at the same time.
Right.
And then the ones like the Texans played in last year with Seattle where they stack the games back to back with each other. So, I guess if they're just getting rid of all of them, I might be wrong on that. I'm not sure. Either way, the ESPN had a number 2 team for those doubleheader games. It was Chris Fowler, who's better known for his college calls. Dan Orlovsky, who's probably best known for First Take. And then Louis Riddick, who's known for being angry all the time. And draft coverage and whatnot. They are out as the number 2 team for ESPN/ABC.
Well, so it looks like they've gotten rid of doubleheaders completely.
Okay.
Yeah, the way I'm reading the story in The Athletic.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they would need a number 2 team at this point. Maybe once the playoffs roll around or something like that, if ESPN's. Yeah. But at any rate, those 3 are out. It sounds like from reading the article, it's not a performance thing. It's a logistics thing. With the schedules of all these guys, with where it sounds like ESPN and Disney is taking on some of the international games now because they're combined with the NFL Network. They're under one roof now. So the international games don't work out because Fowler and Orlovsky and Riddick all do college football. So they're going to find another team to do these international games.
I'll tell you what they got to do.
No Rich Eisen on the international games anymore.
That's the important thing. The Rich Eisen on the international games was just atrocious.
Yeah.
That was the worst in-game experience from the broadcasting side of things I think I've ever experienced. Yeah. And I've watched a lot of streaming high school games because those kids at least.
You're saying any level of football.
Yes. Those guys at least have some energy and emotion and passion.
Yeah.
Or at least try to. Yeah. Rich Eisen's whole brand is to be as boring as possible.
Yeah.
And some people like that.
Yeah.
I'm not hating on him for it, but I'm just saying I hate it.
It's not your cup of tea.
Yeah.
It's not your cup of tea. They're going to find a new announced team. It won't, obviously, Fowler, Orlovsky, Riddick are out, but they've thrown some names around. Dave Pasch and Jason Kelsey, his name's been kicked around as a possible color analyst on those broadcasts. He may be better at that than he is at the studio. I'm not wild about Kelsey on the studio so far. It hasn't lived up to the personality hype that we get with a Kelsey, Mm-hmm. So we'll see what happens with that. Retirements in the NFL. Stephon Gilmore retired, Seth, former Defensive Player of the Year, 5-time Pro Bowler. He is retiring. Jerry Sandusky, the broadcaster, the play-by-play voice of the Ravens, who has the most unfortunate name luck of all time in the history of broadcasting, he is retiring as well. He's calling it a career, calling games.
If you were Jerry Sandusky, the broadcaster, I'm not asking you to be Jerry Sandusky, the criminal,
the pedophile. Yeah,
I've gone through this a million times in my head. I think in every single one of those simulations, if I'm Jerry Sandusky, the broadcaster, I change my name or I start going by my middle name, or like G. Copeland Sandusky or something.
Or initials, maybe.
Yeah, because there's a part
Sandusky,
of it. I admire him just sticking with, hey, it was my name, and I've made a career out of it, et cetera, et cetera. But the association that people have subconsciously, even with that other Jerry Sandusky, it's not worth it, man.
No.
You gotta cut. It was like when Josh Hines Allen finally said, you know what? All right, enough is enough.
I don't want to be the other Josh Allen.
Yeah, because for those of you who don't remember, he used to just go by Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And people would have to say Josh Allen, the defensive end or whatever. But in that situation, Josh Allen, the quarterback, that's still a good thing to be associated with. But you don't like the confusion.
No.
We're talking about Jerry freaking Sandusky.
You know what Sandusky should have done? He should have gone Muslim and changed his name.
Yeah.
Should have just, my name is now Mahmoud Abdul-Jabbar, and that's it, and I don't have to worry about being Jerry Sandusky anymore.
But you still go to your old church and everything? You're saying you would go all in and actually change your
Having
religion.
the name Jerry Sandusky would, if I had to sacrifice the church that I went to and my religion, that might be worth it, just because of the aggravation of having the name Jerry Sandusky.
It's like if your name was Adolf Hitler in 1943,
right? You got to change.
You got
to change the whole thing.
Feel like, well, nope, it's my family name, and I'm not.
My name is my name. Yeah. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are your headlines for today. Biggest questions in the NFL right now in this offseason, and there's some big ones. We didn't get to Jalen Hurts yesterday, and I think that's a big one. We've got 5 of them that we'll get to. We'll do an Astros, our very first Astros Circle of Trust. Way too early, but who cares? They're 5-2. We'll do that in this nice long segment we got. We'll do that around 7:20 or so. Stay there. But first, West Point Lincoln, the Lincoln Spring Sales event going on right.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Friday. The TV in the studio here has a very somber J.J. Redick on it. Really, anytime somebody with a Duke pedigree looks sad on TV, that makes me happy. He's sad because Luka Doncic pulled his hamstring last night, and his team got walked off the floor by OKC by 43. So,
yeah.
Sorry about it, J.J. Redick. Sorry about it, all right?
Coach better.
Yeah, be
if
better.
If you're a better coach, you wouldn't have Doncic wouldn't have strained his hamstring.
You made a suggestion, Seth, in the previous segment that Jerry Sandusky, the soon-to-be retired Ravens play-by-play guy, you would have changed your name if you were him back when the Jerry Sandusky, the pedophile, went to prison. If you had the same name as him, and you suggested changing it to something like G. Copeland Sandusky. Text message, base power text line. This G. Copeland Sandusky guy sounds like a pretentious douche.
Sounds a little too much like G. Gordon Liddy.
A little bit.
So G. Gordon Sandusky would be a bad choice.
I wonder what percentage of people would change their name in that. I might need to poll this thing and see what percentage of people would say, you know what, I just got to change my name.
I think it's 93%.
Do you really? That many, huh? Okay.
I think it's 93%.
Okay, yeah.
The weird thing, with Jerry Sandusky, he works in the same general field as Jerry Sandusky.
That's true.
He's a sports broadcaster in the other Jerry, the notorious Jerry Sandusky is in sports.
Yeah. You're right. Compared to the totality of the rest of the world, they're basically in the same ecosystem.
Was Jerry Sandusky for the Ravens? Was he play-by-play for the Ravens?
Play-by-play for the Ravens, yep.
Yeah, you're right. Same sport.
Yeah, same sport. Yeah. Good point.
There's no way in hell.
Good point.
I think over 90% of people would have changed their name.
I'll put it up there and see what happens. Yeah. Let me give myself a reminder. In the meantime, Seth,
you're going to need to block the replies on that one, just because there's going to be a lot of unsavory stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. A lot of inappropriate jokes.
Yeah, you know what? I don't care enough to deal with that. Okay. You know what I do want to deal with? The biggest NFL questions, non-Texans, going on right now. And there's actually a couple I think that Texan fans are probably very, very interested in. The first one is, how does the Max Crosby aborted trade return to Vegas situation end up resolving itself? Do you think he winds up being a Raider for the entire 2026 season coming up here? You think he gets traded?
I think he gets traded.
Do you?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
They're probably going to be a bad football team this year.
They're probably going to be a bad football team. The Raiders wanted to trade him. They got a haul for him. They were going to trade him even if they hadn't gotten that haul. And I think that at some point they're going to want to move on from him.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of other teams now are either scared off by the fact that the Ravens were scared off, and the Cowboys. Cowboys were scared off too, by whatever they saw in the imaging, or just those were the two most aggressive teams, and when it didn't work out for them, they're not going to get nearly the same haul.
Right. The Cowboys, because we saw that article that said the Cowboys' final offer was a first that was their 12th overall pick this year, and a second-round pick next year. And a second-round pick this year. So it was a first and a second this year. The Ravens' offer was the 14th overall pick and a first next year. The Raiders chose that deal. Theoretically, if the Ravens are the ones, there's nothing theoretical. The Ravens were the ones who pulled out of that deal. Theoretically, the Cowboys could have approached the Raiders again to see if they wanted to do the deal, and we've heard nothing of the Cowboys wanting to do that. So, it seems like they've been scared off too. Boy, the Raiders, they took it on the chin in this whole sequence of things, man.
The fact that, honestly, Max Crosby is really doing all the right things from a PR standpoint, not just for himself but for the team, that he's re-embraced the Raiders after he himself was the guy that reportedly wanted out.
Yeah.
That's gone better than I guess I thought it would. It doesn't look like it's going to be a distraction or anything, but we'll see. It's easy to be happy in April. We'll find out how happy. Less than a year ago, Max Crosby was agitating to get up and out of there.
Yep.
And now we'll see if, maybe because of Clint Kubiak or whomever else, maybe he feels differently about it.
We can mix in some executive here if we want to. There's executives talking about the Raiders and what they should and shouldn't do. One anonymous exec, this is from Mike Sando's anonymous executive article, that the question being, should they trade Max Crosby still, even for, say, a first and a third round pick instead of the 2 ones that they could have gotten from Baltimore? One anonymous exec says that they should trade him because the windows don't match up for them being good and Crosby making what he's making. But I don't think they want to be perceived as being taken advantage of again, so I don't think that they're going to trade Max Crosby.
Yeah, I guess there's 2 things that I disagree with it in that one sentence, which is, all right, this whole notion of like, well, it's going to be 18 years before they're good again. I don't think teams should operate that way.
Not in the NFL.
You're drafting a new quarterback,
yeah.
And right, that window, it smacks of somebody that's trying to be too clever or think that they know how to create a 5-year plan or something.
Mm-hmm.
So that guy can go die.
Okay.
I don't want him working for my football team.
Fair enough. Okay.
They're not going to be good until, like, if you're operating a football team and you think, oh, yeah, we're going to have a 4-year burn-in period before we're good again, you shouldn't have your job.
Nope. It can.
Now, do you think the Raiders are going to be good again? It's fine to be skeptical of that. It's just that I never buy into this. No, they're not going to be good for years to come.
Yep. All right, question number 2. We're doing the biggest NFL questions right now. What are the Dolphins doing? What on earth are they doing? They cut Tyreek Hill, they cut Bradley Chubb. So those are 2 of their better players. I know both of them have been injured, and I know Tyreek Hill's coming back from a very serious injury. And they made some other moves that are including trading Jalen Waddle. Now, granted, they got a first-round pick and some more back for him. Before we try to answer this question, here was John Eric Sullivan, who's the new GM of the Dolphins, at the owners' meetings this week, explaining the thought process of trading away Jalen Waddle.
Well, anybody that sits in the chair that I sit in terms of player acquisition and roster building, you bite your lip a little bit when you watch good players walk out the door. You'd be lying if you said otherwise, okay? We're in a situation in Miami, and I think everybody gets it. Like, we have to get younger. We have to get cheaper. Yeah. Jalen is a really good player. Jalen's 27 years old. He's going to want a new contract. Receiver market's not going down. It's going up. Yep. And by the time we hit our stride, I didn't know if that made a lot of sense for us. That's as transparent as I can be with you. I thought it was a really good trade for us. Right. Because we got to put, 2 rookie players on rookie contracts that if I do my job the right way, will be good players. Yeah. And they got to add a piece to an established team that may help them get over the top. So I thought George and those guys were phenomenal to work with. He did a great job in his negotiation. I felt like it was a fair deal, and I felt like it was a win for both teams.
Okay, so previously, I don't know if you remember, about 90 seconds ago, I had said, all right, if you're acting like it has to be a long period and everything before you're competitive again, then you should be fired. This is the one exception to that.
Okay.
If you're actively tanking, which they are. Like, they're
Are
tanking.
they? They signed Malik Willis to a $67 million deal.
Yeah, I know. That's the one part where I think if they see upside in Malik Willis, then they're tanking in terms of just trying to, we don't call it tanking, clearing the slate, whatever else it might be, and then they try to figure out what they have in Malik Willis along the way.
But
is signing Malik Willis like, oh yeah, we're turning around, we're going to win this year? It's not that kind of a move.
No, it's not. But it's $67 million for a guy. Like if you are tanking, which you just said they're doing, then throw Quinn Ewers out there for a year.
Yeah.
A 7th-round pick. Why are you wasting money and time on Malik? Why is Malik Willis going there? That's what I would want to know.
I think they're trying to both sides it, where they try to figure out what they have in a young quarterback because it's the most valuable position in sports.
But that's not how you tank. You don't play both sides.
Well, no. So, okay, this is the difference between tanking in the NFL versus...
Fitzy killed them in 2019.
Listen.
Yes, I'm listening.
It's tanking... That's why I said cleaning the slate.
Yeah.
It's about clearing space and getting yourself in a position where you can add young talent and everything. But NFL teams, when they're tanking, I don't think are as concerned with being one of the worst records in the league.
Okay.
It's that you try to clean this, have a clean slate so you can start to build a foundation. But the problem with trying to lose as many games in the NFL as possible is that if you don't actually go out there and really still try to win some football games, there's the risk of just creating this culture that's you're unable to come back from. And meanwhile, some of the guys are getting banged up and not progressing. So they never go all in on tanking in terms of just, wanting to be definitively one of the worst teams in the league to try to get that top 5 pick.
Yeah.
It's because it's in the NFL, it's also different in the NBA where there isn't as clear-cut a line where, man, these top 5 picks are just so far head and shoulders above everybody else.
I just don't get signing Malik Willis. I just don't understand it. Just throw a young quarterback out there. I know exactly what you're saying. It's not as overt in the NFL as it is in the NBA that they're doing this stuff, and I understand what you're saying about the culture in the building, et cetera. I just wouldn't have signed. I wouldn't have signed with Miami if I were Malik Willis, which leads me to believe he may not have had that many great choices out there.
Mm-hmm.
He's set up to fail there. They got rid of their 2 best receivers, and who knows what they're going to do with Devon Achane. I just think it's a weird situation there that they're
you put me in a hard position here defending the Miami Dolphins.
I know.
But I will stand by it.
Yeah. All right, this was the big one from the last couple days. Is Jalen Hurts on his way out in Philadelphia? The Jalen Hurts-Philadelphia dynamic is fascinating to me. This is a guy, Seth, who has been the best player on the field in 2 Super Bowls in the last 4 years. He was the best player on the field when they lost to the Chiefs 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, and he was literally the MVP of the game a couple years later when they blew out the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Here's Jeremy Fowler of ESPN on the situation with Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia right now.
Jalen Hurts, despite immense success, is facing some frustrations now within his own building. Mainly, sources point to an issue with coachability, that even in 2024 when they won the Super Bowl, coaches trying to implement new schemes, motions and shifts, maybe more things under center. Hurts has pushed back to those at times. They feel like changes within the huddle to play calls have been excessive at times, even giving signals to receivers with hand signals to change a play that weren't installed in the offense. So those are things that have just sort of come to a head despite all the winning that they've done. Yeah. The passing attack has not diversified in recent years. And now you have another coaching change with offensive coordinator Sean Mannion coming in. It's a situation where there's a moving train that Jalen Hurts now has to get on.
All right. So the big takeaway or the reaction that I saw to all this Jalen Hurts stuff over the last couple of days, Seth, is that, you know what? Michael Jordan's good enough to handle himself that way. Josh Allen, who had Patrick Mahomes, just like the elite of the elite in their sports can have this leadership style where they're just going to override everybody, including the coaches. Jalen Hurts is not good enough to conduct himself this way. Has been the general reaction that I've seen.
I think,
to this.
What you could also say is a guy who used to be capable of conducting himself that way, but then wasn't, is Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
That Aaron Rodgers didn't want to do a whole bunch of pre-snap motion, wanted to run things his way, wanted to call his own plays, wasn't on the same page with Mike McCarthy. And when you're one of the most incredible talents in sport, you can get away with that for the bulk of your career. But when you're aging like Aaron Rodgers was, it doesn't look so pretty.
Nope.
When you can't do all of the pull off the physical feats you used to. Yeah, I saw Jeremy Fowler on 3 different outlets yesterday, and the one thing that kept coming up was some of these comparisons to Russell Wilson, where the guy's got a certain skill set that's really impressive with what he can do, but it's not as complete enough of a skill set to overcome, to make the guys around you better, and that you've got to have a good rushing attack. You got to do this. You got to have this around you. The hard part for me, though, is, all right, but he's already shown that he can thrive in that certain environment and that you can win a Super Bowl with him. Mm-hmm. That how much of this is on Jalen Hurts versus the team just figuring out how to make it work and really lean into all of his strengths. It's tough. It's weird. Jalen Hurts has been at times a topic of debate when people were talking about, okay, is he a top 5 quarterback? In such a way that you're not going to have the same arguments when, let's say a couple years ago, when the argument would have been like Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen,
Joe Burrow. Those are the big 4.
Joe Burrow, and then Jalen Hurts was the big question. That fifth spot, and people would get heated about it.
People get heated. He'd either be 5 or he'd be 13.
Right. That's right. If CJ Stroud elevated his play to a point where he can be in those debates, he fits in more with that category of the Joe Burrow type or the Pat Mahomes type or something.
Yep.
Jalen Hurts is just his own entity. He's just a different type of quarterback.
Yeah.
That it's going to be really polarizing, especially when he's got a different coach every year.
Yep. I'm going to save this Kurt Warner, Seth, for a different part of the rundown. We had a Kurt Warner cut that I think fits a little bit better a little bit later. The fourth question that we've got, I've got the 5 biggest offseason questions right now in the NFL. The Max Crosby situation, what are the Dolphins doing? The Jalen Hurts situation. Are we definitely getting replacement refs? I have as the fourth question here. And that's a big one right now because the league made some moves this week. The owners at the owners meeting made some moves this week, contingency type things to plan for replacement refs that would seem to indicate that we're not getting a resolution to the collective bargaining agreement between the refs and the league anytime soon. And you have played in a league at a time where there were replacement refs.
Oh, they suck.
We had it 15 years ago, again in 2010, I think it was, or 2012, somewhere around there. 2012. And it's not good. It's not good. Now, they're trying to be out in front of it now and get, these college refs are going to start getting them trained. They'll all be at these training camps, probably as the officials for a lot of the, the scrimmaging and the joint practices and things like that. I am not excited at all about a world that has as much flack as we give the actual the actual frontline officials. The thought of even worse versions of that is harrowing.
Yeah, no, and if you're out there saying like, wow, the officials suck anyway, what's it matter? All right, yeah. Lots of things suck, but can suck even worse.
Yes.
You know?
Yep.
Yeah, I got fired. Yeah, that really sucks. I got fired because I was caught embezzling money. Much worse.
Much worse. Yeah.
This is the embezzling money part of the hating the officials. It's that much worse.
Yep.
It's really, really that much worse. But I don't know the most annoying thing about the NFL officials for me is that one of the arguments that'll always come up is that they want to be full time, but then other people will say, well, all right, most of these guys in the NFL, they like to have these lawyers and engineers and people who already have lucrative jobs.
High-paying full-time jobs, yeah.
Partly so they're not theoretically as tempted to maybe take a bribe or something, but because because officiating isn't a full-time job. And I saw Andrew Brandt basically say, well, what kind of money are you going to have to offer these guys who already have these really good jobs to entice them to come over? And I'm like, what kind of elitist BS is this?
Yeah.
It's not, I don't need a freaking rocket scientist to be an official in an NFL game. I don't need somebody that's at that high. I want somebody who's a really good official.
Yep.
Just, incentivize it. You can wash out some of these, you got to have people you can entrust in there. Like lawyers. What the hell are you talking about, Andrew Brandt? Yeah.
Yeah, like lawyers.
Yeah. Those people that everybody trusts.
Trustworthy
all the time.
guys like the
lawyers.
Attorneys. Yes, yeah.
No offense to lawyers out there. You know what I'm talking about.
I've always just chuckled every time that officials make a bad call, and the knee-jerk reaction is to go, well, they're part-time. That's why they're making these bad calls. I'm like, well, what would they do? If they were full-time, what's a 40-hour work week for a referee look like?
A lot of I think make them full-time, but I'd say still allow them to work high school and college and everything just to keep sharp during the week.
Okay, yeah. Just muscle repetition,
a lot of it, it would be really interesting. If they were full-time, I think what it would have to entail is a whole lot of film study of your upcoming opponents and to kind of know who are the guys to watch out for and all of that.
Okay.
And guys, it would be really interesting with things like the tush push.
Yep.
And then also with teams like the Chiefs, which really push the limit when it comes to the false starts and everything. That I don't know. Maybe that gets better. Maybe that gets cleaned up.
We'll see. But we are on the brink of possible replacement officials in the NFL. All right, one more big question in the offseason here: is Deshaun Watson really back in our lives? A year ago, Jimmy Haslam, the owner, called the Deshaun Watson trade a huge swing and a miss. This is when Deshaun was just beginning his rehab of his torn Achilles. Since then, the Browns have gone through a season where they've gone through Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders and other potential quarterback solutions. Deshaun Watson, since then, has put up a bunch of workout videos where he looks like he's moving pretty good. And now, lo and behold, Jimmy Haslam is like, hey, maybe we can salvage this thing. Maybe we know somewhere in there is a good football player. He said things to that effect at the owners' meetings this week. Here's Ken Carman who is one of the morning hosts on 92.3 The Fan, our sister station up there, on Haslam's Deshaun comments.
Did I not tell you Kevin Stefanski was Shador's best friend? I'll get killed for that statement, but you know it was true, because if Kevin was still here, it'd just be like, Shador's going to start, and that's the way it goes. You got a new head coach. He's a first-time head coach. He's 60 years old. He ain't got time to wait on anything. He ain't got time to make any of us feel comfortable or anything like that. He's going to do what's best for the football team, and now we're asking owners at the league meeting about it, and don't call it a comeback. Here we go.
So, so that's in Ken's contention. Ken made that contention that Stefanski was Shador's best friend amidst all sorts of chatter amongst the Shador sycophants that Stefanski was setting him up for failure. Remember, Shannon Sharp himself said Shannon Sharp was angry that Shador was named the starter because of what the schedule looked like for the rest of the year.
That's right, yeah. He was, a schedule which included, by the way, going against a bunch of bad
Three
defenses.
bad defenses down the stretch. Like, what are we doing?
I'm just grateful that we're not in this situation anymore, because the Browns now for years have been very justifiably stuck in this argument about, wait, is the owner making the GM do this? Wait, is the GM making the coach do this? Wait, does the coach hate the GM and the quarterback, and that's why he's doing this? All of these conspiracy theories that abound when you're in dysfunctional situations like this. The last time the Texans were really in this scenario was immediately after CJ Stroud was drafted.
Yep.
There were people that were convinced that Cal McNair forced Caserio to draft CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Basically because they'd fallen victim to all of these people saying that the Texans weren't going to draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
But once the Texans drafted C.J. Stroud, they had to scramble in their own little brains and say, but it must be that the owner stepped in and forced them to draft C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
That was really the last major annoying drama about non-football things that we've had, and it's been relatively normal NFL sailing since then.
Yep.
The Browns, it's just a constant debate.
It's a circus.
About is the owner actually running things even though he doesn't know what he's doing? Does the GM hate this guy or that guy? Oh, it sucks.
A Shador Sanders Deshaun Watson QB battle at Browns camp is, to me, one of the more intriguing stories potentially come June or July this year.
You and I might have to start a podcast.
Just on that quarterback battle.
Yeah, we'll do an hour every day after our show, and we'll just listen in, and we'll do reaction videos to Cleveland Sports Radio.
Gen Z. Here's Kurt Warner. Where did you pull this from, Seth, this Kurt Warner? I think because I want to bring up a point
This was
here.
on the Ross Tucker football podcast.
Oh, okay, yeah, he was on with Ross. That's right. Okay, yeah, here's Kurt Warner talking about needing 3 years to evaluate a quarterback.
I always say, like, when a quarterback comes into the NFL, I want to give them 3 years for them to tell me who they were, okay? And so, we can look at some recent examples. We can look at CJ Stroud, offensive rookie of the year, one of the best quarterbacks in the league as a rookie. And these last 2 years, he's taken a step back. And so now we're starting to go, okay, that rookie year may not have been fully who he was, and we're starting to get more of a glimpse and a sample size of maybe what he is at this level. Jaden Daniels, another guy, tremendous as a rookie. You're thinking top 5 quarterback. Takes a step back in his second year. Okay, injuries, whatever. Give me a third year to be able to figure this out. How about Bryce Young? Bryce Young was terrible his first year. He gets benched. Now he's come back and shown himself to be a decent starter and led his team to the playoffs last year. And so, to me, you need the sample size. And so Mitch Trubisky and Trey Lance may be those guys, and we just didn't know it.
Okay, well, those guys are, Mitch Trubisky got drafted in the same draft as Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I think they were having a conversation about some of those other guys he mentioned and whatever.
As far as the other guys he mentions, the guys he's mentioning, CJ Stroud, Jaden Daniels, Bryce Young, all with different arcs. The first 2 guys started hot, cooled off. Bryce started really cold, hotter now. These are all tippy-top, literally all of them are either number 1 or number 2 overall picks. Is Shador Sanders worthy of any sort of grace like this, where you give him a,
no, 100%.
Yeah.
He barely played last year.
Yeah.
I don't, whether you like or hate Shador Sanders, I think that, to think that, okay, a guy on a bad football team might get better from the smattering of games that he played in his first year.
Yep.
Then, I think that, and I think this is where, I think the disconnect between maybe how people thought, okay, pro-Shedeur fans in Cleveland looked at Stefanski and the team and looked at it as, wow, they hate Shedeur Sanders. I think it's very possible that Stefanski, and based on reports and people you and I have talked to, Stefanski and other people in that organization looked at Shedeur as a guy that needed a lot of work and was a project, but wasn't a guy that should start his rookie year. That's not the same as hating a guy.
Right.
You know, guys that come out of – look at Case Keenum. Nobody outside of Houston is going to bring up Case Keenum as an example of this, but we saw this. Case played in a spread-out system that does not prepare you really well for the NFL. Yeah. When Case came in, and even though he had some initial success when he played at first, you saw over the first couple of years that he played, boy, he needs to really even smooth out a lot of these rough edges. And it took him some time, but over the time, after he improved on those things, he became a viable NFL quarterback.
Yep.
And I think that's where Shedeur Sanders is right now. It's just there's just such white-hot heat around everything involving him that it's hard to just sit there and say, no, he needs time in the incubator.
Yep. And it's Deshaun Watson he might be going against in camp. I love this story. All right, you ready to do a way too early circle of trust, Seth?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
I'm very curious to see how you handle one particular player.
I know. I can't wait.
I'm shocked that you're even going to bring this up.
All right.
Go ahead.
So let's do it. Circle of trust.
When it comes to our favorite players, it comes down to one question. Can we trust you?
See, if I can't trust you, then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle.
Who's in, who's out? It's the Payne and Pendergast Astros Circle of Trust.
Okay. We do this. We do it periodically. We don't have a regular schedule for it. I don't know that we've ever done one this early, but the Astros are just so fun right now, and they were off yesterday, and I still want to talk about them even the day after there's not a game.
We quit on it last year.
We did. Well,
I don't think we did it. I don't think we did one in the second half of the season.
We might not have.
Nobody, you know what? Nobody was clamoring for it.
Nope.
No.
But here we go. I think people associate this with this show and the Astros Circle of Trust. We don't need to spend a lot of time on the easy decisions here. I put in, out, and then those that are up for debate.
Yeah.
So I think we can all agree, Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Carlos Correa, Hunter Brown. Is there any sort of discussion on any of those?
No. I'm 100% in on all of those guys because of a combination of past track record, playoff success, and other things.
And a hot start. I mean, they're all off to pretty good starts too. Out of the circle of trust right now, Yainer Diaz, Christian Javier, Tatsuya Imai, Brian Abreu, Bryce Matthews.
I agree with all of those.
Yeah.
Bryce Matthews, I still am very optimistic about, but obviously
for sure.
He's very young, so he has to earn his way into the circle of trust.
That's right.
At some point. I cannot tell you how astounded I was when I saw your initial list of the ins and the outs.
Yeah.
And Mike Burrows isn't on the definitive list.
He's in the debate
outs.
bucket, Seth. I just wanted to discuss it.
I'm just saying that because I think a lot of people were waiting for you to say Burrows. And
sounds like it's not a very long debate then, I guess.
Well, I'm just what was your thinking behind him even being debatable?
That he got better as his start went on Wednesday.
I 100% agree with you on that one.
Yep.
But I also am still staring at a 5+ ERA.
Oh, it's true. His ERA, he gave up a lot of runs in that first game.
Can't put an Astros pitcher in the circle of trust
with a 5.5
ERA.
He's out then, I guess. So
he's 100% out.
So Burrows is out.
I'm encouraged by his last start.
Right.
But my God.
It's
got to mean something.
What am I? Maybe I have a type, Seth. I don't know.
You're like the guy whose girlfriend is cheating on him.
Yeah.
And no matter how much his friends tell him she is, he doesn't believe it.
Yeah, Mike Burrows is that. Yeah, Mike Burrows is a whore, basically. And I'm like, no, he's not that bad, really.
You start distancing yourself from your friends because they don't have your best interest in mind.
Yeah. I'm not going to return texts from Seth anymore because he's anti-Burrows. All right, so Burrows is out. That's fine. I can live with that. Christian Walker, in or out?
Oh, boy.
Christian Walker, hot start. Christian Walker, awful 2025.
It's when a D student starts showing up to the study group and everything.
And it turns out he's kind of smart.
And it turns out like, hey, boy,
he's contributing.
Yeah. He's like the kid that all of a sudden discovers that, okay, I kind of like these books. He's on the watch list for sure. If he continues hitting a double pretty much every other time he's up at bat, then he'll be in the circle of trust next week.
But he's not in right now.
Not just yet.
Not in, so he is still out of the circle of trust. All right, Jeremy Pena. I think it's too early to put him in. He's been in and out of the lineup with injuries right now.
Yeah, and so, if you need to make yourself feel better about it, you can just blame it on injuries.
Yeah.
There's a grumpy old man in me that gets a little bit annoyed that it's the tip of his finger that was broken.
Mm-hmm.
The ring finger on his throwing hand that annoys me a little bit, even though if my brain takes over, I know that's actually all right. Like, a lot of stuff can go wrong with that.
Yep.
But I'm like, it's not your glove hand.
No.
It's not like you're worried about a baseball hitting it or something.
All right. Isaac Paredes.
Oh, you know what? I would put him.
I still kind of trust him, even though his numbers aren't quite there yet.
I think, and honestly, he is one of those guys that is exactly what you want, which is judgment at the plate, all of that. And I almost credit him with, over time, just if only by osmosis, that finally creeping into the rest of the team.
Yeah. And
he's you know what? Kind of like we used to do with Uncle Mike.
Yeah.
He's a professional hitter.
There's
something steady and smooth about him that you just like and appreciate.
And Isak has played very good defense this year so far, too.
Yeah. And going to second base.
Yeah.
When all the freaking nerds wanted to tell us,
I was at that game.
They're reluctant to put him at second base.
That was on Sunday. Amy and I had a real perfect view. We were on the right down the right field, right down the line there, right direct angle of watching Isak make all those plays, turning double plays, making little short hop scoops at second base. Paredes in. I'm putting him in right now.
I'm disgusted with myself. Sometimes I listen to the hardcore baseball nerds who will tell me why something can't happen.
Yeah.
Some of the hardcore baseball nerds back in the day tried to tell me why George Springer shouldn't move to center field.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, am I this stupid?
No.
What? Okay, got it.
No.
Yeah, Paredes fine at second base.
Okay, as far as the outfielders go, let's just bunch these together. I'm not going to bunch them. We're not going to put them all in or all out, but just for sake of time. Cam Smith, Jake Myers, Joey Loperfido.
I love, if we're talking about the outfielders as a whole, awesome defensively.
Yep.
But, we need to see more.
Any of those?
Loperfido would be an interesting – Loperfido's on my watch list, obviously.
Does he get the Marisnik designation?
No, because he's been hitting the ball well.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, because, I feel like we use the Marisnik designation just to put somebody in sometimes who we feel might deserve it, but just,
Cam Smith's the closest to deserving the Jake Marisnik designation
because of his
right
defense.
Now. Yeah, because he's incredible defensively.
Okay.
I mean, Loperfido's hitting .317 right now, Sean.
He is.
You know what?
He's still a part-timer, though.
Yeah, okay, you're right. So we'll stick to the outfield as a whole.
And he started off smoking hot. He was batting like 560 to start the season. Yeah.
Yeah, let's and he doesn't have a track record enough with his current trip on the team
Okay, here we go. The last two. We treat the closer separately. So for now, Abreu is out. The rest of the bullpen, do we trust the slew of the Okerts, the Brian Kings, the Tangs, the Blue Ball's got to be in the circle of trust, either individually as part of a pack.
Okay, well, now we're coming up to a couple different. We don't like to lump everybody together, but I can't put the entire relief staff right now. They got a 4.17 ERA.
Okay.
Somewhere thereabouts.
Okay, so let's leave them out for now.
I would say we'll leave them out for now.
Leave them out. Okay, last one. Lance McCullers.
Ooh.
I know what I think. I want to hear what you think.
I very much want him to be in the circle of trust.
I do too. It's one start.
You know what, though? But what's our biggest concern with Lance? It's whether or not he gets injured.
Yep.
And we almost have to set that aside because he could go 20 straight games without missing. He could go 7 innings for 20 straight games. We're still going to be nervous about whether he gets injured or not.
Yep. So is he in or is he out?
Oh, damn it.
He's in.
He's in.
I say out. Ben, what do you say? Ben breaks the tie. Out.
Oh, you son of a bitch, Ben. I never trusted you.
I just can't. I can't, after one start, put a guy in who was banished to the bullpen at the end of last year. You know what I mean? Who's who's not been very trustworthy for the last 4 years. That's my whole thing, Seth. You and I both want the same thing for Lance. We love Lance.
I can't believe that. You know what, though? I still feel good about myself because I'm here stumping for Lance McCullers.
Yes.
World Series champion.
Right.
And you're out here stumping for Mike Burrows.
But I went quietly into the night. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday.
All right, if Lance replicates his performance,
then yes. If he
we'll have a discussion earlier in the week about just how are we going to handle the Lance McCullers injury?
Yes.
The fear of injury at any given time.
It's a Monday discussion. He pitches Sunday. It's a perfect Monday discussion. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It's a perfect Monday discussion. All right, mock draft injection time. The ESPN draft cabal of Mel Kiper, Matt Miller, Jordan Reed, and Field Yates did a mock draft where they just kept going 1 through 4. They just kept picking. They did a 3-round mock. Each of them ended up making a pick for the Texans, coincidentally, in this thing. Who do they have them taking? We'll let you know coming up next. Mock draft injection. I want to talk about West Point Lincoln at Sugar Land and Ruben Mendoza, the GM, Chris Poulos, the owner.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time. We do it at 7:45 every day, Monday through Friday during draft season. We are under 3 weeks away now from the NFL draft, so we've only got about 13 or 14 more injections between now and draft day, Seth.
Mm-hmm.
Including momentarily right here.
That'll mean the way it's been going, basically 3 or 4 different selections, like actual players. There's really people are giving us a type. A lot of it's going to come down to I think the guy that they take in this draft, Peter, and then we'll talk about some of the others.
Yep. So this is the ESPN. Their group, the 4 horsemen of the draft at ESPN: Mel Kiper Jr., Field Yates, Matt Miller, Jordan Reed. They sat down and did a mock draft where they just kept rotating and each taking turns making picks. They did a 3-round mock. So let's get it going here. Field Yates is making the selection for the Texans with the 28th overall pick. And with the 28th overall pick in the ESPN Draft Cabal mock draft, the Houston Texans select Caden McDonald, defensive tackle, Ohio State, who is, I would say, we're down now, Seth, to where Caden McDonald, Peter Woods of Clemson, Blake Miller of Clemson, really a couple other offensive linemen. That's kind of the 5 or 6 guys right now.
Yeah, Christian Miller. I had Luke Easterling from Athlon Sports on my Believe in Texans podcast on yesterday, and this is what he had to say. He did his what I would do mock draft, like what Luke Easterling would do if he were a GM instead of trying to forecast everything, and he had the Texans take Caden McDonald at 28. This is what he said about him.
McDonald is a guy that I think right out of the box, you talk about a high floor guy that at worst is just going to dominate on rundowns. He's going to take on those double teams. He's going to plug the gaps and make his teammates better. He's going to filter everything. He's going to force everything out and just take up space. But I think he's really untapped as a pass rusher. I really think that he's got the athletic ability. He's got the physical tools to be more productive in that way than he was at Ohio State, than really he needed to be there. And so I think that part would be exciting to just get a guy like that in the building. DeMeco's defense could do with a dominant nose that I think Caden McDonald can be, but I think he's more versatile than that. I think he can slide around and play some different alignments, attack a little more upfield, and not just be a guy that plugs up the holes. I think it's a great spot for them.
That's exciting. I got very excited hearing that.
No, and I think that's the whole thing about him is that he's a big guy. He's like every draft prospect has to improve on some things. But the biggest thing that keeps people from wanting to draft him in the first round, I think, is just exactly what Luke Easterling said there, is they don't really look at him as a pass rusher. I see a lot of Tim Settle in him in a good way, in that, all right, athletically he doesn't blow you away, but he does have a lot more wiggle to him than you would think based on his combine stats and all of that. And when he's asked to do it, he can get upfield and penetrate. It's just a matter of, okay, what were they asking him to do at Ohio State? And like, how do you find that balance between, all right, look, the guy, I don't care what his 3-cone drill is, he flat out makes plays and does impressive things as a defender. I think DeMeco would love a guy like this. And you could play him, I think, anywhere on the interior defensive line, you're going to get good play out of him. The other thing about him is, I guess he's won a boatload of academic awards. He's a real bright kid.
He's a smart kid.
Yeah.
I
And
like
so
that.
as far as all the character stuff and everything, Texans have a pretty high standard for.
Yeah.
It seems like he checks off all the boxes there.
I like that a lot. I think the biggest question isn't who the Texans take at 28. It's will they be picking at 28? That's a bigger question to me, is do they move up or do they move back? History tells us they don't hang around whenever they're in the back half of the first round.
The other thing about the defensive tackles, the way it is right now, you've got Peter Woods is the one guy who's viewed as more of a 3 technique. That's that your more athletic defensive tackle amongst the 2 guys that might be out there. That of the top 5 guys, he's the only one guy that's like a real 3 technique or projects to be in a 3 technique. Then you got a bunch of nose tackles that might offer something in pass rush, but you look at them more as, okay, they're going to be steady against the run. But I don't think – I think that it feels to me like the Texans would probably look at this situation And like Caserio loves to talk about buckets of players.
Yeah.
I think he might have all 5 of those top 5 guys pretty closely rated. And this would be a classic scenario where if they traded back into the early second round, they would wait for one of these guys to fall to
You
them.
still get one of them there at 34 or 35 if you trade. Some team looking to move up and get Ty Simpson in the back end of the first round.
Or likewise, if they're at 28 and they feel like, all right, these defensive tackles are all still here, we'll pick somebody with our 28th pick and then see what happens at 38.
Yeah, there you go. All right, let's do the 38th pick. We might not get to all. We'll tell you who this mock draft has them taken, but this is an interesting one. Matt Miller is making this pick for the Texans in the ESPN Draft Guru mock draft here. And he has them taking Chase Bisontis, guard, Texas A&M, and says the Texans look set at tackle after adding Braden Smith, but need to get better on the interior. Bisontis is a mauler in the run game. The interesting thing here, Seth, is that the next 2 guys taken after Chase Bisontis are Emmanuel Pregnon of Oregon and Blake Miller, the tackle from Clemson, who are both guys who've been heavily mocked to the Texans.
Yeah. I think with Chase Bisontis, what you have to guard against, because we hear this every time his name comes up, is, oh, wait a second, he's an Aggie offensive lineman and people are calling him a mauler. Great. There's another Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
I think I wouldn't call him a mauler. I think the thing that's impressive to me about Bisontis is that there's not necessarily any one individual thing that's overly impressive, but when you tie everything together, I think I could totally see him being a nice, steady guard in the NFL. You don't look at him and think, oh, this guy's going to be an all-pro or anything, which is fine if you're drafting a guy late first round or in the second round or whatever. So that part of it, he's got things he needs to clean up. But I would feel good about this. It doesn't arouse the emotions necessarily, but he's the kind of second-round pick that you feel good about him going in the second round, because he's not going in the second round because, well, gosh, he's a great athlete, but it doesn't show up on film, or, wow, he's got some great highlight reels, but he sucks otherwise.
Good football player.
It's that he doesn't, he could be a good, solid football player is probably how a lot of people are looking at him.
Yep. All right, let's do the last 2 quickly here. We probably can't break them all down, but with the 59th pick, Jordan Reed actually makes this pick in the ESPN mock, and he has them taking Jake Golday. He was a linebacker from Cincinnati. I could see the DeMeco Ryans looking to add a linebacker. He might like that.
Yeah, no, 100%, especially if you look at this is where it really gets interesting in how are they thinking about Jamal Hill. EJ Speed's here on a 2-year deal. And what do they plan for Toa and perhaps Azeez Al-Shire?
Yep.
I think Azeez Al-Shire is in their long-term plans, or at least 3-year plans or whatever. Toa and how much they want to maybe offer him, or maybe they don't want to extend him right now at all. Like that, he's on the last year of his deal. What are their plans for that position in the future?
Last one. This is the 69th overall pick, and Mel Kiper, the Godfather, makes this one. And with the 69th pick they got from the Giants in the Jackson Dart trade last year, the Texans select Chandler Rivers, cornerback, Duke. I don't know a lot about Chandler Rivers, but I think it's a great spot to draft a cornerback, Seth, and get a little more depth in that room.
Yeah, I think Jalen Smith is the other big question there. Is he's coming off of injury and surgery, and where do they really feel like he fits in? What do they think about him after watching him for an entire year?
Yep.
In terms of depth in the secondary. But even if they feel awesome about him, they could use as much depth at cornerback as possible.
No question. All right, that's the mock draft injection, a nice 3-rounder on a Friday for you. Send you into the weekend all nice and injected with mocks. All right, up next, the Astros. We're 1 week in, and they're already getting disrespected. Disrespect. We will tell you how and just how much coming up next.
You guys, look, you've been disrespected. Somebody ran into you on the highway. Somebody ran a red light.
West Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. I guess it's never too early in the season to disrespect the Houston Astros, despite the fact that offensively, I would guess there's no hotter team in baseball right now, Seth. I don't know. Blindly, I'm saying that, but it's hard to believe there's a team that's scored more runs in the last 5 games than the Houston Astros.
They have the benefit of having played an extra game or two than most Major League Baseball teams. But, yeah, they're top 5 in a whole lot of categories. Yeah. Right now, they're tied with the Brewers for most runs in Major League Baseball. They're second in OPS in the league.
I like that.
There you go.
That's good, yeah.
So there you could say, hey, despite having played more games, they have the second highest OPS. Like, more time for things to balance out and whatnot.
Larger sample size.
Everybody that knows baseball will tell you that 7 games is just enough to know exactly how a baseball season is going to go.
It's the sweet spot to know exactly what your team is. Yeah. Yes. And so why on earth, why in holy hell would Buster Olney of ESPN disrespect the Astros like this? He did his first set of power rankings, just dropped yesterday. And, I look at the top of the pile. Dodgers 1, Yankees 2, Mariners 3 at 3 and 4. All right, well, last I checked, they're not even in first place in their own division, but whatevs. Boy, the Astros got to be nearby. If the Mariners are 3, surely the 5 and 2 Astros would be nearby here on these power rankings. Nope. Scrolling down, Toronto, the Mets. Well, they got to be in the top 10, right? Nope. Phillies 7, Cubs 8, Tigers 9, Braves 10. Nope, not in the top 10. Oh, there's the Rangers, who last I checked, the Astros are a half game in front of 11th, and I haven't seen the Astros yet.
That's surely the.
This must be a typo.
We haven't seen the Red Sox yet, but I know the Astros will be. There's the Red Sox
12. 1 and 5 Red Sox are 12, and they just got swept by the Astros. Baltimore 13. Finally. Okay, there we go. 14th, the Houston Astros. Boy, I hope that this is on the whiteboard in the dugout tonight.
You know what this is? What this is? This is basically a hit piece on Lance McCullers.
Yep.
That's pretty much the entire justification for putting the Astros 2 spots behind the Red Sox is that, you guys don't realize, because we're hardcore baseball nerds, you guys don't realize that Lance McCullers actually sucks.
Yep.
Yeah. This is an assault on Lance. These guys are no better than the guy who gave the Lance McCullers a death threat on social media last year.
That's right. Yeah, they're the exact same guy. Might actually be literally the same guy. We don't know.
Where was that guy from? They ended up figuring it out. Remember, he apologized to Lance McCullers.
I don't remember that.
It was from a foreign country.
Yeah, I don't remember the outcome of that whole story. Now, Buster Olney and then some Gonzalez character are the 2 guys that are kind of dueling pianos, doing the write-ups of these. Here's what Gonzalez says about the Astros. Lance McCullers' first start of 2026 saw him throw 7 innings for the first time since September of 2022, qualifying as one of the cooler stories of this season's first week. We agree with that. McCullers missed the entirety of the 2023 and 24 seasons, then worked through a 6.51 ERA in 55 innings last year while making 4 separate stints on the injured list. I had forgotten about that, Seth. He had the weight room thing with his foot. It was all kinds of weird stuff.
That was the frustrating thing about it was it became sometimes one major injury is less frustrating than multiple smaller injuries, especially for a guy who's got a lengthy injury history.
I had totally forgotten about that.
As hit pieces go, they're not lying about any of this.
No, yeah, it was hard to expect anything from him going into this year, and then he recorded 21 outs, allowed just 1 run. Struck out 9 against the Red Sox in his debut. The Astros offense has been swinging it well in recent days. That's all they get is 1 sentence, the offense? That's it?
Yeah, the offense gets 1 sentence. Doesn't mention anything about their improved pitch selection or some of the substantial things. This is what I get. Look, it's early in the season. You still largely got to go by, okay, how do these guys look on paper? I think that the one thing that I really have faith in is that their improved judgment at the plate is a real thing. Is it going to be as good as the season goes along? Will it get a little bit worse? I don't know, but it's going to be better than it was last year.
Yep.
I will read into that at this point in the season. As McCullers' hit pieces go, by the way, these guys, they did a pretty bad job of it. I both criticize them for writing a Lance McCullers hit piece, but then I also I give them I mark them down for not being vicious enough.
Not being angry and vicious enough.
They're very even-handed. You might even say it's not actually a hit piece, but I will not go there.
No. It's disrespect for the Astros. It is a little disrespectful to the offense. One sentence in the write-up. Come on, Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, the Astros offense has been swinging it well in recent days. You get that?
That's it?
If the Astros can get more starts like this from McCullers, they might just make a playoff run. They basically hinged the entire success of the season on Lance McCullers and Lance McCullers alone.
Dude.
Okay, if the Astros can get more starts like this from McCullers, they might just make a playoff run. So that tells you that Lance McCullers has to basically be a Cy Young winner for the Astros to make a playoff run.
You know why
you guys can go die, all of you. Everybody at your whole damn outlet.
You know why I'm mad, Seth? You know who they're disrespecting, saying that they need Lance McCullers this badly?
Yeah.
Mike Burrows.
Not a single mention about Mike Burrows promising 3 innings
of Mike Burrows
after 2 sketchy innings
no mention of Mike Burrows ceasing putting the leadoff guy on every inning.
Yes,
he stopped doing that.
Nobody's made more progress in not putting the first guy of every inning on base than Mike Burrows has this season.
Aloysius Burrows.
You start off doing it 7 straight times, and then you stop doing it.
Right.
Boom.
Right. Oh man. So This week gets fun, man, because I'm just purely looking at the power rankings. They play the A's for 3 starting tonight. The A's stink. They're 25th in these power rankings. The Colorado Rockies are dead last. They're still a potentially historically bad baseball team. The Astros go to Coors Field for 3 games. So their next 6 games are against 2 of the bottom 5 or 6 teams in baseball.
Yeah.
Then they go to Seattle for a 3. I forget if it's a 3 or 4 game series. It's a 4-game series, so it's a Friday through Monday deal. They go to Seattle. That has the potential to be a really fun early season series. I mean, the Astros are 5-2 right now. They play 6 games against the Dregs.
Right.
Let's say they just go 4-2 in those games. They're 9-4. They're probably still sitting at or near the top of the division.
Yeah.
And I think they could go better than 4-2 in those games, obviously. And then Seattle is 3-4 right now. But they've got the Angels the next 3. They've got 3 against Texas after that, and then the Astros. If Seattle has a good week and the Astros have a good week, that's a really fun series to go into a weekend with. Like the 2 top teams in the AL West.
I'm already counting up. I'm going to have to go back and run some advanced searches on X and everything just to be sure that when Yordan Alvarez starts approaching the AL home run record, that ESPN is breaking in on college football games and everything else, doing all this thing where all of a sudden when a Yankee is about to beat the AL home run record, that becomes the biggest story in sports. All right. Apparently, if it wasn't about the Yankees and it was actually about the AL home run record, then I demand that the rest of the country be angry that ESPN is breaking in on various other live sporting events with the AL home run chase.
It's a great take. That is a great boy. I need that like I need oxygen. That would be so fun. It'd be fun, obviously, because Jordan's hitting a bunch of home runs, but then to watch the hypocrisy play out on ESPN.
Yeah. Listen, everybody.
Yep.
I know there's those of you who don't understand the policy on this show. We do not abide by, hey, it's 162 games.
At all.
We are
close.
setting ourselves up for either looking like geniuses or complete morons, and we don't care.
We don't care at all.
We are riding this wave.
Nope.
The best first week we've had in eons.
Yeah.
This city, which has long suffered mediocre baseball play. It feels like it's been decades since the last time we had a good baseball team.
It does.
We deserve this.
Yep.
All right?
100%.
That stretch we had to endure where they didn't make the playoffs. Oh, those were some rough years.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, but this is the year we finally make it back.
This is where we pull back the curtain and tell the audience that you and I are paid to be a lot of things. Right is not one of them.
No. Sane, rational, not a chance.
No, not even close.
All right?
Not even close.
Keeping things in perspective.
Hey.
I tell people to go die 3 times a day. You think that's perspective?
Speaking of which, speaking of disrespect, speaking of anger,
Yeah.
Did you see the woman who reacted to Clint Stoerner's airport question?
Only because you sent it to me.
Okay, I didn't know if you'd open the tweet.
Yeah, I didn't read a Reddit thread about it or anything. Yeah.
So for those who missed it yesterday, I think people really enjoyed it. Clint Stoerner and Clint and Ron are out in Indianapolis at the Final Four this week, and they're broadcasting from there. So obviously, like every day, listen to the guys on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. When they were at the airport a couple of days ago, Clint, on a tweet, put 7 questions that he had, just general questions about the airport. Things like, hey, why would someone decide to rip Papados out of the airport? Why would a female wear a sports bra with nothing over it in the airport?
Are there enough grown folks with money collecting Pokemon cards to justify a large vending machine in the airport? He sounded like a really grumpy traveler.
He did.
He was basically listing everything that annoyed him as he was flying that day.
Now, the one that you and I got on board with here was the very last one. Why do people stop to rest in the middle of high traffic areas?
Yeah.
That's a pet peeve of
mine.
mine.
Or just stop.
Just stop.
Abruptly when you're in a big mass of people and all of a sudden you stop.
It's bad enough when you've got people that decide to walk into the oncoming lane of walking traffic in the airport. But when people are in the, moving with the flow and then they just stop there, it's very annoying. It's annoying not just in airports but out in society too, if we're being honest. That question got a reaction from a woman named Texas Nana on X. And the ultimate upshot of this interaction she had with Clint Stoerner is that she ended up having to block Clint Stoerner because she thinks Clint Stoerner is a big diva.
She blocked Clint Stoerner.
She blocked Clint
on social media.
She did.
I didn't even know that was legal.
She did.
Yeah. So what did she say? What was her issue with that?
Okay, so her issue, I'll read it to you here. She replies to it and says that number 7, because that was question number 7 of the 7 questions Clint had. Again, the question was about why would people stop in the middle of, basically foot traffic in the airport. Has it ever occurred to you that there are people in this world, including in airports, who live every hour and every minute with debilitating disabilities that force them to pause, catch their breath, and gather themselves just to move one foot in front of the other while enduring while enduring constant, unrelenting pain that would bring most people, including you, to their knees.
Right? Yeah. No. I know Clint well enough to know that Clint wasn't talking about some the person with emphysema in an oxygen tank sitting there.
I got more.
Hey, why are you stopping with your oxygen tank and team of doctors right in the middle of this here walkway?
Listen, Chief. If you don't move this oxygen tank in this wheelchair, stat.
Why are people having cardiac arrest right in front of me when I got a connecting flight?
Dude, there's more. Of course you never considered that possibility. Or you might have simply said to the person who stopped, "Are you all right? May I help you?"
No.
Instead, here you are complaining like a middle school girl because someone paused in front of you. The horror you had to step around them. However will you survive, little missy?
I like this lady.
I had no idea.
You take Clint to task.
Hey, Steph, does Nana... I'm going to read the last sentence and ask you a question. I had no idea you were such a diva. Seth, does Nana get a Gen Z reaction?
No, I can't do it pre-planned. It's got to be organic. I can't do that.
I wanted to do one. All right.
I'm sorry. I couldn't in the moment.
That's okay.
This is what I say though. I think there's some people you can tell are completely 100% healthy. Like some guy wearing his triathlon running shoes and that would like just all of a sudden stopping. You're like, dude, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
But I will tell you this, Nana. I never hate myself more than when I'm watching the people who pre-board for medical issues, because the line has gotten longer and longer over the years.
Oh, you think there's some fakers in there?
And I never hate myself because I kind of start going through almost like I'm in triage or something, and I'm like, I'm not buying it, man.
Yeah.
I'm not buying it. And there are people that have very debilitating conditions. It's not visible at all or anything. So I always try to remind myself, look, a lot of these people here definitely have medical issues that you might not be obvious or whatever.
Yep.
But I also know that some of them are complete frauds.
Yeah.
Just complete and total frauds, and it drives me insane. But then I also feel guilty that I even I have that inclination to be like, I don't know about this guy. I don't know. This. Yeah, I saw him sprinting to get to the gate, and now he's lining up with the pre-boarders.
Yeah. There's some fakers. Clint replied to her, by the way. Said, "You got this one wrong here, Nana. That's 100% not what I'm referring to. Clearly," which is true. Clint is a lot of things, but he's not a diva, nor is he a mean person. You know, like he's a lot of things, and they're all good. Like Clint's a good guy.
Honestly, though, that's the thing. There's people that you can tell they're stopping just because they need to stop right then, and they have zero regard for anybody else around them.
Yeah, they're looking at their phone.
Yeah,
they're just stopping.
They're just kind of they're trying to figure out where they're going or whatever, and they stop abruptly in the middle of everybody when there's a huge, massive. You got to treat it kind of like a highway, where all right, if there's a chance, like Nana, I'm guessing when she's walking down through the airport. Yeah. She probably stays off to the right a little bit. You know, you're not.
Yeah. I don't know. You sound kind of like your team Nana a little bit here. A little bit.
I'm defending. I understand where she's coming from.
Yeah.
She probably.
You seem to kind of like some of the insults she was throwing.
No, I like that part of it. Yeah. I like that she went after him.
Right.
I like her spunk.
You like her moxie, yeah.
If she's calling herself Nana on social media, I'm guessing she's in her 60s or older, you know.
And has grandkids probably,
right.
I'd imagine, right? Yeah. So, boy, you know who I would love to see Nana try to go after? Mama Stoerner.
We got some ass to whoop tonight.
Yeah, does she have the guts to go? Does she go? Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to go after Clint. You know,
are you going to show up at Clint's mom's house, knocking on the door to tell her about that she caught her son, you know, throwing rocks at cars or something on the highway?
Right.
I'm going to come over there and whoop that ass.
I am here for a Texas Nana versus Mama Stoerner battle at WrestleMania. We got to get that
one of the more. That's one of the more fun antisocial fantasies to have, where you beat up the parent of a kid that was mean to your kid.
Mm-hmm.
That's just show up at their doorstep and you see that in the movies every now and then.
Oh yeah.
You're like, you know what? I can't encourage my kid to fight, but I'm just gonna go beat the crap out of this kid's father.
Yeah, because it's their fault that the kid is such a douche. Yes.
Well, no. In your mind, you got to play it out this way. You tell the father about it, and if the father takes accountability, cool, all's good. But if the father is just like a belligerent bastard, like, the weak eat the strong eat the weak in this world, then you beat him down.
That's what you do. All right, 5 reasons I hate you. We're gonna do one. Normally reserved for football season, but sometimes during baseball season, when the Astros are one of the best teams in baseball, despite what Buster Olney will tell you, we dust it off. 5 reasons I hate you, Athletics edition, is coming up next.
Ability trees. They should come up right this moment for you. If you're not happy with
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Clint is getting a lot of support in his battle with Texas Nana on Twitter over the stopping of people in the walkways at airports where
she kind of made an assumption that Clint felt that about every single person that ever stops anywhere.
He hated people with disabilities, basically.
It'd be like, he's like, what's up with these people sitting in these disability spots at football games?
Yeah.
In their wheelchairs, taking up all this space.
Hey, crutches, get the hell out of the way.
You think you have a right to be at this football game? Because this is for able-bodied people only.
The base power text line. Clint was talking. The texter's pointing out something. I think this text probably came in just as we were kind of like agreeing with this take. Clint was talking more about the numbnuts that stop in the middle of the high traffic areas to post on social. LOL. Yeah, that's true. Yes. A lot of the people that stop are looking at their phones for some reason. I may or may not have been that person once or twice.
I don't mind. I really don't even mind when people stop. It's when they stop suddenly.
Yeah.
It's you got a mass of people behind you walking at a brisk pace, and all of a sudden you just stop.
Or the moving walkways, the people that stand on the left-hand side.
Yeah, if they're in a group and they just are taking up the left and the right.
Yeah,
you gotta be the guy that's like, excuse me, can I?
I gotta be the guy to come push them over. And
I gotta be the guy to ask you to follow the rules that the rest of humanity follows.
That's right. Are you ready to hate on the Athletics right now? Almost a version of the
I
podcast.
actually really, really am.
Yes, good.
Because you gotta try to find some juice above and beyond. Come on, guys, don't play down to the competition.
Right.
That's because otherwise that's what it is, which is valid. Yeah. That's a valid feeling to have, but I need more.
Well, the Astros have routinely. Well, we'll get to that because that's in here. They've routinely played down to the A's level at times the last couple of years in infuriating fashion and at the worst possible times. So let's get to this. We do 5 Reasons I Hate You. We do it during football season every Friday because there's a game every week. We dust it off sometimes for baseball and basketball and other things. We're doing it this week. 5 Reasons I Hate You. I would imagine we'll do it next week for the Mariners too. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Athletics Edition. Number 5. Your team is a traveling circus, man.
Yeah.
Oakland, Sacramento. You're going to Vegas pretty soon. Pick a lane. Sacramento wants you there so little that they're not even allowing you to use their city name in front of your stupid mascot name.
Is that how it went down?
For the purposes of this segment.
Even Sacramento is turning you away.
That's exactly
right. You're not
right.
wanted here. They should have. You know what it is? They should have just taken a couple of years off. Who wants you anyway?
Yeah. Would anybody miss the Athletics if they just disappeared for a couple of
You know what? I told you one of my favorite all-time burns of any insult I've ever seen anywhere, but definitely in the NFL, was when Gary Walker was kind of making fun of another defensive lineman that we had who was knock-kneed. And I won't say who it was. Nobody would remember. But Gary, they were kind of going back and forth, insulting or whatever, in a fun way. And then Gary said, "Jerry, just go away. You are knock needed."
I know who it is.
You are knock needed here.
That's hilarious. Gary Walker.
Yeah. Oh, Gary was vicious. It was awesome. He was hilarious. Still is. But he's very funny.
Yep. All right, number 4. 5 Reasons I Hate You, the Athletics Edition. Reason number 4. The whole "we're smarter than you" Moneyball smugness that the organization still carries around to this day.
Yeah, they almost act like, you know what you remind me of? Italy.
Yeah.
There's always some Italian talking about, the Americans, they think they are so such and such, but we invented this and that and the other thing.
Cappuccino, pizza.
Bitch, why are you talking about old things? Yeah, I don't want to hear about what you did for me in the past.
No.
Do something now.
Yeah.
Okay?
Dude, here's the thing. The good teams, the non-poverty teams, took all your little spreadsheets and your charts, and your Billy Bean stuff, and here we just took it and went and won 2 World Series.
They took Moneyball and added money to the equation.
Yeah, it's exactly right. So get your smug ass out of here.
What your stupid owner has done is said, hey, what if we also get rid of... We won't spend money, but we also won't have any smart people in the organization or good baseball players.
It is one of the sad things about these teams moving to Vegas. Like, I love that Vegas is becoming sort of a sports hub. It should be.
Yeah.
But that Mark Davis and the Fisher from Oakland, like that they're getting this red card. These are bad owners that are getting the red carpet treatment in Vegas. Getting new stadiums and whatnot.
Even we talk about them kind of being a wandering circus. At least the Titans did it right, and they had to spend a year in Memphis. Was it 1 year or 2 years? 1 year in Memphis.
Yeah.
They had to spend 1 year in Memphis, but at least that's in the state. You tell me you couldn't find a place in Reno to go play baseball?
Right.
I mean, come on.
There's a minor league ballpark there. You're playing in one right now in Sacramento. All right, number 3, 5 Reasons I Hate You Athletics Edition. This goes back to what we kind of teased at the beginning of this segment, is that every year there's one series where the A's are like 30 games under 500, and yet they sweep the Astros. Like this annoying little mosquito bug buzzing in your, when a mosquito gets in your ear and it's like buzzing in your ear, and it's like, that's what the A's are. Like once a year, they rise up for no reason. So part of this is on the Astros. It's this particular reason is 90% hatred of the A's and 10% get your ass in gear, Astros, and don't let that happen again.
I think, by the way, for our listeners, there's a nice little bit of extra personality of Sean that you might not know or realize. Sean, much more so than the average person, despises flying insects. And to the point where I feel like you must have had a bad experience as a child or something.
Swallowing one, maybe?
Did you get malaria from that mosquito that was in your ear?
Not that I remember, but that would be something I'd probably have tucked into the recesses of my mind and blocked out. You know what I mean?
One time you, Amy, and I were eating at a taqueria, and we were sitting outside. It was a beautiful day. It was like mid-60s, sometime in spring. Yeah. And you were inside, and Amy and I were outside. And Amy starts looking up, and she says, "Is that a fly?" And I'm looking around. I was like, "Yeah, I think it's a fly." And she's like, "We better go inside."
I never knew this.
Like, what? And she said, "Sean's not gonna. This isn't gonna." Sean, this isn't gonna work.
I'm such a diva.
And I looked at her. I was like, "Really?
Flies are dirty."
And she looked at me, and she's like, "Really?"
Yeah. And then I walked out with my butler and 2 trumpets playing, and I'm like, "Nope, this shall not stand." Oh, that's hilarious. She's never told me that.
You might as well have been wearing a toga.
That's hysterical.
With a wreath around your head and everything.
Oh, my God. No, I'm the worst. All right, reason number 2, 5 Reasons I Hate You, Athletics Edition. They harbored 2 of the biggest roid cheats of the late 80s.
Cheaters.
Jose Canseco, Mark McGuire, managed by the most sanctimonious a-hole in the history of the game, Tony La Russa.
Oh.
I hate Tony La Russa.
You didn't even bring up the. Oh no, you will in a minute here. That's
don't worry.
Mark McGuire and his obviously roided up face.
Yes. Yes. He got peak roid. He was like peak roids with the Cardinals. But you can't tell me that he wasn't juicing on something in the late 80s with the A's either, man.
They no. Yeah, that was probably kind of like the birthplace of the modern era of baseball steroid usage. Kind of like the Steelers with in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like the Steelers were in on it early and taking advantage of it.
Yeah.
You see those old pictures of Mike Webster?
Yeah.
Just this center with like veiny bodybuilder arms and everything.
And it didn't end well for him either.
No.
Yeah, so it's they to much acclaim, they took a lot of steroids back then, and so did the A's, and probably influenced a lot of kids in the Bay Area to take steroids as well. So
caused an epidemic. They did
that influence. All right, reason number 1. There's 2 things I hate. It's insects and percussion. The drums, those effing drums. Do they still do the drums in Sacramento?
So I remember I was trying to listen for it.
Garrett's listening.
Garrett,
the A's fan, is listening right now. He'll text us and tell us.
It's not no. It's part of it. I remember it not being as impressive in Sacramento. It's not as like it's obviously a part of the broadcast. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to go. I'm like if I was planning a little bit better. It was Easter weekend, so it couldn't go. But if I was playing, like they're going to go to Sacramento one more time this year. If it's on a weekend, I might try to do a little road trip out there and just see what the minor league ballpark's all about.
A lot of their gimmicky stuff, like the drums, came from when they were first a young franchise, and they took a minor league approach to kind of making it a fun experience.
Okay.
They said, kind of just making it as much about the experience as the actual baseball games and everything, which is kind of cool when you're still in Oakland.
Yeah.
I feel like once you go to the Raiders and you're in a brand new stadium and everything, it's going to lose some of its personality.
Yeah. So but if they're still playing those damn drums, Now we did get a text from Garrett, our former web guy, who is he's the only A's fan on earth. He said, "You have no reasons to hate the A's. We're perfect. Sure, we have the worst owner in baseball. Sure, we don't have a city. Sure." Oh, this was one. A good call, Garrett. We signed the guy who ratted on the Astros. That's right. They were the safe haven for Mike the Rat Fires back in the day.
Some audio from Riddick talking about that?
Oh, we did. Yes.
I thought for sure we were going to play it in this segment.
No.
We'll have to get that by the end of the show.
Yeah, no. We'll play it. I don't want to do it here because we're up against it. We'll play it in the next segment. Josh Reddick had revealed some things about Mike Fires.
Jeez, did I say Riddick? I apologize to Reddick. I was just reading a Louis Riddick tweet in the last break. What a jerk. I'm sorry, Josh.
Kyle Brandt's a little angry with you right now that you've mangled somebody's last name.
Put some respect on Josh Reddick's name. Yeah,
he's a little mad, but all right. That's 5 reasons I hate you. Damn it! That Reddick audio should have been in here. Damn.
That is the fly at your dinner table.
It is, man. It is. We'll play it in the next segment. We've got that, and also we've got one particular NFL expert who is making a bold prediction about CJ Stroud. We will get to that. We'll do Take-a-Mania at the top of the hour. See if CC Sabathia can get taken down in Take-a-Mania this week. We got a lot to get to still here on a Friday. Stay there.
Hey, look, maybe you're doing a little spring cleaning right now, and you want.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a postscript of 5 Reasons I Hate You, Athletics edition. This was Josh Reddick on the BSBLR show, giving us some insight that I had not heard this before, but Josh Reddick giving some inside scoop on what the whole Mike Fiers dynamic was back when the sign stealing was revealed.
You know, it happened, and I'll always be open about it because I never did anything, but everybody that reads everything about it is true. Like, we had a trash can right there, it was getting hit, and I will also point out the rat that ratted everybody out was down there bashing the trash can half the time anyway.
Really?
That's something that's never talked about either. He was down there supporting that system, so it's not like he was hanging out in the dugout like, oh, this is so wrong.
And what was your reaction when the news broke? Did you have an inkling that it would have been Fiers, or did you have what was going through your head?
I was mind blown at first. When I found out who it was, I was not surprised. Never really was a fan of his in the first place before I met him. As time progressed, I didn't really like him much either as a teammate. He didn't really seem like that team guy. And you just, as it shows, obviously what he did is not a team guy move. And, you know, all it was him getting upset that he lost his rotation spot to Justin Verlander. That's all it was. Like, and I'm not here to bash the guy all the time. You know, he's done what he's done, and there's things that make him stand out that I won't say, to where he had zero respect from players before that happened. So there's that, yeah. So he just wasn't a good teammate, not in my opinion, not a good person. But like I said, I'm not here to bury the guy because I don't want people doing what happened to us. Like, you know, I got death threats from this crap. I'm not here to put that on a human being by any means.
The guy's a rat. He's not a good person. I never liked the guy. Hated that Justin Verlander took his job. Hypocritical because he was banging the trash can half the time. Yeah. But I'm not here to bury the guy.
Now let's talk Savannah Bananas.
That's my favorite. I'm not here to bury the guy, as he's literally got a shovel out and he's just like sitting there filling the hole.
I think the part about the most interesting part about how that story ended up being reported and everything was really the fact that if you try to step back from it and take any of the emotion out of it or feelings of victimhood or anything else, in 2017 there was a whole lot of sign stealing going on all around baseball. The MLB started cracking down on it. This is all known. But the big thing was that it wasn't until a couple years later when the Astros had continued on to be awesome offensively that Mike Fiers basically felt like, well, they must still be doing something, and I'm going to say something about it. And he went and started blabbing to The Athletic. And the ensuing investigation would find that, nope, turns out they're just genuinely really good hitters.
Yeah.
And that's the part of it that's always annoyed me the most, is that something that had happened 2 years prior got investigated, and the Astros were singled out basically because they had continued to be great hitters.
Yeah.
If they had just fallen into the darkness and it had been a one-hit wonder and won that World Series in 2017, I don't think Mike Fiers would have been sitting off there pouting about how good the Astros still are and opened his mouth to anybody about it.
No.
And I think in baseball, what a lot of people will say is, yeah, back in 2017, teams were doing a lot of crazy stuff to try to get an advantage, and there was electronic sign stealing going on. That's the part where I think it's justified to feel a bit victimized in that the Astros were singled out specifically because they continued to be awesome without the trash can.
And hence the name being better than everybody else.
That's why we call it the being better than everybody else scandal.
That's exactly
that it was right. The reason the scrutiny was turned on them was really more about the 2 years of awesome hitting after they were banging trash cans than it was about the trash can banging itself.
That's right. Bold prediction about CJ Stroud and the Texans. This is Nate Tice, who now writes for Yahoo. He's got his podcast that he does, right? For I know he does stuff for The Athletic. Nate Tice, son of Mike Tice, former coach of the Vikings.
He's not with The Athletic anymore. He's just not. Yahoo.
Okay, yeah. Yep, just Yahoo. So this is Nate Tice, was asked by his co-host on this particular podcast for a bold prediction, and his bold prediction is about the Texans and CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud solidifies himself as a top 10 QB. In what way? Who knows? That's what you said at the beginning of the show. We can kind of make up our parameters for this. But solidifies himself as a top 10 QB, and he gets a big extension. That's how I explain this one. But he did finish 12th in QBR, not the perfect stat last year. He finished like 17th or so EPA, success rate, that kind of stuff, in that range. I like Stroud, I think way more than the public consensus does right now, where they're debating that you should pay Bryce Young before you pay CJ Stroud, which is just like, that's a longer discussion.
When Nate lays out those season-long stats from last year, we still have such a bad taste in our mouth, Seth, from not even just the Patriot game, like even that Steeler game that they won 30-6. CJ was not great in that game. He made some really good throws in that game, but his low moments were very low in that game. And then obviously the Patriots game was just an out-and-out disaster. So we've got such a bad taste. The fact of the matter was, in a lot of ways, he was middle to upper middle pack in some numbers. Like, he got better as the season went on.
And I think, he was also, I think, intentionally operating more conservatively than he would want to if circumstances were better. I thought one of the most promising things about CJ during the regular season was that he looked like a guy who played like he understood that the defense for the Texans is really good, and there's going to be times where all you need to do is hold on to the rudder and keep this thing, and that's a big advancement for a young quarterback, to be able to understand that kind of game management and game flow side of things. And that's why the postseason was so frustrating, because that was specifically what did him in, is that all of a sudden he started pressing, he started trying to do things above and beyond what he should have been doing in those moments. And that's what also, in my mind, makes it easier to dismiss might be too strong of a word, but at least put in its proper context how horrendous the playoffs were for him, because he's shown in the regular season that he was a much more careful and mature and responsible quarterback.
Yep.
It's just, man, it's a huge stage and it's a big moment. The thing that helps me out also in trying to put last year's postseason in perspective is that he's had good moments in the playoffs before. It wasn't like he's Justin Herbert, who's never been good in the playoffs.
Only at home, I will say that. Only at home.
That's a really good point. Yeah,
you have to have a good road game. So
I think for Nate to help him out there, it's going to be hard for somebody who likes to lean into a lot of the advanced stats like Nate does. But if you're going to, he was just kind of making fun of himself for being vague about what top 10 quarterback means.
Yep.
I would say in this, when it comes to that, okay, being a top 10 quarterback, is he, in public opinion, basically a top 10 quarterback? Is he one of those guys that people are having arguments about whether he's 6th or 7th or 7th or 8th?
He was,
but he's in everybody's top 10.
2 years ago he was, after his rookie year. He's not right now. I think so that would be a nice step forward for CJ Stroud. And if he's and then the question is, okay, well, if he's top 10, does he get paid top of the market money next year? Is he
precedent would tell you that if he is top 10, that he's going to get top of the market.
He'll
money.
set the market. Yeah. So that's interesting. One more from Nate Tice, just to close the book on his prediction here. Gives his grade on what he thinks the Texans' offense would be and how he thinks this season's going to go for the Texans.
I do think the offense, at least for me, is a B minus kind of right now. I'm not saying this is a top 10 offense, but I do think they're what they showed since week 10 last year, where they're kind of 16th, 14th-ish, that's where I think they kind of sit this year. And I think Stroud benefits from that, having a little bit more cohesion in that, hopefully staying healthier, hopefully learning what he can and can't get away with finally. And I think the defense, I really like the Reed Blankenship signing a lot. And who knows how they kind of add to it. But I think the defense, we can kind of say top 6 at the very least, maybe better, but a good defense. So again, wide open AFC. If you have a 16th ranking offense and a top 5 defense, that's something I get behind. If CJ Stroud plays what I think he is, which is to me, locked in top 16 guy, and I'd even argue a top 12 guy on his best day, that I think that right there is I can now maybe public consensus and statistically finishes in that kind of top 10 ranking that I think he can touch at times. So yeah, CJ Stroud optimism, I guess, is my take fault right now.
Yeah, and I think that even within that clip there, when Nate Tice says that CJ has to learn what he can and can't get away with, or continue to learn that is where I thought he did a good job of it in the regular season. It was in the postseason; it all just fell apart.
Yep.
It was the oddest thing. And what I had said at the time was, no kid dreams of growing up and being Trent Dilfer, a guy that just kind of rides your defense to a championship.
Yeah.
And I wonder sometimes if it was as simple as that, as him feeling like, nope, this is what a quarterback does. If you get into these big moments and you got to make these huge plays, and he just pressed too hard and ended up making a lot of decisions and being careless with the football in a way that we just had never seen from him before.
Well, it's a real shame, too, the way the season kind of laid out, because it was that San Francisco game in Week 8 where we have a texter pointing that out, that the San Francisco game in Week 8, CJ was dealing. And keep in mind a couple of things. One, statistically, he was amazing. He was like 30 of 38 for 316 yards or something like that. They won the game. It's a good defense. No Nico Collins in that game. So Nico, his best target, didn't play in that game. Then it's the very next week, Seth, that he gets concussed. You know, and if you buy into the concussion being part of why he wasn't, all there, the second half of the season.
He definitely wasn't running as much as he had been before.
Yes, yeah. The concussion, the concussion happened after arguably his best game as a Texan is a real shame. To see that if he doesn't get concussed, how does the rest of the season play out? That we will never know.
The other part of it becomes too. All right, now he's had 2 concussions in 3 NFL seasons.
Yeah,
and that part of it, there's nothing to be said other than that. Man, I just hope he never has another concussion.
Guardian cap.
Yeah,
cap.
First quarterback to wear a Guardian cap.
Guardian
just
cap. Do it.
Jalen Petrie needs to get on this.
Break new ground, man. Break new ground.
If you play quarterback the way Jalen Petrie plays defense, nobody will laugh at you for wearing the Guardian cap.
Amen.
Other than your own teammates, according to Kamari last year.
That's right. Yeah, Kamari. All right, Take-a-Mania. CC Sabathia is the champ right now. Does he get taken down by any of the challengers? It's
There's
the
some
worst
good contenders this week.
The worst takes of the week. Try to take down the champ. We do it at 9 o'clock every Friday. We do it next.
According to Nick Caserio, the Texans' draft plan this year is Lincoln at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, yeah, let's go. You know what that music means. It is time for the segment where we take the bad takes of the week. We even have a Take-a-Mania emeritus that's not eligible for the title, but we just wanted to play it because it's draft season. We'll do that in this segment as well. But as we welcome you back in here on a Friday, I'm Sean Pendergast. That is Seth Payne. Seth Payne, a.k.a. Pope Zaza, is the judge and the jury in a segment we call Take-a-Mania. We have a champion that carries over from the previous week. It's a strong
I'd say
champ.
I'm the executioner as well.
Yes.
This is kind of like winning an award on your way to being executed.
Right.
It's like, boy, nobody quite pulled off a subway, pushing somebody off a subway platform onto the tracks quite like you did.
That's right.
Now you die.
Now you die. Yeah. You got he's got the Grim Reaper blade there. Yes. All right. So the current champ is CC Sabathia, former Major League pitcher, Hall of Famer, I believe. He was on with Kay Adams? Is this?
He's on with Kay Adams,
Okay.
and this one was not even as much of a bad take as just lying.
Lying in an infuriating take.
Yeah, so this is him talking about why he doesn't think there should be a salary cap in baseball.
I don't think anything should change. For me, I just want whatever system they adopt going forward, just fair for everybody, where everybody don't feel like nobody on either side feel like they're getting cheated. I mean, nobody had a problem with the Yankees in the late 90s when they, were going for a three-peat and signing every star and, doing everything that, the Dodgers are doing right now.
Yeah, lots of people had problems with it. And I wanted to fact check myself. I went back and found like 10 different headlines from the late 90s of how the Yankees are a sign of everything that's wrong in baseball right now. Like acting like this is some newfound debate or something in baseball that, people haven't been concerned about the haves and have-nots for a long, long time. You're just lying.
Yes.
Okay, CC Sabathia?
All right. So that's good enough to get the belt and Take-a-Mania. We'll see if anybody can take him down. Let's start. We've got some cuts that we've played this week already. Dwayne Wade does not like Patrick Beverley. Patrick Beverley, who went on a stream or a podcast and said he thinks James Harden was a better two-guard than Dwayne Wade was. That's an opinion.
Yeah.
We're not going to play Pat Bev, but this is Dwayne Wade reacting to it. And take a listen to this, especially at the end of this cut right here.
I don't understand how you can have a conversation about me and state facts when you're not as good as me. Pat Bev came out and just talked about me. And James, another conversation with me and James.
Like, James Harden is a better player than Dwayne Wade.
Pat just came out he was definitive. James Harden is better than Dwayne Wade. Stop. He was very definitive in his answer. And I was just sitting there like, okay, Pat, what's your facts?
Right.
To say that someone's better, or just come out and say what I personally like, the style of play that I like to see.
That's a great way to say
X, Y, and Z. Don't you ever fix your mouth to say nobody is better than me when you wasn't better than me. Like, you can't do that. Like, you talk about a better player, you're talking about every aspect of the game of basketball. You know how good I was at a lot of aspects of the game?
Okay, you know what bothers me the most about this?
What's
in
that?
hindsight? Because now that I've heard it 7 or 8 times, it's that I'm guessing he saw a clip of Pat Beverley or maybe a quote of Pat Beverley saying this, and then says, "Where are your facts?" I would also guess that whenever Pat Beverley was having that discussion and he said that he probably gave some arguments for it.
Yeah, we played some of that earlier.
Well,
this
yeah,
week.
but I think that was in response to it later on, right?
It was, but I saw he had similar facts.
Yeah, he's kind of assuming that Pat Beverley is just randomly saying that and then not offering any explanation for it or anything.
No, he
which I feel like
researched it.
Pat Beverley, whether you like him as a commentator or not, he's, when he called, he'll give facts, or at least what he perceives to be the facts in the situation.
Yep.
Overall, the thing that lost me on this a little bit is it felt more like he was railing against the entire notion of power ranking things in people, which I appreciate people who want to make that argument, but he didn't really make a case for why he wasn't better than, or why he was better than James Harden.
Yeah. So,
and somehow it being a bad take makes it not enough of a bad take to be a genuinely atrocious take.
Okay, so it
So
sounds
no,
like-
he's not the new champion.
Not the new champ. All right. All right, I'm going to skip down because we don't need. If he didn't win that with that one, he's not going to win with the one where he says he's the best player of all time. I don't think, unless you feel like you want to hear it again to see if it's okay. Here's Shady McCoy. This is on the Speakeasy, Emmanuel Acho's stream. that he does throughout the week. They were talking about Shedeur Sanders. Shady McCoy is supremely confident that Shedeur is going to take big steps in year 2 because he just changed his jersey number from 12 to 2.
Legendary. It continues. I think so, right? And this is this little sign. Okay, you had number 12, right? Things you kind of getting warmed up. New coach come in there, gave him his old number back. Yeah. Football is all about confidence, right? And not even football, in all sports. You see players, their first year not look as great. Second year get better. Third year they arrive. I think this is something for Shedeur, is a stone of confidence. Get this brother a chance to play. I heard that Deshaun Watson obviously has a lot of money still tied up with the Browns, so he may be their starter, but I heard it's going to be competition. Give my boy that number 2 back. The swagger come back out.
All right. Okay. This is kind of the old theory I have of, never bench a quarterback because you might hurt his confidence. To which my thought is, all right, if your quarterback's confidence is shaken by being taken out of a football team and it's shaken irreparably, then he's probably not the guy.
Yeah.
So tenfold, if what this guy really needed was a change in number to get that confidence back, as opposed to actually improving as a quarterback and playing better as a quarterback, there's a way to have that confidence. This is a new champion.
It's a new champ? Shady. Oh, new champ. It's funny.
He doesn't realize how much he's insulting Shedeur Sanders with that take.
That it's a number that's going to get him.
Somehow this guy is so emotionally fragile that he needs. I don't believe that about Shedeur Sanders.
I don't either. Yeah.
I think Shedeur probably likes having his old number back and everything, but I don't think Shedeur is at home thinking, finally things are coming together.
Oh, man.
I was thinking about not working out today, but now that I've got number 2, I'm going to work out for 18 hours.
My completion percentage just went up 10 points. This is great.
When you inadvertently insult a player while trying to bolster a player, that is a Take-a-Mania champion caliber tweet. Take. Yeah.
Shady McCoy, new champ. Shady McCoy with For now, we still got 3 challengers left. This is Memphis head coach, Memphis Tigers head football coach, Charles Huff, comparing football to war when asked, why don't you play music out at practice to help your team's vibes? Here he is.
When the Navy SEALs get ready to go do a mission, they not listen to Lil Baby. When they training to go to war, which we're training to go to war, they ain't listening to NBA Youngboy. So Coach Saban trained us like that. We should be focused on what it takes to execute the next play, not who's on the ox, who's pressing play. I've never seen the military get ready to go on a crucial war mission with NBA Youngboy playing in their heads or in the background. I tell the guys all the time, if I got to play music to get you to play the game you love at a high level, we've got the wrong guys.
All right, here's the problem. They 100% do listen to music before they go to war. I've seen so many different interviews or articles about people listening to music as they begin missions. A lot of times the eldest guy on the team gets to choose the music, all of that. So, again, kind of like CC Sabathia, he's just lying to us and talking out of his ass to an extreme degree while also trying to prop himself up like, hey, I know what it's like to go to war, which, no, you don't. Maybe he does. Maybe he's a veteran or something.
I don't know.
And he says, that's what we're doing. We're going to war.
Yeah.
So in being the annoying coach who loves to act like playing a sporting event is the same thing as going to war, and being wrong in the example that he uses. Now, the actual selection of musical artists and everything, if he had left it at maybe that, if he had said, well, no, we don't want to listen to Lil Baby, but we'll listen to Rage Against the Machine or something like that. Okay, no, you talked about playing music at all.
Okay.
This is a champion.
This is a champion. Shady gets off the hook.
When you invoke the Navy SEALs errantly, that's the kind of mistake that gets people killed.
Yes.
You know what you are? You're the officer who gets his soldiers killed because you went in unprepared with your analogy.
That's right.
Everybody knows that. That's what they teach at West Point. Be very careful with your analogies.
Yeah. They have a whole course about it. Yeah. I double-checked, and I put in Charles Huff, veteran.
Yeah.
And it says, based on the search results, there are multiple individuals named Charles Huff, but the primary results are for a Charles Huff in football, such as the former Marshall and Southern Miss head coach hired by Memphis in December of last year, do not indicate that he is a military veteran, but rather a veteran coach.
I convict him of stolen valor. I wouldn't surprise me at all if on Veterans Day he's there at Golden Corral trying to get his free meal, and they're like, "So, where did you serve?"
Right.
Which
definitely part of the.
I was a coach, which is just like war.
I'm a veteran coach.
Yes.
I've been around for a while. Yeah. Definitely part of those horrible people.
What a horrible take.
That are getting on flights early with everybody.
Yeah. I'm cool. If you don't, if your opinion is that you don't think athletes should be listening to music in this situation or practice, or whatever. I'm totally cool with that. But don't lie about the Navy SEALs while you're doing it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. All right. So we got a new champ. His name is Charles Huff. Shady with Shady McCoy, the shortest tenure as champ in history of Take-a-Mania.
He's a good champion, though, too. That was he might make it into the end of the year tournament, even though he was short-lived.
It was because he was entertaining in delivering it. He had good energy.
That's why we have to do the champion just that can be displaced immediately.
Yep.
Mostly just for bookkeeping purposes, so we save them for the end of the year.
Yes.
Yep.
Shady will be there. Aaron Glenn, this one got a lot of run, so we've got to play this one. Aaron Glenn. Talking about the acquisition of Geno Smith.
Something about a quarterback, and I'm going to say a quarterback with a chip on his shoulder. And listen, he's proven a lot in this league of what he's done, especially when you take those times when he was in Seattle. Listen, he fits exactly what we're trying to do. So obviously we've created an identity. The foundation of our offense is pretty good now. Like, I just feel like he's the guy that's going to lead us to the promised land.
Yes.
The promised land is what got a lot of attention there.
One of the things that we are very open about on this show is that when it comes to Take-a-Mania, nepotism is just fine.
Yeah.
And I like Aaron Glenn.
So you'll never put the belt on Aaron Glenn.
And
it's fine.
Yes.
I get it.
Aaron Glenn is a former teammate of mine and a man I respect greatly.
Yep.
And I would say, normally, you know what I do, nepotism or not. If a guy's just trying to bolster up his own players or something, or a family member especially, I do give them a break on that. So he's expressing confidence in his quarterback right now. Is it objectively probably going to end up being a bad take? Probably.
Yeah.
But I see what he's doing.
If he was on ESPN's studio show, or if he was on First Take,
right,
and he said Geno Smith's going to take him to the promised land, then he should get destroyed.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. He's his head coach. It's his new quarterback. He's at the owners' meetings. He's speaking extemporaneously. I don't think he's being literal in that. So yeah, with you there. So did we? Yeah. All right. Last one of the challengers this week, Chuck Klosterman, who is an author and a writer, and I guess a friend of Bill Simmons because he was on Bill Simmons' podcast this week. Simmons likes to do that. Bring on people who write books and things like that, or actors, and then talk about sports with them. Well, when you do that, sometimes some bad takes are going to be there. Simmons was gushing about the new ABS system in baseball, the automated balls and strikes. It's a system that you and I have expressed great fondness of over the first week of the season.
I would say the vast majority of fans are all in on this.
90%, I feel like people really like this, and it's and especially in the ballpark and the unveiling of the calls when they're challenged. It's really, really cool. Chuck Klosterman, not a fan at all.
My position on this is pretty clear. I don't like employing technology for officiating. I think it's dumb. I just don't think we need to do it. I don't think it's necessary. These games are played by people and they're governed by people, and it's good in the same way. There's going to be errors in baseball. There's going to be there's going to be errors in officiating and in umpiring. So this is too complicated to just handle with us. We can't do this. We can't f***ing watch a baseball and make a decision. And these games that ultimately, yes, money is on the line. People are gambling. These guys care a lot. They are exhibitions. These are social constructs. Do we really need to use cameras and lasers and all these things to understand whether or not it's 2-2 or the guy's out? It seems dumb to me.
This Klosterman guy, man.
Yeah.
He is annoying. He's got this long hair mopped over his eyes. He's got these horn-rimmed glasses, and he's like hunched over the whole time he's delivering the take.
Yeah.
He's like,
well, the thing about it, though, too, is that if you're going to make that argument, why just not extend it out to any kind of technology ever in anything?
Right.
Right. I don't know. I don't like airbags. Just, you know, it used to be you get in an accident and
it's human
might
error.
be a fender bender, but you die. Just whatever.
Someone made the point, I saw in one of the replies, I think, that, well, why not just eliminate the sidelines and we'll just judge that, you know, like just any constraints, you know, just
right.
It's
this is the thing. So much of this is really also all about improved definition in our televisions. There was a time where you could barely tell what was going on your television screen with a football,
look at it
and it was there were more gray areas where you just couldn't. There weren't as many cameras. There wasn't everything else. It's gotten to a point now where because of the replayability on the broadcasts, there's so many egregiously bad things that it's hard to just sit there and say, well, we'll take advantage of all this new technology in our ability to watch the game. And now we probably know 10 times more often when a call was egregiously bad because we can see it more clearly.
Yep.
That's for me what sways me over to, you got the smoke it if you got it.
Well,
you know, you got the technology to make these replays and it's seamless. In baseball's it's so much better than the first 20 years of NFL replay because it's so fast now. With the ABS system, at least.
The thing that gets me with this one, and we'll get your decision here in a second, is the equating of mistakes that players make in a game to mistakes that officials make in a game.
Right.
Those aren't the same thing. Like they're not like the officials have a job.
You know what I'm against? I'm against using DNA to figure out whether somebody was innocent or guilty. That's a human error. You know, I'm not a big fan of juries and trials either.
So what do you say?
I kind of just like to have a streamlined judicial process where if a cop thinks you did it, you did it. Yeah.
So what? So is this worse than Charles Huff?
No, because it's poorly delivered.
Yep. I can't.
You got to have some panache.
I can't listen to that guy's voice again next week.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So you're right. Yeah. Charles Huff at least brings some gravitas to the whole thing. All right. So there you go. Charles Huff. Memphis. I didn't see that coming. The Memphis head football coach has the Take-a-Mania strap.
Sean, veteran.
Veteran football coach.
He gets up there and he pre-boards with all of the active veterans.
Someone pointed out.
You said, sir, military veteran. Well, that's what we do. We go to war.
Dude, somebody pointed out. And by the way, the Take-a-Mania emeritus take that we promised, we'll give that to you in the next segment. One of the worst takes in the spirit of draft season, one of the worst draft takes in history we'll give you. Real quick, when we were talking about, you were talking about the frustration of how many more people are boarding the plane with the people who are dealing with some sort of debilitation these days. Someone brought up the fact, like, it's really incredible how there's so many people that get on with the wheelchair but don't get off.
And then they just go sprinting to the baggage claim. Oh, I had a guy like that. I had a guy who was pre-boarding with the medical people and everything, and he showed up in a wheelchair. And the dude, Sean, it was an older guy. The dude carried his suitcase from the baggage claim, and it had wheels. It was a big suitcase.
Oh, my God. And he carried it.
And miraculously wasn't using his cane either.
That's what the texter said. There's so many miracles that happen on these planes.
Look, there's a faith healer.
Yes.
Who walks down the aisle.
One of the flight attendants is a faith healer. All right, so we'll have that take for you, the Take-a-Mania emeritus. Also, anonymous executives talking about the Texans and the AFC South. We'll get the exec-anon on the other teams in the Texans division from Mike Sando of The Athletic. We'll do that coming up next. Here's my take on Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring, outstanding sleep doctor. And
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to Execunon in just a second here. Mike Sando of The Athletic has anonymous executives talking about other executives' moves during free agency and during this offseason. But before we do that, we didn't get to this one in Take-a-Mania. Congrats to the new champ, Memphis head football coach Charles Huff, for his lying about the use of music in the military prior to.
He said nobody listens to music before they go to war. You don't hear the Navy SEALs listen to music before they go to war, and they totally do.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he is the new champ. This was one that you unearthed earlier this week, Seth, that you dug up from the archives. So we'll call it a Take-a-Mania emeritus take. This is 2018 was the year there were 4 quarterbacks drafted in the top 10. Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, and then at 10 by the Cardinals, Josh Rosen. And so he was drafted 10th overall. And Josh Rosen, known for his bravado and hubris coming out of UCLA, right? He's he had a high opinion of Josh Rosen.
Oh, yeah. No, and remember, it wasn't even an anonymous scout. It was a scout with Houston ties, and I'm blanking who it was.
Alonzo Highsmith.
Oh, it was Alonzo Highsmith.
That's right, Alonzo Highsmith. It basically, there's a quote of him basically saying, there's just something about this guy.
Something about him, yeah.
I just don't know about this guy.
Yeah. No, Zoe's good at what he does, too.
Yeah.
So here's Josh Rosen saying that the 9 teams that drafted ahead of the Cardinals that year made a mistake.
There were 9 mistakes made ahead of me, and I will make sure over the next decade or so that they will know that they made a mistake.
Okay.
Yeah. So he spent how many years there in Arizona?
They drafted Kyler Murray the very next year.
The very next year.
Yeah.
The crazy thing about that was that in any given year, if you're the 10th pick in the draft, you could probably say, a bunch of these are going to be mistakes. Sometimes there's a bunch of awful mistakes. That year especially, though, I mean, Baker Mayfield was taken number 1 overall.
Yep.
And that was more about Cleveland than Baker Mayfield, I think. Saquon Barkley, then Sam Darnold, then Denzel Ward, Bradley Chubb, Quentin Nelson.
That is a hell of a draft. Holy crap.
Josh Allen, Roquan Smith. Mike McGlinchey is still a high-paid offensive tackle.
There's not a bad one among those 10 that
None
you
of
just
those
recited.
With hindsight, especially, given what happened with Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, you could say, okay, definitely better picks than Josh Rosen.
All of
Didn't
them.
work out with those teams, but the majority of those guys stayed and were very productive with the team that drafted them.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, well, there's a couple. I mean, Quentin Nelson's a Hall of Famer.
You know who also, again, but then it got even worse because – Josh Rosen is saying the 9 teams in front of him made mistakes, but no, the Cardinals would show, aside from not working out there, I mean, guys that went after Josh Rosen immediately, Minka Fitzpatrick and Vita Vea and Deron Payne. Then you get to Marcus Davenport, and I mean, still down the list, Derwin James, Jair Alexander. It was a good top half of the draft there.
Yeah, man. DJ Moore, Calvin Ridley. Terrell Edmonds, these are all guys that are still around here. Lamar Jackson, 32.
Yeah. Oh, God, I forgot.
Right?
That
I mean,
was
that's
the
the
year
one.
Lamar Jackson got drafted, yes.
Yeah, that's the one where you're like,
yeah,
oh
that's
my
the one.
God.
9 teams made a mistake, and boy, in hindsight, guys, I think we're going to really feel bad about not drafting Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Josh Rosen would go on to, he's out of football now, he would go on to play for 7 different teams over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And most of them were just camp invites. I'm looking at his Wikipedia page. Like in 2022, he didn't even make a team, but he was in Browns camp and Vikings camp.
You know what we might have to do is go back through the archives of some of the anonymous quotes of scouts. We did this with the Texans one year.
Yep.
We kind of went back and found some anonymous quotes from all-time great Texans and found the nastiest ones about them.
Yes.
We'll do that at some point leading up to the draft.
Yeah.
We'll find the ones that were dead wrong about great either Texans or just players in general.
Good call. Speaking of anonymous scouts, Mike Sando has his annual, not anonymous scouts, but anonymous executives talking about off seasons that other executives have had. And we can't hit all of the ones with the Texans, and there's a couple I want to hit here in the AFC South. The one I want to hit with the Texans, Seth, is an anonymous executive saying this. It seems to me that Nick Caserio can't decide on an offensive line. He's drafted them high and moved them on. He signed them and moved them on. He extended the tackle from Miami. He's talking about Laramie Tunsil. Moved on from him. At a certain point, you just have to pick a lane, end quote. That one's interesting to me just because this is an executive taking direct aim by name at Nick Caserio.
Well, no, and it's interesting because he's kind of framing it. There's multiple different reasons you could criticize Caserio for not putting out a good offensive line. But in terms of picking a lane, you can't really include bad draft picks in the not picking a lane part of it. It's like, if Kenyon Green had worked out, Kenyon Green would still be on this team.
Yeah.
They didn't get rid of Kenyon Green because they had philosophical differences in the way we want to build this offensive line. It was that he couldn't stay healthy and he wasn't coming along.
Yep.
They haven't. Ariante Ursary is the only guy they've drafted in the top couple rounds so far that looks like it might be a success of the 4 guys that they've drafted. But moving on from Laramie Tunsil and moving on from Titus Howard, it's interesting that he would say he's got to pick a lane, because that is specifically part of the lane that they've picked.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the criticism was valid a year or two ago, I think. From sitting here at ground zero, I think they want the offense to operate more like the defense. They want to have a physicality to them. Laramie Tunsil's a great football player, but he's not a swarmy type of football player. He's not a physical run blocker, and he costs a boatload of money.
Yeah.
If you're going to have to rebuild the entire offensive line, there are multiple reasons why that made sense. So I take issue with him saying that Caserio has to pick a lane. No, he doesn't have to pick a lane. He just has to do he has to get better guys out there and have a better and hope that Cole Popovich is the right position coach.
That's a big one too. Yep, the coaching is a big one. I want to hit a couple others in the AFC South because there were some interesting off seasons, including the Jacksonville Jaguars, who basically added nobody in free agency. They were 31st in the amount of salary added, Seth, or amount of cap space added. 31st. They were
and James Gladstone, the GM, 100% wants to be the guy who's smarter than everybody else.
Right.
And one of the reasons they don't need to add a lot of free agents is they want to get those sweet compensatory picks.
He let arguably his 2 best players. This is what an exec said, because he let Travis Etienne walk, and linebacker Devin Lloyd, who was a Pro Bowler. They both left in free agency. They were arguably the 2 best players on either side of the football for them this year. So they signed big deals. Etienne with New Orleans. I forget where Devin Lloyd signed, maybe Carolina, if I remember. But regardless, they were big contracts. So if you don't sign anybody in free agency, you're eligible to get compensatory draft picks for guys that leave. And the bigger the contract, the bigger the pick you get. The problem is the biggest pick you get is a pick at the end of the 3rd round. So you got 2 great players leave, and you're going to get 2 third-round picks next year in 2027. Then exec says this: those might have been their 2 best players. They're going to try to win comp picks to get a couple 3rd-rounders for next year. Okay, we'll see. The question is, do they know what to do with them? Because the receiver they traded 2 number 1s to get, Travis Hunter, did nothing. End quote.
That's what they have yet to prove.
Right.
Is that, man, it's great to have this long-term, we're going to be smarter than everybody else and draft better than everybody else and all of that. But so far, the biggest draft move they've made has shown, I would say, almost 0 dividends, other than that you learned that, the guy that we traded up so aggressively because he can play both sides of the ball, he played really well on defense last year, so we're going to stick to just defense for him, and with a smattering of offense.
Yeah, we'll have like 2 plays for him or something like that. So some skepticism from that particular exec. Another executive says Gladstone said he likes having comp picks to acquire guys like Jacoby Myers at the deadline. It seems like at least they have a definitive plan, end quote. So
the Jacoby Myers trade, I think, was one of the best trades of the season.
Yep.
And probably under-heralded because it's the Jaguars, but that was an immediate improvement on the offense in general.
Yep.
Everything operated better after they got Jacoby Myers.
Indianapolis, of course, they used the transition tag on Daniel Jones and then signed him to a 2-year, $88 million deal that slotted him 13th among 16 veteran QBs on starting level contracts. So not including all the rookie contract guys, he was 13th out of 16. So $44 million a year. One exec said, I think they did the right thing with him. They couldn't afford not to have him. And then another exec says, let's face it, their troubles all started by drafting Anthony Richardson, and here they are.
Yeah,
Yep.
And I think that's where that quote, they couldn't afford not to have him, that's a rough endorsement for paying a quarterback. We're really screwed without this guy, so we better pay him.
Here's $88 million.
I'll go back to what Kalen Bullock said before they faced them the second time this year, which was something along the lines of, we're worried about Jonathan Taylor, not Daniel Jones.
Yep.
That's what is the straw that stirs their drink on their offense, and I would agree with that. I think Daniel Jones did some really good things early on against bad opponents.
Yes.
But by the time he faced the Texans that second time, the first time.
Yeah,
they were running on fumes as an offense.
Yep.
They were really struggling, and then he gets injured, and now you're in. Not only are you banking on him to come back and hopefully show the best version of himself, it's that he's currently recovering from a torn Achilles tendon.
Well, and he was.
It's still a big deal.
Yeah.
I know people come back faster from him, but it's still a big deal. A torn Achilles tendon.
It's a huge deal, and he was starting to get dinged up even before the torn Achilles.
Yeah.
He didn't come into that Texans game at full strength.
No,
either.
He wasn't very mobile in that game.
He wasn't, and mobility is a big part of his game. So two things: one, when he's not mobile, it really makes him much more predictable and easier to play against, as we saw with the Texans.
It's easier to focus in on Jonathan Taylor, too.
That too. The second thing is his style of play is going to lead to being banged up by week 12 or 13 every year. He takes a lot of punishment. Daniel Jones does. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. You can text us on the Base Power text line if you like. We got one segment left to go. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop, see what the question of the day is, and we'll take a look ahead to the weekend. Astros, series against the A's, Rockets, a couple games coming up. Got a Final Four coming up. What do we need to see, especially from the Astros, on the heels of this 5-game winning streak? What do we need to see this weekend coming up next?
The Drive with 610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right. Good to be with you on a Friday, final segment. Nice weekend coming up of sports. We've got the Astros, 3 against the A's this weekend. We've got Rockets, got the Jazz coming up tonight here to Toyota Center. We got a Final Four coming up this weekend. UConn and Illinois in one game, Arizona and Michigan in the other game. So you got 2 ones going against each other. That'll be the narrative there will be whoever wins that game. If the Michigan-Arizona game, you'll hear a lot of that is the de facto national championship because it's 2 ones going against each other. The other game is a 2 and a 3 with Illinois and UConn.
I like that we're getting the Rockies and the A's early in the season because you still have the enthusiasm of the beginning of the season to where, man, it gets into July and August and they're going up against a bad team, and the only thing that keeps you interested is if they have a letdown performance versus one of those teams. Or I mean, Jordan will likely break the AL home run record this year, as I have predicted, which as we know means that this can't just be an ESPN thing or Aaron Judge thing, ESPN. The AL home run record now means something. So you got to break in on college football games and everything else.
If you're not interrupting Kansas State and Cincinnati on a random Saturday in week 3 of the college football season.
And you were lying to us about the significance of the American League home run record.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that was infuriating, right? Like anybody kept track of the American League home run record.
It was that, you can come at it from 2 different angles. One is that, okay, they only care about it because it's the Yankees and it's Aaron Judge, or it's the non-steroid home run record.
Yeah.
So there was I get it if you like the non-steroid home run record. Sure. Supposedly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, supposedly, exactly.
Supposedly Aaron Judge.
Yeah. It's pretty big to me. But you bring up the A's and the Rockies and this heater that the Astros are on offensively over the last 5 games. They've scored 11, 9, 8, 9 again, and then 6. So they're averaging 8 or 9 runs a game over this 5-game winning streak. So it's been the catalyst has been the offense for sure. They are playing in 2 of the most offensively friendly ballparks, Seth, against bad pitching over these next 6 games. I mean, for whatever we've seen at Daikin Park in that Angels series and then throughout the entirety of the Red Sox series, holy crap. I mean, they're going to be playing in Sacramento in a minor league ballpark that plays very offensively, and Coors Field is renowned for being hitter-friendly because of the thin air in Colorado. We've got an opportunity to watch a lot of offensive fireworks here over the next couple of days with the combination of the ballpark and the pitching they're going to be in.
Yeah, the biggest thing, the thing to monitor right now early in the season about in the midst of everything else going so well is obviously the pitching side of things with Imai and Christian Javier, and hopefully we get more promising starts out of those guys. Yep. But the Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews especially, I just starting to see how Cam hopefully comes along at the plate. Yep. He's just made so many brilliant defensive plays already that nobody worries about that whatsoever.
No, I saw Adam Spillane, our former colleague here at Sports Radio 610, who's a very good follow on social media because he's a smart baseball guy. And I thought he made a really good point. When you talk about the window with the Astros, like trying to keep to me, it's at this point you're trying to keep the window of relevance open. Yeah. I don't know that you have empirically a good enough team. Who knows? Maybe they'll surprise, and this is what they are all year. I still think they're on a hot streak right now. So, there's going to be ups and downs, things like that. But I saw Spillane make the point, like the way the window stays open is for Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews to turn into the next. Now I'm paraphrasing at this point, but basically for them to turn into the next version of what Jeremy Pena and Hunter Brown are. The Astros have always had at least a few guys kind of coming through here to keep the train moving a little bit. It all started with Correa and Altuve and Springer and Bregman, but then then you get the Jordan Tucker in 2019, 2020-ish, kind of getting into the mix. And as those guys get into the mix, other guys fall out of the mix, but you still had Jeremy Pena coming along to backfill Carlos Correa. You had all those Latin American pitchers with Framber, and when it was going well, Luis Garcia and Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy. And you mixed in some signings with that along the way, but the organism that is the Houston Astros has always had some way of sustaining itself to at least relevance, if not championship level. And so you look at the roster and you go, okay, well, who are the next Pena's going to be? Who are the next Hunter Brown's going to be? Who are the next, going back a little further, Framber or whatever, Kyle Tucker, who's it going to be? It's got to be Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews. Cam Smith, the guy you traded for after he got to a year, just a few months after he was drafted into professional baseball. And then Bryce Matthews, who was the first pick of Dana Brown's tenure as GM. Like, that's how you do it. So, I think it's not – for those two guys that you just named, Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews, it's not just a this weekend thing. Like, this is something that over the course of the season, if I had to pick a couple of guys that I really want to start to, kind of gradually start to get, approach their ceiling or go in that trajectory at least, those are the two guys out of all those guys.
And you know what else too, Sean? As we have already proclaimed this, the second golden era of the Houston Astros.
Yes.
Based on 7 games performance.
Yep.
And, we're you're going against the A's, whatever. All right, look, if we're going to go based on the first week of the season, the team that's one notch above the Astros in ERA right this moment are the California Athletics. So that's in terms of pitching.
They pitched pretty well this year.
No, the Astros have not pitched well.
Okay.
The Astros have pitched horrendously.
You said above, and I'm like,
I'm saying that,
they're even worse.
Okay, let's remember that the Astros pitching has not been great overall. It was pretty damn atrocious that first run through, and the emergence of the offense has really been the story.
Yeah.
But the overall pitching has definitely got to be better than it was in the first week.
Wow, so the Astros ERA is that bad, huh?
The Astros ERA right now is 4.57 as pitchers. Opposing ERA is 4.57.
Okay, gotcha.
Athletics is at 4.33.
There you go. Okay, so signs of life from Javier and Imai would be really good. Brian Abreu pitching a clean inning. That's my wish. That when I rub the lamp and I want the baseball genie to come out, Seth, and he or she grants me 3 wishes. A clean inning out of Brian Abreu, because I don't know what the time frame is on Josh Hader right now. I mean, this is a problem that your closer is a guy that you don't feel confident even getting through an inning without.
You don't feel
damage.
you don't feel like your closer should even be your closer because he's not a closer.
Yep.
And the biggest signs of hope are that he got his velocity back up in this last appearance.
Yes.
The mechanical issues that he'd had that were hurting his velocity seem to have been rectified. So hopefully that's a sign of good things.
Well, I'm hoping that if it was mechanical or if it was having to go back-to-back days, because he's going to have to go.
They had cited mechanics.
They did? Okay.
And that they had identified some things that he had to work on.
Okay, good. So those are the Astros things looking out for this weekend. Rockets, I just want a game against the Jazz where they go win by 20, but I'm not infuriated afterwards because they had 27 turnovers in the game.
That's the biggest thing with them right now is just not turning the ball over.
Yeah.
And there's a lot that goes into that. But when they don't turn the ball over, all this other stuff tends to look better. Looks like Durant's got a better plan for when he gets doubled, and guys are doing things away from the ball that lead to look at that. It's an identifiable offense. Şengün keeping up what he's done the last couple of weeks. Really, since he came back from the 2 games that he missed, he's been that guy's an up-and-coming star in the NBA.
Yeah. I'm honestly I'm thirsting for the least sexy things out of the Astros and the Rockets. I'm like, what are you looking for? It's not like, I need Durant to get 40. I want Reed Shepherd to bomb away. I'm like, just don't turn the ball over a bunch of times. Where with the Astros, who are playing in 2 of the biggest bandboxes in the sport over the next 2 series, where I should be like, I'm looking for Jordan to hit 4 bombs, and I'm looking for this. I'm like, just keep your delightful selectivity in place. Just keep making good decisions at the plate and work those pitch counts up. Mm-hmm. It's awful. It's like surfing for the least sexy porn of all time. I'm like, let's Google some Amish porn here or something.
I need to get. There's something to that. I think the biggest thing I'm also hopeful for is that some of these other pitchers around the league that have 0.0 ERAs, just could you let up some runs so we can start to get a feel for who the actual pitching leaders are?
Yeah.
Hunter Brown's currently 16th with a .84 ERA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because there's. There are looks like 11 guys right now that have a 0.0 ERA.
We need them to get shelled.
Yeah.
We need them to get shelled. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we wrap things up for us here on a Friday, and we welcome in the fellas on In the Loop with Seth.
Lance McCullers 18th in ERA at 1.29.
There you go. Hopefully that's another thing for this weekend. Lance, keep it going. It's 7 innings, 1 run. If you do that again, great, but just keep looking good. That's
Framber Valdez 1.5 ERA.
He's been good so far for them. I miss Framber a little bit. I can't believe I'm saying that after his act the last couple months last year, but yeah. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are in the loop. Hello, gentlemen.
Howdy.
Happy
What up,
Friday.
friends? Happy Good Friday.
Yeah, happy Good Friday.
Yeah,
yes.
so you got your Notre Dame shirt on?
I do.
That was very intentional.
Not intentional at all, now that you mention it. Yeah, that's exactly why. I ooze Catholicism
No meat today.
No, we're going, Amy and I are going to see Back to the Future, the musical tonight.
Oh, that's right.
But we're going to go to the OC, the original Carrabba's beforehand, and eat pasta.
All right.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
No meat today. But my whatever I gave up for Lent, when can I start doing that again?
Easter?
I got to wait till Easter? Okay.
Yeah. What'd you give up?
Cigars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cigars. My only time I cheated was when one Reginald Atatula joined me at Lizards for a nice, pleasant afternoon of conversation and tobacco. Yeah, so that was my only cheat.
How many times a week do you typically smoke a cigar?
A lot.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Like every time I go. Ask me how many times a week I go to Lizards or a bar.
You're having at least a cigar every time you go there. Okay, all right. That's a legitimate Lent give up. I feel like it's something. It should be ideally something that you do every day if you're going to give it up for
and
Lent.
I'm pretty close to that.
Yeah.
Pretty close. Yeah. So 4 or 5 probably a week. But yeah.
Good for you.
Did you give up anything?
I did not this year. I actually thought about something. I just never came up with anything.
Yeah. John's like, I gave up abstinence.
Heroin.
John takes a lot of pride in his abstinence. It's almost to the point where it's becoming almost too much. Too much pride. The sin level
do a lot
of pride.
of stuff.
Amish porn. I gave up on.
You did. Yeah. It's
not how I was expecting to start my Friday.
Well, I just feel it doesn't feel very sexy to be like, what are you looking for in these games this week? And I'm like, lack of turnovers and selectivity at the plate.
Yeah.
That's what I find exciting. Yeah.
Your point is well made.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. So, what is the question of the day, fellas?
Who is your phone flex? As in, you get pulled over in Jupiter, Florida.
Yeah.
You walk away and say, that was the president.
Sorry. I ended my conversation with the president so that you can arrest me right now, just so you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who could you pick up the phone, or do you have?
Okay. The most famous person I could just pick up the phone and call and say and put him on speaker or whatever that I can think of. Because I mean, this isn't a flex, or this isn't me being a jerk, and the audience is listening. You sound like a diva or whatever. In our line of work, we wind up with a lot of phone numbers.
Right.
So it's so I've got a lot of phone numbers. But the first one that comes to mind is Jim Ross, the famous WWE announcer, because he's actually a good friend.
Yeah.
I consider him like a mentor of mine.
Yeah.
So that's probably mine. Like now I have Vince McMahon's number in my phone.
Ooh.
But I don't dare call it. Yeah, I don't.
Especially now.
Yeah, right. I don't need to wind
called
up on those phone records. Yeah.
Have you ever called it?
No.
Or texted it?
Nope. Never have. Never have. But I know it's his number because I confirmed it with somebody who would know that it's his number.
And I'm trying, Seth. I'm trying to think of not the ones that we would know.
Right. Yeah. Not an athlete.
Not Jeff Bagwell or
Yeah.
I'm
gonna. Yeah, well, let's conspicuously mention the ones we won't mention.
That's right. John's going for 3 minutes.
Sure, Bagwell or J.J. Watt or whatever. But
that little SpongeBob thing pops up 4 minutes later, and John is still laying out names. Yeah.
I would say, honestly, for me, this probably isn't the biggest celebrity, but the one that I'm most happy about is the comedian Gary Gulman, who's one of my favorite comedians, and the fact that I text him maybe once or twice a year, just random things, and that always makes me really, really happy.
Yeah,
because it's somebody that I put him on a list that I'm working on of people that make me happy to be alive. That I kind of I can listen to it and be, which is ironic because he's incredibly depressed. He's very open about it, but that's the one for me. And Wade Phillips. Phillips. I feel like Wade Phillips, too.
Oh, Wade, yeah.
John said before when we were talking about this question over in the other studio over there, you had mentioned Bum Phillips is one that you used to have. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
3 of mine, 2 of them are dead, and 1 I lost the number. The ones that would fit this, like George H.W. Bush, I used to chat with him occasionally.
Yeah.
He was great.
Great Houstonian, yes.
Bum Phillips was the other one.
Yep.
And Jack Nicklaus.
Jack Nicklaus?
Yeah, I had Jack Nicklaus's number, but I lost it somewhere along the line.
It's on your BlackBerry.
Yeah, right. That's what I wanted to ask you.
I've got so many numbers on my BlackBerry. I got to find that thing.
Yeah.
Dude, I still have all my BlackBerries in a box somewhere.
Yeah.
Including one that I used to have a fire pit in my backyard in the house that I lived in up in Naperville, and my BlackBerry fell into the fire pit. So I've still got a BlackBerry that's like half melted. I kept them all. I don't even know if you charged them up if they
Nicholas, I did a golf book about probably 10, 12 years ago now, and he was designing the course, redesigning the course, and I got to walk the 18 with him and sit down with him for an interview on his jet, which was pretty cool. And then he gave me his number, and we would follow up. But my favorite Jack Nicklaus moment ever was like I was working on the book, and I texted him or something, or his assistant, and he called back and he goes, "Hey, John, this is Jack." And I was like, I am aware.
No bleep, Sherlock. Yeah,
I am aware.
He's got a very distinctive voice.
Very kind of high-pitched.
Okay, I have 2 questions. Was the book about the course? Was it like a coffee table
About
book?
the history of the course.
Okay, gotcha.
About the history of the course that they give to their members. They're very, very private.
Very
private,
elite
course.
A lot of good pictures in it, I would imagine.
Yeah.
When you were interviewing him on his plane, was the plane docked in a hangar somewhere, or
no,
were
he
you
had to
actually flying
leave.
with him?
We did the course, and I walked the 18 holes with him and interviewed him, and I had some more stuff.
God.
I rode back to the airport with him.
Yeah.
And then got on his plane right before he left to finish up some stuff.
Okay.
And then I left.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Okay.
It was really cool. My current ones, I got John Smoltz, believe it or not.
I believe that.
Yeah,
we wind up with some really weird ones. You know what? The big catalyst for that is.
By the way, Smoltz was from that same book.
All those Braves pictures.
Yeah, and he's a member. So,
they were legendary for that. Yeah. We wind up with a lot of numbers in this, as displayed by the fact that you were just like, well, I got Bagwell. Probably people listening like, yeah, it's Jeff Bagwell. Well. Now they're like, Jeff Bagwell, Rafael Montero. Yeah, you got his number, John? Text him about the Jose Abreu sign.
What the hell are you doing?
Yeah. Exactly.
I read that when Aaron Glenn got his job with the Jets, I congratulated some random dude named Aaron because I've got 3 Aarons here. Which is I'm looking at my phone. I just started with the A's, and I remembered, some Aaron guy got a congratulations from me, and he said, thanks. And for what? And I left it at that. I don't know. I don't have any history of this.
That would have been great if the guy had a kid or something like that day. That would have been funny as hell.
Let it die.
Yeah. All right. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
Yep.
What are you looking at me like?
No, I wasn't. Sorry.
Okay.
I heard it.
Nothing happened. I say nothing. I apologize for breaking up your flow. My bad.
Okay.
I'll text you.
Yeah, text me. Let me know.
I need to be better at just keeping my thoughts inside. They always show up on my face, and I apologize.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, is it about the text that's right there?
No. That's part of it, but that wasn't the immediate instance in that one.
What is it?
There's a text that's about. There's a texter that Reggie does something a little like a tiny thing that I don't even notice that apparently infuriates a texter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just trying to be better for our listenership. You know?
Okay, all right.
1% better every day.
I just want you to know. I wasn't texting the text line saying this so that you would see it.
I didn't take this
number.
to you at all.
You've got my number.
That's actually my answer to the question of the day. Is Sean Pendergast.
Hey, you know what's funny?
What a boring life you lead.
That's right. That's correct.
This is one of my favorite stories about Bun B just being a cool dude. Is I ran into Bun B because I'm going through my contacts here, and I got to the B's, and Bun B is by far the biggest one in my B's that I've come through. But I was at a grocery store, and I ran into Bun B, and he and I were just kind of chatting with each other, and we walked over. We were checking out at the same time. He checked out before me, and he and I were just chatting the whole time, and he left. And the cashier, as a young woman, looked at me, and she's like, "Is that was that Bun B? And I was like, yeah. She's like, I just moved here. This doesn't happen all the time to me.
That's great.
Yeah.
That is great.
Mm-hmm. And but the coolest thing about him was like he was just so, you see Bun B out in nature and he's just a guy. He's the average guy at a grocery store. You wouldn't know it. She was having a hard time because he was just wearing, shorts and a t-shirt and not putting on airs or anything.
Yep.
Not spitting any bars.
I just did a thing with my contacts in light of this question where I said, I'm going to do this thing like where you just spin the wheel.
Yeah.
And see I spun my contacts to have it land on just a group. And I'm like, do I have a famous person in these? Who's the most famous person in these 20 people that my spin the wheel just landed on?
Right.
There's at least one name on here that would infuriate everybody that I won't. It landed on the D's and the E's, the end of the D's, beginning of the E's.
Oh, I know what name we're talking about.
Well, I'm not going to say that. Marcus Dupree. Remember Marcus Dupree?
He was a stud.
He was a stud.
Yeah.
I think I interviewed him at one point. I think Wallace Marsh probably got me that phone number because he's an OU guy. Yeah, Marcus Dupree.
What he's doing. Is he still with us?
Boy, that's a good question.
Yeah.
I should know that since he's a close personal friend of mine
that's
on
right.
my phone.
Text him.
Yeah.
You alive?
That is honestly I'm surprised we didn't get to that place at this point. I was holding it to myself and just like, all right, now call him up.
Right.
Now let's get him on the.
Right. Let me check and see. No, still with us. Yeah.
Okay.
61 years old.
You love to see.
Text him like Seth. Congratulations.
Yeah. Right. No.
Honestly, why do I have Juan Beltran's? I've got Michael Bennett's number, and I can't ever remember even talking to Michael
Do you
Bennett.
have Juan Beltran or Carlos Beltran? So you were thinking
it's not Carlos Beltran, but I think it's Juan Beltran, the MMA fighter.
There's a Juan Beltran that used to work in media here in Houston.
Okay, all right, okay, that's it.
He was a short dude that hung around with David Nuno all the time.
Michael Bennett, I think I was going to interview him once, and I think I got his number from his dad who listens to our station.
Yes, yeah, I got the Bennetts in there.
I just did the spin thing.
What did it land on?
Let's see. It's landed. Well, I got to spin it again because I was just on the B's.
Yeah.
I got the actually, I've got the D's.
Okay.
Let's see if I got anybody on the D's.
D's nuts.
Got it.
Yeah. Yes.
Nobody exciting.
Okay.
Nobody exciting.
All right.
That's surprising.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thus ends the name dropping.
Yeah, we probably sputtered out on this.
Yep. So we're done. We are out of time.
Oh, I got Sammy Davis.
Sammy Davis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember
Call him.
Yeah.
See what happens. All right. We're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie still has a look on his face. I think Reggie's mad at me for some reason.
Not at all.
Okay.
I just can't fix my face. I'm trying to be as neutral as possible, and I'm failing horribly.
Gotcha. It's just he was glaring at me before.
I'm fascinated by my D's.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Donald Driver.
This is rough.
Send antibodies.
Antibodies to you, and one last name drop from the A's.
Yeah.
American Airlines.
Whoa! Ever heard
of them? Yeah.
All right, we're done.
The American Airlines.
Antibodies to Seth. Antibodies to the whole audience. Guys, have a great weekend. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Today I learned that my facial problem is a lot larger than I had previously thought. That is what I learned in that crosstalk. All right, let's keep going on a Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. You heard the head count. That is 1, John Lopez, 2, Reginald Atatula, 3, Figgy Fig, and numerous you on the base power text line 713-572-4610. Appreciate you getting involved. Also appreciate you to the Mocha Image Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. How's your Friday going outside of scrolling through your phone?
It's going great. This is fascinating. I'm going to be down a rabbit hole all day long.
It's going to be a hell of a show.
I'm like,
honestly, it is nice to go through your phone every once in a while, because especially nowadays that I don't know how many numbers you actually know by heart. For me, it is 1, and that's my mama.
Yeah.
And so sometimes you just be forgetting who you got in here.
Exactly.
Like, oh, wow.
It's just
Forgot
fascinating.
about that.
But I will stop.
I have it as a to-do on my list to go. It just says Rolodex.
Are you going to clean it out, or are you just going to go and mentally document who you have?
No. I go through it sometimes. Sometimes I go through it just to go, oh, would this make a good guest for the show or stuff like that. Yeah, and clean it out,
I would not. I will keep every number. I'm a number hoarder. There's some people in here that I haven't talked to in 2 decades. Somehow.
Oh yeah. I got a bunch, but I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. It's a great weekend. Good Friday, Easter. This is our Super Bowl, man. And all the backyard pitmasters.
Oh, okay. I was like, well, I was
the
confused.
Super Bowl.
Wait, Easter's the Super Bowl of the Pitmaster?
Yes.
It's not one of the
No,
conventionally thought of.
Obviously, up there, July 4th.
Yeah, I was about to say, July 4th.
That's a lot of hot dogs and hamburgers.
Fair.
That's easy.
Memorial
Day's
Day.
big.
That was what I was going to go
But
to.
Easter is the briskets, the beef ribs, the chicken, the regular ribs, the sausage. This is a backyard Pitmaster.
Is this a Texas thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not just Texas, but it's big in Texas. It's no. I've been prepping all evening yesterday and a little bit this morning. Everything, the pit, the wood, the meat. Tell me I'm wrong. 713-572-4610. This is the backyard Pitmaster Super Bowl.
And where does it rank on the holiday, John Lopez chart?
Easter's up there. Easter's a tier 1.
Okay.
Yeah,
Easter's
a tier 1.
Just want to make sure that
largely for that reason.
It's the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's the reason. It's not the birth of Jesus Christ. Okay, very good. The crucifixion of Jesus Christ. We were in the wrong place.
Yes.
All right, let's get to something.
One of those.
Let's get one. It has to do with Jesus somehow. I think that is something that I have surmised.
I don't think he was born on that day.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Was he born or did he die?
He did something of note.
One or the other.
All right, I need to keep going before I'm ran out of town for being a blasphemer. Astros are on the road this weekend, taking on the Athletics. First road game, against a team that's been scrappy. There's a lot of different things that I think could make this series interesting. What's the most interesting thing to you? 713-572-4610.
Well, for me, let's see if it's real on the road. They've had a day off, second time through the rotation in essence. You're facing a division team for the first time, and you're facing an A's team that has been a pain in the ass to you. Whether it's Nick Kurtz, I think they've won, 6 out of the last 8, 5 of the last 8 against the Astros, remarkably. It's pretty interesting series. I know we have the Final Four this weekend, and that's something I'm sure we'll mention at some point and get into. But
will we?
Maybe not. No, this is an interesting series. Javier. A lot of things to dig into here.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Great point on the Nick Kurtz of it all. I actually pulled up his splits here, and literally the best performances that he had in his rookie year were the 10 games versus the Houston Astros, in which his batting average was a 500. His OPS was a 1.829, damn near a 2.0. OPS. He has been incredible versus the Astros. And there's an interesting juxtaposition there because Nick Kurtz comes in flailing through the first week of baseball for the Athletics. I think he is a sub 100 batting average right now. I think his his OPS is sub 300 right now, which would be decent as a batting average. So, what is the stronger, number coming in? Is it the way that he's performing right now, his form, or is it the way that he has played against the Astros? And then I guess we start immediately with that particular battle versus Tatsuya Imai. I think that is one of the more interesting things for me is we got first game with Tatsuya Imai, and it's very easy to wipe that away under the guise of that was his first start with the Astros in Major League Baseball. The grandeur of American baseball for real. He definitely spoke to that through a translator. And so how much does that fade, with his second time around? Obviously not in familiar confines. This is a park that has really served hitters well. So I'm interested to see how Imai bounces back after Sutter Health Park.
God, I thought I'd get you.
Oh, I was surprised because when you asked me, I was wondering. I was like, did they change the name last year or something? No, Sutter Health. Now, I haven't checked their park factor this year, which I'm sure that you're disappointed in me. Yeah, that's something that you have to do every season. No, but I'm interested in seeing that. And then I guess also what's fair to ask is, how much do the A's in general pop up? Because they just generally haven't been all that great, but
improved.
Yeah, right.
Improved and kind of a litmus test on the starting rotation. You mentioned it. Christian Javier, then Tatsuya Imai, then Lance McCullers Jr. I mean, those are 3 big starts. I mean, look, it's not all-encompassing. We all can say it together.
This is going to be the end-all, be-all. But this is the weather vane on what the season looks like for the remainder of your pitching staff.
But a nice litmus test for the 3 guys that are going to be big, going to be real big for the Astros this year.
And just to appease the text line, yes, Good Friday is the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. Resurrection is Easter. I appreciate that. I was wrong. I'm sorry. and I will be in church on Sunday. But yeah, I think that those are very much interesting things. I think one of the big interesting things that is here that the injury on the ring finger of Jeremy Pena.
Mm-hmm.
We are to a place where it feels like that is largely healed because it seems like he will go back to starting, according to Joe Espada, consecutive games.
Mm-hmm.
This is not going to be like the first week of the season where he was, playing one game, sitting the next, which then brings back to the fore the long-held conversation that we had over the offseason of what do you do when you have 4 spots for 5 guys?
Mm-hmm.
When we talk about the infield. Now is when we start to see Joe Espada and how he's planning on dealing with this because you did not have the built-in. Well, Carlos is going to play short today, so that means Isak can play third, and we have answers. Now we get to see how they handle this, and I am deeply intrigued, even though I look around and I go, I don't know what the right answer is in this moment.
I don't think any of us do. They've kind of had a built-in, excuse, if you want to call it that, to be able to mix and match with nobody complaining, obviously, because of the ring finger, but with him a full go. And also just interesting to see, does he play, 2 or 3 in a row and then someone else plays 2 and how they play it. Is it a hot hand thing? If you have a good game, do you automatically, because that's one of the things that happens in baseball. You go 3 for 4, you're playing the next day, no matter what.
Yeah.
And so it's just going to be interesting to see. This is where maybe a little bit of pressure, if you want to call it that, falls on Joe Espada and how he's going to play it.
Right, and I don't know that the pressure starts now. I think the pressure builds over a couple of weeks once you start seeing the actual decisions, and then once you get the opportunity, I guess, for lack of a better term, to have a decision go awry, and for us on the outside to criticize it. I think that that's when the pressure begins for him in this, or maybe it ramps up because I guess the pressure immediately is there just by having the issue itself. But I think just seeing the starting point for where is his mind at with how he handles this off the jump, right? I think that in and of itself is strong enough for me to be like, I am deeply intrigued with this 3-game set over the weekend versus the A's. All right, so I'm going to ask you a question that's impossible to answer. I hope that you're prepared for this on a Friday. John Lopez.
Okay.
If we're looking at, obviously the confines of home, Crawford boxes, so on and so forth, right? The feeling of playing home baseball. Who of the guys who have performed, which is pretty much all the Astros early, would you look at first to be like, yeah, okay, I don't know that this carries on the road?
Oh, that's a good question.
Thank you. I'm glad that you said that because I was afraid that you'd be like, this is stupid and we should move on.
I thought you were
going to get on your Joe Mazzulla.
But it's also interesting because is it Sutter
Health Park.
Sutter Health Park is a bandbox. I mean, it's a hitter's park. A lot of home runs, a lot of, power numbers, et cetera. So is it going to be a real litmus test on the road, or is it going to be a litmus test on in the A's ballpark in Sacramento? But to answer your question, I'm going to say least likely.
I mean, you could take it that direction if you so choose.
I'm going to say the least likely. But that's a tough one as hot as they've been.
So just to take this from your perspective, it sounds like you're
what
just
I've seen from Christian Walker.
Everybody's going to get out here and keep doing this, right? Is where you're coming from.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to say Christian Walker, but I like what I've seen out of him lately. It's just only because of how he played last season.
Yeah, he does seem to be a lot more comfortable, and he was talking about this. Was it yesterday or the day? But no, it had to be Wednesday, right? Where he was talking a little bit about this. It does feel like the change of scenery and just finding his groove was a little rough for him last year, and he seems to believe that he has found that. And it looks like it too. You see the way that it's not just that these are good fortune. And I guess you could also have made the argument last year that the back half of the year started going the right way, and this maybe is more of a continuation as opposed to a finding of himself. But yeah, it does feel like that could be something. Plus, also, I think you.
I'm really encouraged with him.
I think you can be encouraged with the entirety of it because you also look at the A's pitching, and you probably have the toughest challenge today when it comes to the A's and their pitching in who is it? Jeffrey Springs. He's got, at least the best ERA early on, for whatever that is worth. But that might be the toughest challenge that you actually have.
Changing my answer. Jeremy Pena.
You think it's Pena?
Yeah.
What, because of the change of playing every day from having those off days?
Yeah, I think he might be the one that might struggle. But you look at these numbers, man, and we've talked about it. I mean, it's impressive across the board.
Right, and I think that this text hits me where I think I live on this, which is I am interested in seeing what the young guys specifically in the outfield have as they go on the road. Joey Loperfido probably more so. Not to say that, I mean, he's been on the road. He's played Major League Baseball before, but the way that this has started was kind of revelatory might be a little strong, but it looked really impressive. Does that shift or does that dull a little bit on the road? Cam hasn't been incredible at the plate. I think the defense has really made this really cool, but what does that look like on the road? We get a little bit of a peek of that as the Astros play the A's tonight. Tatsuya Imai on the mound opposite Jeffrey Springs. Excited to see what that one is. In fact, we'll talk a little bit more about the Stros as we continue on this Friday edition of In the Loop. But coming up next, there was something, obviously the Rockets did not play last night. They'll play tonight. But there was something that happened in basketball that I do wonder if it changes anybody's perspectives on the first round of the playoffs. Could the Rockets possibly take advantage of this late season injury? Let's talk about it next.
According to Nick Caserio, the Texans draft plan. lodging, and 2 tickets to the exclusive show could be yours. Make sure to enter by April 12th. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
And see your way out.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Good Friday to you here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Got to clean something up. Yeah. I did say Tatsuya Imai is going today. He's not. I wrote my prep wrong. He's going tomorrow. It's Kristen Javier, who, again, another pitcher that we are hoping to get a little bit of a better idea of what the second time around is for him. And so excited to see
I
that.
actually thought you said that.
Oh, I was just big wrong.
But the big story on that is Javier, Imai, and McCullers in order. That's a big series. It's a big series for those three dudes.
Mm-hmm.
All three of them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's funny because we talk about that that Sutter Health Park being such a hitter's park. You go, all right, you guys are stepping into this. How are you adjusting to this? In addition to, how Espada deals with building his lineup and everything. Ocho on the text line said that he just really wants to see more discipline at bats, which agreed. It's very clear that that's helped the Astros to a great degree. But he specifically said, I need to see Altuve. And I get the idea in general. It would just be really weird in my mind if he goes from being as disciplined as he's been, which has been unreasonably disciplined almost, disciplined to a fault almost.
Yeah.
To then immediately 1 week into the season going,
let's go.
Well, that was nice.
I told you I could do it.
That was cool. Back to your regularly scheduled program.
I am capable of doing that, but you know what? Let's go.
I don't know what I would do in that moment. It would really, mess with my brain. What also messed with my brain was seeing. I wasn't actively watching this game because for some reason, Prime Video refused to work on my TV the way I needed it to. But I saw that yesterday a big-time injury came down as Luka Doncic, probably on the long list of MVP candidates for this season in the NBA.
And hot.
Lakers. Yeah, and he's been playing incredible. And he also looks good, I guess, if you wanted to take it that way. I don't know what you were saying there, John Lopez. But
in so many ways, he's hot.
Hey, look, no judgment. I just wanted to make sure I covered all my bases in case that was where you were going.
Yes.
No, Luka Doncic, hamstring injury is what it looks like during the course of playing a game against the Thunder where the Thunder absolutely waxed the Lakers. That's neither here nor there. But Luka Doncic is a big reason why the Lakers have played a lot better basketball. Obviously, you saw him a few times recently when the Lakers faced off against the Rockets here in town a couple weeks back. And so when they played those games, you go, ooh, I don't know, man. If the Rockets had to face off against the Lakers, I'm not sure. Well, now you're talking about a hamstring issue, soft tissue injury, and depending on how long it keeps him out, they could be without the player that kind of makes them go, or at least they could have possibly a hobbled version of him in the early portions of the playoffs. I know that there's been a lot of pessimism, honestly, on the Rockets and their capabilities in the playoffs. Does this at all change your mentality on the possibility of them maybe taking advantage of this injury?
I think it would have to. And we've all been there. You talked about, skepticism. We've all been skeptical about what they might do in the postseason. But once you get to the postseason, you want your best chance. He has a hamstring. We don't know if it's pulled, torn, just cramping.
We should get information today.
Whatever. If it is a pull, as we often say, a pull is a slight tear. If it's an actual tear that they diagnosed, then it's a big tear. Then it's a bad tear. Either way, at minimum, he's going to be sitting out probably a week. Well, the NBA playoffs start in 10 days.
Yep.
So, or 10 or 11, something like that. But either way, I would much rather take my chances. I would much rather take my chances at the number 6 seed and facing the Lakers than 4 and 5.
And honestly, that was, as I was thinking about it, I was like, damn, are you going to have to fall to the 6th seed? Because you still have a game against Minnesota, the penultimate game of the season on April 10th, right? So that is still the one that can maybe shift this, where maybe you fall to the 6th seed. And
you're one game ahead of them. Right?
You are one game ahead of them. However, and they would have the tiebreak if
right.
they won that, which is why I mentioned that. I don't know that you even need to move because you look at the remainder of the Rockets' schedule, and it's not like it is crazy daunting. I mean, today they're playing the Utah Jazz at home, and if they don't win, then I will call them unserious human beings, right? You have the Golden State Warriors at Golden State, where they have pretty much all of their best players injured, and they have been injured for a good long time. You got the Sixers at home. Obviously, I mentioned that Minnesota game, but you also have Memphis. There's a lot of teams in there that you should beat just by the virtue of they are either not trying to win or not a particularly good team. So I could see how people go, well, you're not going to move down with losses to get you to that matchup. I don't know that you have to, because if the Lakers do not have Luka Doncic, you know who's immediately on their heels one game back? The Denver Nuggets, who also have an opportunity now. You could look at the remainder of the Denver Nuggets schedule and say, well, I don't know that they win all these because I think they have the Spurs a couple of times and they have the Thunder, who I do think are better teams than the Nuggets right now. However, a couple of those games are the last 2 games of the season where who knows if the Nuggets, or rather, or the Thunder or the Spurs are going to be trying. My point being, it's possible that the Nuggets could jump up to 3, and now you have a 4-5 series with the Rockets and the Lakers, and I do think that this changes the way that I view the possibility of the Rockets.
It has to.
Not just in that first round, and this is where I know people are, because I think people are with me on the, okay, no Luka Doncic or a hurt Luka Doncic. You could do something there, right? You can attack him on defense. You can maybe, slow him down a little bit better on offense because he does not have as much of a mobility. Maybe the shot changes up just a little bit with the hamstring injury. I think that could give the Rockets more time to settle into some of the things that they are seemingly doing a little bit better at the end of the season. Because remember, you talk about the postseason starting in 10 days. That's the play-in. Then you probably have another few days before you get to the first round. The first round can stretch on for a little bit. We're talking about possibly 2, 3, 4 weeks to give yourself an opportunity to really set into being better passing the basketball as a team, getting the ball, making quick decisions and moving the basketball when we've seen the Rockets be their best version of themselves.
No, I think that's more than fair. Then you also have to start looking at, okay, let's say you start playing better basketball. You're doing some of the things that you're talking about. You want to play the Thunder in the second round or maybe the Spurs? I mean, it gets into the situation of, well, we're taking advantage of the opportunity here. The Lakers are clearly hurting, now with Luka, and he may well be back.
Right.
100%.
It's quite possible. Like it might just be that this hamstring thing was a small thing and they took extra precautions taking him out of the game last night. That's possible. But
it didn't look that way, by the way.
No, it didn't. I think that this is where we speak to where we are as a Rockets fandom or just watching this Rockets team is this is the type of kind of perspective you have to take to find some level of belief for them in the postseason, which is disappointing.
Yeah.
But if we're going to be honest, I don't want to wait a whole nother season for some opportunity to do anything. I kind of feel bad, and I don't love the fact that we're here, but I'm looking at this and I'm going, hopefully this gives you an opportunity to do a little something this year to give yourself something to build off of for next season.
Ultimately, clearly the Rockets are just going to try to win every game they can, of course. But I'm not so sure that the Lakers are going to drop to the number 4 spot necessarily.
You don't think so?
I don't know. I think they've been pretty obviously really good of late with Luka, but the Nuggets have kind of been flighty themselves. They've won a few games here lately. But they've been blown out a couple times too. It's just going to be interesting to see. Kind of be careful what you wish for.
All right, can I ask you this question? Because I think that's a fair point, and I know not all of our listeners are watching a lot of general NBA basketball. The Nuggets are not the same Nuggets of always. Like they do score the basketball, best offense in the league. Their defense is actually pretty bad this year.
Yeah.
So would you rather face a Nuggets team that clearly has an incredible 2-man game between Jokic and Murray, can score the basketball like all get out, but the defense is bad, or a Lakers team with I'm going to say a hampered Luka Doncic? I'm not going to go as far as a no Luka Doncic.
That's another good question. I want to take advantage of the injuries. Nobody ever pulls for them, but if they happen, too bad for you.
Right.
So I'd much rather face the Lakers.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
And I know that, you have an Austin Reeves who can play really good basketball, and of course, there's still LeBron James, who does not dial it up nearly as much and has benefited from being kind of a third guy, but can still dial it up. I get that. But I do feel like that changes the way that they've played recently. They have to switch on a dime on the way that they play basketball, and maybe you can gain some level of advantage there. And I think you would also be playing the team with I guess the lesser of the best players in that instance if you have either a hurt Luka Doncic or just no Luka Doncic at all.
And ultimately, it's about if the Rockets can get their bleep together. I mean,
it's still it's still in-house, right?
It's still the Rockets.
Because we still see the variation between, let's say, the Tuesday Houston Rockets that come out here and beat the Knicks, and they're executing really well, they're passing the ball really well, they're locked in defensively, they're communicating, and then you got the Wednesday Houston Rockets playing a Milwaukee, or rather, what is it? The Madison Herd or whatever, the Milwaukee Herd, the G League affiliate of the Bucks. And they basically take this down to the wire versus them because they're not executing at the same level that they did the night before, right? There's still that variation in the Rockets, which is a little disconcerting. So if they have to be the best version of themselves, but if they're the best version of themselves versus a Lakers team sans Luka, I'm a lot more interested actually in the possibilities of what they can do.
I'm with you.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us, including this person from the 832 who said, I love listening to you guys on a Good Friday while I'm at home. It's cool listening at home instead of work. I feel like being at home instead of work is generally a really cool thing, unless it's at home instead of work and you're not getting paid, right? That's a really bad one. But I appreciate it. I'm glad that you're having that experience. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. An experience that I really made me mad when I saw it was one that we got from the Tiger Woods body cam footage of when that cop arrested him for a DUI. Where Tiger Woods got on the phone, just something slight, just talking to the president, did a little phone flex, according to the body cam. And so that got us going. Who is your phone flex? Who do you have in your phone that you would call, or somebody that you know maybe you met? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
In the Loop.
Come on,
Radio's 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to our question of the day. Who is your phone flex? Who could you maybe get in contact with? Maybe even in a roundabout way. I'll allow that because I also feel like John Lopez, we and probably you, I don't even know if I could consider myself in this circumstance, having the position that we do, kind of a little bit different than I think the average person, for lack of a better way of saying it.
We're kind of in the business of mixing and mingling with some of these people, yeah.
But I do know some people that are like, hey, man, just let me talk to my cousin, and he can get you up with, you know what I mean? And I feel like that also counts in this, because that very much feels like what Tiger Woods was trying to do. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that the Tiger Woods conversation has continued in the way that it has. But
he keeps delivering. That's why.
Right. And I do wonder how much of this is a concerted effort, because we got obviously the incident happening of him having a DUI last Friday, and then a few days later we get more information, I think, off of the police report, and then we get body cam footage, and the body cam footage has kind of gone viral. A few different things, like there's video of him in the car, seemingly making all sorts of wild faces.
Getting handcuffed.
Right?
Yeah.
There's video of him doing these field sobriety tests, one of which looked like, I think somebody said he looked like, what was it? Oh, man. I was about to say Dante Culpepper. It's not Dante Culpepper.
It is. When he threw that 75-yard.
Yes, when he started doing it, started rolling off. Yeah. But the one I think that very much caught a lot of people's attention is one that you can actually hear audio on. Tiger Woods, at one point, making a call before the arrest happens. And this is what Tiger Woods said.
Say again?
Just keep you down here with us, please.
Yeah, I was just talking to the president. Try to get away from her.
If you could not hear that, that was the officer telling Tiger Woods, hey, man, just stay over here. Like, don't walk away from us. And Tiger, who was closing the phone or turning off the phone in that moment, was like, oh, yeah, I was just talking with the president.
Had to walk away for a second.
Just my bad. I had to step away.
That was the president.
You know, the president of the United States. You know, the most powerful man in the world. You know that guy?
Not president of the HOA. President of the president.
Not even the vice president. Like the big dog.
And he was, you know exactly what he was doing.
Of course. Yeah.
Don't you hate that guy, though?
Yo, can you help me out, man?
Hey, I don't even think his name rings a lot of bells at this point to get out of this situation.
Well, it didn't work.
Yeah. So he's like, I got to call the president.
But my thing about it is, I would have had more respect. Not that Tiger Woods gives a damn about what my respect looks like. I'd have had more respect for if he just straight up like, hey, can you help me out with this?
Yeah.
The name drop of the president in trying to, like, what? Was he trying to just be like, hey, guys, you know I can call the president. What do you think happens in that moment where the cop goes, oh, wait, you know what? I'm going to not do this right now.
Right.
Right?
And the cop, to his credit, basically said, cool story, get over here.
Exactly.
Honestly, this feels in the same vein as, you remember a couple weeks ago where Justin Timberlake got hemmed up, and he's like, what do you do? He's like, it's hard to explain. I'm Justin Timberlake. Like, that's the way it hits my ear, where he's like, hey, I just need you to know.
Yeah.
I got the president on speed dial. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. Now that card is on the table.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here?
So I know the president.
So when the president answered the phone, do you think he said, hey, it's Tiger?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I need some help.
It's Tiger.
I mean, they're both.
I need some help.
They both love golf. They both in that,
my wife
South
has
Florida
my
area.
number, so please make sure don't answer the phone.
Someone on the text line asked, I wonder if Tiger is, or Trump is Tiger's emergency contact, and I feel like that's a terrible emergency contact.
I wouldn't want that one. He's kind of busy.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Well, you think he's just going to answer all the time?
Yeah.
Just there's my homie Tiger. I got time for this. I'm not dealing with anything right now.
Yeah.
There's nothing happening in the world right now that I would have to deal with outside of talking to Tiger.
Yeah.
Somebody said, what if the president called him? Great timing, by the way.
Yes.
Incredible timing.
I would have put that bad boy on speaker in front of the cops.
Like, who is this? Who is that? The president?
Is this Donald J. Trump?
Yeah.
Hey,
Hold on.
what president?
Officer, I respect you a lot, but I feel like the president
nice
calling
hearing from you. nice hearing from you.
And so with that being the case, that got us to our question of the day. What's your phone flex? What person, if you were being arrested, would you try and try and use.
Well, my number one, and I texted you guys, sarcastically, obviously, when we were talking about this via the text group text. I said, no big deal. I had the president's number too, but I did. I would text her. No, I don't think we texted any because I would usually call or he'd call me.
Then you hold a gun up.
I held a shotgun up in his presence.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, well,
what a nerve-wracking
made me
circumstance.
very nervous because he was showing me this shotgun that. Some king of some country gave him, and Secret Service was right there. I'm like, they're gonna kill me. But
you got to make sure that barrel is pointed everywhere but the president.
George H.W. Bush was he was a big sports fan, as everybody knows, and for a while there, probably about a good 3 or 4 year span, it was cool. Obviously it's cool, but of course he's passed. The other one that has passed, I used to occasionally chat with, is Bum Phillips. And then I lost this number. I had Jack Nicklaus because of a book I was doing that he was helping me on. But
did you lose it, or did he make you lose it?
I think it was a phone thing, a phone switch thing. And then, of course,
I'm sick of this dude calling me, asking me how to better his score.
So my hands are like. But I'm glad Sean did the little scroll thing earlier because I was just scrolling through my phone during the break, and I found a great one that's so random because we're not talking about all the sports contacts we have, although I did mention John Smoltz just because it's kind of weird. I've got his Guy Fieri. I have Guy Fieri.
All right, we got to use that. Okay, we got to use that at some point.
I actually thought, I wonder if I could text him for about 3 weeks there, and it's because he's real good friends with Dan Pastorini.
Gotcha.
And Fieri came down to do.
They got to have great hangouts.
Oh, they have great hangouts. You should hear the stories.
Guy Fieri and Dan Pastorini.
But he came down to do, what's the show? Flavortown. What was
Diners, Drive-Ins.
He came to Houston. And Pasto was saying, you got to meet Guy Fieri, and all that. So I kind of texted and all that stuff with him, but it was only for like a 3-week period. So I was actually thinking during the break, hey, remember me? Can you give us a call just for fun? But yeah, Guy Fieri is a good one to have. But I only contacted him for, like I said, about a 3-week span.
You gotta start it back up.
Yeah,
start it back up like you never left.
This one is going to throw people for a loop. Why does John Lopez have this number? Haven't spoken with her yet, but last week I got the number of one Millie Bobby Brown. Millie Bobby Brown from.
Why you got that number?
What do you mean by that?
From Stranger Things. She played the role of 11. I gotta follow up on something with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't trust that at all. That sounds very, very suspicious.
Yeah.
Drake said the same thing.
What a great one on the text line from the 713. My brother-in-law has the chief of police, but that SOB would get me arrested. Yeah, you got to be real careful with your brother now. You got to talk real nice to your brother-in-law. I can call the homie. We can make something shake if you're not careful from the 346.
What about you? You got to have somebody in your phone.
Mayor Bob White, somebody said.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Okay. Yeah, here's the thing that's interesting. There's definitely some names in here, but the problem is they're not a phone flex because if I called them, they'd be like, who the hell is this? Because you got to remember, I was once a producer on a sports radio show, and so I end up with numbers.
Give me your best one, though.
The best one that I of numbers that I have?
Yeah.
This is tough. Would you go Darren Woodson, maybe?
Maybe.
Would that possibly
What's the other
hit
option?
You? I'm trying to remember some of the ones that I had seen here a little bit. Oh, man. I could tell you the one that I definitely could call and have a conversation with. And it's fun because the immediate reaction is going to be good. I have Randy Moss in my phone.
You do have Randy Moss, your hero.
Nope. I got the other Randy Moss.
The other Randy Moss.
I got horse betting. I got horse racer Randy Moss. And every time I'm seeing, I'm like, damn it! I need to get actual Randy Moss's name number at some point. But no, that is one of the fun ones that I have. But yeah, for me, it's a lot of folks in sports that are kind of like, I guess, pseudo celebrities, for lack of a better term. Like, oh, this is a really cool sports media person that I happen to meet. Like, I have Joe Davis's number because I happen to be a spotter that worked with him. And he gave me some advice a little bit when I was a little bit younger in the game. But yeah, I definitely am not going to go number for number with one John Lopez. I have no Millie Bobby Browns.
Yeah. I got Lil Flip's number. I had worked with him on something, and then we were so cool. He like, "Yeah, what's your number?" And
I love when they do that. They're like, you know that they really are kind of like sincere.
Yeah, I got his number. I got Lil Kiki's number, and I'm kind of in the same boat with Reggie. Just being a producer, you get all these different numbers, and I just save them just in case.
Yeah.
But I was looking through here. I got Pete Rose's number.
You have Pete Rose?
Oh, I got Pete Rose's number. Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
That's a flex one. Like if I'm hanging around some people, I'm like, guess what number I got?
Yeah, that's great for that. That's great for that.
Yeah.
I feel like everybody could feel good about if you feel like you don't have no numbers, you got at least one. You got Mike Jones's number.
There you go.
And he answers. He still picks up that phone.
Is it still working?
To this day.
No kidding.
You know what the number is? Let's test it, Fig. You got the number?
What is it? I'll get it. It's coming to me.
Yep. Yeah. It is a Houston number.
8004. What is it?
Okay.
281 281 360.
No. He's close.
281 364. 8004.
Changed the wrong number there.
281 what?
281 330.
330 8004. Yeah.
Hit Mike Jones up. Mike Jones about to blow. There you go.
Everybody's going to be calling it.
Look, if you don't take my word for it, which is fine, go ahead and do it. 281-330-8004. Mike Jones, at least you get the voicemail. I think he still answers to this day.
I think he had to get that number back.
He did.
I seen an interview where he went through a lot. I think so. I don't know what you know how back in the day numbers change all the time, but I think he went through a lot to get that number back. So I think he officially still have that number now.
Somebody said Reggie used to work in DFW. Do you have Randy Galloway's number? No, I wasn't that important.
I got Randy Galloway's number.
Yeah, see that
Didn't we have him on the show?
Well, we had him on a couple times.
Yeah. I didn't have that. I do have some DFW folks in here, but y'all don't give a damn about that. But I do have Jeff Pass. I have Jeff Garcia.
972.
Yeah, when did I have Jeff Garcia's number?
You want Galloway's number?
Don't put it out on me. Don't do that to the man. But I do have Jeff Garcia's number. All right, I might need to use that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 6. Somebody said they got Craig Biggio. Somebody said they got Mattress Mac.
Oh, you know what number I got? Jack Easterby's number.
Oh boy!
And the winner of this segment.
I forgot. So I had this number. This was during COVID, and remember we had the whole Zoom thing. And I had to call him, but the phones wasn't working.
Yeah.
Or he was trying to call here, the phones weren't working.
Yeah.
So I had to. They sent me his number. I had to save it. Then yeah.
Call him up. Say what's up, man.
I should.
What you doing?
Yeah. So if you ever in the circumcision, oh man, I was just calling Jack Easterby, man.
Yeah.
I just All right, that's the question of the day here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where NFL.com has a question that I kind of want to see if we can answer. Who's the next Sam Darnold? 713-572-4610. Let's do it.
The Drive with Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. We start with something that kind of happened a few days ago, but we have not really talked a lot about. But the ESPN, purchase, for lack of a better term, of NFL media, including NFL Network and stuff, has gone through and has really been consummated with ESPN's ownership over NFL Network kind of already taking place. And one of the questions that always comes up with any kind of merger or buyout of this sort is what happens with the redundancies, quote unquote. I think we've all seen this with big companies where you go, okay, you do the job and you do that job, and it's kind of the same. So we just gonna keep both of y'all. We getting rid of one of y'all.
Usually not.
Yeah, right. So one of the things that you also have to consider is, hey man, you got an insider for ESPN, Adam Schefter. You got an insider for NFL Network, Ian Rappaport. You got some of these places where you overlap. According to ESPN, they're actually interested in keeping both of them, and they maybe view the likes of Ian Rappaport and Daniel Jeremiah as possible, future guys to take over, heirs apparent to Adam Schefter and Mel Kiper.
And so,
to take over?
Yeah, eventually. Now, obviously not in this moment, but like the idea being keeping all of them and eventually taking over. I do find it interesting that ESPN seems to be committed to keeping NFL Network kind of strong in the way that has existed and continue to kind of operate in the way that they have.
Go ahead.
No, I was wondering, is Schefter retires anytime soon?
He's older than you think.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering, is he, maybe, do we got maybe 5 more years or something?
Schefter, a lot of people don't know this. He started out as a beat writer of the Denver Broncos. He's 59, so he's got 7 years or whatever. But he's a little older, maybe. Yeah, a little older than you think. But I actually I think that's a smart move because those are individual brands that people just trust and have at their fingertips, so to speak, on social media, and there still is going to be an NFL Network. It's just owned by ESPN, and there still is going to be the ESPN. I'm also wondering, and this has nothing to do with their job status, but I think they especially Adam Schefter does a lot more now. He's breaking news on basketball and stuff, and I'm not saying that's where he's going to lean into, but I'm saying that I think they both have their value.
I think so as well. I think this is a good move. Now, what's interesting is that ESPN is now expecting to change its number 2 NFL game calling team. You know how they would throw up the Chris Fowler, Dan Orlovsky, Louis Riddick team? Now with this deal, according to sources, they're probably moving away from that. Now there isn't obviously a guaranteed new team because we're not even sure for certain that they're moving away from this number 2 team. But with this move, there's a lot of things that are opened up. They could possibly put Jason Kelce in the booth. Some have said that maybe they put Kurt Warner in the mix. How would you like to see them go about the second team of the ESPN calls?
Well, ultimately, we know it's it's going to be a well-known name calling the shots. Play-by-play. It comes down to the analysts, and I could see both of them. I could see both of them in the booth.
Put them both, Warner and Kelce?
Yeah, because there's Kelce's sort of the, not cut up, but he's going to be able to elevate the discussion a little bit with other angles, and then you have Warner, kind of the X's and O's guys, and Warner is proven already.
Yeah, the thing that I'm always interested in though is it feels like we don't get a lot of the dudes who have played in the trenches, but when we do, it feels like they have such a great insight into the game. I am interested in it. I know some people are kind of frustrated by Jason Kelce's star, how it continues to rise to some degree.
I like it.
I am interested in what he would be on a broadcast and what he would bring to the analysis of what we're seeing in NFL football. If for no other reason though, it always felt like you were dealing with a substitute teacher when that second group would go up, right?
Yeah.
Like even though I get it, they didn't have that many games, so it did not make sense for them to have a consistent second team. It always felt like a substitute teacher, which is never what you want to feel on a broadcast.
And you always kind of felt like, how long is Chris Fowler for this anyway? Just because he's
the Fowler portion of this wasn't the issue in my mind.
No, I'm just saying. I don't think he was long for it anyway because he's spread so thin in everything that he does.
Yeah, doing tennis and all the other stuff that he does. Fair enough. So those are some interesting things that were happening when it comes to the ESPN NFL Network merger. And speaking of NFL media, NFL.com asked a really interesting question. Who would you imagine is the next Sam Darnold? They threw up 5 quarterbacks that they think could possibly be that, but just without the influence of this, or maybe you've already looked at it.
I'm looking at it right now.
Who would you put your money on, or who would you at least immediately think of has the possibility of doing what Sam Darnold has done over obviously last year, but really the last few years, of being kind of a reclamation project that can come in and be more of a starter than we had previously imagined?
Man, I would not put my money on any of these 5 guys. If I had to.
The 5 guys that they have purported
are going to be Daniel Jones, Kyler Murray, Mac Jones, Tua, and Malik Willis. If I had to, I guess I would just by default say Kyler Murray.
Okay. And why is that?
Offensive system, pretty established team, has a few pelts on the wall. I would say that would lead him, but I wouldn't bet on it too much. That's for darn. You?
That's interesting because I do feel that Kyler Murray there's a slight kind of discordance when it comes to what he seems to do well to this point and what is asked of him in that system. However, I think they're obviously all incentivized to make it work. That'd be a good place to go with it. I'm actually a lot more interested in this Malik Willis thing.
Maybe.
Than I probably should be. But I think that he got a little bit of that quarterback camp, right, where he was able to work with admittedly pretty good quarterback head coach when it comes to Matt LaFleur. And then also he had the opportunity to sit, but then also get some game reps. And then he'll step into, the fullness of an opportunity to offense. The only thing is I still, and apology if I sound kind of cruddy a little bit to the man, but I still wonder how far Bobby Slowick has come in his ability to coordinate an offense and add creativity to what the basics of that Shanahan-Kubiak system is. Plus, the Dolphins have kind of stripped the thing a little bit more bare.
Well, that's
when it comes
the thing.
To the offense as well.
That would be my biggest hang-up on that is that the Dolphins are just going to be bad, and so you're talking about down the road a little bit for him to do something. I just think Kevin O'Connell he's one of my favorite play callers in the NFL. I think he adapts to the quarterbacks. Quarterbacks have speaking of Sam Darnold, quarterbacks have thrived under him. I would have to say, and again, not high confidence, but I would have to say Kyler Murray.
How do you feel about the case that is trying to be made here for Daniel Jones to be this?
I get it, but the thing is, what Daniel Jones are you going to believe? In terms of the one that was good at the early season and bad even before his injury. I don't have a lot of confidence in that.
On top of that, I think that you've gotten a little bit of tape of what he is in the system. Not to say that the tape is the end-all, be-all, because I do think that he can play. He's coming off an Achilles tear.
And
I think that's a portion of this that makes this kind of tough because he already kind of existed in this. I do wonder, should we even qualify in this? Because the way that they started last year, it felt like he was the dude that we were talking about before we even got to the Sam Darnold of this all in Seattle as well.
Yeah, no, he was, and he was the hot thing in the NFL. But the combination of the Achilles, we've seen the bad Daniel Jones as well. I wouldn't put a lot of stock in it, although they believe in him. Yeah.
I see someone on the text line who went with Tua as well, and I am very intrigued as to why people feel so strongly about Tua Tagovailoa.
That's a big ask. That is a big ask, isn't it?
It is, because I think that there's a few things working against him. One, it felt like he already was given as good of a chance to succeed when it comes to a play caller coordinating for his strengths and weaknesses, talent around him that play to helping him with his strengths and weaknesses, and the Kevin Stefanski thing, right?
Yeah,
I think that we've given him a lot of credit. I know that I have personally, and a lot of people around football have. There are also some people that go, hey, he's getting a little too much, right?
I agree.
The dysfunction around the Browns was not, obviously the Browns bring their own dysfunction inherently until further notice. It didn't feel like he orchestrated that all that well either. And you do wonder if you're going to have that kind of resurgence for a quarterback, it does feel like you would need to operate or run the operation really, really well.
On the other hand, there was so much dysfunction just at the quarterback position. Michael Penix Jr. was not a Stefanski guy. I think most people.
Wait, what? There right now.
Yeah.
So you don't think that Penix gets the opportunity to really?
Exactly.
So it's probably Tua in your mind.
It's just going to be by default Tua. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could see that. Speaking of Tua and the Atlanta Falcons, did you see that the Atlanta Falcons, what feels like the 7th time in
every
7
month.
years? It feels like they're doing this every time. They've refreshed their look, and they are going to the primary red jerseys. but it's still kind of that simple,
pretty straightforward.
Pretty straightforward. Block numbers, pretty, straight red jersey. Keeping the black helmet with, I think, kind of the F logo of sorts of that Falcon. It feels like they underachieved here, right?
It does, but I was going to go somewhere else. Does it feel like too many teams are going to the black and red? Like Texans, like everybody's new uniform. It's like the whole league is kind of leaning into either dark blue in the case of the Texans or black and red. Have you seen all these new uniforms? They're all kind of variations of the same thing.
Okay, I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's that many as I look at it, but the ones that do have it, it does become striking when you bring it that way. I think some of it is just what is in vogue when you're trying to design is going to be in vogue, right? And I think that getting these kind of more bold monochromatic looks and then kind of trading on some nostalgia in a way going back is a way to go. It just feels like when you're talking about the Falcons in particular, it's happened a lot recently, and
they do it a lot.
They've also missed a lot, right? That's one of the things that keeps hitting me is it just feels like they keep kind of missing, and it's not like they're missing by wide margins, but they're missing by just enough to where it gets annoying, and they keep coming back to it pretty soon thereafter as well, which makes it feel like they also recognize that they're missing, and so I just keep looking, and ultimately it feels like the jerseys, the way that they go about jerseys, also feels like the way that this team works.
Yes.
Like it feels like it's a microcosm of the way that the Falcons work, where it's like, hey, it feels like if you squint, they should be close, and then you open your eyes full, and you're like, nope, didn't get it. Did not get it this time.
No, and they just changed their uniforms far too much.
I think so. I kind of like that the Texans have found this place where it feels like they can stay here for a nice, strong period as well. And I think that's what you want as a football team. Like you don't want to be constantly shifting unless you end up kind of being like some level of Oregon of the NFL, right? Where that's kind of the
Titans.
appeal. I don't think this works for the Titans. I think this is a bad look on the Titans, right? And I do wonder if you put those two teams together, does it feel like this is inherently something that says we know that the on-field product is not bringing appeal?
So that's a lot of it.
We're trying to find something else.
That is absolutely a lot of it. You notice, and by the way, every team is into changing their look just for general marketing purposes. But it sure seems like the teams that are struggling are like, hey, let's try this. Let's slap a new coat of paint on the wall and see if anybody will want to buy this thing.
That's right. That's right. Directionless mediocrity. Stephen Godfrey, who does college football stuff, but he is a noted Atlanta Falcons fan. He called it directionless mediocrity. Took 2 whole years and is the most Atlanta Falcons part of it all. That's
the thing that always boggles my mind. Like, they do so much market research, so much testing of this uniform and that uniform, and then they end up with something there, but it's like,
All right. It's one of those things it reminds me, I need to find a way to create a consulting firm because they make so much money off of this, and ultimately the results go, I feel like I could have done that.
Yeah, you're printing money, man.
All right, one more thing here around the NFL. San Francisco 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. There's been some rumors that have been flying around, and the idea is, could he possibly leave coaching to get to the TV booth? He responded to this at the league meetings by saying, I'm good coaching. I love coaching, even though I look like I've aged 10 years because I physically have aged 10 years. I still feel good, close quote.
He does look like he's aged 10 years. But, yeah, I thought that was silly from the start, didn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know what's going on, and behind the scenes.
Sure.
And younger guys probably have burned out than him, but I just didn't see
didn't Sean McVay talk about possibly retiring before some people get to
there were rumors that he was.
Yeah.
Was it after the Super Bowl?
Right.
Yeah.
But that did make me think. I think I would actually really like Kyle Shanahan in media.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
If and when the day comes, I would love.
Imagine McVay.
McVay as well.
Yeah.
Because you know that they think so deeply about the game. I don't. And with all due respect to Rex Ryan, because I do think Rex Ryan has had his value, both in coaching and in media. I don't think you end up seeing them succumb so much to some of the narrative conversation as opposed to giving.
But I like that from Rex Ryan. I do. That he kind of shoots from the hip.
He does.
Yeah.
He does, and that it has its appeal. But I kind of would love to get into the mind. I mean, just having an opportunity to talk to folks like Fig. At Super Bowl, we had an opportunity to talk to John Weeks, who obviously is over there. And if you hear him just kind of relay the process that they go through and the ways in which Kyle Shanahan is not just telling you what to do, but the reasons why with everything. It's like I would love that as a fan to get even more of that perspective when you're talking. Even if it's just during a game, when you tell me, hey, they're doing this, this is why they're doing this, so I can have a better information on one.
Yeah,
that's the idea.
The whole idea, yeah.
But unfortunately, we're not going to get that from Kyle Shanahan. He said he's good doing this coaching thing. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, if you look around the top of the AFC, some of these teams and these maybe presumed contenders especially have some similar needs. Do you think this should affect the Texans in the way that they approach the top of the draft? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
According to Nick Caserio. your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Love this. All right, it's a Funky Friday now on this Good Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a good Friday on this Good Friday. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. I sometimes have an issue where I just look over at John Lopez's computer, and apparently there's kind of a different layout at Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis for the Final Four. It does look like they've gotten this down to a little bit more of a science where it looks a little bit less like just a small court in the middle of a giant football stadium.
Looks more like an arena, just a very big one.
Just a ridiculously large arena somehow. But yeah, our guys, Clint and Ron, broadcasting still from Indianapolis for yet another day. I'm interested if maybe they went to practice. I saw Illinois practicing
right now, I think.
I think that's happening. So I can't wait to hear from them later on in the show. However, let's talk a little bit about the draft that is now just under 3 weeks from now, like 20 days, I believe, from today. We will have the first round of the NFL draft. And you were kind of, doing your different diligences, working on thinking about.
Diligi?
Is that how you pluralize?
I don't know.
Does diligence ever get pluralized? I don't even know. Is that something that can happen?
I'm looking it up. I'll go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you for doing that. You were doing your diligence and thinking about the draft, and you were looking around the top AFC contenders. That is something that is a fascination that I've noticed for you and what they need. And you were kind of noticing an overlap now, weren't you?
A little bit. And so it's worth noting that these are not the only needs that each of these AFC teams need. And you're right. I've really kept an eye on some of these teams on the top. The Texans have done a terrific job. I think we can all agree on that now, filling needs and such. But they do still have a priority at the top of the draft, and maybe it's not as distinct a priority because they have done such a good job. But defensive tackle is largely mentioned. Offensive line is largely mentioned, right?
Which, honestly, I honestly wonder just how much offensive line is going to be any given year because there's just not that many offensive linemen to be had in the NFL at any given point.
But you always see top needs.
Sure.
Right. Like this team has their top need is wide receiver, which, by the way, of all these top AFC teams, the Chiefs and the Bills don't have any overlap of their top needs, at least, the consensus is, I think the Bills are looking for a linebacker and a wide receiver are their top needs. Chiefs, I think, is wide receiver and something else, but not a real overlap. But did you notice that the Patriots' top need, by and large, is offensive line? Ravens' top need, by and large, and there are others. I'm just saying, one of the top needs is offensive line. Jacksonville, interior defensive line. Chargers, depending on if you think they're a contender or not, offensive line.
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
Especially now they got my man Black Mike.
Yeah, they got him.
That's got to be like the fourth day in a row where I've
it's
gotten
all right.
Black
It's
Mike
what you do. And then the Broncos, tight end and interior defensive line. And some people might argue that tight end, if it's available, would be a tech. But if you're looking at offensive line and defensive tackle, the Patriots, Ravens, Jaguars, Chargers, and Broncos have the same need. And I'm not saying like it's gonna drastically change your approach. We all always hear what they say, but does that affect it at all? Do you think that especially the first and second round pick?
I don't think so. Of course, all of this is dependent on the actual draft scouting work.
Yeah.
Because in the draft scouting work, outside of the general media scouts, right? There's the media scouts that go, all right, these guys are all kind of first-round grades, or these guys are all kind of second-round grades, or whatever. We know that each individual team, especially when you look at the Texans in the particular roles, they'll be looking for different things, and they'll like certain guys, and they won't like certain guys. And with the Texans, there's the additional level of it's not just what you do on the field and who the player is as a person and how that personality fits into what they believe is necessary for a football player and necessary to be a Texan. Remember, DeMeco has made it clear, not everybody's built to be a Texan, right? And so that's makes smaller the size. But I do think that with all that being said, there's a lot of offensive linemen that whether they're first-round grades or second-round grades, that feel like they're right in that nice space, that fertile ground of the day 1, day 2 of the NFL draft where the Texans will be selecting, whether it's 28, 38, 50, was it 59? Is that the pick? Right in that range. There's a lot of guys. I think that there's six offensive linemen.
Didn't we say 5.5 was the
something
over
like that?
Or that might have been wide receiver. Anyway,
no, I think that was offensive line. And there's a lot of those guys where, although you have some guys that or some teams that have those needs, it does feel like, depending on if you like a majority of those guys in that tier, those first few tiers,
right,
there should be some options that are near there, or at least options that are doable, whether you need to do a little bit of moving and shaking in there. When it comes to offensive line, defensive line, similarly. How many times have we talked about a few guys that, especially interior defensive line, whether you're talking about Caden McDonald, whether you're talking about, I almost said Caleb Downs. What's my guy from Florida? Caleb Banks. Whether you're talking about Lee Hunter, maybe a little bit later, whether you're talking about there's another interior defensive lineman that is escaping me in this moment. But there's a few guys that you look at in that range. And ultimately, one of the things that you can also point to is, as much as you go, hey, there's a few guys in the AFC or a few teams in the AFC that would want these, you're right that saying that this is one of their top needs, but ultimately when it comes time to step to the plate, they're going to have to make a selection, and they're going to have to pick from one of their top needs, and that doesn't mean that they all will pick. It's
absolutely going to be offensive lineman or DT, but these are their top. Now, clearly, I think most of us would agree we want Nick Caserio and his staff to get the guy that is the best player at that position, and we're leaning defensive tackle and offensive line. But he might think, we brought it up yesterday, maybe even a wide receiver, depending on what you think of Tank Dell, or a tight end or whatever. The only thing it made me think about was they're taking that dude that was highest on your list. And it might not even be these teams. I'm just saying, because the offensive line, there's going to be a run, because defensive tackle, there's a lot of first round projections. That does it maybe alter how you approach moving up?
In trying to answer that question, I'll ask you another question, one of my fortes. Do you think that the way that they've situated, the Texans have situated, where they have fairly limited gaps that they have to try and address, and they obviously have kind of been freed to be themselves. Do you think that makes them more attached or less attached to the dudes that they rank highly?
I think it depends on how they have them ranked.
Right?
Like, there might be an offensive lineman here or a defensive tackle, either position, where the Texans think they've got it over everybody. They might be convinced, everything, all their research, all their interviews, everything that they've done in pre-draft, where they go, that dude is really good. That dude is the one we want.
Yeah.
And so, depending on the position, depending on the player, that's the only thing I was thinking about. Like, all of a sudden, and by the way, all these teams outside of the Chiefs draft ahead of the Texans.
Right.
So it kind of makes you think. Let's say that you get to, let's say you get to 20-ish, 20-something pick, and that guy that you still love, he's not just like ranked ahead of the next guy, but he's the one you think is going to be, a game changer. Does that affect it?
And that's the tough thing, because I don't really have a good answer, which sucks in this space. We're supposed to have a definitive answer, but I really and truly will be honest with you, and I don't have a good answer, because I could see that going either way. One, situation one is you look up and you go, there's not the need of a role specifically on this team. And I think, especially as Nick Caserio has talked about it, they draft with that, what is your role in this team, very front of mind, which I imagine, is that the thing that makes them super attached to a player, and is that the thing that would force them to make a jump up, right? And that's not there. But on the other side, there's also the feeling of, hey, there's few needs that we have. How much does having all of this draft capital matter versus getting somebody that we feel the best about being able to be a hit, especially understanding that the draft in any given year is kind of a lottery pick. It's kind of a dart throw. And so, yes, you want to give yourself a lot of dart throws, but if you feel more confident about a particular player, does that give you more confidence or more of a belief that you should move up, knowing that, hey, instead of taking a whole bunch of dart throws, we're not being, corralled by need. We just know that this guy is really good, and so let's go make sure we get him.
Right.
I could see that going either way. I think I might lean more towards the former, though.
Moving back?
No, not necessarily moving back,
or just getting your next guy.
Let's we're not that we don't have to be hamstrung into this particular player, even though we like him, because there's not a necessity at any position.
It's just fascinating to me because it's one of the things you don't really think about. Sometimes you almost have to play. You have to be aggressive. Not necessarily because of what, not just because of what you want. And you might have a guy really, really highly ranked, but you know that the fall off is going to be significant, at least on your board.
Yeah, and it's all situational, like you say. From the 8th through 2, any chance that Nick Caserio trades down like he likes to do and picks up extra second-round picks, so now they have 3 second-round picks?
Yes.
I mean, that's always a possibility with Nick Caserio. I do wonder, because I think that it was a John Crumpler on Twitter who made the point that seeing as you don't have as many spots that you need to address, how appealing is it to have even more rookies, as opposed like getting more of that capital as opposed to just you standing or maybe even moving up and having a player that you believe in, as opposed to stepping back. I don't know. I can understand that thought process, but again, it's also fluid, which again is part of the reason that I think Nick Caserio gets more dangerous in this draft, and that's kind of why you want to be there. Because as much as we're having this hard time being able to pin what the logical landing point is for the way that you operate, there's 31 other teams in the National Football League that will have this kind of difficulty.
It's getting exciting, man.
Exactly what Nick Caserio would want to do.
It's getting exciting.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Somebody said draft offensive lineman, and a good running back. And then someone even went as far as saying the Texans must take a running back in the second round because there's no safety net if Montgomery misses time. They go Marks isn't a running back 2. I disagree with the running back 2 thing. Clearly, he has capabilities that feel like I wouldn't want them as running back 1, but if he's running back 2, it makes me very happy. But I do think that I wouldn't go to must, but it does feel like you might want to have one more running back in there that you feel confident about. But maybe I'm just also being selfish. It's the time of year when we're team building, we're like, I would like all of the things, please. Go to the store and get me everything.
Yes.
1, maybe 2 of everything somehow. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including what should be a wild weekend of Houston sports. Let's do all of that next.
In the loop.
3 Astros.
281-222-2222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, what's poppin' is the calendar for the weekend looks really cool. Of course, we'll draft the weekend at the end of the program, but it's something where you have to look at. Obviously, the Astros go on the road for the first time in the 2026 baseball season, and their destination, it's a destination everybody wants to go to, Sacramento, California, right? Yep. You with me?
Not a great city, but a little bit underrated.
Is it really?
There's
All right,
some fun stuff
Make
to do.
the case for why Sacramento's underrated.
Yeah, what is it to do there?
Well, it's actually it's kind of flat, like cowboy ranch-like.
What a great
in
starting
Sacramento.
point. It's flat.
No, but like real surrounding Sacramento.
Flatter than here?
Oh, it's about the same. But surrounding Sacramento are some gorgeous mountains, gorgeous places, lakes, water. I used to go to Sacramento and drive into Nevada. You can get to Reno in like 90 minutes, and it's just a gorgeous drive. You can go freshwater trout fishing in some of those areas around.
And the Astros will do none of that in this 3-game set.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
They don't got time for that.
Fishing, pitchers will. Pitchers on their off days do all kinds of crazy stuff.
You think they'd rather be in Sacramento or Oakland?
Sacramento maybe.
Well,
Really?
Oakley,
Sacramento maybe.
Okay.
I was like, Oakley, you can at least get to San Fran, huh? I don't know. That's actually a really good question. Not one that we're
Sacramento
gonna
is the
answer here,
Cleveland of the West. Yeah.
Is that a threat?
People
immediately go, ooh, Cleveland,
Yeah,
ooh, Sacramento.
The
It's not
Athletics.
bad.
You got to visit Cleveland.
It's not bad.
Yeah. Like I'm not saying going on a vacation in Cleveland is the thing, but if you there, you'll have a good time, man. Especially for a weekend or something.
Yeah.
And that's what the Astros are doing. A weekend 3-game set versus the Athletics. It's Cristian Javier, Tatsuya Imai, and Lance McCullers Jr. on the mound. So all of that's really interesting. The Athletics have had kind of a rough go of it to start. This is their home opener tonight with Jeffrey Springs on the mound. And, of course, it's West Coast baseball, so tonight you got a late one, 8:40 first pitch, but at least the rest of it is the weekend. So
Friday, man. What else are you going to be doing?
That's a good question that I do not want to self-incriminate with. But, interesting to see the Astros continue doing their thing on the road. The place discipline, does that stay? Also, what does Joe Espada do now that it seems like Jeremy Pena is back to the regular expectation of him where he should play every day? What does that do for the infield? That's some of the questions that we have heading into the weekend.
What does it do for the infield? What does it do for the lineup? What does it do for the rotation in terms of one game to the next? But this series, sneaky good series against the A's simply because it's your first road trip. It's a first division series. You mentioned they've been scuffling a little bit, but they individually have got some guys that have either had terrific starts to the year or Astros killers. So it's gonna be fun.
I wasn't going to make this point that this person from the 408 made. You can go to another city from Sacramento. Is that a positive for Sacramento?
No, I'm just saying that's one of the things I have done. The surrounding area is pretty cool. Yeah.
And Dallas is great. You can drive to
Somebody
Oklahoma
said close to Napa. That's fair. A little wine country happening there. Yeah.
Hey, going to Houston is cool. You could go right over to Louisiana.
New Orleans.
Oh, man. But a team that is not moving anywhere, going anywhere, they're in Houston tonight. The Houston Rockets, which, by the way, congratulations to the Houston Rockets for officially clinching their playoff berth, so they will not have to contend with the play-in. We kind of knew that, to be honest, but yesterday it was officially locked in. They'll face off against the Utah Jazz tonight, 7 p.m. at Toyota Center. Should be pretty easy money. The Utah Jazz are not a team that is trying to really win basketball games. That said, you never know.
We've been there.
You never know. Hopefully they
Should
may
it be easy money?
Easy money. Bank it.
It should be.
They
Heavy on the
win.
should.
Hey, they should win this game.
They should.
I don't know about easy
They
money.
should.
It better be.
Yeah.
For my personal psyche.
It might make it interesting.
I need y'all to.
People's heads are going to explode if they don't.
Actually, I don't even know if people's heads will. I think people have kind of tried to emotionally
people
disinvest.
gonna shake their head. That's what they're gonna do.
Here we go.
Yeah, I think people have tried to emotionally disinvest a little bit from the Rockets at this point.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that is the right way to go with this news that we got yesterday. Luka Doncic, one of the MVP hopefuls, in the NBA, and the offensive leader of what the Lakers have been able to do down the stretch as now the 3rd seed at this moment. He went down hard in their game with the Oklahoma City Thunder last night. A hamstring injury that we are still waiting to hear more information on.
MRI today.
Yes, MRI is coming today. But if he is not available for a period of time, and particularly if he if he just misses the first round of the playoffs or misses portions of the first round of the playoffs, this feels like a crack of the door for the Rockets to maybe actually do something of some value in the postseason.
It does, and I think all 3 teams that could potentially face the Lakers are going to be monitoring that, because even if he comes back,
I think it's only 2 teams that I think are probably.
Is it 2 or?
I don't know that the Nuggets will fall to a place where they would face.
Well, I think they could, but I mean, realistically versus what they could do otherwise. But either way, every team is watching that's in the mix is watching this, because even if he comes back, it's going to be like, all right, how's he doing? Is he going to hold up?
Right.
I mean, even if it's 2-3 weeks from now.
Now, it is worth noting that Luka Doncic, it feels like every playoffs that he's played in, he's been nursing something as he goes, but those feel like those are more lower on the body than that hamstring. Hamstring just feels like it handles so much of what you do, especially with Luka liking that deceleration step, some of that stuff. So we'll see what ultimately what happens there. And I know that you wrote this down as the Rockets would be well advised to land the 6th seed now, right? I don't know that they even need to. We talked about this earlier. Mm-hmm. If Luka Doncic is not in there for the remaining however many games of the season, I could see maybe the Nuggets possibly usurping them into the 3rd seed, and then the Lakers being the 4th seed, at which point the Rockets here at the 5 would get that matchup that possibly could help them maybe.
Hell, they may get up to the 4th seed, the Rockets, and have home court.
Interesting.
I mean, it's not off
now,
the table
they would
yet.
have to go further because the Lakers do have the tiebreak between the 2 teams.
Oh, that's right. The Lakers do have the tiebreaker, but with 6 games left?
Right.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah. But yeah, if you were at all concerned about, Luka Doncic, could he now be out of the running for end of season awards because he has not cleared the 65 game threshold just yet? Mm-hmm. There is a provision, as the NBA's rules have tons of additional rules in it. You need a JD. Just
we need to find a way to get Luka on the All NBA team.
You don't have to, because there are provisions within the 65 game threshold that if you get injured after March 31st. And you had already played 85% of the games, that you would kind of just be grandfathered in to awards, which Luka would qualify for. So I don't know that anybody was crying for Luka Doncic, but if that was a consideration, that's there. And the only reason I bring that up is there's been so much conversation about should the NBA get rid of the 65-game rule. Adam Silver has already said they're not doing that this year. But there are some provisions for, being real close and having an injury at the end of the road here.
And yet Anthony Edwards is not eligible.
No, because he got injured before that.
1 day or 2 days or whatever it was that it was officially missing his last, out of the 65.
Is this a tweet that you want? Like, let's peel this back just a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right, some other things that are popping. Do you want to talk college football here, or do you want to talk Memphis?
Oh, we got to talk Memphis.
All right, so in the NBA,
speaking of vacations, let's go to Memphis.
Yeah. Apparently,
you sure about that?
What's popping is just talking crazy about other cities in these great United States of America, because that's what NBA players have been doing. It started with LeBron James. They were facing off, I think they should be facing off against the Memphis Grizzlies here soon. Question
Good
mark?
luck with that.
Or was that recently? I can't recall. It might have been on Thursday, but he was seen talking about spending time in Memphis and how much he likes it.
At 41 years old, you think I want to do that? Being in Memphis on a random ass Thursday. I'm not like the first guy even talking about it in the NBA. Like, we all like, you guys have to move. Just go over to Nashville. You got Vanderbilt over there. You got the NASCAR. You got a stadium. Don't they got a hockey team too?
Yeah, Predators.
Like, they got everything.
Doesn't look like LeBron's going to be on the Grizzlies anytime soon, so Grizzly fans out there.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah, they know it's
crazy. The only chance was in 2003 if they'd have won the lottery to give me that. And I might have pulled a Eli Manning and not showed up.
God, dog.
That is harsh.
Man. Very harsh. But wait, there's more.
Right. This is a newfound level for LeBron James. Not that many people care. He used to feel like, as the face of the league, like that he had to be a representative of the league. That's not
like
a dude.
Cookie cutter.
Yeah, that's a dude who's like, I don't have to be diplomatic about this, which kind of is a good thing for the NBA, that it feels like at least maybe they've moved on from everything being so LeBron centric. That being said, hey, man, that was mean.
And the other thing about LeBron, that was a very casual environment, too. He was on a golf course. I think it was like a golf course, basically, podcast or something.
Yeah, but there was a camera there. And
Yeah,
LeBron used to be real careful around them cameras.
Oh, yeah, he always tried to say the same thing, but he let it go. But then...
Which, by the way, do we want Nashville to have a basketball team?
Yeah, over Memphis, I'm guessing
Well,
yes.
They do.
Yeah.
Do we want it?
I mean, why
I
not?
wouldn't have an issue with it.
Because it's Nashville.
No, it's not Nashville that we have a thing against. It's that Amy Adams person and the Oilers.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
yeah, I don't have no issue with Nashville.
Nashville's
Hell,
cool.
I ain't got no issue with Memphis, to be honest.
Well, I didn't think I did.
They got some good hip hop music. Some good
I didn't
hip-hop
think I
artists
had
in
a thing
Memphis.
with Memphis. I mentioned to you guys, but I've always kind of
I just never been to Memphis.
Every time I've been, I've done the touristy things. I did some barbecue, I did some blues, and I did the Peabody Hotel, which is kind of a weird thing. They have ducks walking through the lobby. But either way, I've never had a problem. I didn't know it was that bad. Apparently it's bad.
Well, let's hear from various NBA players. How do y'all feel about Memphis?
Man, I used to hate flying into Memphis, bro.
What'd you coming to that FedEx? Them boys maybe had it cracking.
Man, we're gonna stay at that West, and I'm gonna walk across. I'm walking across the street on game day to get to the.
What's your least favorite city? Everybody's got to have one.
Yeah, Memphis, probably. I mean, the hotel is probably the worst hotel in the NBA. The food there is good, though.
Did you ever walk into a hotel room and just be like, wow, thousands of people have slept in this bed before me?
Yeah. Especially when we go to Memphis. I'd be like, damn, my hotels ain't nothing in Memphis. I walked in the Memphis hotel one time, I had stains on the bed.
Memphis, which should probably be in Nashville, should be an Eastern Conference team. Adam, let them just do us all a favor and take the team to Nashville.
Oh, Memphis is easily the worst.
God.
Yeah. Easily the worst. You usually stay at the West End across from the hotel, and that's the only, like, they're like,
Is the Peacock there?
The Peabody.
Peabody. With the ducks? Yeah, Peabody? Where they have is it the gooses or the ducks? No,
And he's just
people got to
pick up a video of him
People
running.
gotta pay for that. Yeah. People got to pay for that action.
Players hate Memphis. Did you pick up on that?
I didn't know this.
Yeah,
they hate Memphis.
I think some of it is the hotel accommodations. They typically are at 5-star hotels. Memphis doesn't have 5 stars that are big enough to accommodate an NBA team, so they end up staying at a Westin, mind you, which ain't that bad.
Right.
But I guess if you're constantly staying in the Ritz-Carlton, it feels like a step down, I guess, question mark.
A lot of crime, apparently.
But Memphis is actually, like, getting better, funny enough.
Well, not good enough.
No.
Not good.
You know who else getting better? The Cleveland Browns. Do that mean anything?
Do we have data on that, though?
Yeah.
Do we have data on the Cleveland Browns
I can't
getting
believe.
better?
I mean, it's almost, well, obviously it's not across the board. You can't say that. But from what we're picking up on, players hate Memphis.
Yeah.
Hate.
Yeah, I didn't know the hate was this strong.
Well, you know what's funny? The dudes that actually go and play in Memphis end up liking it for the most part.
Mhm.
There are maybe a few exceptions. So it's just like traveling into town.
Yeah.
And taking it back to the top. LeBron James getting out here like, man, ain't nothing to do in Memphis. Ain't you 41? Don't you have one of your sons as a coworker? And you married? Ain't nothing for you. You shouldn't.
You can't have fun.
Okay. What is the fun that the 41-year-old supposed to be doing?
I go to a blues bar, man.
Exactly. They got that.
Yeah.
They got that, big dog. Go ahead. Go listen,
he
go
ain't
listen
trying.
to
It
some blues, my
sound
boy.
like he ain't even trying to leave the hotel.
Right.
The hotel that he don't like, probably.
This is true.
So yeah, that's just a wild thing that was happening. Memphis caught a lot of hell.
Man, I didn't see that coming, man. It's been rough for Memphis the last couple of days.
And I can
man.
put that on the Chamber of Commerce video.
No.
That's for dang sure.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
But this does feel like, especially in the world of social media, the city of Memphis, whatever their Chamber of Commerce or visit Memphis or whatever, they gotta find a way to use this to their advantage, right? Like they gotta counter program.
Lean
this,
into
right?
it.
Lean into it. Do something that's funny on social media. See if you can win the.
I mean, that's all you can do.
Win the viral moment.
Maybe they
about
can
all you
put
can
Pooh
do.
Shiesty on there too.
All right, that might not work the way that you want, especially with his name currently in the
That's what I'm
news.
saying. Memphis artists.
Yeah.
If you don't understand what he's talking about, that Memphis artist was he was just arrested for kidnapping somebody?
Yeah. So he just got out of jail doing a couple years, He just got arrested again for allegedly kidnapping Gucci Mane.
Which also does not help the city of Memphis at large.
By the way, him and his dad arrested
and
for
his
kidnapping.
dad.
Well, look at that. You know what that is?
His dad was part of it.
I got you, Memphis. Look, Memphis, strong family values.
Hey.
You see that?
Like father, like son.
Right there. Strong family values in Memphis. Even the criminals work together with their family. So understand. I don't have to talk bad about Memphis like that. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Good Friday. Coming up next, let's do a little Friday Would You Rather. 713-572-4610. Play along. We do it next.
The Drive with Stoerner. Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on this Good Friday. A lot of people weighing in on that Memphis conversation with the NBA players. Because it's funny. You were like, myself and Fig were talking in the break, and you mentioned that it makes sense when you have one major sports team why it's only NBA players. But I also feel like the NBA particularly is the league that has the most quote unquote like bad geography.
How so?
Because like the NFL, you would say, when you talk about like being in places where you question how well they can support what it is. Like you go with the NFL and they've got some small markets where you talk about Green Bay, but Green Bay is such a historic market and they really answer the call of being there. Like maybe you go to Jacksonville. What would be the quote unquote bad geography places that they have
in the NFL?
Yeah, in the NFL.
I mean,
like they're usually in pretty
metropolitan, pretty bustling. I mean, even Oakland, it was just kind of a rough place.
Right. It's a big area. Yeah. Maybe you go to Buffalo, but again, they support it really well.
Yeah.
Baseball, there's not very many places where I go like this is bad geography. I think the basketball you get to you end up in Memphis
maybe
in some places. So I do think
and people just like to talk cities and whether they're good or bad and
that's also a fair point.
Yeah.
Also a fair point. All right. But let's do a little bit of Would You Rather here on a Good Friday.
All right, you guys get in on this. Well, let's start with the thing that gave me the idea to go ahead and get another Would You Rather for folks. Would you rather fall to the number 6 seed? And I know there's other possibilities. I'm just saying this.
Yep.
Would you rather fall to the number 6 seed and face the Lakers with the hammy-hindered Luka, or keep winning and maybe have home court against the Nuggets?
Oh.
Those are the only two options. And none of this like, well, this could happen, etc. Fall to the number 6 seed and face the Lakers.
That's a tough one, man.
Or keep winning and have home court against the Nuggets.
Oh, I think
that is a tough one.
It is.
Because the possibility of home court does intrigue me, but it's not like not like the Rockets have been that so much better at home that it makes it so.
In fact, they struggle. I mean,
it'll give them an opportunity.
Yeah.
So I think it's the 6th seed and facing the Lakers, especially with the possibility.
So go on the road. Is this going on the road
Correct.
too?
Yeah.
Man, yeah. I would probably have to go with that one too.
You too?
Probably so, man.
Hey, give me the odds, man. Yeah, give me the odds. Give me the wiggle room of playing at home.
It's hard. It's tough.
You can lose at home and win on the road, and you're back at home court advantage. I'm gonna go with keep winning and have home court against the Nuggets.
There is also, when you're playing the Nuggets, now you would have home court, but also those games on the road are at altitude, small things to take into consideration, but it'd be there. I think the thing that scares me away is just the two-man game that shows up, especially.
Oh, the matchup is a big part of it.
The two-man game of the especially in close games, which the Rockets can end up in, and they don't end up closing out well. Of Jamal Murray, who is real good at doing this at the end, and Nikola Jokic, who again real good at doing this at the end. Wouldn't like to see that. Would not like to see that at all.
Somebody said they're going to lose regardless, so that's okay. That's confidence.
We're trying to find little margins, which honestly, again, speaks to the places that or the ways that we think about them. Because I'm like, what are the smallest margins that I could get to make the Rockets just a little bit better opportunity of winning in the first round?
Let me ask you both this before we get to the next Would You Rather. Forget what they might say publicly. What do you think the Rockets would prefer? Ime and Rafa and all that. Would they rather face a hindered Luka and the Lakers or home court against the Nuggets? I think their answer would be more like y'all's.
I think so.
You think they'd rather face the Lakers?
Yes. With no Luka or hindered,
I would think they probably want the home court advantage. But
that's what they're going to say publicly.
But behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that's tough. Because the only thing that I am thinking is Ime Udoka, with how he feels about defense and his team's ability to play it, does he feel strong enough where he goes, our defense will slow down their offense, and then our offense has a better chance against their limited defense? I could see him thinking that. I'm not sure I can get there. That's my issue.
They probably would rather play the Lakers, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they would.
Because I hate not to throw shots at anything. I don't think the home court advantage is like like inside the arena, I don't think it's that much of a.
You also have to take that into account.
It's not
the
like
Rockets don't have a great home crowd.
They don't have an Oklahoma City Thunder.
We do love a yelling beat LA though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that, as soon as you get an opportunity to do the beat LA, hey, let's do it.
You might get a lot of LA fans in there too.
That's also
but
living here.
That's another good point.
Great point.
Yeah. Give me Lakers.
All
right. Would you rather Lance McCullers Jr. becoming the unquestioned number 2? Now, boy, this is getting the cart ahead of the horse. I get that. He's only had the one.
I said that last week.
Would you rather him become, over the course of the season, the unquestioned number 2, right there with Hunter Brown, or just a solid, if obviously unpredictable, 2 through 6?
Ooh. Because it feels like we're talking more about what Tatsuya Imai and Mike Burrows are, and Christian Javier as well. In fact, probably more Javier and Imai. I'd rather the latter.
Just solid.
Yeah, I'd rather the latter because, again, there's the possibility that Imai and Javier, and maybe even Burrows, are pitching as better versions. I'm hoping that would be the case as with him solid. Also, he's the 37-year-old in this.
Yeah.
He as much as I think Lance McCullers, as we talked about after his phenomenal first outing of the 2026 season, he has the mentality, he has that, pitcher's thought process, and that could be valuable to the other guys. But I don't know how happy I would be if I'm looking at some of these other guys and they're not even touching, because you say unquestioned, they're not even touching.
He's like, you get more of what we saw in his first outing all year, or just a solid 2 through 6.
I think solid 2 through 6.
Yeah, I agree. Solid 2 through 6. As long as you get a amazing
Hunter Brown.
I could roll with that.
And the scary thing about it is you're not guaranteeing that this would mean that Imai is pitching really well and that Burrows is pitching really well and Javier's, or one or two of those guys are.
Yeah.
Just
but
solid.
I'd be taking the gamble that McCullers is solid. He could stay in the rotation, and then you also are getting one of those guys stepping up as your unquestioned 2 instead of Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping in making that answer.
All right, how about this one? Would you rather the Astros have the best offense in baseball, which they have right now, or the best starting ERA?
I'm going to have to say the best offense. I want to see the best offense.
Yeah, I think also the best offense, which it feels wild because, you have a Hunter Brown there, and you know what is capable when you can just shut things down pitching-wise. But I also like what you can do to opposing pitchers if your offense is just this nasty.
I might go the other way on y'all, of y'all on this one, simply because best starting ERA, that travels into the postseason big time. The games get tighter, all that other stuff.
No, see, I get that part, but the part I'm thinking about is when you do have one of those good games and the bats ain't doing what they should be doing.
Yeah.
And to me, I'd rather have a better offense.
Can I tell you how simple I am? I was just like, runs. Lots of runs. Fun to watch runs.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that I can guarantee either way that you have a great team. I think you'll be pretty good either way, clearly.
Sure.
But I feel like I can guarantee that I have a good time all summer.
Right. Yeah. It's just
I apologize for being that selfish right now.
Yeah. Entertainment value. No, that's what we've been talking about, how fun it's been.
Before you ask another question here, PC weighed in. Shout out to PC, driving to NYC from Houston.
All right.
So we're keeping him company, as we always try to do. He went with the Lakers as well, but the way that he came to it was, if you're playing the 3-6 matchup, that means that if you win, you're likely to play the 2 seed, which would be the Spurs, as opposed to playing the 4-5 matchup where you match up.
I don't know if
that's
better.
I don't know that that's any different. But I do think that where you go from there is at least the Spurs don't have experience, whereas the Thunder are clearly the reigning champions in the NBA.
Correct. All right. Would you rather have Tank Dell fully healthy, 100% healthy?
Oh, buddy.
For the entire season.
Don't get me excited.
All right, you're excited, huh? Figure you excited?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Or Yordan Alvarez fully healthy.
Oh, Yordan. Yordan.
Y'all were leaning Tank Dell. Y'all were leaning Tank Dell. Like, clearly, fully healthy, 100% Tank Dell for all 17, or Yordan Alvarez.
Yordan.
Yeah, I got to go Yordan.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know.
Really? I'm not even sure if he's healthy that he's wide receiver.
I'm not saying, I haven't said anything yet, but I think it's a closer argument than you think.
Really?
If Tank Dell is what we have seen,
adding that speed element would be huge.
No, I got that part, but you talk about Jordan, like that's even rare saying it.
I know, but you have Tank Dell
healthy for a whole season, a whole Astros season.
You remember Tank Dell at his best?
I do, yes.
And with Nico.
And then
Higgins,
and a run game.
And a run game,
I ain't gonna lie,
that defense.
I ain't gonna lie, man. CJ kind of scared me on this one, though.
Maybe that's the biggest deciding factor. Like I said,
if you told me we was getting rookie CJ Stroud, then hell yeah, I'd be excited about this one. But I'm not sure. I'd rather take Jordan.
I think I'll take Jordan, but it's close. It's close.
No, because I think also where you could take this is this Texans team wants to be a run-first team. Obviously, you still want to be able to pass the ball really well, so don't get me wrong. I do wonder if we're even, and sorry, I'm to get economic on this, if I'm getting more bang for my buck with Tank Dell or if I'm getting more buck from, oh, boy, that guy might be, be Barry Bonds light right now, right? I think that puts the fear of God in teams. You have dudes getting on bases just by the strength of him coming up to bat, and then that gives better opportunities for, assuming health for some other guys as well, the likes of Altuve or Correa or whoever you have, ultimately, depending on how the lineups falls. I think that you're putting yourself in real, real fun territory if you have a monster like Jordan Alvarez can be when he's healthy.
All right, I got two more for you. Christian Walker, 30 home runs, or Hunter Brown, 20 wins?
Oh, boy.
Walker's hit over 32 or 3 times in his career. I think twice.
This is tough.
Because this feels like a little bit of an extension of for best offense or best
a little bit
best pitching
staff. A little bit.
And because I feel like you end up with the Christian Walker hitting 30 home runs, and now I'm just like up and down the lineup, no skips. Yeah. Right? No,
what does it
easy
do
outs.
for this offense to have Christian Walker hitting 30 home runs?
Scary, but especially when we focus on Hunter Brown particularly, you give him an opportunity to actually win a Cy Young, which actually, sorry to be this guy. Is that helpful considering that you have not signed him to his extension?
Yeah, exactly.
Would it be more helpful if he does that end up with 20 wins?
Yeah.
I hate to think in this way. It sounds like I'm being a real jerk, and I am to Hunter Brown in this moment. But, gosh, it's going to be hard for me to not say Hunter Brown, though. Like, I still want you to have an – even if we don't go, hey, this is crazy good, I still want to have an ace, especially if we're talking about wanting to go and have a successful postseason. I want to have first game out. Y'all taking the L this week just because we're locking your ass down because Hunter Brown's on the mound.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Hunter Brown 20 wins and just hope that Christian Walker might not be sending them all into the Crawford boxes. That he's putting some on the grass and dirt.
I'm gonna go Christian Walker, man. I think that would be fire because, I feel like the Astros been trying to search for a first baseman for a long time.
That's a big factor.
Yeah, so I think that would be a big deal if you could get a first baseman, somebody they've been looking for since Gurriel. Man, I think I will roll with that.
I'm going to go with you.
I think that's your best one yet.
I'm going to go Christian Walker simply because just imagine what he would do to the lineup and opposing pitchers.
Yeah.
I'll take 15 wins from Hunter Brown. One more.
Yeah, that's a good
one. 19.
That's a good point.
Do 19 wins.
One more. Would you rather Reed Shepherd start more games in the postseason or Tari Eason? Total setup for Reggie here.
I would like that.
Let me back up. Let me let y'all fight.
Hey, you got to pick one of them. Reed Shepherd starts more games in the postseason or Tari Eason?
You know what?
Don't say it.
You know what?
God almighty.
Just to be a jerk.
Yeah.
Give me Tari Eason starting in the postseason.
Starting to feel sorry for him at this point.
No, and you know why I'm going to say this, right?
Defense win championships.
It's not even. I'm not even going to all that. But in the postseason, is more so than the regular season. It's less about what you can do and more about what you can't do. And I just see teams picking at a scab on Reed Shepherd, and I'm seeing him get better. Don't get me wrong. But he's not. I don't think that he's playoff. We're good, and I think that causes more stress on the defense more often than not. The weird thing about this is I think that they play a similar amount of minutes anyway, so it probably doesn't matter. And I think that if I'm starting, I would like to start out in a way where we're not just going, hey, we are all having to lock in not just on defense, but particularly how to make sure that teams don't pick on Reed.
I'm going Reed Shepherd. Obviously,
Fair enough.
They're a better team. They're a better team with him. Better defense, not great, but better defense. I think it should be Reed Shepherd.
I'm actually going with Tari on this one.
This is make me feel sorry for you too.
This is why I feel like
you drank the Kool-Aid.
This is why I feel like
this is better than winning in Judge John Lopez.
Look, I feel like their bench is not good, and they need a spark off the bench, man. I don't really trust Tari coming off the bench being that spark.
Well, that's part of the problem.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. No, like I'm kind of with you, John, but I'm like, man, Reed, this year we need a spark off the bench. So maybe you could play more minutes than Tari, but nah, that's where I'm at with it.
Would you be okay, John, and I know that the answer is probably no, but would you be closer to being okay if Reed doesn't start but Reed is in your closing lineup?
Oh, that's better. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's almost – it's better and it's worse. It's better in the sense I think that's what they need to have, but it's worth like he should be starting. Don't get off to a slow start. See, the slow starts, you talk about the postseason. Those slow starts can affect you too.
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A little bit of Would You Rather here on this Good Friday. Appreciate you playing along on the text line where 409, Texas made the playoffs without Tank and won 10 games. Astros missed the playoffs without Alvarez. Not even close. It's 832, y'all are racist. What? That's crazy.
What we do? What happened?
Apparently we are not supporting white boy Reed. I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I personally have a lot of white friends. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions on Sports Radio 610.
According to Nick Caserio, the Texans. Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So, have y'all been keeping up with this Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12 and Texas Tech sugar daddy, that Cody Campbell guy?
I have not been keeping up with the actual situation now.
So, apparently, Cody Campbell, the big Texas Tech NIL guy.
An alum. He used to play on the team as well.
Played there, all that. Filthy rich, their biggest booster. Well, apparently he went
at his
at
money in logistics.
I don't remember. It's got to be oil and gas. I mean, if I had to guess, it's got to be oil and gas.
It's the Double Eagle. What's Double Eagle?
Double Eagle's oil and gas.
Is it oil?
Yeah. Anyhow, so he's trying with his might, with his power, to get.
You mean his money, right?
Yes, okay. Exactly.
I just want to make sure. Is he using his muscles?
To get the Big 12 to reschedule their game against UH, mind you, to a Saturday instead of what is now looking like it's going to be on a Friday, September 16th or something like that. Just because he's rich and he doesn't like it. And he's been tweeting and going at it. To Brett Yormark's credit, he was asked about it, and he said, Cody Campbell does not run the Big 12. He just basically said, yeah, just because you're rich doesn't mean you're doing that. But here's my confession. So Cody Campbell obviously done a lot for Texas Tech. He said that Friday nights in Texas are sacred. High school football is integral of our proud culture. He's kind of hinging his whole argument on, hey, you don't want to infringe on Friday nights. Two-part confession. I think that's weak and probably a lie. He just wants them to play on Saturday so more people can get there and have a bigger footprint and all that good stuff. And here's my main one, which may rub people the wrong way. I'm not so sure Friday nights are as sacred as they used to be in Texas. I really am not. We've gone down this path with NFL, a lot of college games. UH has played multiple games on Friday nights. I think if your kids or, someone you're close with plays on a Friday night, you're going to go anyway. You're going to go anyway to that high school game. But you can't ask, I think they're just doing it out of respect of Friday Night Lights. But I don't think it's that sacred like it used to be. I really don't.
I think it depends on. It's more a community.
Ocho switching the music now.
Again,
man.
People like Ocho, people like your kids, your friends, your neighbors that are on the team or the cheer squad or the band or whatever. You're going to go anyway. You're going to go to the high school game.
Yeah, and it does feel like this is the way that is happening, especially as you've had more and more of the mid-majors cannibalized by the Power Four, by expansion and realignment and stuff. It just feels like, man, there's so many games that happen on Saturdays that it doesn't feel like we have enough of an accommodation. So this is how, especially like a conference like the Big 12 that, let's be honest, it's not at the very top of the Power 5. In order to give themselves a little bit of a room, find some space within the noise, Fridays feels like actually a smart move ultimately, and I kind of hate that we've gotten there, but it feels like a smart move, and I feel like it's kind of short-sighted and a little bit narrow-minded, understandably because of the history of it. But I think you're right. I think you're getting to a point where even if Fridays remain sacred in Houston or in Texas, it might be more impactful for the Big 12 to have that space to be the big dog on a night at some point, as opposed to fall further behind the thought process of it's the Big 12 or the Big 10 and the SEC and nobody else.
Right. No, I think it's not overblown because I don't love it any less. I'm just saying it's not that sacred ground anymore.
And then this is a text that comes in, which is fair, right, from the 832. Part of Cody's reasoning is it takes away from a recruiting base. Recruits can't go to recruiting trips on a Friday because they have to play.
Well, that doesn't change if they play on a Saturday.
Right. It's not like the entirety of the schedule will go to Friday, but I think obviously you take away one of the opportunities, especially for like a Texas Tech. I don't know where that game is. Is that here in Houston? Because if that's a game here in Houston, then that's one of those where we're recruiting the Houston area, and if they're playing as opposed to coming out. But also, one of the things that's a little uncomfortable because of the amount of teams that we have now and the limitations of stadiums, high school football games are happening on Saturdays.
And
high
Thursdays.
school football games are happening on Thursdays. And I'm not just talking about JV. Varsity games are happening all throughout the weekend. And so that becomes a little bit less of a case. It's still as strong as Friday is going to be where the majority of the games are, and I feel that. But even that case doesn't hold as strong when you really examine it.
I agree.
These are my confessions.
Are you familiar with Connor Griffin?
Oh, I was going to mention him, yes.
Yeah, he is a rookie for the Pirates who is debuting today, making his major league debut today. He has been an absolute monster in the minor leagues, and there is a lot of hype behind him. And my confession is, the hype just feels too untrue because it's so much. Andrew Filipponi, who hosts up on our sister station in Pittsburgh, he went as far as to say that he thinks that Connor Griffin will be better than Barry Bonds in his tenure in Pittsburgh.
Well, let's not get crazy.
But this is the thing.
Yeah.
This is the way that people are talking about him. And mind you, Barry Bonds, to be fair, he only had 2 All-Stars while he was still in Pittsburgh. He also had 2 MVPs.
He was good in Pittsburgh, though,
He also had 2 MVPs at Pittsburgh. And that's
real good.
That's where, to the point where, remember, I'm saying his debut is tonight. He has not played a major league game yet.
You're missing the big part of this.
The Pirates have already signed him to a 9-year deal, $140 million, where if he's anything like what Filipponi, if he misses the mark on what Filipponi thinks that shortstop Connor Griffin will be, they're still getting a pretty good deal there.
Yeah.
But even still, I'm just like, it feels like it's so high. And I get it.
How old is he?
He's 19 years old.
He's 19.
They gave him a 9-year, $140 million contract before he steps on a major league field.
Right.
Man.
I almost feel bad for him because the expectations are so high. However, kind of understand it. These are his stats in his 127 minor league games. You ready? 336 batting average, 21 homers, 95 RBI, 68 stolen bases.
Yeah.
Like, it does feel like he's really good. It just feels like we're doing a lot, and I feel like it still feels like it's untrue, but I also am now even more excited to see exactly what he is.
That was going to be something I wanted to mention. I'm glad you brought it up as a confession. Part of it also is that it's the Pirates. So it's either the smartest deal in baseball history.
I think it's smart.
Or they're idiots.
No, I think it's smart. Because the Pirates know that once a guy is proven to be good, he's already kind of out of their range of what they want to spend.
Yeah.
So if you can reasonably project that this dude is going to be pretty good, lock it in early.
Yeah.
I get that. It also feels like that all factors into, boy, there's a lot of hype on this dude that we ain't seen at the majors left. But
19 with $140 million.
What happens if he's just Bryce Harper?
Yeah.
I mean, like, what happens?
I mean, you take it.
No, and when I say just Bryce Harper, I don't mean that as a negative. He just happens to be a dude that we knew right from out of high school that he was going to be that dude.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're at that place with Connor Griffin. I just feel like the numbers, the pure percentages tell me, hey, this hype is a lot.
Yeah.
And it's going to be too untrue to get to.
Are y'all gonna watch it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, when do they? We might need to
be able to
check.
watch
When
it
are
right
they?
now.
Yeah, when are they playing? I might need to put that on right now.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I think I told y'all this a couple days ago after the show, and y'all caught me talking to Liz, who worked for Mega 101 over there. And this is my confession. I really want to learn how to salsa dance, man.
Oh, yeah.
I really want to learn, man. Every time I'm out and about and, a DJ might be playing some music and he throwing some little salsa dancing, man, people get the dancing. I'm like, man, I want to learn how to do that, man. That's usually my exit to leave the dance floor.
I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, because everybody else out here just getting to it. See, I want to be able to. Oh, you know how? Just get the going, man. The best part about this is whenever you hear this at a wedding, it's always the big guy.
Oh,
with the shirt untucked, no tie, just getting down.
Or the grandpa.
Or the
grandpa.
Grandpa or the real little dude. The real little dude who's like, this is my time to be 7 feet.
Grandpa's waiting for that all night.
Yep.
He's waiting for
And the worst part about it is having a DJ that don't know how to read the room.
Yeah.
Where he just switched to Pitbull or something.
Oh,
it's just like, man, now grandma
Keep it going.
Yeah, now grandma going to take a seat now.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's over now. Now the dance floor is clear.
I honestly, if you get anything that is like really Latin influence at any type of wedding,
oh, it's on.
Dance floor's going.
Yeah. Yes.
I haven't seen any wedding, whether whatever the demographics are, that don't go up when you get some Latin influence.
Yes. Like they be getting down, and then next thing you know, they throw on the Taylor Swift or something. Then the dance floor clear. I be like, man, dog, you supposed to keep the hand. You supposed to keep rolling with that, man. Like you got to roll with it till everybody get tired.
I think that's the most important part. I've seen how many weddings have you been to where you're like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah. It was a couple times where I almost walked up to him like, dog, you had the baddest girls out on the dance floor, man.
Yeah.
And you gonna switch it to Ludacris or something? Like everybody gone now. The dance floor is empty.
Yeah. You're right. But you should learn, man. It's not that. You dance anyway. You'll be able to pick
when
it up.
have you ever seen me? No, I'm not a dancer
at all.
I am not a dancer at all. I'm not a dancer at all.
Did Lopez do an accidental schism real quick?
No, I've seen you. You were doing dancing, showing us some examples in the hallway the other day.
Oh, you just lying now.
No, you were trying to do it. Remember, you were showing us like you wanted to dance.
You might have the wrong person.
No. You were talking. It was when Liz was there. You started saying, I want to learn how to, this and this.
Yeah, I did exactly what you did.
Yeah.
Like, I just kind of want to learn. That don't mean I know how to dance.
It says salsa, 832, solo salsa is all in the shoulder movement, Fig. But
Okay.
also, Joel on the Twitch chat said, work them hips, Fig. So we're talking about different.
Hey, I'm down with it, man.
Yeah.
As long as I got a nice little bad Latina right there, I will work them hips.
Mm-hmm. And you say your wife don't listen to the show?
Nah, she
All right,
does.
just
Hey, I would tell that to her face. I'm like, if I'm trying to salsa, I need a baddie. I need a baddie Latina there.
I need a baddie Latina.
Man.
You should save that up for yourself.
Yeah, I need that if I want salsa.
Agreed. Agreed. However,
like she'll understand.
That's good. That's
I need a baddie
That's
Latina.
the foundation of a loving.
That's gold right there.
Yeah,
that's gold right there.
281. Does Lopez not realize he is grandpa now?
No. I'm talking about the old. The hunt.
Sure.
The back is hunched over, and then he starts going. I'll be that guy, but not yet.
Okay.
About 5 more years.
Yeah.
5, huh?
10.
10. That's not the way I was anticipating this. Oh, wow. Okay.
Nah, you in good shape. I think you'll be fine.
That's right.
Lopez's grandpa. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports.
I am grandpa.
Pawpaw.
I ain't that guy.
Pawpaw. Pawpaw is what it is.
Pawpaw.
By the way. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, let's talk to the Dynamo head coach, Ben Olsen. But before we get there, I have a hypothetical that came up, and I want to see if you agree with me here, John. 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
All right. We'll talk about ability.
651-222-2222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, we're going to talk to our guy, Ben Olsen, head coach of the Houston Dynamo here shortly. But before we get there, you know, Zach Bye, you remember Zach? We talked to him during the football season, covers the Broncos out there in Denver. And he was actually talking about a little bit about the Rockies. Obviously, the start of the baseball season has everybody locked into their local teams. Unfortunately for him, the Rockies, not that good at baseball. Definitely not as good as the Houston Astros. Can you tell I'm feeling myself? I'm already in that place where I'm talking trash, but I love it. I love it, man. I love it when the Astros are good. Excited to see that baseball get going at 8:40 tonight. But he asked a question that kind of poked at, you know, the Rockies. You know how sometimes, especially when there's a bad football team, we go, could Alabama beat them in a football game?
Yeah.
He did that, but the equivalent of that was tying the baseball team to the football team. And he said, if the Broncos and the Rockies played baseball 162 times, how many times would the Broncos win games?
The Broncos and Rockies,
yes,
as bad as the Rockies are,
yes,
162 times,
yes,
maybe one.
That's where I'm at.
Maybe one.
I'm surprised. There's some people that were like, maybe 10 times. I'm like, there's no way in hell.
No. The only reason I said one is because crazy things that can happen over 162 games. You know, somebody, you know, maybe Bo Nix can throw the ball, you know, and he
you got one pitcher.
Hits a bunch of ground balls that one day, you know.
All right, let's even say, because I think did Jerry Stidham actually play some baseball?
I have no idea.
But let's say you just got your quarterback room as pitchers.
Yeah.
All right, you got a couple of pitchers, 3,
and
4
a reliever,
pitchers maybe. you don't got nothing to go through this. Plus, I mean, the real specialized skill of this makes it so that you getting at the plate is going to be a problem versus Rockies pitchers. Even
lean
though they're
into
not
the pitches.
Pitchers.
That would be my coaching strategy.
Just like
everybody get hit.
Try and get on base.
Everybody get hit.
But I think it just speaks to just
again maybe one.
Yeah, I can't. I don't even see. I definitely don't see multiples.
Yeah.
But if we were to do that in Houston, what team would have the best chance of stepping into somebody else's domain and getting a victory?
Oh wow!
Right. I think that the Astros are safe. Right. Nobody's stepping in and playing baseball.
Right.
I don't think.
Right. Maybe, what would it be? I can't justify it or even say
it's really hard.
Do you got some hoopers on the Houston Texans?
I think
like some really good hoopers.
Well, I mean, at the very least, I got Nico look like he can hoop. He's got the size. I think he's got the physicality. This is the problem.
Rebounders that are on the offensive line and defensive line.
Yeah, and I mean,
maybe that's it. Maybe
you think Ariante Ursery at some point in his life just ended up being that dude who was like, "Post me up, give me the ball, coach.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna back this dude down."
Brevin Jordan, you know.
The tight end room should be where you get some hoopers.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I think Brevin should be able to. I
gotta believe there's a someone in the backfield or defensive backfield that can play a little point guard. You know, or at least protect the ball enough.
What do you think Sting has done? Because Sting has like the athleticism. He just seemed like he is footballed out, man.
Football.
He seemed like
have he ever picked up a basketball at one point in his life?
Picked up a what?
And I feel like they'd have really good defense though.
Maybe the Dynamo.
Maybe
the Dynamo.
Where are you putting them at? Playing what? Baseball?
Yeah.
I don't know about that one. I'm not sure about that. You know what? Let's check. Let's ask our guy Ben Olsen, the head coach of the Houston Dynamo, here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Ben, I don't know if you heard the hypothetical that we were dealing with because there was a question on whether the Broncos could play the Rockies at baseball and ever get a win, and we just don't feel like it. So we were trying to see what team might be able to step into another domain and get it done. Do you think any of your boys on the Dynamo squad would be able to step into one of these other domains and get a victory?
Get a victory?
Okay, that sounds like a no.
Represent themselves well.
I didn't get the lead in. So are guys stepping into maybe another sport?
Yes.
Yeah. Certainly not American football. Certainly not baseball. I think it's too specific. No, we're pretty much stuck. Maybe not basketball. The tactics of basketball and hockey are similar to soccer. It's just kind of on a smaller scale. You have the hoop, and you're protecting the hoop, and you have transitions and set defenses, and I think that's very relative, but no chance.
You don't tell. I feel like Bogusch could dunk. I feel like that's how that would go.
He could barely touch the backboard.
What was your second sport?
It's funny. I grew up in a time where I grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania, and it was I played basketball growing up, CYO competitive basketball. That was my first love, and then tennis. I played competitive tennis, and then when it was soccer season, you played soccer. So I feel really lucky that I was able to play three sports. Nowadays, these kids can't do it. They just get specialized when they're 12 years old, and they only get to play one sport.
Has that affected soccer as well? Because it feels like we've definitely seen it in other sports. Do you feel like that's helped, rather affected the game at large, especially on the United States?
Oh, I think we've been more guilty than anything else. I think we started before, AAU basketball and, soccer. You can't even play for your high school now. You play for your academy or your club team. It's such a commitment that you a lot of these guys can't even play for their high school team. So, we follow the rest of the world where you go into the soccer and you start to excel. You just become an academy product and you go in this pathway. But all my sons, I put them in other sports early, basketball
Good for you.
And tennis. And I do think individual sports, now we're getting into this, I go on this for days on this.
Yeah.
Individual, I was lucky to play tennis because I had to rely on myself a little bit. I do believe in, like, as a young kid, if you're putting your kid in some individual sport, whether it's wrestling or tennis, something where they have to rely on themselves. So I'm done. I'm off my soapbox.
No. You know what? You just touched a nerve that I've always believed this, and since we have you on this and we're here, I want to ask you my opinion on soccer in the United States has always been awesome. Technically, coaching, instruction. I just wish more kids would play more street soccer instead of club soccer. Yeah, at least in their youth, just for the creativity purposes, for the being able to be physical and call your own and not be constantly told, no, this is the technical way to do it. Just learn. You know what I mean? How would you land on that?
100%. Free play. I mean, there's a lot of studies, in when it comes to any sport, right? Again, giving them the freedom and stopping with the structure early, letting them make mistakes, letting them just figure it out themselves and play and put the hours in and enjoy it without all these rules and guardrails that we put on them. There's so many studies that say it's healthy, and street soccer is coming back. A lot of people are building these structures in the inner cities, and they're also kind of formulaic. It's coming back. I think there's a wave of that, of appreciation from coaches, that certain training sessions, like, let them go. Stop with the whistle. Stop with the instruction. Just let them play.
Yeah,
and it's important.
Ben, I'm mad at you. I'm a little mad. Last time we talked, there was three things I asked for. There was three things. I was like, I asked for 3 points. I asked for you to stay on the sideline. I asked for us to stay with 11 men. Right? How do we keep going down to 10 in these matches, man?
Two out of 3 ain't bad, right? Let's see. Shit. Let's see. It's been a problem, and I'm looking at myself because that's discipline. In other sports, you get technical, you get flags. Like, in the end, we get red cards, and that's a little bit of discipline, certainly on the players, but also on the coach. So I got to clean that up and make sure it's they're all different, right? How they happen. Some are 2 different yellow cards. Some are straight reds. Some are silly. Some are kind of tactical fouls. So we got to take them in different ways, but we've talked a lot about it this week. But here's the issue: is you talk about it too much, and then you get some guys that are passive, and you have to be on that edge at all times. Mm-hmm. So sometimes it spills over, but we're a gritty team. We want to be physical. We want to play on that edge, but recently it's spilled over. I will say this: 2 of them, they're not red cards, right? I'm not trying to blame the referee.
Right.
It's certainly not 4 red cards that I think are were warranted. I think we've been a little bit hard done by the referee. So it's not too big of an alarm bell going off right now with these guys, but I am telling them, look, good habits, bad or early yellow cards aren't cutting it. If you're going to get one, make sure it's the right time. Make sure it's the right reason. Don't get them from verbal stuff. We don't need any, yelling at the referees and getting some cheap ones. And again, try to save them. You get them early as a defender. It's hard to play the rest of the game with that because the attackers are still at a high level.
And we're definitely going to want to get to the game Saturday because it should be a fun one. But our question of the day, what we do every day here, was based on Tiger Woods kind of dropped the president's name as in a recent
video.
That
was amazing.
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 That's
I was
the president.
Just on the phone with the president.
Yes, and so we were asking ourselves, who would be your phone flex, and we came up with ours. But you having been, around the world, cross paths with a lot of people, who could be on your list of your phone flex if you had to drop a name?
No, but I got a little bit of heads up that you may ask that, and I was trying to think about it. All the famous people that I know in my world are not going to be that famous to you guys or the public. It's like, the best American soccer players and all the coaches and the whole U.S. soccer industry, I got phone calls. I got phone numbers for them, but none of them are that sexy. When you get to Coach Wayne Rooney and he's pretty famous.
Right, that's a good one.
I could get a hold of him, but I can't get a hold of the Messis, the Ronaldos, and the David Beckhams of the world. You were talking about baseball. One guy I speak to every now and then, I think is probably famous. Is Jose Bautista, who is a big time baseball player. He's actually, but only because he's in soccer. He bought. He is a USL second division team in Las Vegas. He owns that team, so he's really into soccer, and we cross paths and we touch base every now and then. But in the baseball community, he's pretty. A big deal, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, Ben, big time match versus the Seattle Sounders, higher up on the table than your squad right now. Goals haven't been an issue, but what is the focus for you? What have you been talking to the fellas about headed into this home match tomorrow?
You mentioned some of it, right? Discipline and staying with 11 guys because it obviously, to state the obvious, it gives you a better chance. But defensively, we've been pretty sound to take out the Dallas game. Again, habits and just we gave up really poor goals. But as you said, we're scoring goals, so we'll continue to, I think, be a threat going forward, both in transition and also just run a play and building the game. So I'm not worried about necessarily scoring goals or getting good looks. For this game, we'd like to tighten up some of the defensive mistakes. And again, it's habits, it's principles, it's getting back to working for each other and being really collective in how we defend and being tough to break down and make teams earn goals. And if we can do that, we give ourselves a chance against Seattle. They're good. They're legit, and they continue to be legit. One of the best things about this team is they've made the playoffs consistently since they've come into this league. They're always in the top three. They don't give you a lot, so when we do get our looks, we gotta take them. We got to be really efficient in the chances we take. But we're at home. It's the home form has been better. And again, it's important to send these people home. They're hard-earned money coming out to see us. Send them home happy and entertained.
Stay on the touchline. Give me 3 points, and let's keep 11. All right? Can we do it this time?
You got it.
All right, we appreciate you. All right, have it. Go get a victory tomorrow.
Okay.
There he goes, Ben Olsen, head coach of the Houston Dynamo. They got the Seattle Sounders, 7:30 at Shell Energy Stadium tomorrow. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the Astros, who are getting their first road series going tonight. What would you do with the lineup now that you are sitting with a Jeremy Payne who should be playing consistently? Because I think there's some really good questions to ask. Let's ask those next.
The Drive with Stoerner. exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, y'all really like that hypothetical, huh? Shout out to the 409, former baseball pro here. If the Broncos played the Rockies 162 times in baseball, the Broncos would have under 5 hits total.
Not wins.
Hits.
Not wins.
Honestly, I'm trying to figure out if you just went, Rockies, you can only throw fastballs, right? 4-seam, 2-seam, sinker, cut fast. I'm still not sure that we're talking about victories here.
I think you could tell the batter what pitch you're throwing every pitch.
People kind of underestimate these professional athletes, man.
Yeah.
Like, as bad as the Rockies are, man. Like, I'm not going as far as.
Remember when Greinke did it? Like in a regular MLB game?
Yeah.
He just went, they were having some issue with the pitcher catcher, and just fastball. He threw it and struck the dude out.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. I got
I'm so good at this. Please understand.
Yeah.
To that end, when we were talking about the hypotheticals, 832 asked us, could the Cougs basketball team, the men's basketball team, beat the Rockets once out of 100? That I think that you could do.
Yeah.
How far would you go games-wise? Because
they have a hot day. Rockets have a bad day.
Right.
You know.
How many games would you go there? Would you go as high as 3?
Out of 82?
Out of 100. Okay, let's go out of 82 just to get to the full regular season type.
I think the Cougs could win 8 to 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. 8 to 10. Because the worst team in the NBA right now is winning 20 games?
I'm trying to see. Let me see. What are these taking teams?
They might be around 15.
Yeah. But okay, I can maybe see you there. I don't know that I go that far, but I feel you on that.
Mm-hmm.
Worst team in the league has 17 right now with the Wizards.
Yeah.
So okay.
Yeah.
I see you there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. We were talking actually about the hypothetical, but the hypothetical that also exists for us, maybe not hypothetical, but what we're trying to figure out is, what does this lineup look like when you have the Jeremy Pena back into it? Someone earlier on the text line, when we were talking about the Astros, made an interesting thought. Should Altuve stay as the leadoff, considering how hot he's been hitting? And now he hasn't been leadoff the whole time through, because Pena in the games that he has played comes in and is immediately the leadoff. But I hear the thought process of trying to keep Jose Altuve at his absolute best. And we started kind of talking about it a little bit, and you were kind of placing Jeremy Pena in an entirely different place.
I think, and this is more because of where they are right now offensively. And Jeremy Pena, of all the good things happening offensively, I think he's batting like 200 right now, if I'm remembering that correct. So it's not so much, Jeremy Pena, it can't be the leadoff man. He has been. He has been the leadoff man. What I'm saying is maybe to kind of get his bat going, take the proverbial, just take a little pressure off of him, maybe put him down at 6. Christian Walker has batted 7th in a couple of games this year, at least one. And then he got hot, so he's moving up. I think it's more of just a baseball, try to get him right offensively, because he's been playing well, but try to get him right offensively, keep batting. I wouldn't be opposed to Jeremy Pena going down to 6 or 7 in the lineup.
I hear you on that. That feels really far-fetched, because Jeremy Pena obviously dealing with this injury. The 200 that we're talking about here, and let me just make sure, yes, 200 indeed is what he is hitting in his 3 games and 15 plate appearances. That's such a small sample size for a guy that they inherently trust as their leadoff, on top of the fact that it's not like he was hitting 200 and it's like, oh, man, that's a slow start. He's hitting 200 because he's coming off of an injury, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that, or maybe not because, but at least in correlation with him coming off an injury. I think that would be a little bit different than comparing it to the Christian Walker being moved to the lower portions of your lineup after having a rough season. Even if you just go the rough first half of the season last year, I think that maybe necessitated it more. But do you feel comfortable then with what your lineup looks like? Because now you're going, do you move Yordan Alvarez out of that 2 hole?
I would not move Yordan at any point. Not now. Not, he gets more at bats at number 2. He's grooving. He gets on base. He's in front of big hitters. I think Yordan, it sounds weird, but I think he's perfect in the number 2 hole.
So then how does manager of the Astros, John Lopez, build a lineup for a more consistent circumstance, assuming that there even is any consistency with the possibility that we have to, that the Astros are running head up with, which is now all of the questions that shout out to Chandler Rome has been talking about all off season. with the number of infielders and the not matching the number of spots that you have. I don't even know how consistent you are, but assuming that you have some consistency, how would you build this?
I'm looking at it right now. I would keep Jose Altuve.
You're leading off Jose Altuve.
Yeah, lead off Jose Altuve. I'm assuming like everybody's back.
Yeah,
well, everybody's available. Either Altuve or Pena leading off. But if Altuve leads off, then Jordan 2. I would say Paredes 3.
Oh, okay. So you're having Jordan.
Correa needs a bat cleanup. Because what that does is Jordan's getting more pitches and more at bats with Paredes and Correa behind him.
You have Jordan playing left field then.
Jordan would be DH or left field. Yeah.
Yeah, he'd have to be left field because you already have Paredes, Jordan, Correa, and Altuve all in here. Unless you're not, the whole idea is Pena's on his way back, right?
Well, Pena's on his way back, but
Isak would be playing DH, and then you'd have Jordan in left field.
Not necessarily, because Correa can play third base.
Yeah, but so Correa's third base,
and then Cam Smith, Jeremy Pena could play shortstop.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So Jordan would have to play left field in order to get Isak in there in the lineup and what we're talking about.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying because it's either Correa or Pena.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but either way, that rotation of Pena and Jordan, Jordan and Paredes has to be 2-3, however you play it, depending on who else is in the game.
Okay.
But after that, I just like Jordan at number 2. And then either when Jose Altuve is not playing or whatever, you're going to have Pena leading off. Christian Walker is clearly going to be your number 5. I like that 3-4-5 for Jordan as much as anything.
Interesting. Yeah, but what's funny is I actually don't think I disagree too much with Jordan, which feels weird because I still like somewhat of an old school mentality. I know that the new school mentality is get guys up earlier in the order so that they can get more at-bats, and that matters a whole bunch. And I still actually do value that analytical approach. But in a weird way, I kind of like that, especially with how dangerous he is. Also, getting him up there earlier gives you some level of, if teams are moving towards this, damn, we don't want to face this monster of a bat. If they put him on, that's more of these guys that you trust to maybe knock him over or knock him in.
That's what I'm saying. I would never move him from number 2.
So you wouldn't put him third.
Never
hit third in the order.
Because that gives you more at bats behind him that can make the other team pay for their decision.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah.
Especially if Altuve continues this plate discipline. But I do wonder, how have we felt about Altuve on the base paths? It's not like we've gotten a ton of that yet, compared to having Jeremy Pena leading off and possibly getting on the base paths for these guys that we're talking about coming after.
Well, he's clearly not as good as Pena on the base paths. No matter it's a small sample. He almost got thrown out in one game. I believe it was the last game against the Angels where he really kind of got lucky that he wasn't thrown out. Altuve, as much as his plate discipline has changed dramatically, I don't know how much better of a base runner he's ever going to be. So clearly I'd go with Pena on that.
Either way, I'm very, very intrigued as to what this actually looks like when they get out here versus the A's tonight. Just going back to our original segment, your most intriguing thing in this game is?
I would say right now the fact that you're on the road, division opponent, you're facing a team that I think they won 5 of 8 games last year, remarkably against you. Clearly, Nick Kurtz is an Astros killer, if there is such a thing for the A's, but he's just destroyed them. But the number one thing that I'm watching in the whole weekend is these 3 pitchers. This is the most important, not most important, but this is going to be a very telling litmus test.
I like the idea that it's the most important in that every election is the most important election of your lifetime because the next one.
It's a very important, I'll put it this way, a very important early litmus test on Javier, Imai, and McCullers. Now, we saw McCullers already excel, but you want to see Javier. Those are your 3 pitchers, today, tomorrow, and Sunday.
Yeah, excited to see that. Can we switch gears a little bit here? Because I did want to get to this, and I did not know exactly what to do with this. Would you like to set this up where your thought process is on the possibility of the Texans drafting a quarterback?
I meant to ask you about that. Yes. Oh, so would it make you mad, put it this way, if the Texans draft a quarterback this year, would it be prudent or would it be ill-advised?
I can't get myself here at all. I can't get myself.
No, there's a thought. There has been some mention that at some point they might draft a quarterback.
Sure,
And
this
Davis
year
Mills,
in particular gets it tough. Walk me through your thought process here.
Well, no. I mean, you need a young quarterback at some point. You're going to need another backup. Whether Davis Mills decides to play somewhere else or he's just happy being a backup, we'll see. But at some point, you're going to need another back. I know you have one quarterback already that you've drafted.
Graham Mertz.
And Graham Mertz.
Who we haven't been able to see. I know that he was dealing with some injuries and also.
I have no idea. But at some point, the Texans are going to have to draft a quarterback. If it is this year, would that be the smart thing to do given CJ's, sort of uncertainty in the public eye?
I wouldn't say that because you picked up the fifth-year option, so it's not just this season. You also have the availability, at least, or the control for the season after, right? Which, I mean, maybe you end up in a place, depending on what the year is, assuming that, let's say that there happens to be a worst-case scenario for CJ Stroud this year, and you go, damn, not the dude, right? You have the opportunity to maybe send him on somewhere if you so choose. Again, not something I could foresee directly in that way. If I'm looking at just kind of the quarterbacks in this draft, it's a weird one. Because you have Fernando Mendoza up top, obviously. There's the conversation of whether Ty Simpson is even a first-rounder or if he's an early day 2 guy. I don't know that you're in the territory for a Garrett Nussmeier on a late day 2 kind of guy, right? I don't know that anybody would be happy with the late day 2 pick. It feels like it would definitely have to be a day 3 pick, hopefully middle or late, right?
Yeah.
The guys that I'm thinking that might be there in that place, that you could maybe even try and squint at and twist my arm, maybe get to a place where I go, interested in seeing what that is. Drew Aller is even still probably too early because he might be a 3rd, 4th rounder. But Drew Aller is a dude who's always had a lot of talent. It just hasn't shown up quite in the way that you wanted to, especially with him being, a 4-year starter at Penn State. The one that is the most interesting, if we're talking about a day 3 guy, and again, I still am not sure if he makes it to a range where I'd be comfortable selecting somebody. Taylor Green out of Arkansas.
Sure.
Right? Did we talk to John Harris about him as well? I can't recall.
No, it was Montgomery, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Taylor Green is 6'6", 227, like just really great tester, really good athletic type guy. And that's the type of guy I could see being like a back of the quarterback room. We're just getting a whole bunch of traits and seeing what happens with this.
Yeah.
That's the only, and even then, I could easily see a team going fourth round, 5th round. All right, let's see what we got here in a way that I don't know how comfortable I'm with the Texans using their 4th, 5th round.
Well, that's why it was so interesting to me. Davis Mills is going to be a free agent after this season. He's going to be a free agent. Who knows what he's thinking? Who knows what the Texans are thinking?
Right.
They have money. They have to pay people. So all I'm saying is I think it's on the table that they draft a quarterback at some point. Now, it's not going to be a 1st or 2nd round pick because then all hell would break loose. But, sort of a kick the tires thing. And what's going to happen if they do draft a quarterback this year, late or not. People are just going to start doing their thing about CJ Stroud and what it means and how long he's going to be here and all that stuff.
But people are already doing
that.
They
already are doing their thing. Yeah.
Just independent of that, I don't know that there's much that makes sense in that way unless it's something like what I was describing. And it's fair to also acknowledge I don't know how they feel about Graham Mertz one bit.
Nothing. I haven't even seen him. But that's still, Davis Mills, he may want to get paid. He's going to be a free agent. You have to get a quarterback somewhere.
I think in a perfect world, they probably want Graham to kind of take a next step where he can at least maybe compete to be a backup. That way, if Davis Mills do leave or whatever, or they move on from him,
right,
then it won't be that big of a hit.
But again, I still think you need another quarterback at some point. Maybe not this year. Maybe not this year.
Yeah, I don't know that, especially this year.
Do you think they got to draft one, or can they just sign a backup, like a journeyman
like just
backup?
Replace Mills next year? That's certainly probably the more likely thing to happen. Yeah. But then what are you getting? Who knows?
Right.
And you also have to decide on CJ Stroud at that point.
Yeah. This just feels like the weirdest offseason to be able to do that because it's not a strong quarterback draft, and it's an offseason where the free agent opportunities, even for backup quarterback type guys, wasn't really a good. It wasn't really a great one, I guess I should say. But I don't know. I hear what you're saying. It just feels like we might be a little early to that party right now.
Maybe
not.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Wait, 713. Hold on, before I move forward. They text in, offer a 5th for Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders. Why y'all laughing?
See what I mean? Why
y'all laughing?
That's how it's going to play out. I
don't know that I'd be comfortable.
Would they make a solid backup, though?
Don't know.
Lord only knows.
I mean, the option that I'd be more comfortable with
would be a circus here, man.
Yes, that is the problem. The option that I'm more comfortable with would be.
I don't give a damn about Dylan Gabriel, but Shador, that would be a circus over there, man.
That is the thing that every NFL coach talks about, or at least we pretend ends up being like the worst thing that you could have in an NFL locker room. Is a distraction.
Yeah.
There it is right there.
This would be the wrong year, especially for CJ Stroud.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that at all.
He would be throwing up their wrists.
That's right.
Every time CJ throw an interception. Let's go, baby.
Don't want that at all. All right, you're in the loop.
Showing.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about the time where we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, man. Got a crazy story about a lady in court who tried to lie to the judge. And plus, I got a food item. I want to know if you guys would try this.
Ooh, I always love talking about food. Let's do that next.
All right. D&M Auto Leasing right now.
The Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Remember that one time and this guy went viral because he was on, he was supposed to be in court, but he was on Zoom and he was driving.
Oh, yeah.
And the catch was his license was suspended.
Yeah.
And so he was like, yeah, hold on. I'm parking right
The judge
now.
was looking at him
Yeah.
Like, is this dude serious right now?
Yeah. He had no clue. But something similar happened to a lady in Detroit. She popped up on her court hearing via Zoom. And she was driving, and she was clearly driving. Like, it was no, is she in the passenger seat? Is she driving?
Yeah.
No, she was clearly, driving. And here's how the back and forth went with the judge.
You cannot be driving, ma'am. What are you doing? Come on.
I'm not driving. I'm a passenger in a car.
You're still not. I'm not hearing cases with people driving or as passengers in cars.
Okay, I will pull over right. I'm sorry, I have an emergency. I'm going out of town for a family member, but I will have my driver pull over. Hang on one second.
My
I'm sorry.
driver.
I didn't know that I wasn't allowed to be in a car, but hang on one second.
Am I crazy, or does it not look like you're driving that car?
I'm not driving the car. I'm a passenger in the car, sir.
What side of the car are you on?
I'm on the left-hand side.
How would you be on the left-hand side if you're a passenger in the front seat? Am I missing something?
Right-hand side. I'm sorry. I've been sitting in a room. I didn't know.
Yeah, the seatbelt's coming off of the driver's side. Now you're lying to me, right?
No, I'm not, sir.
Wow.
Let me see the driver.
Let me see the driver.
Let me see the driver.
Hang on one second.
No.
I have to ask their permission.
No. You weren't in the driver's side. Do you think I'm that stupid? I'm entering a default judgment. You lied to me. Have a great day. Thank you.
Good Lord. It was clear as day.
Yeah.
Like, you are in the driver's seat, ma'am.
That's bold.
And she was just driving like, no, I'm not driving.
That's really bold.
Yeah. I had to take some of the pauses out of it because when he said, let me see the driver, her eyes got to looking around.
Yeah.
Like, it was quiet. Like, wait, I got to ask for their permission.
Oh, you want to see the driver?
She thought she was slick with it, too. She was like, they said no. They don't want to be shown. And I respect their privacy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am such a law-abiding citizen. And the seatbelt thing, that's a good catch by the judge right there. Like, oh, wait a minute, it's over your left shoulder.
There was a million catches in there.
Yeah.
She did not think out.
I'm on the left side. I'm on the left side of the car.
Yeah.
And didn't even realize, I'm on the right side. Sorry.
So I'm guessing she also had her license suspended. That's why she was lying.
I'm not sure.
Had to be, right?
It could have been one of them judges that just don't want people in court while driving.
Why was she
or
so
being in the
adamant
car.
about I'm not driving?
Yeah, I have no idea. To the point, I'm like, do you know you on camera and everybody can see you? Like, her camera wasn't off.
Oh, Lord.
So I don't know what was going on. Just stupid people out here.
Yeah, you're operating like she's using a lot more logic than she clearly is. She just really decided, I want to drive while I'm doing this. And then he was like, you can't do that. And she was like, okay.
Yeah.
So?
I'm not driving.
I said, I'll pull over. I'll have my driver.
You know what the video looked like? It's been a minute since we've been on our company meetings.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how you got somebody that's in the car that's just, they put the phone up on the little stand
or whatever.
Yeah, and they just drop. That's exactly what it was.
Oh boy.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I want to know if you guys would try this, but before I get to that, were you guys push pop type of guys?
Like, way back as a kid.
Push pops? You like push pops?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you guys like sushi?
Of course.
I'll do sushi from time to time for sure.
Yeah.
All right, so what about a push pop sushi?
I don't know.
How does that work?
So apparently that's actually a popular trend right now, especially in New York. It's a place in New York called Suka Sushi, and they are selling actual push pop sushi rolls
with actual sushi.
Yep. So
it's
just
frozen.
It's just like a push pop.
Okay, but
you pushing it up and it's sushi.
I don't mind it.
And they
I don't mind it.
They selling them for $17 each.
Yeah.
And
so it's like you get tuna and then you get whatever and
yeah, I guess whatever come in some sushi.
Get some wasabi in there.
yeah. So and the owner said they're pumping out 400 to 500 rolls a day.
Yeah, so clearly it's working.
So, it's working. So you'll be down with trying to push pop.
Yeah, I wouldn't be against it.
I feel like I feel weird. I feel almost like a child trying to eat this. It wouldn't feel like I was.
Are you too cool for push pops now?
Regular push pops?
Can't remember the last time I had one.
Yeah. Heck no.
I don't know if I'm too cool for it, but I really truly can't remember the last time.
Yeah, it's just been so long.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just feels like a weird way to try and eat sushi.
It seems convenient.
What was that motion? Okay, just double checking.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We talked about Luka Doncic's injury, his hamstring, and he looked like he was in a lot of pain.
Yeah, he did.
And it's worth noting it wasn't a contact, because I feel like sometimes I forget to mention this. Right, contact injuries. Not to say that they are inherently going to be better, but at least if there's some level of trauma, maybe that gives you some. When there's a non-contact, you know that this is some level of like real pull or strain. That's something that's going to be gnarly to deal with. So that's going to be tough for them, the Lakers and Luka.
Yeah. So he was on the ground. He was covering up his face and all that stuff. And apparently a fan was on the sideline recording all of this, and he decided to say something to Luka.
No.
And before I get to what he said, he kind of got into a little back and forth with Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves decided to step in and had to let him know.
Now you don't want to play defense. Shut the up. Shut up.
So he was trying to heckle Luka for not playing defense while
he said now you know what it's like to play defense. Like he got worked. Yeah, but to the point that he fell. But yeah.
And
I don't even know if that works nearly as well, but man, and Austin Reeves immediately was like,
shut the bleep up, he's hurt.
Yeah.
And then they went back to a bleep you.
Didn't one of them say, what are you going to do?
Was this game Oklahoma City?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it was, because it was an OKC fan.
Yeah.
Unless that OKC fan
now
was
you know
in
what it's like
LA.
to play defense and he's sprawled out on the floor.
That's a pretty weak. That's pretty while it's also really callous.
Yeah.
It's not a good heckle.
Well, I think he's just like you got knocked.
Yeah,
but
okay.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna be a jerk, which you shouldn't.
What's a good heckle with somebody on the ground like that?
There is no
like
good
I don't
one.
know
Yeah.
anything slick. Even if you just trying to have fun.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know what you could say at that point in time.
I think the point that I'm trying to get to is we've all seen comedians where we go, dang, you shouldn't joke about that, but that is funny.
Yeah.
At the very least, this ain't that, right? I don't know exactly what it is because I try not to delve in these waters, but I'm sure that there's somebody that could have found something to say to Luka Doncic in this moment where we'd have been like, damn, that's crass, and you absolutely should not say that to players, but also that's kind of funny.
Yeah, kind of funny.
This ain't that at all.
Yeah. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So Netflix, are you guys familiar with their Untold docuseries?
Oh, yeah. It's the one that the Johnny Manziel doc was part of. I think that was the first one in the line.
Might have been,
I think so, yeah. So they actually have another one coming out pretty soon. I'm going to play the trailer of it. I want to see if you guys are down with this one.
When I went back to Portland after I was traded,
Rashid.
Oh, yeah.
I knew I was going to get booed. I didn't think I was going to get booed like that.
This was the greatest sociology experiment in sports. The general manager was taking guys that had been in trouble.
Can I clean this guy up and turn it into something spectacular?
When Rashid arrived in Portland, it was like someone dropped the bass on this franchise.
It's been a long time since Blazer fans have been this excited.
Rasheed Wallace, Damon Stoudemire, Bonzi Wells, they were immature, heady, but so good.
For us, it was finals or bust.
I mean, we was rolling.
We had them on the ropes.
Like, these guys are legends.
This was going to be it.
Then that's when everything started happening. I wake up to my wife hitting me. What'd you do last night?
Stoudemire and Wallace been cited for marijuana possession.
Maybe smoking all this weed is why we missed so many shots.
It just kind of hit all at once.
Jail time for drunk driving.
Ozzie Wells pushing and shoving.
Setting a league record for technical fouls.
These fans turned on me like...
Portland has its own beat.
It was a culture shock. You don't know where I come from. You don't understand me at all. An insult to the city.
The team is now being called the Jail Blazers.
I've never seen it turn on a team like this.
Can you guys just stay out of trouble? I'm a sportscaster. I'm not a crime reporter.
She told me, like, Bonzi, if we don't win the game, let's win the fight.
And I've always respected that quote. Sometimes if you can't win the game, might as well win the fight.
Yeah. So this drops, I want to say April 14th. Sometime this month, I want to say April 14th.
Mm-hmm. And I will be seated.
Yeah.
The Jail Blazers, absolutely one of those. I think these are some of the most interesting of the sports docs where you get, clearly, you get the sport portion of this, but then you get kind of the human interest in what was the inner workings that happened behind it. Mm-hmm. And you know what I just thought of? We might be losing the appeal of these going into the future because we have so much access to some of the human elements of these teams now.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's still a lot of stuff that we don't hear about.
Certainly.
You know,
Yeah,
it's not like controversies that people say something, you're like, I don't know if I believe that.
This one I'm so interested in it because I remember these times. I remember watching the Portland Trail Blazer team. I had no idea they were considered the Jail Blazers.
Oh, it was in headlines. It was in headlines.
I just, just me, I was a kid, so I wasn't really paying attention to all that. I was watching the games. And I'm like, dang, I didn't realize they went through a whole thing trying to pick these certain type of players. Yeah. And let's just get all the troublemakers on one team and just try to make a run for it.
Well, didn't quite work out.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, too, just hearing that headline, cited for marijuana. I'm like, marijuana? That ain't nothing. I thought I was going to have a gun in the car or something. Marijuana.
Well, but it was a different time.
No, that's what I said. It's funny now hearing that headline.
That is also great. How many more of the circumstances that were once talked about as if they were like the worst thing that could happen in the world, 20 years later, we look at it and we go,
oh, that's number one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's number one.
Yeah, that guy said smoking all that weed is why they missed all them shots.
And, buddy, I bet if you did a survey around the NBA, they'd be like, actually, that works completely the opposite.
Yeah. They actually help them ball out a little more. I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's been a minute since I played this guy, but shout out to the Rage in the Town.
Oh, this is going to make my weekend.
I'm so concerned for
this is going to make my weekend.
So y'all know it was just April Fool's a couple days ago.
Oh, no.
They got him?
Yeah, they got him. But honestly, this is probably just a regular Tuesday for him, man. This ain't like April Fool's, whatever. Y'all do this bleep to me all the time.
Yeah.
But here's how his son got him on April Fool's.
While you're down here, can I tell you something?
What?
So you know Angelina's been sleeping over and
Yeah?
I might have gotten her pregnant, dude. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? What the kind of even statement is that?
Well, because
I told you I don't want you using my house like a motel. I don't want to know nothing about that. You know what?
I didn't want to.
I know. I told you she can sleep here. Let her sleep on the couch in your room.
Oh,
what are you guys fucking cuddling all night?
The couch with the
around. You got it pregnant.
I'm just saying.
You know what? Then I'm going to tell you something. Then you're a fucking jerk. And you're going to really find, I'll tell you what, you think it's funny? I find out I'll sell that car on you.
It's my car. I paid for it. I paid for it.
You'll lose the car. I'll go get you. Go get a regular job. You want to be a man.
So I can't. I'm just saying.
No. Don't even tell me I think I got it pregnant. Don't even. I told you not to do that in my house.
It's April Fool's.
No, I'm serious. I don't need that type of stress. I don't want that going on in my It's not funny.
Relax. He knew he went just a little too far.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Even for the raging.
I can't abide by relax.
Yeah.
You like this is you have a social media account dedicated to making him mad. How dare you?
I think he realized.
I think he realized he was getting serious.
Yeah. This was always the issue of you constantly rage baiting your pops. Eventually, he gonna go too far.
He was
you don't get to
red in the
relax.
face. Hey, okay, he might have a heart attack this time.
Yeah,
that's what I was
feeling.
feeling.
This is a normal Wednesday for him, man.
Because he was like, hey, man, you ain't got no job, and you about to have a baby? In my house? Absolutely not.
Yeah, don't be using my house as a freaking motel.
He was mad. And honestly, I don't think that's as mad as he could have been. I think he was trying to be kind in that moment. Because he could have lost it.
Yeah. Hey, salute to him for being able to just stand up to his parents and say that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. Hey, Ma, I think I got so-and-so pregnant.
He said, what do you mean you think?
I think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for the raging Italian man. I really just want him. I want him to have a better life because I know his blood pressure is.
I want to watch a game with him one time, man.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. And they start losing.
Oh, no. Oh, no. All right. That's the mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you think is mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, we get ready to check in with the fellas live from Indianapolis. But before we do that, a really fun weekend of sports is ahead of us. So let's draft it. We'll do that next.
In the Loop. energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Had a lot of fun on this Good Friday. Hope the Good Friday has been good to you as well. Appreciate you rocking with us. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, who are out in Indianapolis. Excited to see what they have for this program. Before we get there, though, we got to draft the weekend, and it should be a fun one. There's a lot of fun things happening. And so with that, I believe, Figgy Fig, you have the number one overall selection for this weekend. And take it away when you so choose.
All right, yeah. So with my first overall pick, I am choosing Michigan, which my people up in Cleveland like to call Bitchigan. Michigan versus Arizona.
Saturday, 7:49 p.m. This is the de facto national championship game as far as I'm concerned.
It is. Now, that said, we have been somewhat unfair to a couple of teams that have done some magical things, but nevertheless, I think these are the two best teams.
Yeah, this one, how are you feeling on this one? I think the line goes 1.5 towards Michigan right now. You seem to have been pretty high on Michigan all through this
I've been high on them, throughout the tournament at least. They are just running through people, good opponents, but this is the best opponent that they'll face. And it's interesting with Arizona, like if they get ousted here, they finally did make it back to another Final Four, but they're one of those teams that are going to have some real questions like, come on, man, they're really, really good, but they can't make that final step. So it's going to be fun. And the other game, go ahead. Are you picking first, next?
I mean, you seem to be ready to pick number 2, so I'll let you have the number 2.
I think the other game I'm taking, just because of the intrigue of Illinois. Did you see the crowd?
I almost took that game, to be honest. I was close to taking that game.
And the craziness of Dan Hurley and UConn's miraculous finish, and yet Illinois continues to surprise and play at a really high level. And that place is loaded with Illinois fans.
Yes, it is.
Loaded.
It's a very, very, very short trip.
3 hours, something like that. Yeah,
if that, in fact. And I think, honestly, and maybe this is a wild thing to say because I think the better teams are in the other game. I think that game speaks more to who should be the champion. I think this game, UConn versus Illinois, I think it's 5-something, 5-10 or so about tomorrow. I think that game actually has the opportunity to be the more interesting one, especially with the varied styles of play that we're talking about with UConn and Illinois. Plus, you've probably got the biggest personality in all of college basketball with Dan Hurley over there.
Biggest is one way to put it.
It is the biggest personality. Depending on how you feel about that personality, that is that over there. By the way, someone on the text line said, bleep them people in Cleveland just for your benefit. I believe
right back at you, buddy.
Don't you love sports? That is a Michigan fan and an Ohio State fan giving it to one another. All right, I will select a pick that I'm sure you'll be a little surprised, but we've talked about it earlier, so it should not come with too much of a surprise. Give me the Baltimore Orioles facing off against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Oh, you're going to be all in with Connor Griffin.
I'm all in on seeing what this Connor Griffin thing is about. He got a 9-year extension before he played a single baseball game. I got to see what this is about.
So is this hate watching a little bit?
I don't think so.
Or are you just really curious?
No, I'm just really curious. I think it'd be really weird for me to come from a hate perspective right off the jump. I'm just real curious.
Some people might, man.
For sure.
Yeah. Oh, the Pirates paying them all this money. I got to see this disaster.
I mean, people are talking about him like he is. I mean, he's the number one prospect in baseball. We know that. But people are talking about him like he's the next coming of a great player in baseball. I would like to be there for the start of that if that's what this is. You know what I mean? I'd like to see this from the ground floor. So that's 3:12 today. So once I get out of here, I got to find myself near a TV.
Oh, it is a 3:12 game.
Yeah, 3:12.
So background music.
They'll get going. Yeah, for sure. And background music up until you see that shortstop come up. Hey, shut up. I need to see this.
Yeah. All right, so my next game I'm going to pick. I'm going to go to the NBA. This is just me relaxing and just watching this game. But Spurs and the Nuggets.
Yeah, I didn't think anybody would see this.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I'm like, that looked like a good game where I ain't really got to stress out and just get upset over what the Rockets ain't doing and all this other stuff. This seemed like just a really good game. I'm going to just cut the game on, kind of put it in the background, but stand there with my hands on my hips, just watching a good game.
And does affect the Rockets.
Yes, it does.
It does,
as well. So
I'm not even watching it from that standpoint. I just want to see it's two good teams.
That's Saturday, 2 p.m. Prime Video, mind you, is where you can find
By the way, did you see the Spurs? I guess how many games they won since February.
I think. Oh, I know they got 10 in a row.
They I think it was like 27 and 2 or something crazy. I'm like, is that real?
Yes.
Yeah.
They have been unreasonably good. It's the interesting thing because we talked about it when PC texted in. I know he's driving clear across the country to go see family. That he would rather end up playing against the Lakers just for the circumstance of if that's a 3-6 matchup, then you'd be playing the Spurs versus playing
and
in the
I
second
said,
round.
I don't know about that.
I think the question is, how much does this really good team, because both of them are really good, how much does this really good team without the experience, how much does that give you on some level of opportunity to attack them versus a Thunder team that has the experience and is really good?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the big question with the Spurs all the way through because they are hot. All right. I could pick any one of these Astros games.
I keep getting to the ones I want.
I could pick tonight. A lot of intrigue with Christian Javier.
Pick tomorrow.
I could pick tomorrow with Imai.
Really?
But I'm picking Sunday.
Really?
Yes, 3:05. Lance McCullers.
That is not what I saw coming.
Second outing. I want to see this dude, man. I mean, he was remarkable.
Incredible. Really true.
Let's see. If he backs that up again, we're going to be losing our minds.
No, that's a great point.
We're going to be losing our minds.
No, that's a great point.
Yeah.
And honestly, you're right. All three of these are going to be real interesting, which is why I will take the one that I was looking for. Give me Tatsuyuki Imai in the second time around. I definitely want to see what he looks like more settled. But that's a great point. Lance McCullers Jr., there is something to be said for, was that just a resurgent final gasp, or is this a renewal and a resurgence? We talked about that.
What if it goes 7 again? And like, oh, my God.
That would be
He's
incredible.
back, baby.
Yeah, no. I already did the a inning and a half in. I was already like, oh, he's back.
Yeah.
I will really be insufferable on that text if he looks like he looks.
We still got the coffee shop here?
I don't know.
If he have another
start
it back up.
If he have another good game, we all got to just crowd this coffee shop.
Go get some coffee.
Yeah, support this coffee shop.
That's a good
at
point.
this point.
I think so. All right, and like I said, I'll take the game on Saturday, 3:05. Both of these are 3:05 games over the weekend versus the Athletics. I'll take Tatsuyuki Imai in his second iteration for the Astros, hopefully looking like a better version of himself. And also with both of ours, we get to see what Joe Espada is doing with this lineup for the Astros. I thought some other ones that honorable mention, obviously tonight, seeing what Christian and Javier looks like on the bump for your Astros. And then also the Gamblers are playing against Birmingham. I'll put this one in here just in case.
For halftime?
Yes, for halftime to see Ludacris. But yes, I believe that one is
Throw them bows.
I believe is that Sunday? I think it's
Sunday.
That's Sunday.
Yeah, because the Dynamo play Saturday.
That's right. That's Sunday. I believe that's an NFL Network game. So there you go. That's how we draft the weekend here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. Now, courtesy of DNM Auto Leasing, we turn to the crosstalk where we venture to Indianapolis to talk with the fellas of the drive, getting ready for a Friday show. Fellas, what's it look like, man?
Not too bad, fellas. Not too bad. As we're in Indy, weather's pretty decent. Not too bad. A little rain, but seems like it's held off. But everybody is rolling in. We just saw Coach Cal roll through here. I was hoping he'd get his hands on Clint. Clint wasn't around when he went through. That would have been nice. But Who's is in here, man. We're having a good time out here. Getting ready for the big games tomorrow.
What else have y'all been able to get a hold of doing outside of obviously doing the program yesterday?
Getting drunk.
Fair. Touche. Here I am like, oh, they're going to be moving and shaking and trying to, rub elbows. Y'all was like, no, we just going to sip on some.
No, man, just really just kind of enjoying the town. Like I just enjoying the walking aspect of being able to get everywhere, walking everywhere, and catching some. We caught some good restaurants and. Just have
easy going, man. You got two adults out here, Reg.
Oh, of course we do.
Here,
of course we do.
Now, to be completely honest, the weather last night was raining a little bit, and in a town where the part of being here is the ability to just get out and walk and see all that kind of stuff. I looked at Ron and said, I don't know if I'm getting out traipsing in that rain now. I don't know about that. So I eased back up pretty early. I guess we finished up dinner about 10 o'clock. I eased back up and shut it down. So it's pretty low key. Got a couple mature adults out here.
That's the first thing I think of.
Yeah.
It should.
It ain't not like Reg gets out and comes in hoarse the next day.
Oh, yeah.
Got a banger, maybe Tyler kind of nasally, I mean, none of that over here, man.
They got these, we about to eat them out these peanut balls.
The what exactly?
Well, explain the peanapple ball.
They got some peanut balls, and apparently we found out that
peanut butter balls is what
they're peanut balls to me.
Okay.
But apparently that used to be Tyler's nickname. We learned yesterday, peanut butter balls. But I don't know. They've got them at the little snack area, and. How many do you think you got, Clint?
I got 6 of them in a coffee cup.
All right, I went up to you. I got 7 in a coffee cup. I actually got 6 in a coffee cup, and I had one by hand walking back to the table. I mean, they just put those out. We're destroying.
We made a mistake yesterday, boys. We realized how good they were and left them out there. And then by the time about the second half of our show, we decided to go out there and get another bite, and they were gone.
Yeah, you got to load up.
Not today, Chief.
Yeah.
I don't know who devours a good snack table better than a team like a football team or the media room.
Media room.
Oh, media room is nuts.
Boy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Nuts.
Can you lay the landscape out? Because I'm having a hard time picturing how many people are in here in this media space that you guys are.
Well, right now, as we get later on in the day, it's kind of dwindling down. But I mean, there's probably 10 or 12 tables.
They're probably 12 tables.
12 tables.
Taking all them down.
That's good.
Couple of big setups.
Yep. And
they put Dirty and Show in the corner.
I see you're right by an exit door, man. They got you right out of here. They got you by that exit door.
Somebody, it's locked behind me over here. By the way, if somebody comes in that door over there, in today's world, you don't ever know. Somebody comes in that door over there. Security ain't real tight. He ain't gonna lie to you.
You're out.
Somebody come in that door right over there. Hey, we got a quick exit right here, baby. we got a quick exit. Ain't no doubt about
Security does more speaking in a nice way than
there ain't
security.
There ain't no. I ain't pulled a credential out of the bag.
Now,
wow!
I got one around my neck, but I didn't pull it out till I got in here.
Yeah, man, it's wide open around these parts now.
That's Indianapolis for you, though.
The Super Bowl does it on a whole different level now. You can't even walk out of your hotel on the road. Hey, sir, you supposed to be here?
Right.
Those dogs was on us.
Yeah.
Dogs was on us as soon as we walked out.
And I tell you, every time I walked out of that hotel room, I knew that I was supposed to be there. I still was a little shaky. I did not know exactly how that would go, even though I knew exactly where I was supposed to be.
Yeah. Now, it's fair to say we are not in the players hotel.
No, we are not.
We
not
were
this
at
time.
the Super Bowl, at the Pro Bowl, I guess, Super Bowl. So a little, maybe security may be a little more heavy elsewhere, a little more active elsewhere. But here it's easy going. It's enjoyable. It's enjoyable, man. Easy to navigate. Great place. The rain last night slowed us down. The cold the night before when I eased back, we didn't talk about that. I eased, or did we?
That was a little over the top.
What was?
You were a little over the top.
Oh, because of cold?
It wasn't that cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not cold time of year for us. You know what I mean? We
It wasn't that cold.
Let me tell you, he wasn't saying that when we was walking our ass back to that hotel.
Oh, you saying he's fronting? He's fronting for us now?
I'm trying to be sensitive to it.
One, he had a jacket on.
I had a button up. It wasn't a jacket.
We had a good. There's a shacket. You had a shacket.
A shacket?
No question. It was quilted. It was quilted.
I pull it out. I got my luggage right here.
It was quilted. You can't have a shirt. It's got to be a shacket if it's quilted.
John, he must have missed that. Whoo!
That hawk came out there
15 times on that walk.
At Indianapolis, hawk came out now.
Hey, it's bad when they just keep asking you the temp. Man, how cold is it? What is the temperature? Man, it says 40. It's 4.
Hey, it was misting a bit. It was misting a bit, and we turn a corner and get out from behind one of these big buildings, and that hawk.
Oh, the wind.
Hit dead in the face, and it was wet. No, man.
Then he just started telling stories about other times he was real cold.
That don't make it better.
I remember we was in Boston one time.
I ain't lost nothing in Boston. I ain't lost nothing in the North. I'll be honest with you, I ain't lost nothing outside of Texas.
There you go.
Yeah, look, I relate to that very much, but I understand why. I understand why that hits our guy Ron just a little bit different. He was built different, and I respect that. I really truly do.
Still coming in asking about the shrimp cocktail.
I was trying to avoid that for the sake of John. I didn't want y'all to get into it.
All I heard in this whole conversation is that those peanut butter balls run circles around that shrimp cocktail.
See what he did? I was trying not to get there.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. I will say the Navy beans may have been the best thing I've had all weekend.
See?
John, when was the last time you had a Navy bean?
Ooh. John like he could make some Navy beans.
Yeah, my wife and I are always eating stuff like that. Yeah, probably not that long ago.
Low players, my generation and up, man, you had to have a good run.
Yeah.
You had to have a good run. My dad used to make Navy beans, man, with that bacon in there. I think
a little ham.
A little ham, and I think it was even ham.
There was some ham.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big Earn could knock it out of the park with some Navy beans.
Damn, that was good.
Yeah, you got to have ham in there, the whole bone and everything.
Mm-hmm. She tried to get me to switch up and go lobster bisque, but I said, no, you know what? Let me stick to my roots.
She tried to make you pay $9 extra.
Yeah, that's what she was doing.
Yeah, I told her. I said, I'm not paying that $9. I think Navy beans.
That's why she's trying to sell me on that lobster bisque. I know she didn't try to sell you hard on it.
Nah.
She knew that old back pocket of yours was tight as hell.
I like to let it be known. Right
that old back.
Don't even try.
That old wallet was zipped tight now.
I got my allotted. my allotted payment. By the way, y'all, I heard y'all kind of talking about it. Y'all go ahead and enjoy throwing in the towel on the NBA season last night.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm just saying, when it is clear to me when Oklahoma City wants to play.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Like, it is clear they want to embarrass the Lakers.
Real BTA.
I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. I don't know what they've done, but I'm watching it. I'm like, hey, man.
I mean, you don't know why?
I mean, I don't know why.
I'm a casual fan, and if I were going to embarrass one team, it would be.
I don't know why they have it out that much for. I mean,
it's not. I mean, it's just who they are.
They came out there ready to beat the hell out of them.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. I'm watching it. I'm thinking Reed Shepherd could start, Tari Eason could start, Akeem could start. I mean, it don't matter. Them jokers, when they want to play, when they are locked in and focused, there ain't nobody. Wemby, I don't care. Nobody is beating them jokers. That was impressive.
Yeah. Hell, I mean, yes. And even when they had Shea out for a period of time, they just kept on rolling. Like, I don't know what to do with that team, and that's why. In any way that I possibly could, I would like to avoid them just for the sake of. Although we were talking about this, if the Rockets could maybe take advantage of a Luka Doncic hamstring injury that happened in that game as well, get themselves through the first round somehow, some way, and played against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Would this team get to a place where they go, well, you were going to lose to them anyways, and think that they did something? That's the only thing that scares me. Is that they might be able to confuse themselves and convince themselves that this wasn't the season that it was just because you went up against the Thunder. You know what I mean?
You had me. You had a shot. You had me with maybe they can get a series against the Lakers if the Lakers ain't got if Luka's hamstring jacked. You lost me when you feel like you did something.
Yeah, right.
But that's what I'm saying is like if they went up against Thunder and they go, well, the Thunder do that to everyone, so it's fine. That would be something that
wouldn't
would
resonate. Yeah,
right. That's the only thing.
It's our job. That's when us as a professional. That's professionals. We got to be honest.
Right.
That's when it's our job to make sure everybody understands. Like, no, that ain't quite how this was cut here.
Yeah.
You speak about what was that?
We were at that restaurant and I said, "Ooh, game started here. Let me check out first quarter." I said, damn. I guess we go on over.
Was it 44-21?
Go ahead and go on over with the rest of our evening.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, fellas, speaking of professionalism, I'm excited to let you guys do your professional stuff. All right, John, I'll catch you next week.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you as well. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and we are live here on Radio Row. That is where we are in Indianapolis, getting you ready for the Final Four, courtesy of Westwood One. Also, Warner Ladder, sponsored by Warner, the official ladder of the NCAA March Madness and the official ladder of construction professionals everywhere. Conquer new heights with Warner, available locally at United Tool. Also sponsored.
You gonna sign that one? You gonna sign that ladder that's here?
I've been wanting to.
All the coaches are signing.
I'm gonna sign it right next to John Shire. That's where I'm going.
I think you ought to. I think you ought to sign it, Illinois Warriors.
The Warriors. Also, by the way, sponsored by Wrangler. Here's to the early risers, to the go-getters. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of your life. So a lot to get to. We're going to talk to here in just a few minutes. Shout out to Colin. Colin's in the building as Tyler's out today. He looks beautiful today, actually. Good to see Colin wearing his Astros uniform. It's all right.
I'll be honest, Colin. I mean, beautiful is not where I was going to go with that, but
it does. I mean, he looks beautiful. We will hear from
appreciate the gear.
One of the voices of the NCAA tournament, also the voice of the Las Vegas Raiders, Jason Horowitz. He'll join us here momentarily. We'll get his thoughts as he is the studio host for Westwood One for the Final Four, also the Super Bowl, also other major events here. But we'll get his thoughts on this weekend's game, college basketball, and maybe you'll see what he's feeling about Kirk Cousins. He calls the games for the Raiders, so we'll get his thoughts maybe on the
hot story right now.
It is
draft around the corner.
Yeah.
What are they gonna do? They got 2 in the first.
No, they got 1.
They got 1?
Yeah, because the Max Crosby trade didn't go down.
It backwards. I'll be damned. That's right.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather have Max anyway.
Yeah. Unless you're just really tearing it down to really start this thing over, and you want to get those picks. But you not only is you had to pay Max, so you had to. Maybe you thought that you weren't gonna have them funds.
You look here, 3 years, 81 for a center. Yeah, it's.
I'm just saying they made moves like they didn't think they was gonna have Max.
That's right.
They completely pushed the entire center market right out.
How do you make this work?
Yeah. Some news here coming out of college basketball while we're here. Tommy Lloyd, the head coach of Arizona, who a lot of people have as one of the major favorites, them in Arizona. He agreed to a 5-year deal with Arizona. North Carolina was hot on him for him. They were going to make him a top 2 coach in college basketball, but Arizona redid his deal and gave him a little bit more money. He's actually taking less than what he was going to get at North Carolina. My God, the world we're in right here, baby. I mean, Arizona is a really good school, and it's been a really good college basketball program, but North Carolina is one of the blue bloods. This is like Ohio State or Alabama coming for you at football, and you saying I'm not going to pull the trigger. So, and they're doing it with more money, which is generally not what you see. So, shout out to Tommy Lloyd, man. He knows where he wants to be, and it feels like Arizona. He ain't gonna never get fired.
Well, I mean, I think this is. I mean, this particular instance may not lend itself to this, but to me, that just the landscape change of the game and how it's more of a level playing field now with, everybody's paying players and everybody's getting players. You don't need the blue blood Tar Heel behind you. You don't need the Blue Devil logo behind you to necessarily get players. And now I think with coaches, it's just as much about, hey, man, where do you want to live, man? How do you, have you established something? Do you like the administration around you kind of deal? And I got to believe it's a pretty good life in Arizona.
Yeah, and also as much as having that Duke behind you or that Carolina, the Kentucky or whatever behind you, it's, well, what's your funds look like?
Sure.
Do you have
what's that budget look like?
You got some money makers behind you.
Yeah.
What's that look like? We talked about your school, the Sleeping Giant, that has all of the potential to really spend big. That could be one of the places that's just as important as having the logo behind you. So there it is. Tommy Lloyd stays at Arizona. And also Duke freshman Cameron Boozer, he is named the AP Player of the Year, and a great year for him as a freshman. He'll probably go to the league after this, but some awards starting to get handed out here. All right, man, you excited? Are you excited about the Final Four? And I'll throw this to the people too. Base Power text line 713-572-4610. You got Illinois and UConn, and then Michigan and Arizona. And I know a lot of people maybe thought Houston would be there. Is tomorrow going to be an appointment television for you?
Oh, absolutely.
The Final Four.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the time of year when the casual fan digs in, right? I mean, and it's even more so entertaining because I haven't spent all year studying these guys and watching these guys. So for the most part, I'm seeing, other than highlights and catching a game here or there, I mean, I'm seeing, these guys, like, I'm excited about Arizona because I watched what they did to my Hogs. I mean, that's an impressive crew, right? So getting to watch these two games, and obviously the final game is absolutely an appointment for me, sure.
All right, joining us, studio host for Westwood One, Jason Horowitz. Jason, I'm gonna be honest with you. I
appreciate the honesty right off the bat. Right?
Yeah, that's right. I have been hearing your voice for years. I've been listening to you for years before I was even in radio and everything. Like, it feels like you've been at Westwood One forever.
I have.
How old are you, bro? I didn't mean to
I'll tell you what. No, that's okay. No, that's fine. I am 42. My eyes look like I'm 62. The rest of my body looks like I'm 32. And the eyes have aged. I don't know if you guys have kids.
Yeah.
The third one, not that the third one's like dynamite. She's unbelievable. But the third one changes the game of level of exhaustion. And particularly with the travel and all of that stuff and working for the Raiders and living in New Jersey and back and forth. So some of that has changed. But sorry about that. I knocked up your phone and your video right there.
You're aggressive, man. Yeah. I like it, bro.
But no, my first year at Westwood One, I did Olympic updates in 2008. So I was 25. And then my first year hired full-time, they had me hired, I took over studio hosting for all of their college football and college basketball coverage in 2009. So I have been with Westwood One since 2009, and I have been the host of the tournament since 2014. Wow. So it's been a while.
Yeah, I was going to say I've been hearing
it's
that.
It's so
name
much fun,
forever.
honestly.
Well, it's like riding a bike at this point, right? You've been there, done that, and it's
you know how
here,
it's
right?
changed a little bit. So we lived in New York City, and Westwood One studios until the pandemic were in the city at the CBS Broadcast Center on 57th and 10th, and then 2021 they moved to LA. But I mean, you guys will appreciate this being radio. You can do shows from anywhere.
Yes.
So we are able to do games from my basement. Not I'm calling the games, but studio-wise from the basement at times, and it's really fun. Getting ready to do certain coverage, and I've got my 9-year-old sitting next to me pretending he's doing it, and my 4-year-old's coloring in front of me, and it's like I'm sitting next to Nick Baugh, but better.
the pandemic, we met each other one time.
When did you guys start together?
We started in the pandemic.
During COVID. Okay,
yeah. I got hired, and I was in Kansas City. And I'm doing laundry and the radio show.
The laundry room's in my studio too. Yeah. Sometimes when the dryer goes off though, then you have a problem. So you do have to pause it. That's better and move right there. You got to pause the dryer when you're doing
stuff, switching clothes over during breaks. Yeah, man,
I'll do a Peloton sometimes, and like if I know. So behind the scenes here, if I know that we're going to toss it to site, and I'm not going to be back on until an under 8 timeout, and college basketball timeouts, and particularly during the tournament sometimes. I can get 30-minute Peloton in, and it's right next to the desk.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, that's close.
You know, you got the game on, so you're following along, right? You don't really have to do anything. Yeah, it's great.
That's crazy. All right, Jason, the team that we don't hear a lot about. A lot of people talk about the heavyweight matchup between Arizona and Michigan in the second game, and then obviously Hurley and UConn and their history. But Illinois seems to be the team that I don't think a lot of people are expecting a lot of. Your thoughts
and they're favored. They're favored.
I know it is crazy. Your thoughts and chances of them this weekend
to win the whole thing or to beat UConn?
To win the whole thing.
Yeah. So the win the whole thing, I think, is different if it's Arizona or if it's Michigan. You know, the fact that they played all of them, right? They played UConn, they played Michigan, so there's a familiarity there too. I think Illinois is playing great. I mean, you guys experienced this firsthand in Houston and obviously seeing it with the Cougars, but they are playing such good basketball. And they have such a unique length and skill set and rebounding aspect. And, you know, Wagler's playing at such a calm, comfortable pace. And then Mirkovic is such a unique player. If he were bigger, people would talk about him like Jokic. You know, his all-around unique game. He gets every rebound. He doesn't make mistakes. So there's a lot of fun aspect to it. I think people are pointing to the UConn blowout of Illinois the first time, but it's not the same. Wagler played like 12 minutes. He wasn't even counted upon. It's just a different team. So, like, I understand why they're not being talked about, but if they won the whole thing, I don't think I'd be shocked. And they're the lowest of seeds, obviously, but if they won the whole thing, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah. And Wagler, he hasn't even gone off yet. We've seen him.
He did in the Elite Eight. Like the back and forth that he had with Bennett Sturtz was pretty awesome.
But we've seen him put up 40. We've seen him have really big games where it's like we haven't even seen that yet.
Yeah.
So who do you like in that game?
In the first game?
Are you able? Can you legally call them?
Call
them. Can you pick them?
I believe. I don't know. Have you guys had any of the guys before? Are they allowed to pick them? Did Kugler or Nick Baugh?
No, we didn't have. You
didn't have any of those guys yet.
It's on you, man.
I think again. What do I know? But I think it's going to be an Illinois-Michigan national championship, and part of that is the narrative. And I grew up in Michigan. But the narrative is that the Big Ten, the 26 years, people are shocked that the Big Ten hasn't won a championship in 26 years. And they've been to the championship game like 7 or 8 times in that span. They've had lots of good teams to get there. But they haven't won one. And I think this is the year that it happens. And the way that you guarantee it is if Michigan's playing Illinois. So there you go.
There you go. Jason, it's hard for us not to bring up the Raiders here.
Sure.
We were talking about the moves that they're making. Listen,
a lot of them.
Have you heard it? I'm from Kansas City, so I've never been a Raiders fan.
Sure.
And I've laughed at the
like
Raiders.
The Chiefs.
It's fine. That's fine. I've laughed at the Raiders a lot, but we kind of compared them to the 2023 Texans, where they were coming out of dysfunction, but you just saw a lot of moves that made sense, right? You didn't know what it was going to. You didn't know it was going to lead to 3 straight years in the playoffs like the Texans have been in.
Yeah.
But it feels like the Raiders are making moves that make sense. Even the one with Max Crosby that didn't go through. What's the feel?
Sense. Yeah.
What's the feel of where the Raiders are headed now?
So I think there's a positive vibe. Kirk Morrison is my partner, and I love working with Kirk. And he and I, particularly towards the end of the season, but part of it was because we were in Houston playing the Texans, and there was a really one of the best games the Raiders played all year. It was getting down to the wire, and Ashton Jeanty was awesome. And but we were comparing the Texans of 22 to the 25 Raiders, right? The Davis Mills-led Texans that led to CJ Stroud, and then also the willingness to trade next year's first-round pick to go get Will Anderson because you believed and whatever else they traded to do that, you believed in Will Anderson to be a cornerstone for moving forward. And I think, I don't know that the Raiders are going to do that and jump back into the top 5 or whatever and trade more picks for the future. But I think there is that possibility of a quick turnaround. Do I think they're going to be in the playoffs next year? No. Is it out of the realm of possibility? No. The defense, particularly in the front, is so much younger, so much better, on paper at least, than it was this past year. Last year was all about one-year contracts. Devin Bush, Landon Roberts, all these guys that they signed to one-year deals. Eric Stokes proved it. They signed him to a long-term deal. So now you're second here. You trade for Taron Johnson. He's a proven commodity on a playoff winning type defense. Quay Walker, Nakobe Dean, those are winning players who make a lot of great tackles. And then the front's going to have to get a little bit better as they're changing system. But the defense is primed to be better. And the defense was good my second year. It was the offense that has really struggled for 3 years. So if the combo of Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza lifts you to top 20, top 16, as opposed to bottom 4 or 5 where they've been the last 2-3 years, you've got a fighting chance to win a lot of football games.
Well, I think the one that you didn't mention is the 3-year, $81 million center.
Oh, sure, of course.
To me, that's the move that is like, we're ready to win now.
Yeah.
You don't go. Forget the fact that they set the market about 50% or whatever the hell it was. But you don't go pay us. You don't go pay for the best center in football and bring him in and go, well, we're going to win in 3 years.
Yeah, no.
That's the part that doesn't add up. The quarterback, hey man, I impact everybody on the field, and we've got to get this thing together. I need maybe he needs a couple of years to learn the system. You can
massage that a little bit.
Yeah. We can have a conversation about it and make it make sense. There's no conversation that we can have that makes an $81 million center make sense unless it is, hey man, we got a last place schedule and we're trying to win this year. We're trying to flip this thing from 4 to 12 or 4 to 10. And see what we can do.
Yeah, or go. Can we go 3, and one of those was against Chris Oladokin and whoever else. Shane Buechele in that game on a 60-yard field goal.
12 to 11, whatever that
14-12. I have called multiple games where there's only been field goals now in my Raiders career. The 3-0 loss to the Vikings in December of 23 was interesting. But that part of it is true, and the offensive line by far was their worst offensive line in football last year. And part of that is Colton Miller got hurt in game 4. If they were competing for the playoffs, could he have come back maybe in December? Maybe. Yeah. But they weren't, so why rush him back? The one thing that I think is going to be interesting is in the last 2 drafts, the Raiders have taken 4 offensive linemen in the second and third rounds combined. And Jackson Powers-Johnson has played. DJ Glaze has played. The 2 guys they drafted last year didn't really play. Caleb Rogers played the last 3 or 4 games a lot. Does the new staff and the new offensive line coach think that Jackson Powers-Johnson, I know they're going to plug him in and play as a starter. Does the offensive line coach and the new offensive staff think that any of those guys can play? And if they do, this offensive line may be a lot better than what we saw last year, and maybe they aren't going to go draft an offensive line because they only signed 1 offensive lineman.
Well, for you and the rest of Raiders Nation, I hope that part of the deal works better than the Texans because the second-round draft pick, the first-round draft pick.
Well, you trade them all away and then go get other guys.
I mean, they drafted Kenyon Green in the first round. It was a bomb. They drafted Juice Scruggs to be
who's now in Cincinnati, Detroit, wherever he is.
You believe Fisher's a dead man walking.
I believe Fisher's second-round tackle.
The Notre Dame kid, right?
I believe he's a dead man walking. They got drafted the kid last year and signed Trent Brown and Braden Smith. I think he's out. So
how much of that do you believe is so we're all human, so there's human nature. It is when you are making the picks, you are looking, again, those are all different draft picks and some different staffs, but like you are making picks based on what you believe makes a guy good. So obviously they think A, and maybe they have to change their thinking in that specific position. But nobody's drafted better secondary players than the Texans over the last 4 years.
Defense,
DeMeco, they know what they're doing in that role.
There's no doubt, man.
And obviously receivers, Tank Dell and Nico Collins, they know what they're doing there too.
Higgins last year. Noel is pretty promising.
That line's been a problem.
So you need to have change it, but that's hard. But it's one of the things. The Raiders front office. This is going to be my 5th year. It'll be my 4th GM. Yeah. And if you take interim GMs, it's different guys making different picks.
All right, Jason, we got to get out of here, man. Good luck this weekend, and should be a fun weekend.
Appreciate
of college
it, guys.
basketball,
Thank you very
man,
much.
and
Thanks for having me.
Hope your Raiders continue to be the Raiders. Jason Horowitz joining us. Coming up, it's a big night for the Astros, and in particular, one player. We'll continue that as we're right here live on The Drive from Indy.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If they had a guy on this offense that had the effort.
podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Indianapolis for the Final Four. Courtesy of Westwood One, it's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. As we are live here from Indianapolis on Radio Row, as this is the calm before the storm. It is starting to pick up. There are a lot of people moving around. Like you said we were walking to lunch earlier today, Clint. Good Friday. A lot of people are off work today and made it real easy to get on up wherever you are in the country to Indy. So we're starting to see the streets pick up a little bit. Weather wasn't too bad. In the upper 60s, lower 70s here, and people are starting to make their way out here, and it'll really pick up tomorrow as we get those Final Four matchups started. I will get you if you do it. Those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Shout out to whoever is trying to book a haircut. Dante the barber. Someone has your book. It has been confirmed. By the way, Dante the barber he will be open for your haircut tomorrow.
He's gonna show up, and Dante's gonna be like, "I ain't heard from you."
I'm just saying. So I texted right there. Book appointments 24/7 with Dante the barber on Booksy. So there you go. Congratulations, whoever sent it to the wrong place. Might want to send that to the right place. But no, man, a good time here, and I think this is they're never going to be big games. I mean, it's the first couple of weeks of the season for the Astros. But, Clint, they get a day off, and now they're going to Sacramento. I think that's where the A's are playing. They're going to Sacramento and playing the A's. And as big as a second start of the season on April 3rd can be for Christian Javier, this is a kind of a big start for him tonight because – of all of the guys that ran through that first run where we looked at and we were like, man, that was before Lance, it was three starts in a row where it was like, man, they were all rough. He was arguably the roughest. Like there looked like and we had people texting in, is my man cooked? Is he done? I mean, Clint, he struck out the first batter of the game and never came close to striking anybody else. It seemed like even the outs were loud. That first inning, he had 2 balls to the wall. That became the next 2 outs, and he couldn't get any swings and misses, which is something that he did a lot of. This is a big one to watch because if he has another one of those where he's not missing bats and he's sitting there with 1 or 2 strikeouts, not that he's going to get pulled out of the rotation, but it's going to be more questions of, what kind of guy do they have in Christian Javier right now?
Well, I think the most interesting thing about Christian Javier is he's one beyond Hunter Brown that you thought you knew kind of what you get. I mean, obviously the ceiling with him moves, but you felt like you were going to get a guy out there that was going to get some swing and miss. You felt like you had a guy that was pretty electric most of the time, more times than not, and had the potential of giving you a healthy outing. Quality start at the very least kind of deal, and that's kind of where you hoped he would sit, and the reality was he was the worst of the 5, right? He was the worst of the 5, as you said. He walked 4, so he obviously didn't have command. No. Gave up 2 home runs and a couple of other balls that were hit to the wall.
Yes.
In 4 2/3. So, yeah, I think look, to your point, I don't know that this is a monster game for Astros fans. I don't think it's a monster game for the team.
No.
But, I mean, hell, look, who we fooling? If you don't think this is a big game for Christian Javier, then I think you're sadly mistaken. I mean, you got Spencer Arrighetti down in Sugar Land that's just waiting for his opportunity, which may be in a 7-man rotation. But you've got several arms that if Christian Javier doesn't, in the first month and a half of the season doesn't show to be bouncing back from that injury the way that you'd hope, I would imagine that he'll slide a bit.
Well, and the part about it was, for me and I think a lot of others, when you looked at it and you were like, all right, I don't know a lot about about these other guys outside of their history and what they've done outside of Hunter Brown. Christian Javier was maybe the one you felt the most confidence in and what you were going to get. We've seen him and what he's been able to do, and again, I don't think he's going to get pulled out of the rotation or anything. I don't think it will happen that quick. But if it's another rough outing where it looks like he doesn't have the stuff that we remember, like that's just going to build even more. So big one. I'm with you. Big one tonight for Christian Javier. If you missed it, that last one, 4 2/3, 4 hits. That man had 4 hits and 4 walks, and probably got away with maybe 3 or 4 other balls that were hit hard, just happened to be hit to people. 6 earned runs, 1 K, and that's the part, the 1 strikeout. That is just, when we've seen him pitch well, that's just not been Christian Javier.
Yeah.
He gets swings and misses, 1 strikeout, 4 walks. That is a big one there. So big one tonight for Christian Javier himself as they come off the day off. And it looks like Jeremy Payne is going to be the everyday shortstop again now. That looks like we're done with the every other load management. So what does that mean for Paredes?
It don't mean that. What does it mean for Yordan Alvarez? He's going to get his ass out there in left field more often. That's what that's going to be.
All right, come on. I know that's your.
The problem has actually gotten worse because Christian Walker's swinging the bat better.
Yes, I know it had. All right, coming up as we continue live here from Indy. I want to stop talking about this.
No, you don't.
I do. I may be officially out. I want to stop talking about this, but we keep getting more information about this story that started Friday, day after day after day, and it's beginning to get ridiculous, and that's Tiger Woods. I'm out. Man. I'm out on Tiger Woods, Colin. I'm out on Tiger Woods.
The old car cam. The old car cam is a bad look.
He just did something that I just can't. I can't get behind.
I've been in that seat before.
No, but you hadn't done this.
I don't think I tilted my head back and fell asleep or acted like I was resting.
It's not even that. I could have handled that. It's something else he did. We'll discuss that coming up next.
By Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Indianapolis for the Final Four. Courtesy of Westwood One, it's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, The Drive is live, and we are live here in Indy, and courtesy of Westwood One, also sponsored by Wrangler. Here's to the early risers, the go-getters. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of your life. I don't. Did I handle this incorrectly before we get to Tiger? I did go back into the snack area, and I went back and searched for a couple of just a couple of more of those peanut butter balls.
Yeah.
And I looked in there, and there were 3 left.
I mean, you hammered down on 7 of them. That's quick. That's.
I thought there were 3 left.
I mean, we just ate an hour ago.
No, you got 6.
I still some in my cup.
You got some left. I got to going, man. I said, all right, I can't take all 3 of them. I got to leave just the last one, so I just took 2.
You left 1 ball over there? Somebody walked around there and thought they hit the gold mine, though. Somebody walked in there and said, hell
Do I take
yes.
all 3 of them, or do you, like, what? Do you just go ahead? I mean, do you take all 3?
Well, I mean, we got to flush this out, Ron. I mean, do we take into account that you just knocked off 7?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
So we
Let's
just
not be selfish here.
we're gonna get out of the rearview mirror.
Talking about we're right here, man.
7.
Stay in the windshield. Stay
They're
forward.
they're balls,
okay.
man.
Yeah. So no, I mean, I think you did the right thing. Take 2, leave 1, and like I said, the next person that stumbles into the peanut butter balls is going to be. I mean, they're going to feel like they won the lottery.
We got the last one.
But I mean, did you see what he got it? Look, he got it.
Did you get it? He got the last one. There he is. There he is.
You know how much he appreciates that? Now, he walked around there with like you yesterday. You walked in there yesterday, and they were all gone.
Damn.
Coach Jones, the Yale coach. He walked around there after talking about it in here for 2 hours, and he's standing over in that damn doorway with his dauber down because somebody ate the last peanut.
I had his 3.
Huh?
I had his 3.
Well, I mean, I guess half the folks are gone now. I mean, I think this table is responsible for 15 plus
peanut butter balls. They should just bring them over.
That's right.
Bring them over to us. All right.
Anybody in Houston make peanut butter balls?
They
got to be fresh. I don't imagine these are. They have staying power on the shelf. I think they probably need to be fresh.
Yeah, I got to stay away from those.
That's money, though, man.
All right. I'm done with Tiger.
Are you? That's a big step for you. LeBron and Tiger were kind of neck and neck for you up there. You're done with him, huh?
I can tolerate. He pulled a move that just.
Was it it wasn't the video from the back of the cruiser?
And that was not good. That was. I mean, I'll be honest with the initial body cam I saw. I thought, well, man, he looks all right. He didn't look. I mean, he's got the glasses. He looks all right. Then they showed that one with him in the car, and I'm talking about you trying to figure out why they're arresting you. Are you surprised? You surprised?
Are you surprised they arrested?
I had never seen nobody get a blanket and turn it into a straight jacket. That's what he looked like he had.
My man had a blanket in the back of a cruiser, man. I'm going to tell you, the time I spent back there, they didn't offer me no damn blanket. That seat's hard as hell. There ain't no leg room. He had a blanket and plenty of head space. He was leaning back like he was going to take a nap.
He was taking a nap.
He's wrapped
his eyes, man.
He's working on a Chipotle deal.
No, for me, it's when you read the report. After crashing his SUV last week in Florida, I'm about damn tired of reading that. Tiger Woods took out his phone and told a deputy, I was just talking to the president, according to body camera footage released Thursday showing the golfer's arrest of a DUI. The phone conversation was not captured on video, but Woods could be heard saying, thank you very much. So he hung up, and the deputy approached. It wasn't clear if Woods was referring to President Donald Trump, whose former daughter-in-law, Vanessa Trump, is who Woods is dating. Bro, you got out of that car that you flipped, and you said, who am I going to call? What am I going to do? Let me call Trump. That's it. That's what you did. And then you got on the phone and
pulled that old Trump card.
And then you are Tiger Woods, one of the most famous athletes, one of the most famous people that we know. You got to go. You had to go. Hey, not just do you know who I am, the old Guess who I know? Hey, what was it? Was this a threat to the? Hey, man. Hey, I just got on the phone with the president. You sure you want to do this?
You sure you want?
Yeah. Actually, I do. I think even more. I wanted to like, come on, man. That's what you did. You flipped that card. He said, man, I got to call somebody. I mean, where's Olivia Pope from Scandal when you need it? I mean, God, his Olivia Pope was calling the White House.
I don't believe if I got the prez on the phone in that situation, I believe I'd have let him talk to the cop.
You'd have handed it over?
Oh yeah. I mean, if I'm gonna have him on it, I'm not just gonna say what is saying you just talked to him do?
I don't know.
I believe I'm gonna let him.
I just talked to the president.
No, I'm gonna let the president talk me out of this one.
You're Tiger. We already know who you are. Like we know you're enough. You're enough to know that we got to do this right by the books. Mm-hmm. Oh man, I'm out. I've been a Tiger. I've been a Tiger guy. I mean, it wasn't even like I could have moved past him looking like he did in the back of that car. I've seen him. I saw him in 17.
I can't move past the video in the car because I was hoping this was one of those deals where, blowing triple zeros is that's a thumbs up, man. Well done. And then you hope. I understand. If you're on pain meds and you have been on pain meds the way that Tiger has, I understand where you may not feel real comfortable until everybody understands the situation, given peeing or giving a blood test. No, I can understand that. You can't overcome that video. It doesn't matter.
Not a second time.
It don't matter what kind of pain you are in. If you are not in a hospital, you should not have enough pain pills in you. You should not have enough medication in you to where you look like that at 2:00 in the afternoon. You know what I mean? Like when he blew triple zeros, you think, okay, well, this ain't as messy and sloppy as it. You think first.
And I did. I thought it. I didn't think it was till they showed him in the back of that car.
My man leaned that head back and was going to take a nap in that back seat.
He did. I saw people tweeting that out. He did. He looked like he was on a knee. He was on the knee outside with the glasses, kind of talking about what happened, and looked like he's about to.
Hey fellas, get in here tight.
Get in here tight, like he's.
Let me get your eyes one time.
Like he's about to get to the to the play.
Oh,
someone texted in show you just mad because he got the press on speed dial. No, I trust me. I that is not a jealous thing. I'm jealous of. I got a problem with you. You go flip a car and your move is, hey, hold on, I'm Tiger Woods. Let me tell you who I know here real quick. Here. Let me try to get it. Let me try to slide up out of this. We're calling the president of the United States.
Tyler, not Tyler Milner, but Tiger Woods. He at least been in about 3 or 4 press conferences with Trump. It ain't a shock to nobody that he's reaching out.
Not then. I mean, God, dog, man, it just like, whatever, man. That was him on that knee, like I felt better. He was on that knee, and then he's in there. I mean, he's just falling. I'm out, man. I'm out. Tiger's been he's been number 2 on my all-time.
Behind LeBron, right?
Yep.
You sound really heartbroken, Ron.
Well, this whole situation has just progressively gotten worse since I announced it on Friday. Since we were out at where were we at Oak and Iron, and that came across. We were there. It's been worse and worse. Like what's going to come out tomorrow? Like now, when you go look at that video and you think because he said it. His words. We said it yesterday. He said he was astonished that he got arrested.
Well, the only thing
astonished. You couldn't hold your head up right now.
Look, I think the only thing that can make this worse, and maybe this has already come out, I don't know, but the only thing that can make this worse is if they find out how much he had in his system. Because you go from a golfer that's trying to get ready for the Masters, you're a golfer that's trying to hang on to the last ditch effort to keep a career alive with having to take a few pain pills to. Obviously abusing it and having a major problem, which I'm assuming leaving the country and checking into rehab in another country for privacy. I mean, I guess that's probably admission that you got a problem, but it can get uglier. Assuming they hadn't they hadn't revealed the results of any kind of test yet.
Yeah, text line came in. What do you think was said on the other end of that phone call?
Hey, you're on your own, bro.
Listen, I would love to help you, but you're on your own, Tiger. Go get him, Tiger. That's why I like to tell you.
That
wasn't good, Colin. That wasn't it, Colin. You've done a lot of great work today. That wasn't it, Colin.
I got a war to win. Tell them you're a birthright citizen and that you got a legal ID.
Colin,
see how this thing works.
Colin, I want you to go back and workshop that Trump. I want you to work on that one again.
It was a good try, all right. It was a good try.
No, it wasn't.
Come on, man.
You got to have better than that. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. Do you think Colin's Trump was, as he said, quote, a good try? I do not.
I didn't say it was a good one. I didn't say it was a bad one.
You said it was a good try. No, it was not a good try. You got to have it better.
Look, Ron, you got to consider that was not planned. He just tried to come off the cuff with that and kind of hot mic us right there.
Yeah, but you don't do it.
I thought it was a good effort, bro.
Yeah, you don't do it if you don't have it. Like, you don't hot mic us if you don't have it. Like, you got to. And he carried it out. It was like a quick shot.
Colin's got 4 hours. Colin's got 4 hours a day, man. He's filling in. He said, "Hell, I don't have 4 hours a day for 5 days a week. I got 4 hours. I'm hot micing this joint with Trump." Guess who's next? I got a tiger if you want to hear it.
Yeah, let's hear your tiger.
I'll do the whole phone call back
Let's
and
hear your
forth.
tiger.
No.
Yeah, he's gonna do it both. He's got characters.
No.
Oh, now you're gonna back up?
Now you
Hell, I'm trying to get you some time, man.
I don't want to torture the people
pop
anymore.
that
Come on
mic.
now.
I think there is a Trump in there. You just got to give a better effort. You just can't come in here like
young Colin. I'm telling you, you young bucks. I got to raise y'all up. If you are gonna hot mic and take a risk, today's the day. Today's the day, Chief. I don't know who's in the building there, and we are not in studio, and it's a Friday, and we're on location. So if you're gonna hot mic that thing and take a risk, man, today's the day.
7.7 on Colin's attempt at Trump.
7 from that's a good score, man.
That's bull.
That's high.
That just wasn't.
Come on, don't be hating. Come on.
I'm not hating. You don't have to do it. You forced me. You forced my hand to hate, is what you did there. All right, coming up as we continue live here from Radio Row here in Indy. Wait till you hear what DeMeco had to say. His assessment, I wonder if Clint agrees. I think I understand where I am, but his assessment of what he saw from his first year OC, Nick Caley. You don't want to miss what DeMeco had to say. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Hey, kind of like this Radio Row we're on, man. You never know when the next power outage is going to hit, right? It's kind of like us in Texas, man. It's extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes.
at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Indianapolis for the Final Four, courtesy of Westwood One. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, The Drive is live, and we are live here in Indy on Radio Row as things are picking up here around the city. Just kind of walk past, and the outside is kind of it's a lot of traffic.
Up, huh?
It's a lot of traffic. A lot of NCAA basketball fans here coming and meeting here in Indy, looking to have a really good time. We've had a good time here as well, as we are here courtesy of Westwood One, also with Warner Ladder, the official ladder of the NCAA March Madness and the official ladder of construction professionals everywhere. Conquer new heights with Warner, available locally at United Tool. I'm enjoying myself here in Indy. Have you ever been to Indy? I've never been. This is my
played
first.
a couple times back in the day, but not come to Stroud. I wasn't strolling the streets.
That's right. You had convinced yourself you had played.
I mean,
Lucas
maybe I should have or could have.
That's right. You convinced yourself that you had played at Lucas Oil Stadium until it
was RCA Dome.
Until it did not add up with.
It didn't add timeline. Didn't add up. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. The sharpest memory I have of that is Chad Hutchinson. And it's when I realized that they had paid Chad Hutchinson.
This is your greatest story.
Well, they had paid Chad Hutchinson a good bunch of money, which I ran into Jerry at a bar one night, and he did not remember who Chad was. Like about a month after he broke him off $3 million signing bonus. So that's one thing, but. We were playing the Colts, and when I realized that Hutch really had no chance of staying power in the league, he had no sixth sense, boys. And back then it was Dwight Freeney, and who was it, Mathis?
Robert Mathis.
That was the two edge guys they had, and Chad Hutchinson, I don't know how he survived it. I don't know how he survived it. I mean, you talk about – he was a big, good-looking sucker too, man. He was 6'4" at least. I mean, you couldn't build a quarterback any better, but he stood in that pocket tall, and Dwight Freeney multiple times just, beat the tackle right off the jump, and, would split Chad in half, and he'd get right back in that huddle and do it again.
And Chad had no idea he was coming.
Oh, most guys that played quarterback at – even at the college level, if you played quite a bit, especially if you're not an athlete, most of us you had a sixth sense where you could at least
the clock. Everybody talks about the clock.
At least enough to duck and get the hell out of the way. He clearly didn't even feel it, didn't see it, feel it. Nothing.
He left his jersey and his shoes right there.
Oh, it was. I felt sorry for him at the end of that game. If I don't know how many sacks Dwight had, but it was the quarterback hits were what were painful.
Don't ever see a lot of grass stains on turf, but you see it from him.
That we always said if we'd have been playing on a natural field, he'd have to throw that jersey away. There wouldn't have been a white or blue mark on that damn thing. There ain't no doubt about that. But that's when I realized that Chad didn't have that sixth sense, and I knew we played Indy. I just didn't know the name of the dome because that there ain't no doubt about it. Who was cutting his ass in half consistently for 4 quarters.
Chad Hutchinson. Oh, no sense.
Hey, man.
No sixth sense, Chad Hutchinson.
Yeah, that feel, man.
All right, DeMeco Ryans. He's been him and Nick Caserio, the McNairs as well. They've been at the NFL meetings, and we've got some interesting comments and good audio coming from there. And I thought this was interesting, and I want to get your thoughts. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Base Power text line, you can chime in on this, YouTube and Twitch as well. But Clint, I want you to listen to what DeMeco had to say in his assessment of Kaylee's first year and your thoughts on DeMeco's comment about his second-year coordinator.
First time calling plays, I like how he was able to morph and transition into kind of what we needed to work for us to win games. And that's what I knew about him going in, his flexibility of being able to go in any manner we needed to go to help us win games. He was able to do that. I think we did a better job from a protection standpoint than the previous years. Just when it came to not getting the quarterback hit as much, I thought we did a better job there. Still looking to enhance and improve that, but I thought Nick did a really good job of setting the protections, where our protection schemes were sound, and our players up front, they for the most part, did a really good job of being sound and where they were going and how we were thinking things up.
All right, that was DeMeco Ryans. Stop looking at me like that. That was DeMeco Ryans. You feel like you're about to I don't know what you're about to say. Talking about his assessment of Nick Caley the first year as the OC. Some of the things that stuck out there was him talking about initially him being able to form the offense into what that offense and what that team called for. His flexibility is something that he talked about, said it was something that he always knew. Talked about the protections. He said the protections were sound, and they were sound up front. Your thoughts, your reaction to what DeMeco had to say there about Nick Caley in his first year?
Yeah, look, I don't know. I need a little bit more context around the flexibility and morphing the offense, I think is what he said. Like that would not be something that I would, if one, I would be prepared for that. That's not one thing that I would lean into. So I need a little more context there. Look, I think I'm on record. I think they did. CJ was one of the most hit quarterbacks from between pressures, hits, and sacks in 2024. I think Caleb Williams was the only one that was worse. And they did right that issue. They did fix that problem in a major way. And as I've said it all along, I think it had more to do with the quarterback and the play caller than it did the offensive line, is this good or they're that bad kind of deal. I think it had more to do with the overall approach to offensive football and the mindset of the quarterback. So you got to give Nick a little bit of credit for that for sure. I hear that and I'm just like, man, we are in a really, really rough spot offensively.
What do you mean?
I don't know. You heard it. I mean, if you're a Texans fan, does that turn you on? Does it when you're a 12-win football team that's trying to kick you in the door of the AFC Championship or a Super Bowl, and when asked about the offensive coordinator, man, we had some sound protections. I mean, is that what you? And look, and he's not. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not taking a shot at DeMeco. I'm reading into what the head coach is saying. And you're looking at teams. Again, last year I think was a little bit of an anomaly in the sense of kind of who went to the Super Bowl and how the AFC played out. But I mean, you're looking at guys moving forward, that are pretty good offensive minds and are some pretty creative, explosive, exotic offenses. And we're going into year 4 of CJ Stroud, and we're just we're leaning into, hey man, we had some sound protections that got better. I don't know. I think he's right. I think it's where we're at. But, boy, it just, as a Texans fan, I just sit there and I go, God, dog, man.
I'm intrigued to understand. Like, I wish there was a little deeper explanation on that, because I do agree with the protections were sound. Whatever, they were better than they were last year. It was like whatever it was, they seemed to do better with protection. They protected.
Yeah, but that's there's
whatever.
I think
the front part was concerning, was where I wondered about what he said at the beginning.
Yeah, I don't know. I would like to think that we're in a spot where that is just one piece of what's mentioned, right? I mean, hey, what did you think about the offense last year? I thought Nick Caley did a good job of getting his quarterback and his play call in a position to protect the quarterback better. We did a really good job of getting creative and keeping defenses on their toes. We really provided some quick answers in situations where we started to see a lot of pressure. Just to think that the thought is we're going to elaborate on having sound protections, and that's where I just think there's a lot left to be desired.
Yeah, they had better protections. It's the earlier part for me. Like, I would like to get
flexibility,
to get a little bit more understanding of what he talked about morphed into it, because that's not what I would have thought.
Well, I think I got to believe that the part that we don't think of in this instance much is like the way that Davis Mills had that big moment and won a game late, and he obviously the offense changed there when you're down and you're chasing down 3 scores. The offense, and then when you have success with it, obviously it's a plus. So I think that's probably what he's talking about, is they were really in that 10-game stretch at the beginning. It took some big moments out of Davis Mills. And then you look down the stretch, and it kind of turned into a more conservative, let's run the football, let's not turn it over, and they did a good job of that. So I think that's probably what he's talking about. But still, I mean, where I'm going with it is that's still not something that, you want to hang your hat on. And again, I'm not taking a shot at DeMeco. I'm just saying I think reality sets in when you hear that of what this offense really is.
Yeah, I just – because I'm like, it didn't – I wonder what he wanted to do offensively that he wasn't able to do offensively. Like, what did he have to veer off of? I know there were some personnel changes, right? They had to do running back changes, right, from what they start where it became more Woody Marks as opposed to Nick Chubb and what they were going into it and thinking. I know they had some injury stuff, but I do wonder what it was where he was like, man, that, he had to really kind of come in and shift and change and do things different. And this is what he did different. And now this year, he's going to be able to run what he wants to run because we got those guys in there. I know there was a lot of differences they had to do. The offensive line, they had to make changes. We talked about the running backs, some of the injuries with the receivers. But I do wonder what it was. He felt like, boy, this is something that he had to morph. He had to shift and change because it seemed like it was the offense they wanted to run, but they had to maybe shift in certain players.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know that I saw a ton of change. I mean, it's not like, I guess, schematically or stylistically, like all of a sudden they changed from early in the season when they got down, what they do, 0-3 and got to 2-5 or something like that. What was it? Or 2 and whatever it was. I don't know that there was anything stylistically that changed. Like I said, I think there was some, hey, let's lean into having some quicker answers and let's have our quarterback, work low to high kind of thing to protect himself a little bit better. That worked out well. But I didn't see a lot of change, so I need more context out of that one.
Yeah. So we'll see. There it is. Nick Caley. DeMeco gives him certainly a vote of confidence. Seemed like he really liked what he got in year one, and he has, and clearly they have been on the same page. He is going to bat for Nick right from the jump, where he is.
Don't let the smooth taste fool you. Now he went to bat for Bobby Slowick too. Now he went to bat for Bobby Slowick before he got his ass up out of there one day. Don't forget about that.
Well, at least
that's how this crew works now.
At least we hadn't seen the. Where it looks like there's big disagreements yet. We hadn't run into that yet. They seem like to be on the same page, and it looks like what they have done is they seem to pattern what they've done in the offseason more to maybe what Nick wants to do.
Look, here's the deal. I mean, I think you got a short leash. I can say what they want to publicly. I think you got a short leash for the quarterback, and I think you got a short leash for the offensive play caller. I mean, there's no way a defensive-minded head coach that's already struggled offensively with his hires and then watches his team fizzle out in a game where your quarterback plays as poorly as CJ Stroud played. I mean, CJ played poorly, don't get me wrong, but I do believe that there's a lot to be said about, hey, man, I mean, your quarterback is clearly, he is in a bad spot, and you continue to drop him back and throw the football. And the weather is obviously a problem. And you continue to drop him back and put him in position to turn the ball over the way he did. I would like to think that CJ was above that, but in that moment, I don't think he was protected the way he should have been by his offensive coordinator. So I say all that to say, look, your defensive-minded head coach, there's no way he's happy with what's going on the offensive side of the ball, the way they exited the playoffs. I think they're all in a year where they better get this. They better show big-time improvement, or heads are going to roll.
There's no way he was happy the way the playoffs ended, but I wonder, was he unhappy with the way the offense was prior to the playoffs?
No, look, I think he was really comfortable with a 10-game stretch. One, you're winning, but two, you're not turning the football over. I mean, that's the one time that they needed you, right? The one time they really needed you, it was in a big moment, and you didn't just not show up. You messed the bed. And so he has built a team that is a double-digit win team, that is a playoff caliber team, and what's holding them back from taking that next step is on the offensive side of the ball. So, we'll see. Big year for CJ, big year for Nick Caley, and we'll see how long DeMeco sticks in there if things go south.
Yeah. Text line, hey, 21 personnel is what Caley wants to run. Hard to do that with one tight end.
21 personnel.
There you go.
21. That's a tough deal. 21 personnel, and you just paid Dalton Schultz another. What they give him $12 million more than an extension?
They gave him an extension.
Look, if you want, here's the deal. If you want to be a 21 personnel football team,
and 21 personnel is
I'm just 2 backs, 1 tight end, 2 wideouts. I'm just going to educate the texter a little bit. If you want to be a 21 if that is what you want your identity to be, and you want to be a tried and true pro style 21 personnel team, you ain't paying Dalton Schultz $12 million. You ain't doing it. He's not a. You got to find a 3-down tight end, hand in the dirt that can block, that's also effective in the pass game, that can do. You're not going to live in 21 personnel with a tight end that you would say is a pass receiving tight end that isn't the best blocker. Yeah. So I don't believe he wants to live in 21 personnel.
Well, or at least he couldn't with this. I think with this setup.
Yeah. No. Look, this is a 12. This is 11 and 12 personnel football team. That's where they want. That's where they want to live.
All right. Coming up as we continue here live from Radio Row, some news coming out of the NBA that does in fact affect the Houston Rockets.
I hope it doesn't infect them with anything.
Well, no, it does affect them, though. You might not want to infect them, but it does affect the Houston Rockets. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Indianapolis for the Final Four, courtesy of Westwood One. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, as we continue here, The Drive, riding along here in Indy on Radio Row. And we are brought to you by Westwood One as well as sponsored by Wrangler. Here's to the early risers, the go-getters. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of your life. There's some news here that just kind of, I like to say this word, matriculated its way on out. And it does involve the Rockets, one of the stars in the NBA, the Warriors, Stephen Curry. He is expected to return Sunday versus the Houston Rockets. So the Rockets will get
perfect timing. Tyler will love that.
Yeah, he will. As the Rockets will take on the Warriors. That's coming up on Sunday. Steph Curry has been out. Hell, man, I don't know how long Steph Curry's been out, but he's been out for a while. And I was surprised that they didn't just call it and just say, hey, man, we're just going to shut him down for the year. Now, they are the 10 seed, so I'm sure that Steph is still in the space of, no, we could do something here. They're not going to do anything to get to this thing. They're to me, they're the 10 seed and probably locked into it with being 3 or 4 games back behind the Clippers. And if they were to make this thing work, they'd have to go and face that Oklahoma City team that just beat the hell out of the Lakers and has been the best team in basketball, especially when they're whole. So they're gonna let him roll through and come back, and he'll have to face the Rockets coming up. And this will be a game the Rockets will need. The Rockets need to try to keep wherever they can in the standings. So they can get the best seed. Rockets, but also with the Rockets, as we sit here and look at it, we're starting to get down to it, Clint. And their first-round matchup is most likely, because I think they're clear of the Suns. I don't think they're going to finish 6th or 7th or whatever. But they're most likely to face either the Lakers, who are in the 3 spot right now, the Nuggets, or the T-Wolves. Some combination of those teams is who the Rockets will play against. And those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, my man here said Curry's probably going to drop 50. We'll see. But those of you on the text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, what for you, if we're just purely looking at, all right, this is what I think the Rockets have the best chance to do something, the best chance to be able to win in some kind of way. Which is the matchup? Lakers, Nuggets, or Timberwolves? Which one for you makes sense? Now, I guess the Lakers kind of change a little bit when we see what's up with Luka, because he did exit the game with a hamstring injury, and the way he was acting, it looked like it may be more than just something minor. So we'll see on that. That absolutely changes the Lakers. But your thoughts, text line, Clint, yourself, your thoughts on the best matchup for you think that allows the Rockets to potentially advance?
Well, I was going to go with Minnesota, which may sound crazy, but the way that Şengün played, against the Timberwolves a week or two back, or however long ago that was, 5 or 6 games back, was really impressive. I think his athletic ability plays versus their bigs in a way that I'm not sure it necessarily plays against other teams. Luka and LeBron, say what you want, they scare the hell out of me. I think in a series they can keep enough games close, and in the fourth quarter they've got closers, we don't. That's how
it happened when they played those back-to-back games.
And it looked easy, and I would not go with them. Clearly, I don't want anything to do with Denver, with Jokic, and just the overall team. So I would say Minnesota, but after what I watched, I think last night with the Luka deal, that changes the dynamic. Even if Luka can go, if he's got a tender hamstring and you get them in a series with the potential of him blowing the wheel, then I believe I would probably switch up and go with the Lakers. But if the Luka thing turns out to be a lot of smoke and he's actually healthy and can go get 40 on any given night, then I'm gonna roll with the Timberwolves.
Yeah. Now in that game, Şengün did play well, and the Timberwolves did not have Anthony Edwards in that game, which is obviously a big piece. I think it is the Lakers, even with a healthy Luka. I think it is. I think it's the Lakers because I think the Lakers of all the matchups, because I feel like even though he has had some turnover issues and things like that, I feel like KD is going to be KD and going to get his against the Lakers, against the T-Wolves, against the Nuggets. I think KD is going to be able to do what he does. What's the matchup that potentially allows Şengün to be at his best? And to me, it's DeAndre Ayton. Yeah. To me, it's Jackson Hayes. And those are just the bigs they like to play. Sometimes they'll put LeBron at the 5, right? And I think Şengün, I think Şengün can take those matchups. Now the Lakers can score when they're whole, and that's something you got to come in and score. And like you said, if it keeps it close, like you have some real concerns about what guys like Luka can do.
Now, I don't disagree with that. The best match, obviously, with what the Lakers are doing with their bigs, I think Şengün's got a better chance. But, I think you mentioned this earlier about LeBron. Like, you being the big fan that you are, like you're ready. You think it's time. I don't completely disagree, but the LeBron that I saw in that 2-game stretch against the Rockets when the result of the game mattered, when LeBron wants to turn it on, he's still got that LeBron in there to be the ability to turn it on.
Yeah. And
I just personally, I don't want to be on the receiving end of that at this point with the Rockets team that we've got.
Yeah.
So I agree with your point of Şengün that matchup with the Laker bigs is better, is more advantageous.
Yeah, but I get your point of it. I'm just like, to me, he played that well against Rudy and company. I don't know if he could do that in a 7-game series. And Jokic, I think, is just a major problem for him and the guys that they throw out. From the text line, here we go. I like a little spicy text line. Someone texted and said the Rockets can beat the Wolves and the Lakers. They can also beat the Nuggets, but they have to be on their A game. They really hooked you guys up with this beautiful space in this room. They did, yes. We are near the fire alarm, right?
Yeah,
we'll be
fire
the first
alarm, quick exit. I mean, look, I don't know what you're looking for. What are you looking for? You looking for bookshelves and helmets behind me, or what? I mean, I got a double door that's locked, and if anybody comes, any problems in front of me, I got the quickest exit.
Yep. And then my favorite, this type of fella. You guys just sound like average sports fans who loves mediocrity. LOL. Always looking for the easy way out and scared of a hard challenge, because in reality, a city that's okay with mediocrity doesn't have the ability or even know what toughness looks like. Soft asses. I don't even know what
they're referring to. Is that in reference to the Rockets?
I guess so. I do think the Rockets would get their asses kicked whenever they play the Thunder or the Spurs. I don't know. I don't know what you do. I think they should advance. I know it's cool to say, all right, whoever we get, and obviously that'll happen when it happens. But you could also look at it and say, all right, if you're looking for the Rockets to advance, what's the best matchup? Would I be shocked off my ass if they beat any of these teams? Maybe the Nuggets a little bit, but no. But who provides the best matchup? You thought it was the T-Wolves, and I can see your point of that. And I just think it is whatever is the best matchup and the best opportunity to see the Şengün that we've kind of seen a little bit here.
How do you think that fella's conversation would go about matchups? I'm just curious. How does that guy that responds to, hey, what's the better matchup for the Rockets? With you guys are soft asses. You don't know. What are you talking about?
Loves mediocrity.
What are we talking about? I mean, there is definitely.
Colin texted that in, I think.
Yeah, is that Colin or Tyler? Which one of y'all's texted that in?
Might have been Tyler.
Like, how does that conversation go? Hey, bud. Hey, man. I need a Coors Light. My bud over here. He's drinking Budweiser. Hey, man, get that beer, man. We want to talk about these Rockets.
All right.
What you think that best playoff matchup is, man? How you feel about it?
Oh, quit being a soft ass.
Well, damn, I just you're a soft ass. You just love mediocrity. Sorry, man.
What?
I mean, damn. Look.
Yeah. By the way, with Luka, according to Shams, Luka traveled with the team to Dallas, and the Lakers are awaiting the results of his MRI today. He said he's not going to report the results before he has them, but hamstring injuries, depending on the severity, are measured with weeks, not days generally. And they only got 5 games left in this season. So I'd imagine Luka may be out, maybe potentially the rest of the way. But that is a big thing to watch. And if they were to get the Lakers, obviously with the Luka out, that kind of changes things in a major way. All right, coming up, that one player for the Texans. There's multiple, but one player in the Texans that you just can't get a handle on what he's going to actually look like. Because if we did, I wonder if that would change our mindsets on this offense. We'll discuss that coming up next.
According to Nick Caserio, the Texans' draft plan this year is a simple one. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Indianapolis for the Final Four, courtesy of Westwood One. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here at Radio Row, and this will be our final segment of the week as we are heading to the airport. Coming up behind us, Sean Bijani and who's it? Brandon Scott?
B. Scott.
Is it B. Scott? Sean Bijani? B. Scott and Sean Bijani will take over for us as we will head to the airport and get back to Houston. So they will hold you down as always, and know you're in good hands with those fellas today. So stay tuned for that coming up behind us after this segment. 4 to 6, you'll have the fellas, and tonight Paulie Kittens,
Paul Gallant.
Oh, Paul Gallant, and our guy Chris will hold things down. They will have Area 45 tonight. So
Paul should have his own introduction that's got a little meow in it.
I wonder if he would put that in it. I don't know. Maybe it should be made for him.
I mean, he should. I mean, I don't know if he embraces it or not, but I think he should. I think it's its own brand. It's really good, man.
All right, and Colin will just work through the rest of the day. So that's what we got here, right here on Sports Radio 610. We've had a great time down here in Indy. Appreciate everybody here in Indy. Back in Houston, it's there have been a couple of bumps, but the guys have done a great job of doing the best that they can to keep us on the air and rolling here in Indy as we bring you the sights and sounds of the Final Four. Also, remember, we are sponsored by Wrangler. Here is to early risers, to go-getters. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of your life. A couple of things here, Clint, from the text line and some news that just came out of the NFL. This seems like an interesting move. One from the text line with the conversation we had with the Rockets, saying the Rockets don't have a closer on this team is idiotic. And I just did that to you. There you go, right there. Bang it out. Listen, I think KD is a closer, but if we're going to be honest, they have had some struggles at the end of the game.
Ron, you don't even entertain the stupidity. They have been one of the worst teams in basketball in clutch time. I mean, I'm a casual fan. I'm as casual an NBA fan as you're going to find. And even my hayseed ass knows that they've been one of the worst clutch teams in all of basketball with Kevin Durant.
He's had issues. He's had turnovers.
But I mean, they've all had issues. They as a team, with or without Kevin Durant, they have struggled closing games. 5 games that are within 5 points in the last, 3 to 5 minutes of the game. The Rockets are one of the worst in basketball. And somebody wants to be a smartass about not having a closer, especially when I'm talking about Luka and LeBron.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
KD
is a closer. Half the time, KD is not even allowed a chance to do it. Well, he's double teamed, or he's turned it over. He turned it over. I mean,
nobody came on here and said about KD is not a great closer. The Rockets, the team, schematically, personnel wise, the players around KD, it is proven. Now, it's not me saying it. Hell, I'm just responding to what the stats will tell you. I mean, they've been one of the worst. So yeah, I would say a team that's not very good in clutch time down the stretch is lacking the ability to close.
Yep. They don't always have great possessions late.
I mean, I think it's not a shot at Kevin Durant. I think Ime Udoka leaves a lot to be desired. I think they got guys handling the ball that aren't comfortable handling the ball. It's not natural to them in critical moments. I think they've got guys that haven't shot it well around Kevin Durant, so defenses can blitz Kevin Durant and double him as soon as he crosses half court. So I mean, it's not a shot at Durant. It's just the truth of the matter. That's what the Rockets are right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you just look at it, they've not been as good as you thought. It's still been a problem, even from last year. The closing out games and at the end of games, it's still been a problem, even with him a part of the team. All right.
Were they that bad last year?
Oh, that was their problem. They didn't have a closer. Remember that?
Well, I know that was the problem with the team is you didn't have a guy that could literally close games, but was this? And I'm asking because I don't know.
The stats from a stats
the
perspective.
stat of them being one of the worst teams in the final 5 minutes of a tight ball game. I don't remember that being. Maybe it was, and this is just a rollover.
I can't remember the numbers, but it was like the biggest thing is what's going to happen late.
Yeah,
in
what
games,
are you going to do? Yeah,
late in games. Yeah, and not just the last shot. We're talking, and also Clint is not just talking about the last shot. You're talking about the last 3 to 5 minutes in tight games. They make a lot of mistakes.
They turn the ball over at a rate that's unacceptable, and a lot of it happens late. It's not. What are we doing? Why are we? We got something else.
Let me
get me off on a tangent on this with that text.
I just would express it to you. I felt like you should have known
it's just.
What do you think about this? Adam Schefter reporting in the division in the AFC South that the Jacksonville Jaguars have signed Trayvon Walker to a 4-year, $110 million extension. Includes 77 guaranteed and 50 fully guaranteed at signing. The edge rusher money is out of control right now. If you go look at some like how much
what was it again?
4 years, $110 million extension. Will Anderson is going to get paid. 4 years, $110 million extension, 77 guaranteed. 50 at signing.
27.5 a year
for Trayvon Walker. He's a good player. He's a good. He had 3.5 sacks last year in 14 games, but he had 3.5. Now I'll give it to him. He had 10 and 10.5. The previous 2 years, but this is a guy in his 4 seasons, 3.5 sacks year 1, 10, 10.5, 3.5 last year, 77 guaranteed.
Will's already got more than him in 3, doesn't he?
By far. It is just crazy how much the edge rusher market is right now. Because if you go look at some of these deals this offseason with some of the top guys, Ole got $110 million. And I think of Trayvon Walker as a guy who is a good player that's good against the run, and he's one of those try-hard sackers.
Yeah.
Bull rush, try hard, keep working, get some help from the secondary.
He's got some pass rush game, but I would say that his forte is a little more setting the edge than it is rushing the passer.
Yeah.
But he went out and got double digits twice. So if you can set the edge to that level, and then also you got a chance to go get double-digit sacks, I guess there's some pretty significant value there. So
I guess,
but you're right. The Will Anderson. There's no telling what that Will Anderson number is going to be.
Only when we look at it is what Parsons, and it's probably going to be higher than that. It's just, that just the market in pass rushers, how much they've made is crazy this far. All right, I'm wondering this because this is something that I was thinking about as we finish things off here in Indy. The one player that I cannot get a handle on is what Tank Dell's going to be.
Ooh.
They're
banking on him being special again.
But it's crazy. So we talked about a lot of things that have been said in these NFL meetings, and DeMeco talked about him, and he said, I don't know if he's going to be available for OTAs, but I know he'll be back for us at some point this year. As I told Tank, it's not a matter of getting back to OTAs, just get back. It's just a matter of getting back in a really good spot physically to where you stay there. If I had a better understanding of what Tank Dell was going to be, I think it would make me feel a bit not just a bit. I think it would make me feel a lot different about the potential of this offense, because if it were the Tank Dell that we saw before he left, then I got an understanding of that's another explosive player that they are bringing into the fold. But just not really knowing what you're going to get out of him makes it much more difficult to figure out what this offense is going to be, because they are short, to me, explosive players. And it's just hard. They don't even know if he's going to be back for OTAs, and an injury that he had. How long ago? That was the playoff game against the Chiefs.
Well, the response to that is if you're not back, if you can't go through OTAs, in 2026, OTAs are damn near walkthroughs. He's doing more with his trainer, his wide receiver trainer that we see on social media. He's doing more with him than he would really do in OTAs. So, if you're not ready for OTAs, I think you're probably going to be hard-pressed to be any level of difference maker in the season, at least the first half of the season kind of deal. I know it's a pipe. I'm the president of the Tank Dell fan club. I love Tank Dell. I love the story. I love the U of H background and the chemistry that him and CJ Stroud clearly have is undeniable. I mean, it's a game changer.
Which is another big key of not knowing if he's there, that chemistry.
Yeah. I mean, it's huge. But look, we got to be honest with this. I mean, again, the lower half has been absolutely, just decimated since he's been in the league. Number one. Number two, you've got the coach telling you, I don't even know if he's going to be back for OTAs. I mean, to sit back and go, yeah, man, these Texans are going to be all right at the wide receiver position because Tank Dell's going to be back. That is a risky proposition if they're banking on that.
By the way, some quick Astros news to pass by you. I'm sure Brandon Scott and our guy Sean Bijani will update this anymore. According to Chandler Rome, the Astros put Isaac Paredes on the bereavement list and recall Shea Whitcomb. Players on the bereavement list must miss a minimum of 3 days and miss no more than 7 days. So he's on the bereavement list at this point. Hopefully, prayers up for him and whatever he and his family are dealing with. But Isaac Paredes is on the bereavement list, has to miss at least a minimum of 3 days. Shea Whitcomb is back up.
I tell you what, man, that extra infielder is on this roster with the Astros is proven to be extremely valuable the first month of the season, ain't it?
I'm telling you, it has been.
I mean, Pena's a little up and down, and now Isaac Paredes bereavement leave. I mean, it's hell of a move, working out for the better.
Colin, great job holding it down. As B. Scott and Sean Bijani, they'll have you the rest of the way right here on The Drive. Coming up, Sean Bijani, B. Scott, we're out.
In the Loop.
3 Astros teams in the past 10 years have won at least 5 out of their first 7 games.
Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back into The Drive. Fellas, about to hop on a plane, get their asses back to H-Town. Meanwhile, Sean Bijani, that is me, and Brandon Scott, along with Colin the Game Neal. Does anybody else call you the Game, Colin? Anybody but us?
Just when I go out there and play slow pitch, because on the back of my jersey, it literally is Colin the Game.
Nice. I love it. Colin the Game. Like, what better nickname to have? Like, it's
pretty good.
When you pitch slow pitch softball and you call baseball games for a living for Sam Houston, whatever.
Hey, come on now.
It's okay.
Eat him up.
You're getting the double dose today.
Dang, I am cornered today.
I don't know what this guy's talking about.
Go Cougs. How we doing, B. Scott?
We're doing good, man. Now the party officially gets to get started since you got the real ones in here.
Got the real ones.
So,
yeah.
The real ones.
Yeah, man. So these
whatever that means.
Yeah, no, the real ones, man. These next couple hours are going to be a treat for y'all. So I'm with it.
Yeah. All right. So I know the fellas mentioned this, like, kind of going out. I didn't hear it, but Colin told me they did. I was ready to come in here with a breaking news sounder because
new audience.
Yeah, new audience. Maybe we're still inside 30 minutes from this news coming out to give us all very sad faces. Roster move made this evening by the Houston Astros. They've placed infielder Isaac Paredes on the bereavement list, and taking his place on the active roster, the Astros recalled Shea Whitcomb. So that, as I told B. Scott, completely ruins a segment that I had planned next segment because I was going to talk about, hey, this is the first time that Joe Espada really has to manage this ball club this year. The season begins on the road in Sacramento with the A's and the Rockies and the Mariners. This 10-game road trip, that is where the rubber finally begins to meet the road for Joe Espada and the Astros, and how he has to meander through and find a way to get Isaac Paredes going, find him regular playing time, all while keeping Christian Walker, who started the season, B. Scott, pretty damn hot, about as hot as we've seen Christian Walker.
A doubles machine.
Yeah, when in games that really, really matter, right?
Yeah.
I hate to say that, but come on, man. A lot of what you saw in the second half last year, it was just empty calories, and it was not conducive to winning baseball because his best month was actually one of the Astros' worst months as a team last July.
Yeah, but his best month, I think if you want to isolate it to Christian Walker, though, it was one of those, okay, maybe the season is lost, maybe the Astros aren't going anywhere, but also Christian Walker's not going anywhere, and you need to get the best out of him. So if that was a positive trend, but just isolated to him, I can deal with that, especially now that last season is behind us.
Yeah.
You want to take whatever you can glean from Christian Walker's end to last season into this season, right? End is as an E-N-D, into last season, I-N-T-O, into this season, right? You want to see that. So
I agree.
So that's a positive.
Yeah, it's a positive. I don't want to make this like, let's crush Christian Walker. Like, hey, this is great. Ultimately, we hope he continues this for one of two reasons. One, you hope he continues this run and this maybe resurgence that he's had at this stage, and he gets back to being the 2023 version of Christian Walker and beyond, right?
Yeah, the guy that they signed.
The guy that they
signed.
signed.
They meant to bring in.
100%. Because one of two things is going to happen at that stage. One, it's going to be conducive to winning baseball, and the Astros have this embarrassment of riches because if they're winning and Christian Walker's playing well, I'm assuming so is Jeremy Pena, so is Carlos Correa, so is Isaac Paredes, so is Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez, blah, blah, blah. Or Christian Walker's playing really well, and the Astros recognize that he has increased his value significantly from the time that he was asked last year, and will seek to trade him.
Yeah.
And you're only trading him, I would suspect, because you do the Rafael Stone. Maybe this just isn't our year.
This isn't our year.
Yeah, that kind of a thing.
Oh,
so I would say
don't want to do that, though.
No, you don't want to do that. Just watch for that. But look, this news obviously sucks for people that extend beyond just you and me and fans, and certainly Isaac Paredes. The bereavement list is you were put on a bereavement list if somebody in your family or your wife's family is sick and or dying. And so prayers for Isaac Paredes and his family. I think generally what I've looked up is it's anywhere from 3 to 7 days.
Right.
Hopefully nothing beyond that. Hopefully everybody's fine and copes and gets well. Hopefully if they can get well. And Isaac Paredes comes back and he's healthy and in a good headspace. And then Joe Espada will, be able to focus on that other aspect of baseball. But it's interesting now, B. Scott, because Jeremy Pena is supposed to, this road trip, come back and become an everyday player. Well, now he can seamlessly, naturally do that. And for the Astros, that's going to be great.
Yeah, it is going to be great. And like you said, and I want to just reiterate the, thoughts and prayers with Isaac Paredes and his family. But in terms of how the team is managed, this was going to be a rubber meets the road kind of weekend. And then not just the weekend itself, but as you mentioned, the entire road trip. It's easy enough to just say one game, hey, Isaac Paredes is going to come off the bench. But after you have a collection of games, you want to get into a rhythm, and certainly you want to maximize your roster, your lineups, and all of that. So this does kind of kick the can down the road. And, again, this is not to obviously minimize the situation, which is much bigger than baseball, whatever's going on with Isaac Paredes and his family. But in terms of managing, it does allow them to kick the can down the road, because that was the big question is what do you do with this bat? How do you maximize this lineup, as I was getting at?
Right.
How do you do that when the team is whole, which it had not been in the previous 7 games or in the first 7 games of the season?
Mm-hmm.
So it was easy to work around when you were doing the start and stop thing with Jeremy Pena, when he's just playing every other day. Okay, we'll just move Carlos Correa over to shortstop. Isaac Paredes can play his natural position, and things are solved. Now this was going to be a situation where they were going to have to decide, okay, when, do we want to play Yordan? This is another thing, managing Yordan, right? Because that's the residual effect is, okay, if we're going to maximize this thing and we're going to have Isaac Paredes in the lineup, the most logical way to do it is to probably put Yordan Alvarez in left field. And that's one thing with the Crawford boxes and doing that at Dyken Park.
Right.
It's another thing to talk about doing that on the road, going to whether it's T-Mobile, and certainly not Coors Field, right, when they play the Rockies after they play the Sacramento or Vegas or Oakland A's, whatever you want to call the A's these days.
The homeless ass.
There you go, the nomadic A's. They were going to have to go to Coors Field, and I'd be shocked to see Yordan Alvarez in any of those games play in the outfield. So what do you do there, right, if Isaac Paredes is in the mix?
Mm-hmm.
So now this is going to make the decisions a lot easier, because you don't have those same dilemmas. And I don't know if we mentioned this, but to take Isaac Paredes' spot on the roster, they have called up Shea Whitcomb.
Yeah.
Now, you can just view him as just a normal bench player and not somebody that you have to try to force into the lineup.
Yeah, but you know what? Maybe a bench player they can actually utilize, unlike, that one time that Gray Kessinger occupied the last spot on the bench and sat for half of the season, never played. Shea Whitcomb's been hitting the ball.
Yeah.
Shea Whitcomb has had a really good, WBC. He was hitting the ball hard, seeing success, had a good spring. And so I would like to, if Joe Espada says this about, other guys, it should apply to every guy. Because if they're taking up 1 of 26, then you need to find a way to utilize that player, especially early on in the season. Hell, with the way that the Astros have been swinging the bats and how pitching is starting to come around the last 4 starts or so, and you can find opportunities for guys like Shea Whitcomb, to come in 6th or 7th inning later game, or maybe start them and get them some early season success, because, Isaac Paredes, knock on wood, this is the bereavement list. It's not the injured list. He's not going away for a while. He'll be back soon, and when he does come back, Shea might be going back, or somebody will. So I agree, man. It's kind of a natural thing that maybe works well for not really just Joe Espada, because Joe coming into the season, he knows exactly what he has to do.
Yeah.
But for Pena, hey man, I didn't get to start the season the way I wanted to. You know, I get this finger thing, and now I'm back. I'm feeling good. He can kind of get his season off on the right foot without having to worry about maybe where he's going to be in the lineup on a given day because you're trying to fit in Isak here and, whoever else.
Well, and even more so, I think, with Christian Walker, right? Because that's the guy.
Yeah, sure.
Payne is the made man. Like, if he's good to go, he is firmly planted at shortstop.
Yeah, well, I was thinking, you're right, position. I was thinking, spot in, batting order.
Right.
Like, maybe that changes when you have that other guy, too.
Well, Pena should be their leadoff guy, though, right? I mean, Pena has had success as their leadoff guy, and I think they like that, right?
Yeah.
That, and especially having a probably their most athletic guy as in terms of their everyday guys, right? Not counting the Bryce Matthews of the world.
No doubt.
But that's their most athletic guy,
You're
probably
right.
their best base runner.
Yes.
So you want to get things started with Jeremy Pena at the top of your lineup, no matter what other dilemmas you have within the roster.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a comfortable spot for Jeremy Pena, but then also trying to figure out what the dilemma would be is, okay, if we're going to try to force this thing and try to force Isak Paredes into the lineup, the most logical way would have been, hey, well, if Christian Walker is the Christian Walker that he was a year ago, not at the end of last year, but what he was around this time last year, then, okay, well, then just put Isak Paredes at first base and problem solved.
Yeah.
Now you can't do that. It's one of those good problems in this case because Christian Walker is playing up to the baseball court.
Oh, 100%. I always envisioned this as this should be a great problem to have for the Astros, and you just need those players to kind of reciprocate that, understand that situation.
I would also point out, though, the fact that they are hitting as well as they have over the last 5 games, let's call it. I know the first 2 games they faced some pretty good pitching, and then the bats weren't really alive those first 2 games. But over the last 5 games, they've been good enough across the board to where, again, it's one of those good problems to where you don't feel bad about whoever it is that you end up starting or playing.
No, and they got it going off of some really good pitching. They took care of Ranger Suarez the other night.
They did.
They took care of Garrett Crochet.
Yeah, who they own, by the way.
Thank you, Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, Correa picking Yordan Alvarez up. Yordan stayed in the game, and his next at bat, lined out. And I was a little worried about what he might look like that next at bat because he took 95 to the ribs.
He did.
All right, that sucks. Now, you get the day off yesterday. I'll bet you that sucker was really sore.
Yeah.
Today, the lineup is not out yet. I would fully expect Yordan Alvarez to be in it. I just want to see what he looks like at the plate, right? Because those comments by Yordan Alvarez after he took 95 from Garrett Crochet, he was talking about hey, man, you're messing with my season. You're messing with my career. I'm not happy about that. Paraphrasing, of course, but that was pretty much the message from Yordan Alvarez.
And it's not like it was the first time he had been hit all season. It's like he's getting hit every game.
Yeah, and there. But look, I told PC, and I think Colin was here for this too. Where do you want Yordan to get hit? In the foot, in the calf.
If I remember correctly, it hit off of his elbow and then the ribs, I thought.
Well, but more than anything, there's not a location as much as I want it to be an off speed. I'd love to just kind of ease a change up in there.
I mean,
right.
even then, they'll still hurt.
Yeah, no, they still hurt. I don't want him getting beamed by a 95-plus-an-hour fastball.
No, I'm with you. And I'm do you want to take it off the meaty part of the arm, the shoulder area?
Well, yeah, right here.
Yordan,
perhaps.
You want him to turn his right butt cheek into it, take it off that. I don't know.
I wanted to look. Isak Paredes got beamed by one, and he perfectly put his guard up, the elbow or arm guard, and just perfectly deflected the thing.
Which you got to be careful.
That's how I want it to look.
You got to be careful doing that because then an umpire, might be like, oh, no, you didn't avoid it. You're trying to do that. You used your RoboCop, armor to lessen the blow.
Yeah.
It happens. These things happen, man. Teams make a fuss about it.
Yeah, but it wasn't like what Lemus Diaz did.
No, that was I remember that
bad.
One. That was very egregious, but he's trying to take one for the team.
Yeah. Or Martin Maldonado, who's very, very, very famous for this thing.
Well, his fat ass just couldn't get out of the way. It's he cut the guy a little bit of slack.
Nah, it's hey man, you're not playing catcher right now. You're in the batter's box. You do not need to be standing on the plate. Goodness gracious,
that's fair. Hey, what do you say? Is this against the rules? Can we open up the phone lines? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna open up the phone lines. If you want to call in, it's very rare, very strange, weird, but it's Good Friday and it's good weird. So you can hit us up 713-572-4610 if you want to call in, talk a little Astros, Rockets, Texans. We'll get to all of that at some point over the course of the next hour and change. You can text the Base Power text line as well. He is B. Scott. I am Sean Bijani. When we return, there is more Astro news. And we have audio. It's actually really good news, too, by the way.
All right. What?
Yeah.
Good news on a Good Friday?
Good news on a Good Friday. People are like, Bijani, what the hell's wrong with you, man? Giving us this Isaac Paredes, like, very sad news, a couple hours before the ball game's supposed to. No, I got good news for you, too. It is really good news. This is not headline porn. It's not a fake tease. It's the real deal. And it's audio from the man himself. We'll have that for you. We'll get into a little Rocket, set the stage for tonight, because now every game here on out is a big game, no matter if you're playing the Utah ass or not. We'll get to all of that next. It's Sports Radio 610.
All right, Houston, we got to be real about this, man. It's fixing to be 100 degrees before we know it. We may catch.
Featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet. An unforgettable invite-only celebration leading into the unofficial start to the football season in Pittsburgh. And you can be there thanks to Sports Radio 610. Just visit Odyssey.com/the-night-before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Airfare, lodging, and 2 tickets to the exclusive show could be yours. Make sure to enter by April 12th. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Show and good old Wolf Killer, they are not here right now. They're headed to a plane and back to H-Town to enjoy Easter with the fam. So myself, Sean Bijani, and B. Scott, along with Colin the Game Neal, are with you until 6 o'clock. We've decided to do a thing and open up the phone lines. So if you want to hit us up, be a part of the show, call in 713-572-4610. You can also hit the Base Power text line, same number. We've got a little Rockets to get to, Texans to get to. Definitely some Final Four stuff to get to because that gets going tomorrow. A lot of really good stuff to talk about there. I'm anticipating a couple of really good basketball games.
Yeah, that'll be really exciting, man. This is probably one of the better Final Fours that we could expect. And
yeah,
I think the stage has been set for that all the way through March, right? And so now that we're here at the end of it, I can't wait to see it tomorrow.
I hate to have been an alumni of one of the teams that were victimized en route to this Final Four. But
yeah, man, ideally the Cougs would be there. It feels like they should be there. The team that beat them is there.
Yeah.
So you definitely feel that.
Can I tell you, though, maybe this makes me a bad fan, maybe just an honest one, but Colin knows this. He's done enough shows with me over the course of the last, month or so.
Unfortunately.
Few weeks. Yeah. Well, we all draw the short straw sometimes.
By the way,
he knows that I have not been expecting very much from the Cougs because I feared the team that they lost to, Illinois. And then beyond that, I feared the team that eventually lost, Duke. They always scare me.
Yeah, fair enough.
By the way, first caller that calls in, it was a scam.
A scam?
Yes.
You're getting spammed over there? What's going on?
Scammed.
Yeah.
Like on the phone line.
What was a scam?
This is so-and-so from so-and-so. Can I speak to this person that is not here?
Okay.
It's those scammers that basically said, if you, this is who I am. I'm calling on behalf of this company, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Can I speak to Brandon or somebody or Luke, somebody that's not, you're not one of those people. There's no one that you know in your general area that you don't know.
Was this a real person or was this like a AI-generated voice?
It was a person, but that's what they do. It's this AI voice, and they ask, or it sounds like an AI voice, but it's a real person, and they ask to speak to you even though they say a different name than who you are.
And so just to be clear, they didn't ask for Brandon?
No.
Okay, so it's not one of my creditors. I was going to say, my God, I don't know how they got this number of all places.
You got lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy. We need to be careful about giving out that line in case the creditors are listening. I don't want them to know where I am.
Maybe this is why they don't open the phone lines during the day. Is all you get is scammers and spammers calling you.
Who do you think is owing money? Good old Dirty or Show?
I don't know. Maybe one of the producers in there. Who knows?
Let me tell you, everybody got a stone that they should not throw. And that would be me over here. I'm just going to say, look, just don't tell people what the B stands for. Just call me B. Scott.
Yeah.
And not tell people what the B stands for.
I didn't call you.
No, I'm just saying.
Anything.
No, I'm just saying for the record.
I just use
for the future, so they don't know.
You didn't say anything to this person, did you?
I said, what I typically said, Sports Radio 610, get your name. And then they went on this spiel like what I just explained. I'm like, yeah, nope.
All right, good job. Yeah.
I'm guessing they didn't have Astros takes.
Probably not.
You should have done it, actually, Colin. You should be like, yeah, all of that is cool, though. But what you got to say about Isak Paredes going on the bereavement list and how Joe Espada is going to manage this roster?
Scammer on air.
You should be like, hey, man, is Christian Javier going to miss bats tonight? That's what I want to know.
If that was, you should have actually patched
What do you think of Astros legend Cam Caminetti?
Ken Caminetti. Why did you go?
Now, why would you give him a deep cut? You should have just peppered him with like really strong Astros takes. Will Dana Brown and Joe Espada be back next year? Go.
Or at least gone with a random living Astro, former Astro. That would have been nice too.
What do you think of Astros legend Nico Goodrum?
Oh, Lord Almighty! That's a deep cut. That's a deep.
You know what's not a deep cut?
What?
Josh Hader potentially coming back soon.
Thank you. Look at the segue there.
Man, this guy's a professional.
Now, we have
gone to Sam
audio.
Houston State University.
This is not an AI-generated voice. This is not spam audio. This is real audio from the person that is really Josh Hader telling you that, you know what? I'm not dead, and I do not plan on dying. My arm is fully intact, and here's how it's going.
Yeah, for me, I'm just, going into rehabbing, trying to better my craft. I have a few bullpens this week, which is very exciting for me, being able to get my reps in, be able to, get stronger as much as I can to be back as soon as possible.
There's no timetable. It's just kind of how you feel going through these bullpens and then see what happens after that.
Yeah, ultimately it's trying to break that tissue up, make sure it's recovering well. My bullpens have been really well. My last bullpen I touched in the 90s, so that's exciting for me. I've never touched 90 in a bullpen, even when I was healthy, so that's a testament to the work that we're putting in.
As far as when you talk about feeling right now, is there any discomfort, any pain, or do you feel like, okay, I'm past that? It's more so about making sure that we're at 100% before we actually return.
Exactly. That's it. It's making sure that when I come back, there's no setbacks on that. It's when I'm in there, I'm there to the World Series, and I'm going to be there to give it every day as I can and be 100%.
Man, talk that talk.
Let's go.
Did he slip a World Series reference in there that we weren't expecting?
He sure as hell did.
Didn't nobody even ask him about no World Series, and he had to say it.
I am not mad at him for that.
That's the fireman talking right there.
Yeah.
This team is just different. The vibes, like, hey, they're having fun and they're eyeing for the big prize.
Yeah. Well,
something to that. What Colin is saying.
Yeah.
It did feel different at Daikin over the weekend and over the course of those 7 games. Definitely felt a lot different, a lot more like previous years. Last year, the vibes were just low. The energy, it did not feel like the Astros culture that we have all grown accustomed to over the last decade or so.
And why? There's a lot of reasons. You
reasons,
started the season with injuries all over the place. You started the season wondering if, here's another mid-30-something first baseman that's going to be ass.
Yeah.
Because you were scarred from the Jose Abreu experience. And there was a lot. Why does it feel different? A lot of reasons. Carlos Correa back in an Astros uniform from day one. That's familiar.
If you don't know the facts, then you got to shut
Yeah, that guy.
The hope of a healthy Yordan Alvarez, like him coming in healthy, but then having no reason to believe that he won't stay healthy other than like conspiracy theories or just being jaded, I think. But like a healthy Yordan Alvarez, Carlos Correa coming back for a full season, like all of these things combined. Of course, Jose Altuve, you're not doing a weird experiment with him in left field. He's back at his natural position.
You're forgetting one. Keep going. Are you about to get to him?
Ooh, which one am I missing?
LMJ.
Yeah, now that's definitely different, but I think we're talking about house money there. Like I feel like the vibes were correct and immaculate even before we got the surprise that was LMJ. But I'm with you on that.
But that's part of the experience, right?
For sure.
You got the surprise of Lance McCullers Jr.
Yeah, and he wasn't even available early in the year.
You had 2 comeback wins.
Yeah,
I don't care who it was against. You had 2 comeback wins in a row after you start the season 0-2. And anytime you're doing that and you generate that kind of offense along the way, that's huge. And then, oh, by the way, we'd mentioned this, you have the performances that you do against, one of the bigger signings this offseason for the Red Sox, picking up Ranger Suarez.
Right.
And Garrett Crochet, one of the best pitchers out there, you do that to him after he did what he did to Yordan Alvarez. It was Carlos Correa time. And, oh, by the way, you had – on the second turnaround, Hunter Brown looked much more like Hunter Brown. Like, it saw the results, right? I mean, 17 strikeouts and 2 starts and 10 2/3 innings to begin his campaign in 2026 is the Hunter Brown that we expect. Like, sit your ass down. And you get a nice quality, 2026 version of a quality start from Mike Burrows a couple of days ago after, he got hit around a little bit and he needs to control the walks. But you saw the promise. You saw the progress of what Dana Brown and Joe Espada and Jim Crane saw this offseason with some of these moves.
Yeah. No, you saw all of that, and then on top of it, and we talked about this, but the offensive resurgence, if you will, like it was one thing for them to score the 8+ runs over the course of, 4 games that they did, and then, of course, they, I think they scored 6 in that final one, but it was, by that point, it was already decided. But to do that on top of, here's the thing that I like most about the Astros in these first 7 games. Not only are they slugging and tearing the cover off the ball, but also the spring narrative of, hey, we're going to take more pitches. We're going to have a more disciplined approach at the plate in terms of our at-bat, like the quality of our at-bats. They were able to manage both of those, right?
Yes.
They're one of the better teams right now. I know small sample size, we get it. But one of the better teams right now in taking pitches and drawing walks and also hitting the cover off the ball. They're doing both of those two things. Again, small sample size, but those are all positive trends or positive nuggets to take you into the
100%.
weekend.
And to that generates a good culture in the clubhouse, on the field, in the dugout. Guys are hitting well, pitching well, feeling good, seeing things the way that they want to. It's obviously yielding results. I told PC this the other day, man. Ain't nobody walking into their house, into a bar, a restaurant, the ballpark, workplace, with his chest sticking out further than Victor Rodriguez, their new hitting coach, because of everything that you just said. That guy's got to be feeling really, really good about life right now.
Hey, can we do a thing, though, and not pour cold water on the Lance McCullers start just because it was one start? I dare our fellow baseball fans, I will challenge the rest of our baseball fan community to live in the moment every now and then. We get it's 162 games. We get that Lance McCullers is going to have way more starts than this, and he's probably going to have a bad newsflash. I hate to break it to you. He's probably going to have a bad one here. But can we live in the moment?
He's going to have 7 shutout, 1-run shutout, whatever. He's going to have good outings every single time.
I'm going to tell you this though. I right now, today, I don't give a damn.
Right.
He had a good start. They needed it.
And that's all we're talking about.
He saved their bullpen. How about that?
Yes.
Right? He saved him along with Hunter Brown the next day. Helped the bullpen be fresh because of their performances.
Who came in for Lance?
Ryan Weiss.
Ryan Weiss pitched 2 really good innings.
Yeah. And then the next day it was Brown and Cody Bolton, which I'm sure none of us heard of him before unless you're really keyed in on the Astros. He went out after Hunter Brown throws 6 innings. He throws 3 innings to legit get an actual save.
Yeah.
The 3-inning save, but also save the bullpen. I mean, going into the off day, going on this 10-game West Coast road trip, where you're facing 2 divisional opponents, it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would just say I agree
happy about it.
I agree with everything you just said. And Mr. 346 or Mrs. 346 on the text line, you pump the brakes. You don't need to pump any brakes. I want to go full pedal to the metal, and you should too. Lance McCullers, healthy, and seeing great results like 7 innings of great work like that, where he only gave up, 4 hits and a run and a walk and 9 Ks? Come on.
Hey,
you pump the brakes.
Cy Young, here we come.
Come on, man. We all drive. Maybe you don't have to hit the gas. Maybe you don't have to pump the brakes. This could be that, that little awkward part where you take your foot off the gas, but you don't quite hit the brake yet, and you just kind of see how it goes.
Cruise.
Exactly.
Just go.
Let's cruise. Let's see what's next.
You get up to 90 on the Beltway, and then you just cruise on down the hill when you see the trooper over there on the right.
There you go.
Yeah. 713-572-4610 if you too would like to be a part of this fine radio program, and hit us up on the Base Power text line. Coming up next, Rockets got a big game tonight. A handful left or thereabouts in this regular season. Yeah, it's the Jazz. Yes, they suck, but it's a big game. We'll tell you why next.
According to Nick Caserio, the Texans' draft plan this year is Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Show and Stoerner. Not in. We are for the next hour and change, taking you up till 6 o'clock. Area 45 is going on tonight, and it'll be Paul Gallant and Chris Partee. They'll have you from 7 to 11.
Wait a minute, though. Two-thirds of Area 45 is sitting right here with me right now.
Yeah, it's a go tonight, man. We'll be looking forward to Paul Gallant and Chris Partee. It was party time with me last night. It's a fun show, and they'll have you for 4 hours this evening. So make sure you listen in to those knuckleheads. In the meantime, I know you'll be keeping an eye on these other knuckleheads, the Houston Rockets. They're at Toyota Center tonight, taking on the Utah Jazz. That'll be a 7 o'clock tip time for the Rockets. A lot of home games, B. Scott, to finish out this regular season for Houston. 6 games, 4 of them are at home, including tonight's. And, boy, last night was a big night for the Rockets, too. You know, they clinched a playoff berth, and they didn't even have to work.
There you go.
Because the Suns decided to be ass, and they lost to the Charlotte Hornets. That's what clinched the Rockets' playoff berth.
Look at this symbiotic relationship between the Suns and the Rockets. We're like cousins or something right now.
They can't
right?
quit each other.
No,
bro. They work in tandem. They trade with each other.
Yeah,
they got each other's back.
Got a thing going here.
Here's the other good thing about last night. I know you know this. The Minnesota Timberwolves, they've been sputtering, kind of like the Rockets had been before this 4-game win streak. Well, the Minnesota Timberwolves lost while the Rockets were off. That created a full game of separation now. So Houston, the 5 seed, Minnesota, the 6 seed, a full game separates the two. Minnesota will be back in action tonight, taking on the Sixers in Philadelphia. The Rockets have an easy, can I ring the bell in air quotes, something?
Yeah.
Easier type of opponent at Toyota Center.
Because it's not like we haven't seen them.
I know.
Falter against a team that is supposed to be easy. And the Jazz included for that matter.
They damn near did, the other night, the Rockets.
Against Milwaukee, yeah.
Against Milwaukee. They led by 20. And really, if you average, what was the average lead for the Rockets that game? Probably right around 10. And it was, oh, hell, here we go. Me and PC are looking at each other. It's like, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
They're doing the thing.
Yeah, they're
doing the thing that they do.
And then afterwards, Ime Udoka's like, we're trending in the right direction, and people are going crazy on the text line and stuff. Like, what does he mean they're trending in the right direction? Well, they're taking better care of the basketball. They're rebounding a little bit better. They're playing better defense during this stretch.
Yes.
They're much more efficient with their three-point shooting, overall shooting choices, I would say. And it's happened with Tari in the starting lineup. It's happened with Reed in the starting lineup. I would say they're trending in the right direction as well. Also, too, maybe the main point here, because they've lost games like that before. Now, they eked by the, hair on their chinny chin, won by 6 when they should have maybe won by 26. But a dub was a dub. And I feel the same way about tonight, because it's also who's directly behind you that you want to keep directly behind you in the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, and the big thing with the Rockets, and this is even, for me, opponent independent, so opponent aside, you want to see them do the things well that they've struggled at or struggled with. And for me, the post-All-Star break Rockets have been subpar defensively, and we know they've got a shooting issue. Right, they don't have a whole lot of shooting. They have a couple of shooters, but they just don't have a whole lot of it, to the point where they can't afford for any of those guys to really have an off night. All of their shooters who shoot gotta shoot, right? They don't have enough of it to compensate for having a bad night. And post All-Star break, they had been toward the bottom of the league in 3-point shooting, and they were at least slightly below average in defense, which is a real shocker, right?
Yeah.
It's part of the team identity at the very least. When they're not hitting shots, They should be creating opportunities through their defense, and they weren't doing either one of those things.
You've heard Ime Udoka talk very much like Kelvin Sampson at times, that their defense creates their offense.
Yeah.
And I feel like now, for at least since Steven Adams has been out, that has not been the case.
Yeah. No, it has been, again, at the very least subpar, and then in some cases, particularly with three-point shooting, it's been way worse than that. It's just been god-awful.
Yeah.
But over the last 9 games, okay, and this coincides with Alperen Şengün's health, him coming back from the back injury. Over the last 9 games, they are toward the top of the league in both of these areas. So in defensive rating, they're top 7, top 8 in defensive rating over the last 9 games. In three-point shooting percentage, they are 6th over the last 9 games. Now, if you do a zoom out for that and go post All-Star break, those numbers are not as redeeming. They're not as good. But it's much better over the last 9 games, and this is the trend that you want to see them keep up, even against the lowly Utah Ass, right? Even against no matter who it is that they're playing, these are the trends and the things that you want to see them doing well going into the playoffs, to at least feel like, even if you don't feel like they're a true contender, which I don't know if they've played well enough for anybody to change their minds on that, the Rockets being a legitimate contender.
I agree.
But to make it interesting, to make it compelling,
yes,
to make it the type of series that makes us want to come in here the next day and really break it down, as opposed to there they go again, doing that thing again. These are the things that they got to do.
I've committed myself to doing the latter for one major reason. I'm tired of living and dying with this team, every game. It's become nauseating. And we do this, I think, in basketball, maybe more so than any other sport, because you know better than to do that with baseball. You play every single day and stuff happens, right?
Yeah.
Or week to week, because it's the one thing you look forward to is football. So, okay, maybe that's where you do it the most, at least with the most vigor. But I told the guys the other night, man, Rockets got Kevin Durant on this team. I don't know how many more years the Rockets are going to have Kevin Durant on this team. I don't know how many more years of basketball that guy's got left, but holy crap. I told you the stat I read earlier. Kevin Durant scored 1,884 points this season. That's the most points scored in an NBA season for a person his age, I think. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Like, that's awesome. And he's looked very much like Kevin Durant, the guy that you know and that you love now, but maybe you hated before. I'm going to enjoy it. But the number one thing that I want to see, that I want all of us to see and enjoy, and why I think it's important for this team to do this, to be playing their best basketball right now, and to at least be competitive, no matter who the hell you play in the postseason, is Durant is here at this point in time with this nucleus, and I need him with them to get more experience, more than just a 7-game cup of coffee, to have been, again, not able to slay that dragon named the Golden State Warriors last year. I don't care who it is this year, but you need more experience. You need to be competitive. You need to be right there in the thick of things in every game with a chance, and get people talking about you, because this is not the only year you're going to have Kevin Durant. That at least is not the plan. That was not the plan. This was a 2-3 year window thing with him, and they need to see the damn thing through.
Yeah, but even for me, it's like it's an opportunity cost thing as well. Like it's why, like, aside from being a Rockets fan and wanting them to try their best and to do well at all times, like, that part goes without saying. But the point that you're making about Kevin Durant makes it even more frustrating when you hear the general manager say things like, this may not be our year. If you're a Rockets fan, whether you like the Kevin Durant trade or not, whether you like the fact that they brought him in and punted on some of their younger talent, namely Jalen Green, whether you were a fan of that move or not, you got to at some point start accepting reality. And the reality is that Kevin Durant is here, and to your point, is going to be here at least for, this year and next year and probably the next 2 years. To me, you cannot afford to punt on any Kevin Durant years.
100%.
What it did was accelerated your timeline. Again, whether you like it or not, that's the reality. Your timeline and your window, margin for error, however you want to couch it, that has all been accelerated just simply by his mere presence. And then when you add to it the number that you just shouted out, the 1,800-plus points that he scored, And the fact that he's still playing at an all-NBA level, despite being a guy that was born in the 80s.
Yeah.
We don't have many of those in the NBA anymore. So a guy born in the 80s is giving you 1,800-plus points in a year. That can't be it's not our year. This is a loss. You just cannot the opportunity cost, again, is too great to just punt on years or just because you have a couple of injuries that you're not with it. They have got to put their best foot forward for as long as this guy is on the team, especially playing this way.
100%, man, 100%. 713-572-4610, 572-4610 if you'd like to hit us up on the Base Power text line. Coming up next, Fire! 5 o'clock Fire, Day's Top Stories. We got them for you at Sports Radio 610.
Hey, y'all, I just tell you about my dining room. My wife had remodeled, repainted. Yep, inserted pro painters.
vehicle to play. From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Flip, flip, flip all these burgers.
I have made fire! Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
5 o'clock fire. Here we go. Day's top stories. B. Scott, Sean Bijani in for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner. We'll get it started with the Astros because they're going to get it started here in a couple of hours. On the road tonight, in fact, 3 more hours, right? Don't they have an 8 o'clock start in Sacramento against the Ass? Part of a 10-game road trip, B. Scott. Begins with a 3-game series against the Ass. Javier.
The Athletics. Oh, hey, a lot of ass for Houston tonight.
A lot of ass.
Houston getting a lot of ass. They're playing the Utah. They're hosting the Utah Ass. And then we're on the road against the nomadic Ass.
The Athletics.
Not bad at all.
I do not remember saying that, but apparently I did. AI-generated voice. That's what he's doing.
The evidence presented to the jury says that you indeed said those words.
I did. Christian Javier, we hope, who is not asked tonight, takes the mound for the Astros. Tatsuya Imai tomorrow, and then
He's coming.
It's a Lance Aloysius McCullers Day the following day, so that'll be good. Stros will be looking for a 6th straight win, B. Scott. All right, you want bad news or good news first?
I like to take the bad first.
All right, good, perfect, because it is Good Friday. I wanted to finish with that. Bad news is Isaac Paredes was placed on the bereavement list late in the 3 o'clock hour earlier today. He has to miss a minimum of 3 days, but no more than 7, at least as it pertains to the bereavement list. Corresponding move the Astros made was recalling Shea Whitcomb. So Whitcomb will be up with the Astros.
That's PC's guy right there.
That is PC's guy.
Even though I don't really like him.
PC or Shea Whitcomb?
I think he's
I'll
talking about
let you choose.
He's like, yes.
I don't know that Whitcomb has many followers, to be honest with you, because you remember the 4-error game at third base.
It's not that. I mean, I was at that game, but it's not that. It's just
what is it?
Guys look really good down in AAA, and then once they get out to the majors, it's like they can't do anything. It's just quad A. Shea Whitcomb just feels like a quad A guy to me, and I went to saw him in person many times. I know scout, but it's just I don't know. I just don't like it.
Like Pedro Leon vibes, or
man, what vibe could you possibly get from Pedro? He played like 7 games with the Astros, like intermittently, and then they were like, "Nope, you're ass." But meanwhile, John Singleton somehow parlayed like that what he decided to do into like a 10-year career within the Astros organization. Like they just couldn't quit that guy.
Don't underestimate the power of a badass bat flip.
I
just couldn't quit that bat flip.
Does Whitcomb have a bat flip? I don't know about that.
I don't know.
No, clearly not. Because if he did, I feel like if he did, you'd know it.
Well, maybe we'll see it at some point in time. Probably not tonight. He's just there in uniform. Who will be in uniform, I would presume, tonight, and starting at shortstop for your Houston Astros is Jeremy Pena. Pena started 3 games. Pena. He started 3 games for the Stros in the 7-game homestand to kick the season off. Did not play on consecutive days. So this road trip, for all intents and purposes, is supposed to be the time in which Pena becomes an everyday player again. Like, he's good to go. The ramp-up has completed. However, with no Isaac Paredes, this, presents an opportunity of ease for Joe Espada, who still does not have to meander away to figure out how to play 5 infielders every single day.
Yeah, but I think to your point about the season beginning today, obviously what you say is true. Espada's hand is not forced with the Isaac Paredes sort of conundrum, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of Jeremy Pena, the season does start today because you can look at those first 7 games as just an extended spring for him because of the injury, the WBC and all of that. These last 7 games, or first 7 games, I should say, were like an extended spring training for him. And now his season, game number 1, does officially, I think, start for him tonight. So Joe Espada gets to kind of kick the can down the road a little bit. But as an Astros fan and observer, you get to kind of really get into full-on, Astros season of, your everyday shortstop is out there. Now, this is a question I have for y'all. And again, this is not to make light of the situation, but do you think, like if you're Joe Espada, knowing that Isaac Paredes, minimum 3 days, maximum 7 days, but also, again, this makes the managing a little bit easier with him not being available, do you just tell him to go ahead and take the full 7? So you just say, hey, man, go just take the 7. Take the time. Whatever it is that you need, that's what we need.
I think he'd like to say that, but I also think Joe Espada's probably like many of us too. It's like, I need to see a little bit more of this from Christian Walker before, I get too comfortable. Because we might need him back, even though Paredes, is off to a little bit of a slow start at the plate.
But over the course of the next 3 days, again, the minimum of 3 days, he kind of gets to make that assessment.
You're right. You get to evaluate.
Yeah, he'll get data points over the next 3 days to decide whether that's what he wants to do.
I'm on the bandwagon. Yeah.
There you go.
I'm with you there.
Wrong segment. Come on now.
Crossover show we're doing here.
Yeah. Speaking of crossover shows, we can't have an H-Town postgame here, but Paul Gallant, Chris Partee doing Area 45 tonight. They'll have probably 2 H-Town postgame shows because Rockets and Astros should be wrapped up or wrapping up.
Possible.
Why not?
The second game start. The Astros start at 8:40.
Oh, is it 8:40?
Yeah.
I thought it was 8:10 too.
Well, see, I was going to be sitting there on my couch just like, where's the game?
Well, Christian Javier is, little do you know, about to pitch a historic baseball game for the Astros, in which will be a complete game, 9-inning, 2-hit shutout in which he strikes out 17, and the game will end in 1 hour and 25 minutes. So there'll be an H-Town post game coming up later.
Man, ending in 2/3, uploading right now. Damn it, Sean Bijani.
Hey, on to the good news for the Astros. That was not great news. Astros closer Josh Hader said earlier today, and by the way, we had the audio for you earlier, courtesy of Luis Ortiz of KHOU. Thank you, sir. Hader said he threw in the 90s in his most recent bullpen. He's rehabbing from that biceps tendonitis situation. Now, he's not on the 10-game road trip. He's going to be throwing a few bullpens this week, probably at Daikin. And so there's that. He says he feels good. And here's the other thing. He says he never got in the 90s before when throwing a bullpen. Like a dude that throws 97, 98 miles per hour. Like,
yeah,
you never threw in the 90s accidentally?
I was assuming that he had not thrown in the 90s on purpose, and so I'm assuming maybe this was him throwing in the 90s accidentally and just kind of looking at his arm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know that you could do that even when I didn't tell you to.
What if he comes back throwing harder than he has over the past couple of years?
That'd be beautiful.
Yeah,
be like Rookie of the Year.
I was just about to say, what's the movie? Rookie of the Year.
The way you were looking at your arm like that, it reminded me.
That's exactly what I was thinking about.
Hader's like, this is cool.
Wait a minute now. Hold on a second.
It's like that meme with Hannibal Buress, like on the Eric Andre show where he's looking, and he's like, "Oh my God, I can do this."
Yeah, exactly.
But it is huge because my issue, the only issue that I have with the Astros over the first 7 games, and it's not even based off of the performance because again, 5-2, won 5 straight, hitting the cover off the ball, but I do still sit there and think, I don't feel like this bullpen's any good. I don't think the bullpen's
the Debbie Downer.
I don't think. Well, but it is good if you give me Josh Hader, right? Like I feel like it needs Josh Hader to kind of put the cherry on top.
Oh, sure.
Like I like AJ Blueball a lot. I like Brian Abreu in his proper role, but as the closer and then trying to figure out how to get from the starter to the closer, like. We've had guys go out there. We talked about it in the previous segment. We have had guys go out there and do some pretty good work for you.
Yeah.
But it's not like I felt confident in it going into the outing.
I like how this is playing out. I mean, we knew coming into the season that Josh Hader was hurt and he wasn't going to start the year with him. We knew that. And so because I say I like this, it's for the opportunities that A.J. Blueball is going to get. It's the opportunities that Brian King is trying to, seize. Similarly to the one that Bennett Sousa did last year, where he had emerged as a real, eighth-inning option, like a guy that could be that setup guy. When you lost Josh Hader, Abreu had to move to the closer role, you're like, man, Sousa, this guy could work. King, 7th-inning guy, Sousa, your 8th-inning guy, Abreu, your closer. I think something like that kind of sets up, and so having guys that you don't know much about, don't trust in really with opportunities early on in a season, especially with the way that, they've started through the first 7 games, I think is beneficial, to Houston and these guys individually.
2 things on that, too, since we're on good news.
Yeah.
Sousa, we found out from Joe Espada earlier in the week, is supposed to throw a bullpen next week.
Let's go.
So there's that. Mm-hmm. That's good news. And then also, the Astros pitching staff, I have come to just trust that even if it's a bunch of no names, even if it's guys that you don't trust, you can, generally speaking, trust the Astros to know what they're doing with pitchers, whether that be starters or bullpen guys.
Yeah, I agree with that one. That feels like the one thing you could hang your hat on. They know what they're doing. Okay,
you get a little ding.
A little ding.
There we go.
Meanwhile, Rockets Jazz tonight, Toyota Center, 7:00. You going to be there for that one, B. Scott?
I'm not.
You're going to be chilling, watching at home?
I'm not.
Just like me?
I'm going to be chilling and watching at home, enjoying my Good Friday from my couch.
Attaboy. That's the way you should do it. Rockets will be looking for their 5th straight dub. Did you know this is the longest win streak since early November, if they get it?
No, it sounds about right.
It's the longest win streak of the season, and if they get tonight's dub, which they should, and they better, it'll be the 3rd time they've had a win streak of 5 games. The first 2 coming within the first 15 games of the season.
That's why I like to call clicking at the right time, baby.
Yeah.
You noted that, how many home games do they have on this last stretch?
4.
4.
Including tonight.
Including tonight. Did they end the season on the road or at home?
I
believe on the
at
road.
home. Oh, I thought it was at home. They played back-to-back road games.
That's right.
It's like Phoenix and Golden State.
Yeah, I just got my mind fixated on that Minnesota game next week that is at home.
Minnesota's at home.
That's going to be a big one.
Point is it's kind of low-key a good thing that they're ending their season majority of home games or the last couple weeks. I don't know if that affects anything, but you got to think hey, we don't have to go. We only have to go on the road one more time, and we can be in our comfort of our homes for majority of this last parts of the regular season.
Also, a piece of good news in terms of the Rockets. This just came out not that long ago, but the Luka Doncic hamstring thing, and I'm not wishing injury on anybody, but hey, the injury already happened.
He already got injured, yeah.
So, right, so I didn't do it. He's going to miss the remainder of the season, of the regular season,
yeah,
which I think we suspected.
That was a lock.
But that's official now. So
did they have a grade attached to that
Did not
news?
see a grade, but according to Shams Charania, he will miss, because of the left hamstring, he will miss the remainder of the regular season, and his status is uncertain beyond that.
Wow.
So that's good news for the Rockets, man. You got a hampered Lakers team.
Mm-hmm.
You're fully healthy, and you've been playing your best basketball as of late.
And hey, by the way, Ant-Man ain't been playing for the Timberwolves.
Right.
And
they're just as problematic as you are.
How long is Ant out for?
He
came back.
He's been
back?
Oh, he came back the other night, didn't he?
Yeah, he came back the other night.
He was TBD, for several
he missed
games
like
up to that
6 to
point.
9 games or something.
Yeah.
Maybe 6 games.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Yep. And isn't Steph Curry supposed to be coming back, tonight? I think he's supposed to be coming back tonight.
so.
I thought that was
believe
like a
so.
target date. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to kind of keep an eye on that. By the way, Rockets do finish the season with 3 straight home games. Sixers, ass. Minnesota, hopefully you kick their ass. And then Memphis, ass. And then playoffs a week later, so that'll be fun. Speaking of basketball, Final Four begins tomorrow. You've got 3-seed Illinois against 2-seed UConn. That'll be the first one. They tip at 5:49. Dumb times. And then a couple of ones go at it at the conclusion of that one, penciled in for 7:09 tip. B. Scott, who you got going to the championship?
So the way that Illinois has been playing, there's just something about them, man. Maybe it's because we watched it so up close and what they did to your Cougs. Maybe that's part of it. I've got a little bit of a Brad Underwood bias as well because, back when I was at Sam Houston State, he was coaching at SFA, and I'm just very familiar with how good of a coach Brad Underwood is. And so I think I lean that way, so I'm going to go with Illinois in that game. But these 1 seeds, that's the game that I'm really, 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 really intrigued by because Michigan, I think, has played probably better than anybody, but then Arizona's the team that I think all year I've believed in. So I'm really more so struggling in picking that game, even though I thought UConn was one of the better 2 seeds that we've ever seen. No disrespect to the Cougs, who I thought was also a hell of a 2 seed. But hey. I got Illinois in the first game, or in the matchup between the 2 and the 3s. And then I'm gonna go ahead and go with Michigan against my my inclination that Arizona has been the team all year, just based off of the way that Michigan has been playing, I am now convinced. I've been sold reluctantly on what Michigan is doing. So I got a Michigan-Illinois finals, right, championship game, and the Michigan taking.
I wish I could argue with you about Michigan looking the best. I thought the same thing about Illinois. I thought Illinois looked the best all tournament. Now, maybe that's a little biased, but I mean, damn, man, with their size, their athleticism, and the way that they just kept the Cougs, at arm's length, the other night. And that's a tough team to do that to, no matter what you're going through, no matter, how young you are at spots. That's tough to do for a battle-tested team like the Cougs. And so I've got Illinois, going, but that pains me to say because, boy, the way that UConn is coming off of the high that they are, I feel like the majority of the time that team goes. When you have such an emotional win like that to get to a Final Four or to get to a championship game, I don't know that you're seeing a letdown like that. But I'm going to go Illinois and I'm going to go Arizona.
Oh, okay, I don't know if it's too soon, and I hate to do this to you, Bijani, but you brought it up.
Huh.
Last year, the Cougs had quite the win in the Final Four against a really high-profile team.
It wasn't like that though.
And I want to say it was the same team, the same.
I know it was the same.
And then it didn't quite go the way that it was supposed to go.
I know, but look, you're talking like a final shot that essentially beat the buzzer, and then their head coach headbutted the ref, and just like,
what was that about?
Psycho.
What in the hell? Have y'all ever seen that?
No.
Have you ever seen?
No. And I have not heard a reasonable. Or read a reasonable explanation or even heard him reply to that.
Are you talking about Hurley?
Yeah, Dan Hurley.
The one with his jacket all like this?
Jacket to the side and then headbutting nose to nose with the ref. But even worse, he goes on either a radio show or a podcast, does some kind of interview where he jokingly says, "No, I thought the ref was going to chest bump me because of the shot."
No,
he said that.
No way.
Well, let me hold on. Let me be proper about
this.
Good
job, Coach.
I got a notification on my phone about him saying it. I didn't actually hear him say it, but I saw that he said it. And
doesn't that an April Fool's joke or something? Maybe
that
has to be.
The guy who does the thing does seem like he would also make the offhand joke about it in that kind of way. I could totally see him saying that.
I mean,
Hurley has some sort of special whistle for him. Because he could get he could get attacked every game.
I'm kind of with you though. If you're Hurley, you kind of have to play it off like that. It's like I can't get way too serious now because now they're gonna have eyes on me. It's just like I gotta continue to be this goofy guy, this coach that's unhinged that thought the ref was gonna chest bump me.
I can just imagine if that did happen.
The fix is in now for sure. Here we go. Yeah, that would have been
a wild scene. Wild.
Smokes.
I like. The shot itself we'd never seen, and then we'd never seen. It's like, what is happening right now?
My favorite, there were so many great reactions in that game. Did you see the reaction of Bill Raftery on the play-by-play?
Oh, yeah. I did.
He was all the quote tweets were like, I think we just lost Bill.
We almost did.
Yeah. He just started saying words. He was like, miraculous, spectacular, nylon.
In his defense,
onions.
What exactly? That might have been better. What do you say? What do you say?
Yeah.
How do you react to something like that?
It was perfect, and this is why I love college basketball in March and in April.
Let's go.
March Madness. It's fantastic. All right. Final couple of segments are upon us. Coming up next, we'll get into a little Texans. Got to get B. Scott's thoughts on this. What still could be the Texans' biggest commitment that they have yet to make has the full backing from the top. We'll get to it next.
Hey, y'all, I hope you
best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in to The Drive. Sean Bijani and B. Scott, along with Colin the Game Neal. A couple more segments before Texans All Access takes over, and then Area 45 is still a thing tonight. I am not in. PC is not in, but Paul Gallant and Chris Partee are, so they'll have you from 7 until 11. B. Scott, I want to play this audio from DeMeco Ryans earlier this week at the league meetings. He, of course, was asked about a lot of things, their free agent acquisitions, Tank Dell, you name it, everything that they've done and haven't done over the course of the offseason, because it's the first time that, the media's had a chance to catch up with them since the exodus to officially, put to a close the 2025-2026 season. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about CJ Stroud and how he's been receptive to some of the newer Texans they brought in.
He's the first guy, like, can I get a guy number? Can I reach out? He wants to reach out to those guys and really welcome them, to the Texans family. And it means so much to him, and it means so much to us. And I know from a free agent perspective or a new guy going into a new situation, when you hear from the starting quarterback from that team, it carries a lot of weight. So I'm really thankful for him and his mindset of having, that on his mind while he's working. Like, I want to make sure I welcome all of our new teammates in the right way.
That's what quarterbacks do, right? That's what leaders of teams do. Like, that's nothing strange, right? But I play it because, that part in there about DeMeco Ryans talking about CJ Stroud, how he loves his mentality, right? That is the thing that is going to be called into question maybe more than anything else between now and the start of the regular season and into the regular season until we are convinced that CJ Stroud has rid himself of the way that he ended his 25-26 campaign.
Man, it's just such a pressure-packed year for CJ Stroud, right? I think in terms of his performance, obviously the salary/contract implications, him going into the final year of his rookie deal, and then we do expect him to pick up his fifth-year option before the deadline in about a month, I guess.
About 28 days. I think May 1st is the deadline.
Yeah, so that's coming up. But for all of those reasons and the way that the season ended, it's going to be a lot of pressure on C.J. Stroud. For a guy who has done as much as he has, he's got a lot to prove, maybe the most to prove for anybody who has done as much as he has. Think about it, a guy that comes in and does nothing but go to the playoffs and then win a playoff game in every single year that he's been a professional player, still going into that fourth season has all of these questions to answer or all of these moments that he's got to meet. And then just to show the leadership or the initiative to welcome in the guys and to just basically say, look, I'm the leader of this team, and as I go, the rest of us will go. And so I'm going to welcome you into this process, into this environment.
Yeah.
That's what you would expect, but also something that you would hope for a guy that ended the season the way that he did, that it's not like weighing on him or in his head to the point to where he can't just be like a normal, regular leader who does the things that you would expect a normal, regular leader to do.
I think that clip for me, from DeMeco Ryans, at least gave me a little peek into, what, CJ's probably turned the page here, man. And it's hard not to because of what the Texans have done to this point. Like, the Texans have rededicated themselves to getting the very best out of CJ Stroud this upcoming season. They have overhauled the offensive line again, and they're not done. They've brought in a new tight end coach. They've changed quarterback coaches. And who knows? Like, they might draft a receiver, in this next month, here in the next 3 weeks.
I hope they do.
Who know? I hope they do too. And hopefully another weapon at tight end for CJ Stroud as well, and probably another offensive lineman or two. Like, they're not done trying to insulate CJ Stroud going into 2026. And having said that, I think there's an element, and to me, it's pretty obvious, but not yet clear, because we've not heard from CJ. We don't have really anything to connect the dots with. It's just based upon what I think I know about CJ Stroud, what I've seen from him the last 3 years. I think he's probably felt the need to rededicate himself to what the Texans are doing and what they're trying to do for him in this opportunity that they have in this era of Texan football. I think they've asked him to, look in the mirror and make sure, like, you got to buy in. Like, we're doing this because we have you, and we think you're the guy to execute this offense. That's why we're all here.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I don't think I had thought about it in terms of him rededicating himself. I like the way that you phrased that, because I think for a lot of us, and this is probably doing a little bit much of speaking for CJ Stroud or trying to get too far into his head, but it felt like the vibe was, at the very least, that he maybe didn't fully buy in, or that he was just kind of going along for the ride. Even though they had changed the offense, but it didn't necessarily feel like an offense that best suited him or best suited what he wanted to be. Now, to your point about rededication, recommitment, like it does feel like he's going to do that, or at the very least his hand is being forced to do that. I feel like the worst thing that he could do would be to just like let the bad taste in your mouth linger from the way that the season ended, as opposed to saying, hey, we're going to start anew and, to your point again, rededicate ourselves, really buy into this system, not it being a thing that I'm forced to do, but something that I'm doing willingly and viewing as something that can perhaps actually benefit me, as opposed to me just going along.
Think about this in life terms, right? We all have had to do, are doing, and will have to do something that we're not necessarily keen on. And we all have used the same phrase along the way: you got to fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Right? And when you're in the midst of doing that, like, you're kind of going through the motions, you're in it, you don't want to upset anybody, you're not happy about what's going on, but you're doing it. You're not doing the best you can.
Yeah.
You're not doing it to be great. You're just doing it so nobody yells at you. So, you don't look bad, or you don't make anybody else look bad, to a degree, right? And I think that's where that rededication, comes from, because there's exit meetings, and there's meetings about, like, hey, man, we're thinking about making a move here at a quarterback coach, the guy that speaks with you the most, that you're with the most. How do you feel about that? And no, by the way, it's the guy that we're about to get out of here that you've known since you were like 12. How do you feel about that? And to some degree, your quarterback probably got to be on board with that. And with those conversations, albeit maybe tough, there has to be, I think, a level of recommitment and rededication and understanding.
Now, all of this being said, am I crazy for thinking that the reason we're going to get a better version of CJ Stroud and the reason we're going to get a better version of this offense is just simply because they equipped them with an adequate run game? Like, offensive linemen who are real people movers, real physical guys up front, and I know David Montgomery is not Joe Mixon, but a properly calibrated running back room where Woody Marks is used more so the way he was drafted, or used in a way more so that's consistent with what he was drafted to do, and then David Montgomery playing more of the role of the workhorse, or the in between the tackles guy. Like, to me, a more sensible run game and approach to that, along with what they were already trying to do last year, and a rededicated CJ Stroud, all of that coming together, I think, is going to mean a better offense for the Texans. I don't think that that's a crazy thought.
No, I don't. And I'm so glad you brought it up, because I have a retort to that I will share with you. Next, it is The Drive on Sports Radio 610.
According to Nick Caserio, the Texans' draft plan this year is a simple one.
We're pretty consistent in terms of picking just the best players for the Houston Texans, not necessarily focusing on one specific player, one specific position.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
But before we get there, I'm going to be honest with you guys. This Texas weather has a mind of its own. From hurricane season to just storm season to whatever happens, you can see a ton of moments where you may lose power, you may lose Wi-Fi, people working from home. I know a lot of people there and run into those situations. That's why I think you need to make the switch to base power. And listen, the big reason it is that this is a selling point there for them. As I mentioned, all of that with the Texas weather, the grid, and everything. Is they're the only power company with a home backup power built right in. So when any of those issues that I just talked about happen, you don't even know. Your lights automatically stay in. You ain't got to get a generator. There's no stress of other things. You ain't got to go to try to get to a hotel or something like that. Nope. You can get it done. And the switch is easy, especially for those who are our Sports Radio 610 listeners. If you sign up using the link, Base Power will cover your current termination fee up to $250. So do me a favor, like I did. Go see if your home qualifies at basepowercompany.com/610, and you can feel covered the next time you run into this Texas weather when it hits. Go ahead. Do it again. Like I said, basepowercompany.com/610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk 713, call Lee. Your traffic.
SportsRadio610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, let's go. A little AC/DC on a Good Friday. How about that?
Is
it AC/DC?
No.
Sounds like AC/DC.
It does, but
who is it?
It's Airborne.
Airborne?
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord. Why do you have to shame me like Patrick would? Like Patrick hangs his head like as if
That's
I just
exactly
told him his
why,
puppy
because
died.
that's what PC will be doing right now.
Yeah. Well, he's not
I play blind by corner. It's like, who is this?
Yeah, as opposed to what Bijani did and just saying it with his chest. Oh, there's AC/DC. So you got to check him once he does that.
You sounded so confident.
I did, because it sounded like a song that I have in my iTunes from them. Big Gun. I thought it was Big Gun. I thought you were playing a portion of that song.
Too Much, Too Young, Too Fast by Airborne. That's what the song was.
Never heard of them. I have no idea.
Well, if you're gonna be wrong, at least be confident, I guess.
Yeah, you know what? It happens.
Speaking of being wrong, is it still iTunes? Is that still what we call it, or is that is that a millennial phrase?
What is that? What I just called it? iTunes? Isn't it iTunes?
'Cause I feel like it's just Apple Music now or Spotify. You kind of do one or the other.
It's Apple Music. It's no longer called iTunes.
But I knew what he meant though, because I'm closer to. I'm from the same era, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
You knew what you kind of know what I've been dealing with this week, but I've had to deal with a lot of technology, and I despise all of it.
Yes.
So
and rightfully so.
I'm very much old man that wants to yell at not just the clouds, but everybody to get off my lawn, get off everything, just leave me the hell alone.
Yeah.
I swear, if I could just get off the grid, I would.
And especially for us, we actually predate iTunes.
Yeah.
So even just saying iTunes seems like it's kind of young and hip, but it's like they don't even do that no more.
Yeah. Real quick, because I do want to talk about this for the brief amount of time that we do have left in the show. You were talking about something in regard to, I guess in response to what I said, how the Texans are trying to, insulate better CJ Stroud this upcoming season, right? Offensive line, skill position, coaches, stuff like that, right?
And how the run game can supplement that. From what they did with the run game and from adding running backs.
Could this be as simple as getting the run game going and bringing in David Montgomery and bringing in some real offensive linemen? And I said to myself in my head, wait, you mean adding better players is going to make your quarterback better himself?
It's a novel concept.
Holy crap. And you know what I was reminded of is a couple of nights ago, I'm on my way home from doing the show, and whatever the dude that does the late night talk show on Westwood One Radio.
Linnell Willingham.
What's his name?
Linnell Willingham.
Linnell Willingham. He's a very passionate, fiery dude, and they were talking about the situation going on in Philadelphia with the Eagles and Jalen Hurts, and there's always some kind of drama going on up there. Ever since they won the damn Super Bowl, it's been something every year, every offseason.
Yeah. Well, even before that, I mean, they always in the midst of all of their success.
Yeah.
There's drama.
There's drama. It's a soap opera up there, and apparently it's just getting started with Jalen Hurts. And he was talking about this hypothetical, because people don't, and he doesn't believe Jalen Hurts is a very good quarterback. And his producer's like, dude, you don't like anybody. What quarterback do you like? If you don't like Jalen Hurts, you won a Super Bowl. He's been to 2. How do you not like Jalen Hurts? And he would not answer the question, but he was like, dude, if you took all of the pieces away from Jalen Hurts, what would he look like? And I wanted to reach through the radio and strangle this guy. Probably like some of you want to do to me sometimes for different reasons, or maybe the same reasons. I don't know. But I'm like, what kind of question is that? If you took all the pieces away from Jalen Hurts, what would he look like? He'd look like ass.
Yeah.
Who would he throw the ball to? Who would he hand the ball off to? Who would be blocking for him? If you drop Jalen Hurts on the Cleveland Browns, at their worst, what would he look like? Ass.
Yeah. It's like, what if you take away his clothes? He'd be naked. It's like, man, but he needs that. Yeah, of course.
Why do we do this with quarterbacks? Why can we not just have a good quarterback? You're either elite or you suck. That's where we are right now. And if you add better players onto your football team, mind you, specifically on the offensive side of the ball, chances are your quarterback's going to look better, play better, feel better, be better.
Yeah.
And That's what that reminded me of when you said, hey, could this be as simple as, adding a run game and bringing in offensive linemen and David Montgomery? It was like, yeah, you know what? I guess if you want to qualify it as such, it could be.
It reminds me of if you were to just take quarterbacks in a vacuum or just isolated, I would rather have Justin Herbert over Jalen Hurts just as a quarterback, but give me the team that's going to put something around the quarterback over just giving me the quarterback. So that's to say I would rather have Jalen Hurts and the Eagles over Justin Herbert and the Pips, or whatever it is that a quarterback has, and they don't have anything else around them, right? Or Josh Allen, if they don't put enough around him, right? Like, give me the great team with the mid to okay to pretty good quarterback over the great quarterback and a bunch of stuff around him that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
And you know what? Look, sometimes exceptional players can do things, like exceptional things, extraordinary things, without great pieces around him. Didn't we just witness that a couple of years ago when Josh Allen won the damn MVP?
Yep.
Wasn't Khalil Shakir like his number one receiver? I mean, that's crazy. The year you go from Stephon Diggs to Khalil Shakir is your number one receiving option?
Yeah.
Josh Allen's going to win the MVP.
Yeah, that's when they drafted the Keon Coleman kid, who is not panned out for them. So yeah, it's like Keon Coleman, Khalil Shakir, and
they had a couple of good tight end options. Dawson Knox, right,
and Dalton Kincaid.
Dalton Kincaid, yeah.
But it's like, hey, Josh Allen, go make it happen, dog.
Yeah,
go make it happen.
Yeah,
and it's like, no, give me the team. Give me the team and say whatever you want to say about my quarterback if my team is winning.
Sure. And so look, that to me, bringing it back to the Texans and CJ Stroud, I think, man, who was it that said this? It was Kay Adams. And I don't know that I'd felt that way or still do feel this way, but I know that I have the first 2 years of this DeMeco Ryans, Caserio, Stroud era, in that I think the Texans had the best offseason out of anybody in the NFL in 23 and in 24. And Kay Adams said the other day, look at all the things the Texans have done this season. They brought back 11 guys on defense that were free agents, so they retained their own guys. And, of course, you were going to do that. You're the best damn defense in the league. And then, they bolstered the offensive line. They got David Montgomery. They've had sneakily, one of the best off seasons in the league this year. So back and I'm thinking, this is literally the day after they get Wyatt Teller. And I'm like, you know what? In terms of need, in terms of exactly what they needed to address, yeah, I'm right there with you. I think they have, and they're not done.
Yeah, no, the Wyatt Teller thing is what really puts it over the top. Because, as we know, having followed the Texans and covered the Texans, it's been a turnstile at left guard literally for like 5 years, and relevant to this regime for all of CJ Stroud's career.
Sure.
Now, it's the same at the center position, and that's where they haven't fully addressed that. But if you just go with the fact that they brought back Ed Ingram and brought in Wyatt Teller, that alone, bringing back your best guard that you already had and then upgrading significantly